What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4SS Chapter 167 Arriving at the Wind Elf Magic Palace, subscribe. Looking at Mariella, who readily accepted and patted her head to kill, Nero frowned slightly. Oh, man. If you let those two girls know, I don't know what expression they will have. Nero. Kuroba rolled his eyes and withdrew his hand. Looking at the assassin lying on the ground, he frowned, grabbed Mariella's arm, and pulled her onto the back of the giant ice crystal bird. The moment the grimoire was taken out with the backhand, the piercing chill rolled back like a frenzy. Creation magic of ice, sea of ice. Boom. The tyrannical magic power swept away around Kuroba in an instant of 213. Hoarfrost was flying all over the sky, and all vision was taken away. In an instant, Mariella seemed to have the illusion of falling into an ice cellar, and couldn't help shivering. After he had time to react, after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, his face was filled with disbelief. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, it doesn't matter if it's an assassin from the Diamond Kingdom or Mountain Stone. The entire land was covered with large ice crystals. It gives people a feeling of ice and snow world. Being able to accurately cast this kind of large-scale magic in an instant, as well as the various powerful means shown just now. It was the first time Mariella saw that Kuroba took out his own grimoire backhand. Advertisement. This made her eager to see what level of grimoire possessed by Kuroba, who has endless means. Clover grimoire. Mariella is dumbfounded. In her eyes, Kuroba should be chosen by the heaven to be the proud son of heaven with such great strength. It should be less said, with 4-leaf clover grimoire. Right now, the grimoire in Kuroba's hands is only futaba. This gap is too great. Don't use common sense to measure this monster, you will find yourself looking like a fool. Nero clearly guessed what Mariella was thinking. It can be said that what is happening to Mariella right now. In fact, it happened to her too. However, now Nero is just used to it. Stop bullshitting me, stand still. Kuroba backhanded grimoire away. I wasted a little time just now, let's speed up now, in case something goes wrong, it's not good for Julius to hold on to it. As soon as the words fell, the giant ice crystal bird suddenly flapped its wings and took off under the infusion of Kuroba's huge magic power. The uproarious scene caused Mariella and Nero's expressions to change suddenly. Under the staggering steps, they almost subconsciously grabbed Kuroba's waist directly. However, at the end, the two girls were awakened by their thoughts, and they obviously reversed their thoughts forcibly, and hugged each other tightly without shyness. For this kind of welfare, God treats him too lightly. Kuroba just rolled his eyes, and then he spotted the Wind Elf Demon Palace and shot away. Originally, Jail's purpose was to gather and go to the Demon Palace for support. Advertisement. The crumbling and cracked earth, the ancient stone walls, and the roots of vines all tell that the history of this underground palace is definitely not short. Congratulations to the host, the sign in task has been activated successfully, please the host to get the scroll of the Wind Elf within 30 minutes, the sign in time is 10 seconds, and those who leave in the middle will be considered a sign in failure. In the case that Kuroba didn't care about the output of magic power, Kuroba only spent 5 short minutes. The host will lose the authority to sign into the main task. How do we act? That's probably still unknown. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has arrived at the Wind Elf's underground palace, and the sign in task is being activated. The system's ethereal reminder sounded in Kuroba's mind. So the place where we fought just now is about 5 kilometers away from Moyushi. It seems that with his many shots, the original development track of this world has obviously deviated greatly. In Mariella's eyes, since she was temporarily taken in by Kuroba, she should make a statement and do her part now. Accompanied by Kuroba's thoughts, the ice crystal giant 1.7 bird under his feet suddenly flapped its wings and plundered towards the entrance of the underground palace below. In the end, whether it will be completely different from the development of the original work. After turning over a forest and mountains, I finally saw the ruins of the barren land near the edge of the 4-leaf clover kingdom. Seeing the mission goal of signing in this time, Kuroba feels pity for Yuno. The detection magic is invalid, and the number of entrances is unknown. In this case, the teacher usually tells us to wait for the opportunity and wait for others to clear the mines first, Mariella said first. It seems that there is a huge underground palace, squeezed out of the rock formation. I don't think it's necessary anymore. The formation that came to the demon palace this time was far beyond my expectations. Kuroba glanced lightly at the entrance full of battle marks. Chapter 168 He doesn't belong to this world, subscribe. Are we going in from here? Mariella looked up at the entrance and couldn't help asking. I used the detection compass just now, and found that someone has set up a magic barrier in the magic palace, and it is difficult to accurately detect who is inside. She also participated in the investigation of the magic palace. It is very clear that there are many magic traps in this kind of place. Once touched, not only will it be attacked, but a little carelessness may cause the magic palace to self-destruct. Moreover, the traces of the battle in front of him show that the most terrifying thing in the magic palace is not the trap, but the ambush that can be encountered at any time if you enter in advance. Wait, Kuroba stood firm, and the knowledge-colored arrogance dormant in his body exploded in an instant. Like a frenzy, it rushed towards the entrance of the underground palace. 10%, 20%, 27. Under the complex construction of the magic palace, knowledgeable domineering quickly shrouded. The situation in the magic palace is roughly controlled by Kuroba. At the same time, Kuroba is also completely in control of the treasure dungeon where the scrolls of the Wind Elves are located, which is the target of this check-in. Buzz. Two magic power fluctuations sounded suddenly, prying Mariella's nerves in an instant. Seeing the two figures in silver robes flashing in the dark at the entrance, he was the first to shout anxiously. Be careful, Jung. The sound of the knife sounded again, and Kuroba, who was transformed into thunder, passed by in the blink of an eye like a thunderbolt. Advertisement. The pupils of the two magisters who joined forces to sneak attack shrank slightly. Grimoire in his hand, the magic map constructed to the last step was instantly crushed. Scarlet hot blood splashed down their throats. The huge human head was directly thrown into the air. Bang bang. Two headless corpses hit the ground heavily, blood spattered all over the ground, and Kuroba, who turned into lightning, not only did not stop, but also quickly plundered towards the depths of the underground palace. Nero, you and Mariella follow. I go first. Seeing Kuroba who disappeared suddenly, Mariella showed a look of shock. Don't be surprised. Just because you can't detect the target doesn't mean he can't do it. Nero glanced lightly and said, the means he has are beyond the cognition of this world. You mean, he doesn't belong to this world? Mariella's expression changed. I didn't say that, Nero replied lightly and followed quickly. In the depths of the magic palace, in front of the gate of the treasure room, the five figures are back to back, relying on each other. Looking at the densely packed figures of magisters from the Diamond Kingdom around him, his expression became very ugly. Along the way, breaking through the traps of the magic palace, and various ambushes and battles have cost them a lot of magic power. I thought I could enter the treasure room safely. They didn't even expect that the large force of the Diamond Kingdom would follow closely behind. There are at least hundreds of enhanced magisters here, and you alone can't fight against them. In my opinion, you should surrender obediently. Ross Tower with a beard and scum came out of the dark place with his trousers pocket. I forgot to tell you that there are 40 or 50 strengthened magisters staying outside. Advertisement. There is also the third assassination unit that I forcibly recruited and gathered nearby. For the four of you, this is a nightmare. He clearly knows that if he wants to become stronger faster, obtaining the wind spirit is the fastest shortcut. Vanessa and Yuno, even Luck of the Battle Madman, changed their faces again. Smoke. This time, Yuno and Crowd took over the task and learned about the origin of the magic palace from the mouth of the magic emperor. It's just that he didn't expect that the fat around his mouth would be cut off by the sudden emergence of Diamond Kingdom. Magic power is the greatest guarantee of life for a magister. Vanessa, Crowd, and even Yuno couldn't help but change drastically. Once they lose these reliance, they will be reduced to fish on the chopping board. Standing behind him, apart from Asta, there is also Vanessa who rarely wears a formal suit. Why is there smoke here? Asta said suddenly. They were just attracted by the luxurious lineup played by Diamond Kingdom. Didn't notice the smoke at all. As soon as Asta was mentioned right now, Vanessa and the others instantly noticed something was wrong. Thinking of the possibility of getting the love of the Wind Elf, Yuno's mood felt inexplicably hot and urgent. The other lineup, compared to the original book, lacks Lisa's Bano and Kraut. Hundreds of people? I really want to fight hard. Luck had a flabbergasted smile on his face, and looked frantically at the magisters who gathered around him. The body is weak, and the magic power in the body is sluggish. This smoke is weird, Crowd shouted anxiously. An inexplicable and strange feeling was sincerely generated in the body. Chapter 169 The New Bawi General, for subscription. I just realized now that you are still too slow, Ross Tegan laughed. This is Uncle's smoke weakening magic. If it wasn't for minimizing the damage, Uncle wouldn't need to spend so much talking. Since meeting that scary little ghost in the four-leaf clover kingdom 4 months ago, Uncle should be more cautious. Thinking of the 3 Bawi generals who were directly wiped out that day. Although, they have long been abandoned and are regarded as pawns to test the four-leaf clover kingdom. However, after this battle, Ross Tower became more cautious. Otherwise, it would not have dispatched such a large force to snatch a magic palace in the four-leaf clover kingdom. According to Ross Tower's deduction, within the four-leaf clover kingdom, the magic palace is usually regarded as a means of testing newcomers. He leads this lineup and counts the secret weapon in his hand. Definitely able to crush these brats in front of him. Let's do it. Luck and I try our best to stop them. Others, hurry up and open the treasure door, Vanessa shouted anxiously. Asta, you neutralized the fog, silk magic, riot control. Vanessa turned her hands and fingers, and the red silk thread shot up on the ground without warning. The approaching magister was entangled head-on. It's finally time to fight. Jacques, with a bloodthirsty look on his face, shot out the thunderlight under his feet, and shot towards the magister in the other direction. The speed is so fast that it comes to the enemy in the blink of an eye. The thunder god's long shoes worn on the right foot brought the roar of thunder and lightning. Instantly slammed on the magister. Senior Luck is so handsome, then it's my turn, Asta shouted anxiously. He took out Suduanmo's sword with his backhand and slashed down towards the fog shrouded in front. Puff. Advertisement under the watchful eyes of everyone, the fog was torn open in response. Seeing this scene, Yuno's nerves tensed up, and he quickly turned around and rushed towards the door of the treasure room with Kraut. Thinking about it, before setting off, the magic emperor mentioned that there might be a wind elf scroll. Yuno couldn't wait, so he put on his wings and flew in. Magic nullification. Ross Tower's expression changed slightly, and he immediately smiled and said, "You guys really surprised Uncle, not only this woman, but also secretly, and all kinds of strange magic." However, if you think that you can escape from the hands of the uncle just by doing this, you are completely wrong. Besides the debilitating smoke that fills this confined space, our Diamond Kingdom's trump card, he is one of the new 8 generals. You guys are a bit out of luck. The new 8-way general? Vanessa's expression suddenly changed, and the next moment, a confused picture flashed in her mind. Be careful. Boom. The roar of the earth resounded without warning. A series of crystal stone pillars burst out of the ground with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. Like a series of sharp cones and thorns, it quickly spread towards them. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. If the intensive offensive falls on them, absolutely, he will be pierced into a hornet's nest. Steel creation magic, passionate steel drill. Wind creation magic, tower of violent mist. Yuno and crowd shot in an instant. Under the tyrannical flow of magic power, the oncoming diamonds collided and went away. Advertisement boom. The sky was full of sand and dust, and one after another crystal stone pillars pierced through with unabated power. The speed is so fast, it shows that the attack just now obviously has no effect at all. The violent scene made everyone's nerves tense up. The incoming crystal turned in vain, and pierced Vanessa's back at an extremely tricky angle. Senior Vanessa, be careful, Asta shouted anxiously. Bang! Vanessa's complexion changed, and she began to drink anxiously. However, with his speed and distance, he simply couldn't keep up with the rescue. The only person who is possible to rescue them in time is Luck, who has lightning attribute magic. Luck. The huge impact force caused ripples of sand and dust. The golden thunder light turned into a bolt of lightning and slammed down from the sky with a preemptive attitude. With the silk thread in her hand alone, there is no way to stop the incoming offensive. Boom. In her eyes, even the attacks of Yuno and crowd couldn't shatter the crystal, let alone fight against it with human power alone. Looking at this, Li Wangchao's violent way of attacking, it is obvious that he is already familiar with it. Gives people a feeling of death. The young man's anger is really too great, and he will kill one at sunrise. Ross Tegan laughed. That looming figure collided head-on with the stabbing crystal pillar. The sound of thunder sounded without warning. The action in front of him is undoubtedly seeking his own death. Vanessa looked back hastily, the sharp crystal pillars rapidly enlarged in her pupils. Chapter 171. Don't blame Uncle for being despicable, please subscribe. Boom. The violent golden thunder light splashed, bringing up large waves of sand and dust. The incoming crystal collided with that blurred figure. Boom. The low impact sound exploded like thunder. The crazily advancing posture of the ore stopped suddenly. Under the huge impact force, the dust that enveloped the air was overturned directly. The thin figure that caught the eye first made the pupils shrink suddenly. Ahem, it seems that I came at the wrong time. I was misunderstood by the big beauty. I don't know where to put my face. Kuroba smiled and nodded. However, Mars, you really have changed your personality of not eating shit, and you like to stab women in the back. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. I just met me, I don't know if it's my bad luck or your bad luck. In the original book, Mars also chose to attack Mimosa as soon as he played 043 games. It's just that Kuroba didn't expect that Vanessa would replace the plot of the original work because of his intrusion and destruction. If he hadn't used Thunderbolt to arrive in time, I'm afraid Vanessa would have been stabbed right through. It's you, brat. Ross Tower's complexion changed involuntarily. It never occurred to him that the little ghost he met by accident 4 months ago would meet again. Advertisement. This is shit fate, Captain Kuroba. Vanessa was stunned for a moment, and immediately behind her, she hugged Kuroba tightly. Well-being Queen Vanessa. A face-to-face meeting almost broke the man's tolerance. He exhaled slightly, patted Vanessa's arm, and said, "This is a battlefield, but it's really unexpected. Vanessa, you will come out to carry out the mission." In Kuroba's memory, in the original book, in addition to drinking, Vanessa was still drinking when performing group tasks. It can be said that she was either on the way to drink, or collapsed on the sofa drunk. "Captain, are you saying that I'm useless?" Vanessa pretended to be coquettish and said, "I drink very well, but when I meet you, Commander, I can get drunk on purpose." Looking at Vanessa, who hurriedly pulled out a small silver bottle from the deep groove with his backhand, Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly, patted Vanessa's head, and said, "I mean, Vanessa's silk magic is very powerful. However, now is not the time to drink. I just came back from exile. I didn't expect to meet some familiar faces again. Why?" Looking at the battle, Master Julius guessed correctly, you can't complete the task alone. The small voice echoed in the space of this magic palace. Yuno and crowd suddenly became embarrassed. As a member of the Golden Dawn, known as the most famous magic knights, I'm afraid that only the guy in front of me who is making a fuss about the Golden Dawn is qualified to say such sarcastic remarks. This time, don't blame Uncle for being too despicable. Guys like you are too dangerous. Letting you grow up is a huge threat. Advertisement, Wind Creation Magic, White Eagle of Gale. His primary goal now is to open the treasure room and confirm as soon as possible whether there is a Wind Elf scroll in it. There is also a man with green hair and a scythe on his shoulder. He is 25 or 6 years old, with a gloomy face and hazy eyes that give people the feeling of a poisonous snake. The foreheads of the two were obviously inlaid with huge magic energy crystals, and their bodies exuded a magic power that was not weaker than that of the first domain. "Senior Crowd, help me open the door of the treasure room quickly, he is enough here alone," Yuno cried out anxiously. Except for Rado Ross, who has squinting eyes, a mentally ill smile, and possesses non-attribute magic. The hurricane rolled and quickly condensed into a 7 or 8 meter giant storm eagle in the void. Without any hesitation, it turned into a horse training, headed towards the sealed treasure gate, and slammed head-on. Yuno knew very well that if even he could do nothing, then everyone here would surely die. It looks like little brother, once you appeared, we were really underestimated. Ross Tegan laughed and said, last time, the 3 people you killed were old people who were eliminated. Having said that, Ross clapped his hands and said with a smile, Brother Rado Ross, Brother Ailes, as the new 8-way general, I hope you win the first victory. After seeing Kuroba's overwhelming strength with his own eyes. However, it also made our king His Majesty furious. Kraut was stunned for a moment, not daring to hesitate at all. It's just that this thought just flashed through Yuno's mind, and the next moment he woke up suddenly. He also learned from the mouth of the Magic Emperor how important this magic palace is to Yuno. As soon as these words fell, there was a sound of footsteps behind Mars. Chapter 171 From a seedling to a big tree accidentally, subscribe. 2 new 8-way generals? Vanessa's face changed suddenly. She is not a newcomer, and she clearly knows that in the Diamond Kingdom, transforming the human body and implanting magic props is completely crazy. The 3 people in front of them can replace the old Bawi generals and become the new Bawi generals. Their own magic power is definitely higher than those old people. If you count the increase in the power of the magic water crystal implanted in the body, that strength is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Is this the brat who made Ross Tower you run away? Ailes opened his mouth full of sickle-like teeth, and licked his lips bloodthirstily. That's the value of owning a severed head collection. HMPH, Mars and I were just attacked by him at that time, and the magic energy crystal in our body has not yet successfully fused. Rado Ross countered with a sullen face, this time, I will completely tear him apart. The awe-inspiring words fell, instantly tensing everyone's nerves. Yuno and Klaus looked back in a hurry, looked inside the Diamond Kingdom, added 2 reinforcements again, and the offensive in their hands couldn't help but become more fierce. Wind creation magic, stormy rain, creation of steel magic, thorn steel drill. The violent magic power rushed out, and the 2 attacks quickly condensed again. At a close distance, he slammed into the sealed treasure room door. Boom! The heavy stone gate suddenly cracked open. Accompanied by the rewinding of the sand and dust, the moment the huge force was released, cracks like spider webs spread rapidly. Advertisement. The violent scene made everyone's nerves tense suddenly, and their eyes lit up, revealing fiery expressions. Who would not hesitate to run thousands of miles to such a place where birds don't shit, for this treasure? Now that the last gate has been broken, it will undoubtedly arouse the greed in their hearts. Brother, why don't you give in first, although uncle wants to strangle you in the cradle so that you can't grow up? Ross Tower said with a playful smile. However, now it seems that interests are the most important thing. Really? Kuroba smiled and nodded. What if I say no? No? Ross Tegan shook his head with a smile and said, it seems that our talk has collapsed. It seems that if we want to enter this treasure room, we should deal with you first. In order for this mission to be successful with certainty, I have brought a large army under the order of His Majesty the King. In addition to the nearly 100 troops here, there are 50 or 60 people who are scattered throughout the Magic Palace to search. The 3rd Assassin's Troop, which I forcibly recruited and has not yet arrived, still has hundreds of people. Having said that, Ross looked up at him playfully and said, Brother, in this situation, what ability do you have to make a comeback? Uncle doesn't want to let the growing seedlings be easily killed. The slightly elongated voice echoed in the secret room, making it extremely deafening. Although, these magical troops of the Diamond Kingdom can implant magic crystals through the human body, and puts them only in the 9 domains. A magister without fighting talent abruptly rises to a level, reaching the level of fighting. However, for the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, it is a huge challenge for the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom to gather a magic troop of hundreds of people. Advertisement boom. However, the bottom line is heresy. Just like this. Speaking of this, the smile on Kuroba's face became brighter and he said, I forgot to tell you, I grew from a seedling to a big tree inadvertently, and your little arms and legs alone can't break me. If this is your whole card, then I'm disappointed. As long as there is no spiritual to match the strength, under the washing of this domineering spirit. The soul seemed to have encountered a heavy hammer, and there was a momentary loss of consciousness. Seeking flowers. 0 Everything is bullshit. The domineering arrogance dormant in the body exploded again like a frenzy, sweeping the audience in all directions with a crushing attitude. After the words fell, Kuroba took a step forward with a smile. These magisters have improved their own magic power through magic energy crystals, reaching a level where they can fight. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, it echoed. After hastily raising his spirits, the first thing that came into his sight was those figures who had lost consciousness, foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes, and smashed to the ground under the domineering aura. Caught off guard, everyone just felt a roar in their minds. The weird scene made the nerve strings of Ross Tower and others tense. The hundreds of subordinates who formed the encirclement circle were swept away like leaks in an instant. Did you say the 156 people just now? Kuroba smiled and raised his head and said, when I came just now, I took care of the 3rd assassin unit led by Jail and your subordinates stationed outside. Chapter 172 4 vs 1, you are too strong, subscribe. Bang bang bang. The sound of heavy objects falling one after another echoed in the secret room of the underground palace. The pupils of everyone in the field shrank suddenly. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was hard to believe. They never thought that, as one of the trump cards of the Diamond Kingdom, there would be a large army of hundreds of magisters. With such a startled attitude, it will be swept away like a leak being cut. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this scene is real? Is this purely a mental shock? Ross's face was livid, and he looked at Kuroba with a more serious gaze. After experiencing the 337 last time, he thought that he had paid enough attention to the boy in front of him. It never occurred to him that when they met again, his mental shock alone would sweep away his large army, completely overturning his cognition. Fight or retreat? A jumble of thoughts raced through Ross Tower's mind. While staring straight at Kuroba, a low-pitched crumbling sound resounded without warning. Boom! The heavy stone gate has already been overwhelmed under repeated attacks. Facing the impact of domineering look, it undoubtedly became the straw that broke the camel's back. Not waiting for Yuno and crowd to react, the huge stone gate collapsed in half. The sand and stones splashed and flew backwards, and the magic lighting circle set inside was instantly touched. The rays of light like incandescent lamps bloomed, and the financial reports piled up inside were the first to come into view. The violent scene touched everyone's nerves. Advertisement. Yuno woke up suddenly, and his eyes instantly locked on the magic scroll deep in the treasure room. Although, the Magic Emperor only learned a little bit about this magic palace and the relevant clues from the historical sites. Does it really enshrine the wind spirit Sylph? However, his intuition told Yuno that this scroll is the most likely existence in the entire underground palace. Thinking of this, Yuno cast the Eagle of Wind without any hesitation and went straight to the scroll. The violent scene made the people present startled. A strange color flashed across Ross Tower's face, and he shouted anxiously, "Do it! This scroll is probably the most valuable thing." Or creation magic, spikes of hell, non-attribute magic, flame storm. Wind creation magic, reaper slashing scythe, 3 different shouts suddenly sounded. Led by Mars, Rado, Ross and Ailes shot at the same time. The earth roared and rolled, and the crystal ore cones, like thorns and sharp thorns, chased Kuroba straight at the moment when they pierced out of the rock formation. A huge flame storm of more than 10 meters followed closely behind. As for Ailes, who was carrying a giant scythe, he smiled grimly. The right hand clenched tightly like the sickle of death, and in the endless wind and waves, the moment it was wrapped and compressed on the blade, it slashed towards Kuroba through the air. Puff puff. A series of 7 or 8 knives were chopped out one after another. The moment the air roared all over the sky, huge wind blades 7 to 8 meters in length rolled across the center in a dense posture. Together, the 3 ultimate moves directly stirred up the circulating air in the entire space. Advertisement: the short distance of 1 or 200 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. He looked at Kuroba, who stood there in a daze. The sound of the Ross Tower suddenly sounded behind Kuroba, tens of meters away. "Brother, I'm sorry, not only you have grown up, but we will too." Under the splash of dust and debris, the blocked Kuroba was directly shrouded in it. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kuroba was directly treated like a boy with a cross. Smoke creation magic. Smoke cross. Seeing the huge waves of sand and dust caused by the combined attack of the 3 ultimate moves, Ross laughed and said, "Brother, sometimes the brain is a good thing, so don't blame Uncle for being mean." The violent airwaves swept away like a hurricane. Captain Kuroba. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, it came to Kuroba's back first, and quickly twisted and spread away like a poisonous snake. Boom. However, the 3 combined attacks that came from all over the sky have already come crashing down. He was 70 or 80 meters away from Kuroba before, facing him far away, but at this 5.9 moment, he dissipated like smoke. Having said that, Ross Tower looked back at the treasure room, smiled wretchedly and said, "Next, it's your turn." Streams of smoke, like a puff of smoke, condensed out of thin air more than 10 meters away. "Who made you feel unfathomable? With 4 against 1, you are too strong." Vanessa's complexion changed instantly, and she was about to rush towards Kuroba. "Feel the impact of this violent magic power. However, my color-changing smoke and smoke substitute have not been used for a long time. It seems that this old bone has not rusted yet." 10 meters away from where the chains of smoke were originally emitted, the invisible Ross Tower appeared with a wretched smile on its face. Chapter 173. Has he always been soy sauce? Subscribe. A hole. Vanessa let out a cry, and the grimoire flew out of her hand. "Vanessa, is it possible that in your eyes, I, the regiment leader, are so vulnerable?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed in the explosion center of the attack. The uproarious scene froze the expressions of Ross Tower and the others, and hurriedly followed the sound. The first thing that came into view was 4 thick ice crystal shields, like a city wall, standing around Kuroba, forming an airtight defense line. The attack just now looked extremely fierce. However, it didn't shatter the ice shield, but only left traces of different shades of attack on it. As for the smoky cross that traps Kuroba, it has already been frozen. When Kuroba moved his body slightly, the seemingly indestructible ice crystals cracked and shattered, falling to the ground. Boom. When the last 27 huge ice crystals shattered, Kuroba patted the dust on his body, smiled and nodded, looked at Ross Tower and said, "Strange shushu, you said just now, don't blame you for 4 to 1, then please don't blame me and get serious." Seriously? The people present couldn't help but startled. Looking intact, Kuroba cast a spell to freeze himself in order to defend himself, with a face full of disbelief. Little devil, you have caused uncle accidents again and again. The smile on Ross's face suddenly subsided, and he shouted violently, Mars, stop him, I'll go to special. Treasure. Smoke creation magic, Falling King's smoke prison. Drinking together, Ross Tower detonated like a smoke bomb, immediately wanting to sweep his figure into the mist in all directions like a big wave. Or creation magic, Sword of Victory, advertisement. No creation magic, Shinigami's Scythe. Win creation magic hyphenation point the dragon of the storm. Boom. The white ore flew rapidly, and turned into a 7 or 8 meter thick sword in Mars' hands. As soon as it appeared, it slashed towards Kuroba through the air. Rado Ross erupted all over his body, and the wind attribute magic power he had captured not long ago turned into a huge storm scythe, and he also chased after him. Immediately after, Ailes, holding a huge scythe, also rolled up a large hurricane and in the void, condensed a huge storm sun dragon more than 10 meters out of thin air. With an awe-inspiring sound of piercing through the air, it rolled across the sky towards Kuroba again. Another violent attack tensed everyone's nerves. All eyes swiveled and locked on Kuroba. They were eager to see it, and Kuroba's mouth was on the lips a moment ago, and he got serious. Is it real, or just kidding? Captain Kuroba, be careful. If you stay in the smoke for a long time, your body will gradually weaken. Do you need our support? Gradually weakening. Kuroba clenched 5 fingers of his right hand into a fist, slapped his left hand towards his arm, and said with a warm smile. Then freeze everything. Destruction of Ice Devil Method 0 Silver World. There was a trace of stagnation in the circulating air. Together with the attack, it seems to have become dull. The black ink-like magic power emerged in Kuroba's body like a frenzy. The mysterious black markings quickly occupied half of Kuroba's body. This instantaneous change gives people a feeling like falling into an ice trial. Advertisement cold breath like a devil. Everyone has not had time to react. A bone-piercing chill hit his face like a frenzy. The shadow of death surged out from the spine. Has he become stronger again? Klaus looked at the ice that stopped at his feet, and said anxiously to himself. However, it has not waited for them to fully react. Even the gold, silver and jewels in the treasure room were covered in ice 360 degrees. The strange magic spots all over his body faded away on Kuroba's body like a tide. When the Golden Dawn resident was almost overthrown, when he faced the head of the Magic Council Royal Kira, he thought that this was Kuroba's full strength. As far as the eye can see, all the secret chambers of the Magic Palace are frozen. However, now that Kuroba has shown stronger power, it has completely subverted his cognition. A series of questions flashed through the minds of Klaus and others. The cold is like a tide, giving people a biting feeling, and the vision is restored after waiting. Looking at Kuroba with a warm smile on his face, he felt terrified. If it is really soy sauce, how wide is the strength? The violent scene touched everyone's nerves. Boom. Seeing such an astonishing scene, the surviving Vanessa and others stared at Kuroba in shock, standing there, as if nothing had happened. According to the statement just now, it is now serious. The sight in front of him has been taken away by the dazzling white light. Was he playing soy sauce all the time in the previous battle? Either attack, or Mars et al. Chapter 174 Let the wind spirits freely choose their lord, subscribe. The huge treasure room of the Magic Palace fell into an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere. Looking at the scene of thousands of miles frozen, people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They just learned from Ross Tower that the Kuroba regiment had killed 3 old 8-way generals. However, it never occurred to him that the new Bawi general would also be unable to escape the fate of being wiped out by the regiment. Of course, it's not that the new Bawi will be too bad. It's just that the opponents I met were too serious. Looking at it, it was completely frozen, leaving only Ross Tower and others with their heads exposed. Kuroba said with a smile, Don't worry, it's still useful to keep you, I won't kill you yet. Facing the devil hiding behind Spade Kingdom, Kuroba is not sure of victory based on Kuroba's current strength alone. What's more, Kuroba firmly believes that no matter how the plot changes, the Diamond Kingdom will inevitably be destroyed. Then, Ross Tower and others will be good pawns. You be *************** D. Let me go, I will definitely kill you, Ailes roared hysterically. However, no matter how much he struggled, the purple solid ice did not move at all. Not only did it freeze his body, but the flow of magic power in his body also slowed down. If you look carefully, you will find that even the fictional form of the smoke Hefung Tyrannosaurus cannot escape this fate. Is this the strength gap? Yuno clenched his fists. He didn't even think about the desperate situation in his eyes the moment before. In Kuroba's hands, it was easily resolved with just a little seriousness. Advertisement looking at the distance being pulled away one after another, although Kuroba kept saying that only a brat would like to be the Roaring Emperor. There was still an inexplicable sense of frustration in Yuno's heart. Right now in front of him, there is only one way. Stored in the treasure room, it may be a scroll that seals the sleeping wind elf Sylph. Thinking of this, Yuno turned to look at the scroll a few steps away. 3 steps merged into 2 steps, rushing forward at the fastest speed in his life. The sudden restlessness attracted everyone's attention. Klaus's expression froze. Apparently he did not expect that Yuno, who is usually calm, would show such an impatient gesture. However, when he thought about whether the Golden Dawn would be able to grow, Klaus quickly opened his hands and stalked behind Yuno. Captain Kuroba, this time we are entrusted by Magic Emperor Julius to find the sealed scroll of Wind Elf Sylph. Yuno, but with the 4-leaf clover wind attribute grimoire, he is a genius chosen by the heavens. I hope that the leader of Kuroba can fulfill him, Klaus explained urgently. What's more, Captain Kuroba, you don't have wind attribute magic power. Does this conflict with you? After seeing Kuroba's fighting style and strength with his own eyes, the only thing Klaus can do is to clarify the pros and cons of the incident and take the upper hand in a righteous way. Klaus, you are going too far. Captain Kuroba is the hero of this mission. Shouldn't you ask for the opinion of Captain Kuroba first? Vanessa objected urgently. This is the default rule. Rule? Klaus looked stagnant. He is not a pure newcomer like Yuno. Of course he knows the rules of exploring the Magic Palace. However, at the moment, if you let the fat around your mouth slip away, this is absolutely unacceptable. Advertisement, Vanessa is alright. Klaus is right. Cultivating new people is also one of my responsibilities as a team leader. Kuroba patted Vanessa on the shoulder and said, however, rules are rules, you can't feel free to change. Legends say that the 4 great elves have the same intelligence as humans, and even have the ability to independently sign contracts. So fast, however, 4-leaf clover grimoire, who is more talented. The chance of being chosen by the wind elf Sylph is even higher, obviously you know. More eyes still fell on the stone platform. As a reincarnated person, he certainly knew that the wind elf Sylph was sleeping in it. However, he wanted to know more when he successfully signed in with the scroll in his hand. After all, in their eyes, this is the best way. Klaus and Yuno, just feeling a blur in front of them, passed them. If this sealed scroll is related to Hefeng Elf Sylph, let me unseal it here, and let the wind elf choose its owner. Kuroba also looked at the sheepskin scroll with great interest. However, facing Kuroba's proposal, he couldn't object. The pupils of Yuno, Klaus, and others shrank slightly. It seems, Qian's Zhao, that everyone has no objections, so leave it to me. Kuroba stepped forward. Let Sylph choose. Will the original plot change? Appear in front of the stone pillar with the scroll of sealing. Directly cast shave and disappear out of thin air. Klaus, Yuno, and others couldn't help but startled. In addition to Yuno, there is also Ailes from the Diamond Kingdom. Chapter 175. Yuno, don't worry, you are the owner of the 4-leaf clover grimoire, the chosen one. As long as the wind elves are not blind, they will definitely choose you. Klaus patted Yuno on the shoulder and said. He doesn't like being in the company of the poor, but he is eager to see Yuno get the wind elf Sylph. At least, in his eyes, it could have made Kuroba bow down. Wind elf? There is wind elf Sylph here. Ailes' slightly nervous face froze for a moment, then revealed a hint of madness. Both are wind attribute magisters, who doesn't have a dream of being hit by the pie in the sky. Feeling the eyes in the field, they fell on him all of a sudden. Kuroba grabbed the scroll placed on the stone platform. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The sign-in process takes 1 minute, and if you quit halfway, it will be considered a sign-in failure. The ethereal notification sound of the system echoed in Kuroba's mind. Hum. The slight vibration of the air suddenly sounded. The moment he touched the scroll, Kuroba felt that the magic power in his body was quickly absorbed by 450. Soon, I saw the scrolls light up, constructing mysterious magic ancient characters. An inexplicable fluctuation of magic power rolled back like a frenzy. It set off a large hurricane and washed away the entire treasure room. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. In their eyes, being able to make such a big fuss is undoubtedly confirmed by the speculation just now. This is the sealed scroll of the 4 great spirits, the wind spirit Sylph. Advertisement. I saw the rewinding breeze, as if endowed with spirituality. Gathering quickly in front of Kuroba, it finally turned into a green tight skirt with transparent cicada wings on its back. Just like a Barbie doll, a palm-sized little girl. Who woke me up? Sylph stretched with a hazy face on her face. Watching this scene, Kuroba, CHCF, understood that his intrusion had indeed affected the plot of the original work. Originally, this scroll was activated by Yuno, but Sylph chose Yuno directly. Now that the scroll is in his hands, the final result can only be seen as a thief or not. Yes, it's Sylph the Wind Elf, really the Wind Elf. Klaus' expression froze, and he became excited immediately. Yuno, you have a chance, show it, Senior Klaus, please give me a shot or two, Yuno responded hastily. He is not an ignorant newcomer now, and he knows what needs to be done now. His right hand slapped the magic book on his waist suddenly, and the magic power was infused crazily, and the 4-leaf clover grimoire quickly flipped and lit up. A powerful wave of magic power exploded like a tide. A gust of wind quickly gathered in front of Yuno. Feeling the magic power gathered quickly, Yuno glared and shouted anxiously. Wind creation magic, giant eagle of the storm. Wind creation magic, feather of the flying thorn. Ah! The huge eagle of 7 or 8 meters was condensed again, and with its wings stretched, it made a cry like piercing clouds and cracking stones. A tyrannical hurricane rolled around it. Advertisement. At the same time, one after another of magic power feathers gathered and turned into sharp arrows all over the sky, pouring down towards the solid ice in the distance. Double casting. It's Yuno, Klaus beam. For a magister, in addition to having enough magic power, he also needs enough spiritual power to construct motivating magic. And the magic book acts as a medium, like a system program, which can automatically exercise magic by inputting magic power. However, in order to cast two magics at the same time, it also needs to act as the mental power of the memory. If you can't coordinate the two spell casting procedures at the same time, the result may be to shoot yourself in the foot with a stone. At Yuno's age, to be able to reach this level is completely far beyond his peers. However, as soon as this joy climbed onto his face, seeing the rainstorm like storm feathers falling on the solid ice, that seen without any damage, he was shocked, and the joy on his face suddenly became stiff. That's right, what else is there to show? Kuroba raised his brows and took an extra look at Yuno. In the original book, Yuno is indeed a first-class genius. It's a pity that this time, he stepped in to see whether the wind elf Sylph would fall into his hands. It still depends on whether God is a thief or not. What? The pajamas on Sylph's face undoubtedly came off a little bit, and she glanced suspiciously. Besides Kuroba, who was holding the scroll, she also took another look at Yuno. In her cognition, the person who can unseal the scroll should have the wind attribute grimoire. The person in front of him looks very handsome, and the magic power dormant in his body is super huge. At the same time, there is also an inexplicable domineering feeling in his bones. However, he is clearly not a wind attribute magister. Why did he unseal the scroll? As for the four-leaf clover magister, it looks okay. If there is a choice, it seems that it can only be him. Chapter 176. This day is a thief. Please subscribe. This thing is mine. A slightly crazy roar sounded suddenly. Ailes, who was frozen and only his head remained, showed a hideous face for a moment. The magic power dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy. At the same time, the magic energy crystal inlaid on the forehead directly emitted a dazzling green light. Boom! A magical hurricane swept up with Ailes as the center. With a crushing attitude, it blows towards the hidden treasure chamber. A body of death, nearly 10 meters away, holding a scythe, condensed behind Ailes. The violent scene surprised many people in the field. Together with Yuno and Klaus are no exception. Just now their attention was entirely on the wind elf Sylph. He didn't pay attention to Ailes' reaction at all. If he knew earlier, he would be crazy enough to fight for it, and the two of Yuno would absolutely stop it. Nip this ambition in the bud. Hee, little brother, I didn't expect that the magic power of Ailes could overwhelm the genius of your four-leaf clover kingdom. Ross Tower turned his neck, couldn't help but smiled and said. He knew clearly that this was their chance to escape. Ross Tower had tried many methods just now to break free from the ice layer on his body, but it was a pity that he couldn't shake it at all. The remaining solution is to capture the wind elf Sylph. With the help of its power, it may be possible to shake this purple ice layer. This thing is mine. Ailes grinned ferociously and growled. Suspending behind him, he used all the power of the magic crystal to get rid of Grimoire, the condensed cage reaper. With an awe-inspiring sound of piercing through the air, he plundered towards the sleepy-eyed wind elf Sylph. Advertisement. Since he can't attract, in the eyes of a mentally twisted person like Alay, the only thing he can do is grab. As long as you snatch the wind elf Sylph, then how to make it sign a contract is up to you. You know, this is a good opportunity to show off. Klaus reminded urgently. Since in terms of the strength of the magic power, it is impossible to overwhelm Ailes. Right now, this opportunity for a hero to save the beauty seems a bit old-fashioned. However, the routine is not afraid of the old, the most important thing is to accept it. Facing the shortcut to improve his strength, Yuno was not ambiguous when it was time to perform. With a thought, the giant storm eagle in front of him, with a dignified sound of piercing through the air, charged head-on towards the incoming cage reaper. An inexplicable air vibration suddenly sounded. The circulating air stagnated in an instant. Together with the giant storm eagle Hefeng Shadow Reaper who was hitting across the sky, they also stopped in midair. As a wind attribute magister, whether it is Yuno or Ailes. Especially Sylph who is a wind elf. At this moment the touch is even greater. That is a kind, from the heart, like the blood pressure of the superior to the inferior. Gives an indescribable awe. Where did this strange feeling come from? Messy thoughts flitted through the minds of the three of them, and their eyes turned around in unison, locking on Kuroba with closed eyes. Faced with this strange feeling, if you really want to find the source, it is in the huge magic palace. I'm afraid only Kuroba has the greatest possibility. You know, what happened? Klaus was taken aback and asked first. This inexplicable scene, even Ross Tower and others, also saw the clue. However, facing the changes in the outside world, Kuroba did not take it seriously. Ask for flowers. The long-awaited ethereal sound of the system sounded again. Advertisement. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the dragon-slaying magic in the sky. Dragon Slayer magic again. Kuroba frowned involuntarily, looking a little surprised. In his memory, the Sky Dragon Slayer magic is a magic method to control the power of the sky. That is above the wind, governing above the wind, possessing power and characteristics far surpassing the wind. It can be regarded as a strange magical attribute. The next moment, a large hurricane rolled up in the magic palace like a secret room without warning. Sensing the changes in the outside world, Kuroba suddenly opened his eyes. Right now at this juncture, it is given to Kuroba by the system. The violent scene made people unable to open their eyes at the same time. In the face of the two-person battle that was originally a surefire battle. According to Wendy, the dragon-slaying magic in the sky was taught to her by the heavenly dragon Grandine. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they quickly gathered around Kuroba. He instantly understood that this day is a day of thieves. Right now, a monstrous Kuroba will hide a wind attribute, blow gusts of wind for no reason, and jump out to compete with them, the wind elf Sylph, right? It is like an invisible big hand, holding everyone's heart tightly. As for this power, will it make the wind elf Sylph change the choice in the original book? Looking up at the void, the silhouette slightly emerged. The hurricane is like a tide, and it seems to be endowed with spirituality at this moment. Having seen it with my own eyes, Kuroba has the means. There was a sudden slight vibration in the air circulating around. Then we have to see if God is a thief or not. Chapter 177 Problem Children who haven't been beaten by society. Subscribe. Hurricanes all over the sky, gathering rapidly in the void. Accompanied by a huge illusory figure of tens of meters, gradually condensed. The snow-white body of a heavenly dragon makes people's pupils shrink suddenly. An inexplicable oppressive sense of longway swept away with the smell of being crushed. Roar. The sound of dragon chant like piercing clouds and cracking stones echoed loudly. At the moment when the bloody mouth was bluffing, the wings suddenly stretched out, bringing up a hurricane like a 12th level, and directly detonated it with the huge body of a dragon. Yuno and Klaus, who were a little closer, were instantly overturned by the hurricane. For a moment, the entire magic palace seemed to be shaken, and there was a low rumbling sound. The huge, 357, wind pressure, with the power and influence like the top of Mount High, pressed on everyone. Yuno, who had already been overturned to the ground, were directly pressed on the ice layer, unable to move. Looking up with difficulty, looking at the huge monster in the sky, his face was full of disbelief. It never occurred to them that in Kuroba's body, besides the three major attributes, Lei Bingwo, there is a fourth attribute. Moreover, this fourth situation is far more comparable to the other three. This dragon prestige alone already makes people tremble from the depths of their blood. I didn't expect that this kind of world exists. It seems that you have a lot of blessings, kid. Tianlong's deep voice suddenly sounded. His eyes turned in vain, and he landed on the wind elf Sylph and said, "So there is another little guy here. Little ghost, I don't know what happened, but I hope you will use this power well. As the long-surviving giant dragon in fairy tale. It clearly knows that this world still has many dimensions. In fairy tale, there is an opposite dimension, Idela's." Tianlong Grantine was not surprised by this strange world right now. Advertisement. Thank you Grandin, I will take good care of Wendy when I have the chance. Kuroba replied with a smile. Grandin was slightly taken aback, then looked at Kuroba one more time, nodded and scattered between the sky and the earth. Looking at the gigantic dragon of tens of meters entrenched in the void, the trembling aura dissipated. The hearts of those present were gradually relieved. Recalling the scene just now, it still gives people a vivid feeling. Kuroba took a deep breath and looked at the wind elf Sylph. This glance immediately tensed the nerves of Sylph and others. UB******************, D, it belongs to me. Ael's growl sounded suddenly. A large amount of magic power surged out of his body, and the magic energy crystal on his forehead was quickly drained. A huge hurricane was once again condensed by Ael's. The sudden scene changed everyone's expressions. Just a moment ago, Kuroba showed great power, but now that Ael's is struggling at such a critical moment, he is undoubtedly seeking his own death, right? Ael's, stop, Ross growled anxiously. However, in the face of this persuasion, Shinba Pai General is actually a problem child. Under the rebellious heart, these words undoubtedly became a catalyst. Go to hell. Boom. The hurricane that rose from the sky went straight to the ceiling of the magic palace. With a crushing attitude, he quickly rushed towards the wind elf Sylph. Feeling this huge wind attribute magic power, Xin Yu took a big stride, his whole body was like a ghost, and he came to Sylph first. Looking at the incoming hurricane, the bloody mouth suddenly opened. Boom. Advertisement. The hurricane that filled the sky came to an instant stagnation. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, as if being devoured by a whale, they swallowed all of it into Kuroba's mouth. Let the violent hurricane that filled the magic palace disappear in an instant. No, it's impossible. You actually devoured my attack. The ferocity on Ael's face disappeared in an instant. Looking at the scene in front of him, his face was full of disbelief. There is nothing impossible in this world, but it seems that you are a problem child who has not been beaten by society. Kuroba smiled playfully. It's my turn. The grimoire in his hand flipped quickly, and the original two-leaf clover posture extended a third translucent leaf again. Dragon Slayer magic, Sky Dragon's roar. The magic power of the wind attribute accumulated in Kuroba's body quickly poured into his mouth like a galloping wild horse. In an instant, it was directly swallowed by Kuroba. Roar. Like the sound of a dragon chant, it suddenly reverberated in the body. 4.1. The violent magic power accumulated in the body turned into a dragon roaring hurricane, tearing apart the void, and went straight to Ael's. The short distance of hundreds of meters is just approaching in the blink of an eye. The ice layer along the way was torn apart and shattered, bringing out an inexplicable smell of crushing. It's like a god of death urging him to die. Seeing the rapidly enlarged attack in his pupils, Ael's roared in horror. No, don't kill me. Boom. All the words, together with the ice and the body, were instantly shattered under the Dragon Slayer magic. The huge storm impacted, and the remaining prestige continued to bump into the pillars supporting the magic palace. Chapter 178 Don't compete with monsters, subscribe. Boom. A dull thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated. Under this blow, the huge magic palace shook violently as if being shaken by an invisible big hand. Feeling the oncoming violent air waves, as well as the plowed land along the way. There are also giant pillars of rock that collapsed abruptly. After the people present barely stood their ground, their faces were full of shock. Especially Yuno. Not long ago he also used Storm Feather, but he couldn't even break through the ice. Not to mention, this kind of attack is compared with the smashing and crushing attack in front of you. This is a completely different level of existence. If he really wants to pursue it, his so-called four-leaf clover grimoire genius is completely playing tricks on the class. Especially, seeing with my own eyes, in the face of the crushing hurricane, Kuroba opened his mouth and swallowed 27. Like an indelible shadow, it was imprinted on his heart. Can he defeat this kind of opponent? Messy thoughts flashed through Yuno's mind. Boom. A huge roar sounded without warning. The huge magic palace sent out huge vibrations. Facing the violent scene, the people present suddenly woke up. They knew very well that Kuroba's fierce blow just now might have directly collapsed the structure of the demon palace. Without the support of the balance, the magic palace will soon trigger the self-destruct magic circle. Captain Kuroba, what shall we do next? Vanessa looked anxious and moved closer. Right now, the magic palace is abnormal, and it is impossible to continue to investigate. Advertisement. My goal has been achieved, let's retreat first. As for the people of the Diamond Kingdom, let them fend for themselves. Speaking of this, Kuroba looked at the Ross Tower and said, Weird Shushu, if you can leave alive, take this scroll, it should be useful when you destroy the country. Destroy the country. Ross Tower couldn't help but startled. In his eyes, the strength of the four-leaf clover kingdom is very good. However, it is absolutely impossible to destroy their Diamond Kingdom. As for counting, the unfathomable kid in front of him, Ross Tower was silent. Seeing Kuroba drop these words, he turned and left. The Ross Tower glanced down, the ground that had collapsed, and the scroll not far away. He still decided to let out a wisp of smoke and put the scroll away. If one day, the country is destroyed by this little ghost, he really hopes that this scroll can save his old life. Boom. The huge magic palace is like a titan turning over. The hidden treasure chamber, which was originally frozen, was directly torn apart under this kind of vibration like a change in the Earth's crust. The purple solid ice also collapsed suddenly. One after another, the magic power hidden in the rock formation and suppressed by the magic circle rushed out like a wild horse after losing its restraint. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Kuroba looked up at Nero and Mariella who arrived again and said, Use my storm boat to leave. After the voice fell, the magic book in Kuroba's hand instantly lit up. Soon, I saw the air circulating around, quickly gathering at Kuroba's feet, forming a 7 or 8 meter long storm boat. Watching this scene, Vanessa hugged Kuroba excitedly. Advertisement. Captain Kuroba, with you here, I feel full of security. I love you the most. In order to celebrate the complete success of this mission, we must drink tonight. I'm deliberately drunk. When he opened his mouth, he saw the yellowish Banayuan. Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly. It doesn't take long to see Nero and Mariella aboard the storm ship. Undoubtedly it is straight talking. I'm going on a date with Kuroba-sama. Already by now, rushing to Kuroba's side, tearing apart Vanessa. After witnessing Kuroba's successive terrorist methods with his own eyes, Nero gave a small indifferent glance, but naturally stood on Kuroba's left side. Go away, Master Kuroba, he is my man, only I am qualified to be close to Master Kuroba. A shameless shout sounded suddenly. When Yuno heard this, his eyes obviously flashed a gleam, and he knew clearly that this might be a shortcut for him to become stronger as soon as possible. Looking at Kuroba surrounded by beautiful people for a moment, Klaus almost broke his glasses. Looking back at Yuno, he said, Yuno, don't compete with monsters, you see, the wind elf Sylph hasn't signed an 800 contract with anyone yet, you still have a chance. Klaus couldn't help but slapped himself. Hey man, take us for a ride. Yo-yo, little elf, you are really domineering. I enjoy being the head of Kuroba the most. Come if you have you. As for Mariella also falls to the right of Kuroba. Klaus directly classified him as a monster. This is the crow's mouth, no matter which pot is mentioned, which pot will come out. Looking at the wind elf Sylph who was still in the void, unmoved. Get down on Kuroba-sama quickly, you idiot. Chapter 179 Crazy insertion of knives in the back, subscribe. Boom. The sound of rolling collapses can be heard endlessly. The huge magic palace was directly swallowed by the torn earth. As the earth healed again, the magic palace that was originally contested by the world completely disappeared from sight. Captain, is this really for me? Asta's roar echoed in the sky. It was soon seen that a huge storm arc fell from the sky. Looking at the brand new magic sword in Asta's hand, Yuno's and Klaus' eyelids were twitching. I thought that, except for Kuroba, everyone would leave empty-handed. I never thought that I would find a dilapidated magic sword in the end. And that old grimoire, obviously a match. Who? Yuno took a deep breath, clenched his fists secretly, forced a smile, and walked up quickly. Sylph the Wind Spirit, you haven't signed a contract yet. I'm Yuno, a four-leaf clover wind attribute magister. I hope to be with you. Didn't you see me? Are you dating Captain Kuroba? The wind elf Sylph suddenly turned her head and stared at her. He quickly reacted, yawned, and said, Captain Kuroba, where is your grimoire? I'm a little sleepy, I want to go in and sleep. Abandoning these words, the majestic wind elf Sylph, under the watchful eyes of everyone, sneaked into the grimoire in Kuroba's hands. Looking at the green light that quickly converged above, there was no sound in an instant. Is this just like letting the wind elves rely on it? Looking at Yuno, who was thrown in the face, but still standing there like petrified. The hearts of all those present were aching. Advertisement. People are more than people, people are mad. It also happened to be the monster Kuroba. Okay, Senior Vanessa, you'd better get off on me first. Kuroba glanced at the grimoire in his hand, but didn't look at Yuno anymore. Since the thief is enough to be a thief, it means that his luck is too bad. Let him send the wind spirit Sylph away. Sorry, I'm not a saint, but it can't be done. Looking at Vanessa, who suddenly let go of her hands in a proper manner. Kuroba remembered the dragon power within him. This time, he got the sky dragon slaying magic of Tianlong Grantine. It is not the same as Luxas Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. If it is said that the Dragon Slayer Magister who is guided by the dragon himself and enters the body is the first generation. So someone like Luxas, who embeds the dragon's magic energy crystal in his body, thus becoming a Dragon Slayer Magister. Known as the second generation Dragon Slayer Magister. However, if we really want to talk about who has more dragon power in his body, it is undoubtedly the first generation Dragon Slayer Magister. According to Kuroba's speculation, when the power of the dragon is fully controlled, the Dragon Slayer Magister will undergo a second transformation. Kuroba has already mastered the Thunder Dragon slaying magic, if the power of the Sky Dragon is combined. Perhaps, Kuroba's dragon slaying magic can reach the second level. The sound of space fluctuation suddenly sounded. When Kuroba came back to his senses for a while, he saw the familiar magical wormhole unfolding in front of him. Hey, Captain Kuroba, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Magic Emperor Julius walked out of the wormhole first. Followed closely by Cobb, one of the two most trusted confidants. Master Julius sensed that there is a strong wave of wind attribute magic here, so he insisted on coming here to take a look. Cobb still kept a bun-faced smile and explained. As soon as this was mentioned, Magic Emperor's eyes lit up instantly. Advertisement. Running like a joker, he grabbed Yuno's hands and asked expectantly, Yuno, you have the 4-leaf clover wind attribute grimoire, and that powerful wind attribute magic power comes from your hands. Bar. Being able to achieve this level of power, Yuno should be recognized by the wind elf Sylph. I knew it, you will be able to do it, can you show me the wind elf Sylph? Hasty words came from Magic Emperor's mouth. The cheeks of those present were twitching when they heard this, and even Kuroba touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This stepping horse is crazily inserting a knife in the back. The wind elf Silver was cut off by him, Yuno was miserable enough. Still being misunderstood by the Magic Emperor now, I am afraid that he even has the desire to die. Yuno, aren't you going to let me see? Magic Emperor flickered left and right. Looking at Yuno, whose face was almost blue from suffocation. Kuroba said helplessly. Master Yuri, Zhao Nuo's Wu Si, the wind spirit Sylph is in my hands. In your hand. Magic Emperor couldn't help but bewildered. Is this unscientific? In his eyes, Kuroba only has the magic power of Ice Thunder Huo-san attribute. Now the wind elf Sylph is suddenly taken away. Could it be that there is still a wind in the A? No, it should be said that the Magic Emperor is going crazy. Who can accept 4 magics in one body? Originally, he asked Kuroba to come to the Magic Palace, so that Yuno could get the wind spirit Sylph as much as possible. Now he's taking the lead instead. Think back to what you said to Yuno just now. Magic Emperor also has a feeling that the baby is wronged. Chapter 180 The Riot in Wongi. Subscribe. For a moment, there was an awkward atmosphere in the vast wilderness. The expression on Magic Emperor's face became stiff. He opened his mouth several times in a row, stopped talking, and finally patted Yuno's shoulder silently. Compassion speaks for itself. Master Julius, there has been a huge change in Wongi realm, and a large number of zombies have appeared in many places. A familiar wave of magic power surged around the side of the Magic Emperor without warning. Soon Marx's head can be seen almost popping out of the Magic Emperor's head. As one of the 2 most trusted friends, Marx is good at memory magic. As long as the magic link continues, calls can be made across time and space. Has it finally started? The Magic Emperor was relieved. Ah, Master Julius, why do you look so eager for something to happen? Marx yelled anxiously. Now is not the time to joke, His Majesty the King is yelling for you to protect him. No, I didn't say you rescued me. Magic Emperor quickly waved his hand and explained. However, I didn't expect that the person with Baiyi's magic eye would strike ahead of time. Having said that, the Magic Emperor looked at Kuroba and said, are we going to proceed as planned? Plan. The people present couldn't help but startled. They never thought that the majestic Magic Emperor would consult other people's opinions. What's more, it seems to be talking with Kuroba in a negotiating tone on this matter. Advertisement. As a freshman in the same period, Yuno Asta is still learning to walk. The Kuroba in front of him has come to this point in just a few months. Is this the rhythm of flying? Go ahead with the original plan. Kuroba nodded back. His intrusion, the impact on this world, he had already expected. The early attack of Bai Yi's magic eye was just one of the effects of his reincarnation. As for any other changes, I am afraid it is still unknown. Then this thing will be handed over to Captain Kuroba. The Magic Emperor heaved a sigh of relief, and patted Kuroba's shoulder with his backhand. The magic fluctuations on his body suddenly surged, turning into an awe-inspiring sound of piercing through the air, and rushed away. The people present couldn't help being stunned, especially Klaus, who was born in Golden Dawn. In his eyes, this kind of trust from the Magic Emperor should be placed on the head of Vangeance. Now Bai Yi's magic eye is attacking Wongi, and the Magic Emperor has become the shopkeeper instead. Is this an agent of the Magic Emperor? And, what is that thing? Cobb, they will stay here, please open a wormhole close to Wongi. Kuroba looked back and patted Cobb on the shoulder. Hee, Captain Kuroba, Lord Julius has already said that when he is away, we should all obey your orders. I hope you can return triumphantly. Cobb responded with a dry smile, tearing open a space wormhole. Kuroba, without any hesitation, went straight in. Wongi, the base of the Golden Dawn, inside the huge magic tower. Advertisement. Batley stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at Wongi covered in gunpowder smoke. A trace of haze could not help but flash across his face. Vangeance, you said that this is a fair contest between me and the Magic Emperor. You can't intervene casually, just watch this scene end quietly. After saying these words, Vangeance's voice suddenly sounded. Batley, this is my promise, I will not betray my best friend. However, will this matter go too smoothly, Lord Magic Emperor Julius, don't you have no doubts about leaving suddenly? Suspect. Batley was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled teasingly. Vangeance, you are the only friend I recognize in the human world. At the beginning, you emphasized that we should fight fairly, but now you suddenly care about the situation of the battle. Are you planning to let me win and give up standing on the human side? In Batley's eyes, he possesses the superficial identity of the leader of the Golden Dawn, Jarkins. Not only that, it made him innately in the dark, providing the best cover. It can also be used to gain insight into the decision-making of the high-level four-leaf Clover Kingdom in advance. At the same time, it also disintegrated the strongest magic knights, the top strength. If, in this case, it is not considered invincible. That's not stupid enough to describe it. It's just a pig. No, Bartley, I'm afraid you'll lose. Vangeance said suddenly. Lose. Bartley's expression darkened suddenly, and he said, Vangeance, do you think I will lose? You're just joking. Don't forget, even the most threatening Magic Emperor, Julius, was sent away by me to search for clues about the magic steel. Having said that, Batley grabbed the French window in front of him and said with a ferocious smile. Up to now, who else do you think can hinder my pace? Chapter 181A Surprise for Bartley. Subscribe. Who can get in your way? Vangeance fell into a brief silence, and immediately said, Batley, don't forget, there is also a Kuroba of unknown origin, he is always a variable. In Vangeance's eyes, the first time Kuroba appeared, it made Magic Emperor Julius look at him with admiration. After a lapse of several months, there is a big trouble, Magic Knight Arena. After becoming the head of the Black Bull Group, he almost destroyed the entire Golden Dawn base. Even the Magic Review meeting dared to break into it. This unreasonable way of acting is completely incomparable to Yami, who is known as the king of Black Bull destruction. Batley's expression froze, and then he said with a playful smile, Vangeance, you are worrying unnecessarily. How long did it take us for this plan and layout? He appeared in the four-leaf Clover Kingdom in just half a year. What can he do with an impulsive brat? Is it still a little set up by me in exile to the land of the Tail Demon? Speaking of this, Bartley clenched his fist with his backhand and said, this time, in order to take that guy's magic stone, I deliberately moved on his body. As long as Valto's space wormhole opens, Fugolian will be fish on a chopping board. The gloomy voice echoed in the office. Raya, who was guarding the door, walked in quickly and said, Richter, the plan is almost done, the positions of all the leaders have been locked, and it's time for us to set off. Yes, advertisement. Batley suppressed the teasing on his face and regained his composure. He looked at Wongi outside, who was covered in gunpowder smoke, and said, Vangeance, watch it. Victory belongs to our Bai Yi Magic Eye. When I solve the matter here, I'm afraid the variable in your mouth is still ignorant and ignorant. At that time, I will free up my hands and solve him personally. Raya has long been used to it, and Bartley, who was talking to himself, tore a space wormhole casually, saying, Richter, I will become your appearance, and I will be teleported away instead of you, and the rest will be handed over to you. Here you go. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, remember to ask other people to support. Fana's situation has stabilized now. Something that can't be fixed. Batley stepped forward, stopped in midair, and said, Raya, I don't want to hear this kind of talk again. This is an insult to our plan. As long as you do your job well, that's enough. I will completely fulfill the wishes of any adult. Leaving these words behind, Bartley went straight into the space wormhole and completely disappeared before his eyes. Watching this scene, Raya fell into silence. He and Fana, and Vetto, always called Bartley Richter. However, in their eyes, Bartley will always be the kid who is only 7 or 8 years old and follows Richter. No matter how he decides, or makes trouble unreasonably, he is the one they want to protect. Looking back at the empty office, Raya withdrew her thoughts, used the copy magic to transform into the appearance of Vangeance, and rushed directly to the battle circle of Wongi. At the same time, Pingji and Wongi are bordering on the edge. In order to avoid alarming others, Kuroba could only choose the most clumsy way to hurry. It's just that he clearly knows that the Space Magister Voltos in Baiyi's magic eye is not a simple thing. Advertisement. However, just after walking a few steps, a burst of pleasant singing suddenly came to my ears. Kuroba frowned involuntarily, and the domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge quickly spread. In the face of this kind of riot in Wongi, it is also to disperse the strength of the magic knights. Under the most important link, Voltos will never relax and monitor the space fluctuations in Wongi. In this zombie riot, there were still people who sang so elegantly, which undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. In a flash, he landed directly on the ground and planned to walk there. Of course, it's not that Kuroba doesn't want Cobb to directly open the space wormhole in Wongi. One point ahead is the range of the magic circle that was set up in advance. Wherever it gets there, it can be a surprise for badly. Kuroba chose the right direction. A figure wearing a black robe rushed towards Wongi realm quickly. On the contrary, there is an inexplicable ethereal feeling that can cleanse people's hearts. With the help of lightning's high-speed movement, Kuroba only spent 7 or 8 minutes rushing to Wongi realm. After arriving at Pingxi with the help of Cobb's space magic. However, this kind of song, in his memory, is not like the ballads in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. In the original book, the head of the whole team can be transferred directly to the outside world in an instant without being caught off guard. After all, in case the Magic Emperor came back suddenly, with his strength, it would be the biggest variable for their plan to succeed. Kuroba rushed to Wongi relying on his own magic without stopping. Chapter 182. Found it. Kuroba raised his brows. Under the arrogance of knowledge and knowledge, he can instantly cover everything within a few thousand meters in diameter. The person with this heavenly voice is not only singing, but also approaching here quickly. 300 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Arrived. Kuroba's gaze turned in vain, and he locked on to a young girl in white and red clothes with red hair on top. A faint breath of the sea diffused with her arrival. Behind her, there was a large group of rioting and screaming zombies. When she saw Kuroba's 363, she couldn't help showing a little surprise. No, it should be said that when Kuroba saw this girl, he was more surprised than she was. If Kuroba remembers correctly, the girl in front of her should be the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, backed by the sea, in the underwater palace where the strong magic zone is located. Kahono from Lucor, a girl who has become a star who can sing and dance well, and also knows how to use the extremely rare song recovery magic. However, according to the description in the original book, Kahono has a sister-controlled elder brother. Although, Wongi was originally backed by the sea, which formed a natural danger, and it was only half a day away from the strong demon area where the underwater temple was located. However, her younger sister has always controlled her elder brother, but it is right not to let Kahono enter the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Is it because of Kuroba, the reincarnated person who suddenly came here now? Advertisement. Be careful, run away. Just as Kahono escaped in the alleyway, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to yell anxiously. She originally planned to lure the rioting zombies away from crowded places. It never occurred to me that there would be another person here. Escape. You little girl, you are so naive. If you can meet me like this, it can only be considered bad luck for him. A sinister and sad laugh sounded suddenly. Soon, one could see a ferocious man wearing a half blindfold, following a large group of zombies, slowly chasing after him. Kill him for me. Roar. A large group of zombies roared loudly, and their speed increased sharply, heading towards Kuroba and Kahono. Look at the zombie boy raids who suddenly appeared and belonged to Baiyi's magic eye. Kuroba was wondering if he ran wild here because Asta was left outside the magic palace by him, so he had no opponent. Before he could react, a fragrant wind rushed towards him. Immediately, Kahono grabbed his arm and flew away quickly. It's just that Kahono was not good at fighting, and his speed was not fast. After barely carrying the drag oil bottle of Kuroba, the flying speed undoubtedly slowed down a lot. Haha, do you want to escape? Aren't the members of your magic knights stronger than me? Oh, by the way, you are not members of the magic knights. You are just poor people who expect to be protected. If you meet me, you will be unlucky. Advertisement. The hysterical roar echoed. Facing the 7 or 8 zombies attacking across the sky, she had no way to hide from the airtight siege. In his eyes, the 2 unlucky ghosts in front of him were fish on the chopping board. As for leaving Kuroba behind, she never thought about it. The speed suddenly soared by more than half, originally only a distance of more than 10 meters, and it was shortened by more than half in an instant. A deep roar suddenly came from the roofs on both sides. However, in the second half of the conversation, Kuroba suddenly remembered that in order to become an idol, in the original book, he was a miser who charged some money for a little treatment for Asta. Driven by raids, a group of zombies instantly expanded in size as if they had taken a stimulant. Seeing that stubborn face, Chinyu rolled his eyes. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the sound of crackling thunder arcs suddenly sounded. However, I sacrificed my life to save you, but you have to pay, and I want to use the money to become a singer. The main function of her singing magic is to heal, and it also has a hypnosis of 2.3. No, I'm sorry, I accidentally got you involved in the battle, but don't worry, I've already asked my elder brother for help. My elder brother is a powerful family. As long as he arrives, he will definitely be able to kill you. Solve this disgusting guy, One Jaw Henyu said earnestly with sweat on his face. Haha, little girl, let me see how you can escape. Raids laughed out loud. Roar. Listening to the first half of the speech, Kuroba feels that the world is declining and good people still exist because of Jaw Henyu's kindness. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, Kuroba grabbed his wrist backwards. The violent scene made Jaw Henyu's pretty face instantly turn pale. 7 or 8 black shadows rushed out like apes. Chapter 183 My confidence is one more wind elf than you. Subscribe. Boom. The sound of thunder reverberated without warning. At the moment when the golden thunder light bloomed, Jaw Henyu just felt an electric shock in his body. I couldn't help but tighten my legs, and my mind went blank. When I came back to my senses again, I found that I had straddled more than 10 meters and appeared in the open space of the square not far away. The zombie that jumped down from the roof, after losing its target, smashed its head on the group of pursuing zombies below. The violent scene made Raid's pupils shrink slightly. Just now, he also tried to detect the fluctuation of magic power on Kuroba. However, at the level of Kuroba, he has already restrained his breath to the point of leaking nothing. What's more, at the beginning, he didn't fight, but let Jaw Henyu run away with him, letting Raids preconceived. However, Raids was startled for a moment, then covered half of his cheeks, and laughed ferociously. Haha, if you are a magister, you will be considered unlucky if you meet me. Number 4. Jimmy. Boom. The powerful undead magic power fluctuates like a frenzy. A 3 to 4 meter tall zombie with bandages all over its body and a black bandage on its head came out first in the call of the undead. A huge fluctuation of undead, with this as the center, surrounds it. Little ghost, if you want to be a hero to save the beauty, then try my highest masterpiece. This is the type of power I have. Boy, why don't you speak? Is it because you want to beg for mercy? Raids laughed mischievously. Surrender. Kuroba smiled warmly and said, no, I just agree with what you just said. Advertisement. You met me, you are too unlucky. The inexplicable words made Raids and Fuheno straight up. Raids couldn't hold back even more, and took the lead in saying angrily, okay, very good, you are worthy of being a member of the Magic Knights. 3 years ago, I was admitted to the Magic Knights by virtue of my first place. Back then, you underestimated my corpse magic. Today I want to see, what confidence do you have to speak nonsense here? Jimmy, kill him, roar. Together with the deep roar, the Luong family who stood in front of Raids roared first. A series of black magic light clusters crazily condensed in the midair, making an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards Kuroba. The short distance of tens of meters was reached in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of this violent blow, Kuroba's indifferent attitude made Jaw Henyu lose his composure for an instant. But before she could react, dozens of light clusters had already appeared in front of Kuroba. Boom. The violent hurricane centered on Kuroba without warning, rolling and stirring. The incoming black light group was instantly torn apart by the hurricane with a slight touch. Feel the wind and waves head on. Not to mention Jaw Henyu, even Raids was a little dumbfounded. A moment ago, they had seen with their own eyes that Kuroba cast lightning attribute magic. Now there is another wind attribute explosion. Is this the man hiding in the cloak? Advertisement. Or does he possess rare dual attribute magic? You, who the hell are you? Raids couldn't help but speak first. A figure flashed in my mind, being warned by the car owner before departure. However, in Raids' memory, that person should have no wind attribute magic power. With that in mind, Raids looked eagerly at Kuroba. The scene that caught his eye instantly made his pupils shrink. The image of the young man in front of him was impressively displayed in the information map obtained from those adults more than half a month ago. The following line marked, let him vividly remember. No matter what task you are performing, as long as you meet Kuroba, the new leader of the Black Bull, you will be allowed to escape unconditionally. What's the matter? It seems that you also know me in 780, but you just said that you have confidence in this matter. Kuroba laughed dryly and said, unfortunately, I also got the first place in the exam. However, I have one more wind elf than you. Wind spirit. The nerves of Raids and Jaw Henyu tensed up suddenly. As a magister, of course they knew that being selected by the 4 great elves was like the favored son of heaven. However, before they could react, a breeze came, and the grimoire stuck in Kuroba's waist flew out. Under the rippling green light, the wide-eyed and murderous Sylph soon appeared. Who dares to attack my Kuroba-sama? Stand up, I will leave your whole body. Is that you? You ugly B*****************. D. As soon as Sylph appeared, she gave people a feeling like protecting a cub. Turning his gaze, he landed on Raid's body, causing the muscles on the half of his face occupied by the mask to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 184 Can I block this blow? Subscribe. Well, it's time for the farce to end. Are you going to get caught obediently, or let me beat you up before you get caught? Kuroba patted Sylph's little head to calm her restless little emotions. Raids reacted suddenly, couldn't help taking a few steps back, and roared with resentment on his face. No, I won't let you catch me. I'm also a genius who was admitted to the Magic Knights as the first place, absolutely not worse than you, but I have the magic power comparable to that of the royal family. Give me all out. Roar. 2 deep roars sounded suddenly. Under the agitation of the tyrannical undead magic power, 2 huge bodies emerged in an instant. No2 Alpha. No 1 Carl. These are 2 of my strongest masterpieces.
Alfred has a powerful fire attribute magic attack, and Karl was the strongest defense magister during his lifetime. Under the strengthening of my magic power, he has an even more indestructible defense.
Speaking of this, Raids covered half of his cheeks and laughed ferociously. There are hundreds of strengthened zombies. I really want to see where you are so strong. Is it those weak people who say they met you and find an excuse to give up the mission unconditionally? The magic power of the undead is stirring all around, and zombies are quickly summoned. Looking at the dense group of ragdoll-like zombies, there are also 3 huge transformed zombies with extremely powerful magic power. Kahono couldn't help but clench Kuroba's arm, and suggested nervously, we might as well retreat first and wait for my elder brother to come. Hey, you ugly bee *************, D. Are you taking this opportunity to take advantage of Kuroba-sama? I'm the only one who can date Kuroba-sama. Sylph was the first to appear in front of Kahono's slender hands, struggling to push her fingers away one by one. Seeing this scene, Kahono was also stunned. It was the first time she discovered that the legendary elves were more strict with wives than humans. Advertisement, don't worry, I'll leave the rest to Sylph, she is very strong. Kuroba reached out and rubbed Kahono's head. The sudden scene made her lose her mind and couldn't help shrinking her neck. After he realized it, he had already seen Sylph, and had already voluntarily bowed his head to Kuroba's palm. The proficiency in that movement is like that of a domestic cat, without the shame of an elf at all.
Even Raids and Kahono were dumbfounded. However, Kahono was startled when he thought of the head-touching killing just now.
Thinking of what the elder brother said, his cheeks flushed quickly, and he covered his cheeks and looked at Kuroba. She is eager to see it, facing even her elder brother who is regarded as the strongest genius in the palace under the sea. It will be difficult to face this scene. How Kuroba joins forces with Sylph, the wind elf, to turn the tide. As if to feel, as the caster raids, the nerves are tense. The hundreds of densely packed zombies all around suddenly stopped roaring.
Karl, who had the strongest defense, propped up the light curtain, and Raids roared with a flash of madness in his pupils. Do it, tear him apart, roar. Hundreds of zombies rushed out first. Impressively followed by Jimmy and Alfredo. In the short distance of 100 meters, under this desperate impact, it only takes a dozen or so breaths. However, the idea just crossed Raids' mind. Advertisement. The surrounding air suddenly stagnated. Feeling this whirling, aura climb to the extreme, Ma Jiao Jiao, a very absurd idea sprouted in his mind.
It's Sylph the wind spirit. Facing this huge force, he used the power of the Sylph elves to draw out the magic power of the wind attribute wandering in the world. In their eyes, the human body, even if it is a royal family, has no way to display such a huge magic power. The huge storm vortex is like a cannonball, squeezed to the extreme, and released instantly. Kuroba nodded with a smile, and the moment he looked at Raids, he suddenly pressed his right hand through the air. Raids suddenly looked up at the little man sitting on Kuroba's shoulder, kicking his little feet. As the strong wind passed by, a huge vortex hurricane ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in front of Kuroba first. Can I block this blow? It seems that there is an invisible vortex, the wind that drifts between the heaven and the earth, devours the earth and plunders the sky in all directions. Boom. Boom. The next moment, a violent hurricane quickly swirled around. Comparing the two slightly, the huge size gap between the caster and the magician caused the pupils of Raids and Kahono to shrink suddenly. Wind creation magic, Sylph's breath. The huge storm hurricane brought the sound of tearing air humming. Like a galloping horse, it collided with the attacking zombies without any hesitation. Chapter 185 Space Magic Concealment, subscribe, boom. The violent hurricane rolled back like a tidal wave. The oncoming zombies were instantly torn apart like paper. The volume difference of more than 10 times gives people a rolling taste. By the time Raids reacted, the hundreds of zombies standing in front of him had already been torn to pieces. That gigantic vortex of wind and waves rolled towards him head-on with undiminished power. Seeing the rapidly enlarged attack in his pupils, the ferocious smile on Raids' face instantly disappeared, and he couldn't help crying out. Karl, stop the attack quickly. The number one zombie standing in front of Raids was instantly driven away. The magic shield wrapped around the body was pushed to the extreme, and it even expanded to a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. However, this volume is compared with the huge Hurricane 560 wind vortex that is nearly 20 meters in front of you. It obviously gives people a feeling of being a car with a mantis arm. Boom. The sound of shattering suddenly echoed. The seemingly indestructible shield was torn apart head-on. Under the huge impact, Karl, the zombie known as the strongest defense, was instantly submerged by the hurricane. Immediately following his Raids. No, I can't die. If you want to kill me, then get out of the Black Clover Kingdom, Raids roared. Advertisement. A powerful spatial fluctuation, centered on him, surged without warning. At the same time, 7 or 8 streets away, Voltos, who is also Bai Yi's magic eye, is hiding in the dark, constantly setting space traps for Raids zombies. Feeling the spatial imprint fluctuations from Raids right now, Voltos couldn't help but raise his brows, looking a little surprised. Shay. Already identified the target? Raids is really fast? Relying on that guy's zombie army, but it can't last long, so let's start. While speaking, the grimoire in Voltos' hands instantly burst into bright light. According to Batley's plan, with the help of Raids' undead magic, the entire royal realm will be disrupted. In the face of these chaos, Fuegolian, who is the target, will definitely choose to suppress it. At that time, the space coordinates hidden in the zombie body can be activated. Directly transfer the rest of the regiment leaders to Huiwai. By the time they react, their plans are over. Thinking of this, the magic power in Valto's body was instantly pushed to the extreme as if he didn't need money. The magic marks scattered around were directly touched. Space magic. Concealment. On the battlefield scattered in all directions, the zombies that were still moving or had fallen to the ground erupted violent spatial fluctuations instantly. The space magic disappears, like a black curtain, covering the magisters who have already been marked in the surroundings. Are you going to start? Nozzle frowned, can't help muttering. Fuegolian, who was several blocks away, also frowned. Advertisement as for the farther away, Raya who turned into Vangeance also frowned. It seemed a little surprised to feel the magic power fluctuations that were waiting for an opportunity to explode in advance. However, as far as this is concerned, the only thing he can do is to replace Vangeance and be transferred by Valto's space magic. The zombie in front of him erupted with tyrannical spatial magic power instantly, and under Raya's gaze, it shrouded his face like a sky curtain. All of a sudden, there was a large area of spatial fluctuations in Wongi's world. This made Bartley, who was watching from the dark, smile cruelly, and disappeared in place. He knew that his plan would succeed again, and completely played with the applause of those seemingly high-ranking human royal families. All gone. Kahono looked at Kuroba who suddenly disappeared, and Raids who was crushed by the strong hurricane and was thrown thousands of kilometers away, his expression changed. However, before she could react, a rapid shout came from behind.
Ja Henyu, are you alright? Who told you to sneak to Wongi realm of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom? What if you meet someone who is unruly? As soon as Chiat, who was the son of the Undersea Temple, appeared, he quickly patted Ja Henyu's head with his backhand.
The sudden action made Ja Henuo shrunk his neck involuntarily, and said, "Big brother, I was attacked by a group of zombies just now, and then I was rescued." However, they suddenly disappeared just now, as if they were transferred by space.
You were attacked. You were rescued by someone. Then that person disappeared. Chiat was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Why is this like an old-fashioned plot where a hero saves the beauty? Are you being tricked by someone?" Exclamation mark quote. Okay, Grandpa is very angry about you sneaking out, so he wants me to take you back immediately.
Also, what's wrong with you today? I just patted your head, it looks like you're awkward. Twitch? Ja Henuo blushed slightly, and said, "Big brother, didn't you say that you can't let others touch my head? That would make me pregnant?" Chapter 186 Is the wrong person kidnapped? Subscribe. Is it possible to get pregnant if you touch your head? Chiat was slightly taken aback, his outstretched hand froze in midair, he quickly withdrew it, and said, "Yes. Yes, you can't just let outsiders touch your head, or you'll get pregnant." Ja Henuo, you won't be touched, will you? No. No, Ja Henuo's nerves tensed suddenly, he blushed and waved his hands quickly, and changed the subject. Big brother, that guy just now is very powerful, he killed hundreds of zombies with one move, compared to you it seems stronger. Stronger than me? Chiat secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You are a big brother, but you are the son of the underwater temple, and you are the strongest magic swordsman. I don't believe you. It's getting late, if Grandpa finds out that you're still here, he'll be furious. Let's go back first." After leaving these words, Chiat grabbed Ja Henuo and turned to leave.
Looking at Chiat who was leading the way ahead, Ja Hino looked back at the empty square and bit his red lips a little. Still fell into silence. In her eyes, she couldn't tell Chiat, I was ed by that, right? What's more, remembering the overwhelming strength that Kuroba showed just now, after a moment of silence, Ja Henyu firmly believed that Kuroba would be fine. On the other hand, benefit the outside world. In an unknown wilderness, powerful spatial fluctuations surged like a tide. A black curtain was torn from the sky, and quickly rushed out, and one after another figures were thrown directly to the ground. D. What the hell is this place? I'm going to tear up some more garbage. Jack licked the two mantis sides on his wrist, and said bloodthirstily. TCH, I plan to take them all in one litter. Guldre, wearing a purple robe, said disdainfully. Advertisement. The cursing voices of the two brought everyone back to their senses in an instant. Looking at the familiar faces, as well as the number of transferred battle leaders, Raya, who was in the crowd, also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In his eyes, this plan may be regarded as a perfect success. Captain Vangeance, I didn't expect you to be recruited too. This is a big problem. Familiar voices suddenly sounded. Raya was stunned at first, and hurriedly turned his head to follow the voice. The first figure that caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. F.A. Fugolian, why are you here? Me. Fugolian still had a serious expression on his face, and after looking at Raya one more time, he said, I was too careless and let the Bai Yi magic I take advantage of it. I am ashamed of the importance of Lord Julius and failed the kingdom. Trust. Looking at Fuegolian, who opened his mouth and planned to give a passionate speech, Raya suddenly clenched his fists. Is this riding horse tied to the wrong person? The magic power in the body was instantly detonated and quickly plundered towards Wongi. His replication magic is able to open space wormholes for jumping. However, facing a group of regiment leaders, he did not dare to expose himself. The only thing we can do is to distance ourselves as soon as possible, and then find a way to rush back to Wongi.
In Raya's eyes, the plan should have gone perfectly. Fuegolian, the main target being sniped at the moment, was sent to Huiwai. Asterisk. Advertisement. Who was that sent into the ready trap? Will Bartley be in danger? Thinking of this, Raya's speed couldn't help but increase by a few points. However, just after flying more than 10 meters away, two familiar voices sounded. Head of Vangeance is indeed a good head of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. It takes a long time to get to Wongi. Let's go forward together, so it can be regarded as a support. Fuegolian and Nozzle, on the Quicksilver statue, arrived quickly. Zero looking at the two people who couldn't shake off like cowhide plasters, Raya's cheek muscles twitched. On the other hand, Wongi is within the boundary. In the open different space, forcible magic fluctuations are surging. Under the wormhole opened by two space magic hidden shadows, two figures emerged soon. Master Richter, the plan you set up this time is absolutely perfect. Voltos smiled dryly, looked at the figure in front of him, and said flatteringly. Just wait a moment longer, and the so-called head of the regiment will be at hand. Let this kingdom of four-leaf clover wither away in the fear of the unknown. The small voice echoed in this one-dimensional space. Even Batley couldn't help showing a playful smile on his face and said, Don't worry, I won't treat you badly after it's done. You have time to find out where that guy Catherine is, but she didn't respond to my assignment. Master Richter, don't worry, I will find her as soon as possible. Voltos responded hastily, and immediately frowned, and said, He's here, the door. Chapter 187. Who says I'm alone? Please subscribe. Is he finally here? A gloomy smile appeared on Bartley's face. Look along the place where the space fluctuates. However, the first figure that entered his eyes caused his pupils to shrink suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and he couldn't help exclaiming, How could it be you? The violent scene changed Valto's expression drastically. Of course he knew that the person in front of him was not Fuegolian. On the contrary, half a month ago, Batley and the other high-level officials repeatedly reminded them that once encountered, they could unconditionally give up the werewolf mission. However, according to the intelligence description, this werewolf should be exiled in a strong encirclement area. 1-2 pressure. How did it appear here? What's wrong? I'm not welcome. Kuroba smiled and nodded, looking at Batley. Originally, his layout was to use Cobb's space coordinates to forcibly disturb in exchange with Fuegolian's coordinates. Let Fuegolian be teleported to Huiwai instead of himself. Instead, he will be teleported into this temporarily open space, deep into the cave. Seeing Kuroba with a calm expression on his face, Bartley's expression turned livid. In the beginning, he touted this plan in front of other people as if I was the only one in heaven and earth. Even Vangeance's reminder was ignored. Now Kuroba gave him the feeling that from the very beginning, he had thwarted his plan. In Bartley's eyes, he thought he could control the entire four-leaf Clover Kingdom by himself. However, in the eyes of others, the real joker is yourself. Advertisement. Things have changed in Bartley. You should hurry up and retreat first. Vangeance's voice echoed in Bartley's mind. In the original book, Vangeance seems to be neutral, holding the awareness of the Virgin Mary. Neither side takes sides. However, if you really have to face a crisis, your true colors may be revealed. Who doesn't worry? Everything that he has worked so hard to build will go to waste. Therefore, the so-called neutrality may be possible without selfishness. You let me escape, Bartley said with a stern look on his face. This is impossible. After responding to Vangeance, Bartley withdrew in consciousness space, staring sullenly at Kuroba. Master Richter, I don't know why the target is wrong, but I am loyal to you, Voltos hastily explained. In the eyes of Bai Yi, he is a devout cadre who has been brainwashed, and the order of the adult in front of him is higher than the sky. Isn't your goal the magic stone? The one on Fuegolian is in my hands, Kuroba said with a dry laugh. It can be said that the result is the same. Looking at the magic stone on Kuroba's outstretched palm, Batley smiled softly. Captain Kuroba, you were right, my goal is indeed the magic stone. Since the magic stone is here, whoever comes will have the same result. Speaking of this, Bartley's face flashed a murderous look, and said, Instead of allowing you to grow up outside, this time your intrusion will give me a chance to deal with you first. Here, you are alone, and I will leave you without help.
Do it. The sound of roaring roared one after another.
Voltos, who has been standing aside, has already prepared countermeasures. Advertisement. Although this time the target, by mistake, became another person from Fuegolian. However, as the master who opened up this space, Voltos also has a lot of means. Space magic. Endless black tentacles. The moment the magic book flew, large space fluctuations appeared around Kuroba. The pitch black tentacles, like octopuses, quickly entangled towards Kuroba's body. At the same time, Bartley touched grimoire with his right hand. Dozens of light beam blades, like ghosts, appeared in front of Kuroba first. The joint attack of the two was very fast, but Yuan Fei's ordinary leader was able to react. If the person who came here was really a Fuegolian, if he was not mentally prepared to face this kind of attack, he would definitely be hit. Sorry, who said that I am alone, and there are 2 against 1, it seems a bit unfair, Kuroba smiled warmly. The grimoire at the waist instantly burst into a huge hurricane like a 0.4 burst. Wind creation magic, Sylph's hurricane. Boom. The hurricane is like a tide, rushing straight into the sky. The incoming light blade and space tentacles were smashed into pieces by the hurricane the moment they touched. Look at the wind spirit that appeared next to Kuroba, and the grimoire that transformed into 3 leaves on the grimoire. Bartley's face was full of disbelief, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. No. It's impossible. You not only possess the magic power of the 4 attributes, you also have the attachment of the Wind Elf? Chapter 188 Ray is no worse than your light, for subscription. There is nothing impossible in this world, but I want to remind you that Fuegolian is not as good as me. Kuroba smiled and nodded while rubbing Sylph's head. Then let's continue. You be ************** D. Don't think that you can be arrogant here just because you have the attachment of the Wind Elf Sylph. Bartley's face darkened, and he roared angrily. You're just a rookie. I'm the leader of the White Eye, owner of the 4-leaf clover grimoire. Creation of light magic, holy sword of judgment. Bang bang bang. One after another golden lights bloomed, quickly condensing into lightsabers in the void, and the number reached hundreds in an instant. The dense posture makes one's scalp tingle. Go to hell, Batley roared again and again. 27 The moment the voice fell, the holy swords all over the sky poured down like a torrential rain. The distance of hundreds of meters is approaching in the blink of an eye. The speed is so fast that it has formed an airtight attack encirclement. The luxury of facing such an attack is in Valto's eyes. If anyone were to be in it, they would definitely be stabbed into an ant's nest. However, this idea just flashed through Valto's mind, and it was Kuroba who suddenly raised his head and smiled warmly. The next moment, before he could recover, an inexplicable cold aura, like a frenzy, erupted with Kuroba as the center. Ice Destruction Devil Method 0 degree Silver World. Boom. The purple light rolled back like a wave. At the moment when the piercing chill soared, the lightsaber that was approaching first was swept away by the wave of purple light, and there was a slight stagnation in an instant. Advertisement before Valtos could react. The purple ice has spread to the front. Faced with this icy astonishing speed, his body obviously couldn't react. Don't be stunned here. Hurry up and go aside. Bartley's expression changed, and the golden light on his body exploded. Grabbing Valto's shoulder, it turned into a golden light, and he quickly retreated. Between several ups and downs, it appeared directly to 1,000 meters away. Wait until Valtos buys time and reacts in a daze. As far as the eye could see, lightsabers filled the sky, forming a closed sniper formation, which was directly frozen. Does this rhythm freeze even the light? Sorry, my grimoire only has clover. Kuroba walked out in the cold, and said with a smile. However, it seems that your 4-leaf clover grimoire seems to have moisture. What an arrogant person, I will never let you take a step here today. Bartley's face darkened suddenly, and he roared angrily, creation of light magic, light whip of judgment. Endless golden light instantly bloomed in Batley's hands. As soon as he stepped down, the real person reappeared like a ghost, only a short tens of meters away from Kuroba. The golden light in his hand quickly condensed and turned into a whip of light, which was crazily thrown towards Kuroba like a violent storm. Bang bang bang. The purple ice crystals along the way were directly shattered. As the creation magic of light, it not only has rare attributes, but also possesses powerful power. It is far beyond what ordinary people can compare. As the attack gradually approached, a ruthless look flashed in Bartley's eyes, and the movements in his hands only increased by a few points. Advertisement in the eyes of Bartley and even Valtos. This kind of attack with many whip shadows and rapid trajectory changes, even if Kuroba repeats his old tricks, there is absolutely no way to freeze this attack. Once a flaw is exposed, under the whip of the light beam, this small body will be shattered in an instant. However, this idea just sprouted in my mind. Boom. Kuroba's cheek muscles twitched slightly. Take a closer look, take a closer look. This word seems to be a bit carried away. Crackling lightning flashed across his body for an instant. Have you ever tried to be struck by lightning? Shaved, blended with thunder and lightning, as if under the roar of thunder, it suddenly spurted out. Under the huge impact force, it even brought up a large wave of air. The eyes with a smile turned in vain, and his right hand stuck out like lightning. That thing, 843 thunderous crashing sounds suddenly echoed. Batley's expression froze, and he suddenly woke up in a daze. Kuroba glanced at the light whip in his hand, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he exhaled. Your light speed is very good, but my thunder is not worse than yours. Thunder. The next moment, Kuroba moved. Before he could react, the moment Kuroba's feet tensed. Seeing the afterglow light whip being precisely caught by Kuroba's probe, Valtos was dumbfounded, and couldn't help saying, Master Richter, your thing was caught by him with his bare hands 3. The whip shadows all over the sky collapsed in an instant. Chapter 189 Did I say I want to hide? Please subscribe. Boom. The air seemed to be torn apart. At a speed not inferior to that of light, it appeared before Bartley who was looking up at the sky. The hands were intertwined 10 times, and like a battle axe, it hit Batley head on. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Thunder Dragon's jaw. You lied to me. Batley roared angrily, and the light curtains of his hands gathered together, turning into a light shield. The fist and axe entwined with lightning had already struck down with great force. Boom. The golden thunder light vented, and crackling lightning arcs splashed down. The golden light shield clicked, and a large cobweb crack spread out. In the next moment, it collapsed and scattered in the sky and earth like a mirror. Looking at the lightning battle axe rapidly enlarged in his pupils, Batley only had time to make an expression. Boom. The thunder light exploded, the golden lightning arc splashed, and the huge impact made Valtos, who was hundreds of meters away, feel as if the whole space was shaking. Looking at Bartley who was punched to the ground. In the scene in front of him, stepping on the horse was pressed against the ground and rubbed against the ground. Is 4-leaf clover grimoire moisture, or the boy in front of me is too crazy? Space creation magic wormhole darkness. While Voltos was full of disbelief, grimoire in front of him flew up quickly. Hastily opened a space wormhole under Batley. Under the squirming magic power of the space, like an invisible black tentacles, it grabbed Bartley. Directly carry out space transfer, and forcibly pull the dignified leader of the white magic eye back to his side. Advertisement, Lord Richter, are you okay? Voltos asked anxiously. He never thought that Bartley, who had always been respected by them, would one day be abused. Get out of here, Bartley roared. Endless light erupted from his body, and he got up with a distorted expression. The scarlet blood on his forehead covered half of his cheeks. The moment he suddenly raised his head, grimoire, which was floating in front of him, quickly flew up. Light creation magic light healing. The endless golden light, like a tool, placed Batley Mao in it. While the wound on his forehead was healed quickly, he couldn't get rid of that embarrassing posture. Little devil, I approve of you. You are the one who makes me feel afraid except for Julius, Bartley said with a dark face and round eyes. However, the current me has no time to waste here with you. This is me now, the most powerful magic I can cast. Its speed is unavoidable to anyone, not even your thunder can fight against it. When this trick is released, it will be you, a newcomer, and the time of death is coming. Speaking of this, Bartley suddenly raised his head, showing a nervous and ferocious smile, and roared angrily. Batley put his hands together suddenly, and the violent magic power dormant in his body under the windless movement of his white robe. Like a frenzy, madness poured into the hands. The dazzling light bloomed, and an indescribable breath permeated the air. When this breath climbed to the extreme, Bartley's eyes suddenly turned and locked on Kuroba. Newcomer, give me a good taste of despair. Under this trick, you can't hide. Creation of light magic, light of judgment, boom. The backlog of power to the extreme was instantly detonated. The huge beam of light turned into a streak, directly tearing the air along the way. Advertisement, it spanned hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of Kuroba. All of this seems to be very cumbersome, and the time between before and after is just a half breath. Above the naked eye, it is impossible to catch up with the speed of this light. After he realized it, he had already come to Kuroba. Did I tell you to hide? Kuroba smiled playfully. With one step, the entire space seemed to be shaken. The sound of thunder exploded. A series of mysterious, Wong Nuos, golden dragon scale patterns spread rapidly on the body surface. The muscles all over the body are like a rock, quickly highlighting the bulge. The violent air waves swept and rolled away like a hurricane. Double Dragon Power Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon Mode. Wherever it passed along the way, the entire space trembled violently. The moment he took a step, the lightning crackled all over his body. Boom! It was too late to react, and was directly swallowed by the explosion's blast. Without any flamboyance, towards the incoming light beam, he punched madly. In the face of the rapidly enlarged attack in the pupil, it is simply not retreating but advancing. His eyes were like torches, and he let out a dragon chant like piercing clouds and cracking stones. Originally, the space was only temporarily opened up, and it became unstable in an instant. Bartley and Voltos, who were hundreds of meters away, suddenly changed their expressions. Boom! Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Lightning clothes. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly. Chapter 190. Stopping him is a luxury idea. Boom! The huge space was instantly torn apart like a spider web. The space turbulence rolled up as like a hurricane sweeping away. The face of Voltos who was in it changed, and the grimoire in his hand was instantly driven to the extreme. Space creation magic shattered vortex. Boom! The spatial turbulence that lost its suppression exploded like a frenzy. It turned into a huge vortex, rolling towards Kuroba's direction. Boom! The huge impact set off a large wave of wind and waves. This blow was like the straw that crushed the camel's back, and the space that was temporarily created was directly shattered. For a while, when the world was spinning, Voltos and Bartley came back to their senses, and they had already appeared in Huiwaiwai. The two wore long white robes, and there were many cuts all over their bodies, making them look extremely embarrassed. However, in the face of the turbulent flow of space collapse, he was not fatally injured, which is already a blessing among misfortunes. Master Richter, are you all right? Voltos 557 took a breath of relief, and quickly stepped forward to help Bartley up. Here is benefiting the outside world. At the last moment, my subordinates used the space turbulence to deal a fatal blow to that arrogant man. In that case, no matter how powerful he is, he will either die or be seriously injured, and cannot continue to hinder our plan. Next, we only need to recover the magic stone, and this time the plan is also a complete success. A complete success. Bartley suddenly looked up. With a trace of resentment flashing across his face, he pushed Voltos' hand away. Advertisement. Who told you to meddle in your own business? I can also deal with this kind of opponent. If it's not for the final plan, I can't use my real magic power. I only need one move to kill him. Looking at Bartley who was hysterical, Voltos quickly got up on the ground, and was about to say something with his mouth. It's a pity that his pupils shrank suddenly when he entered the scene. Voltos, why are you silent? Are you questioning my strength? That kind of arrogant person, I can tear him apart with one hand. Bartley looked at the constipated Voltos, and said first. Master Richter, hurry up and look behind, that guy is not dead yet.
Valtos woke up suddenly. Not dead. Batley was slightly taken aback, and before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly followed his gaze. The figure that first came into view made Bartley's pupils shrink suddenly. Looking at Kuroba, who was unscathed, covered with mysterious gold patterns, and whose muscles protruded like an iron tower, his face was full of disbelief. Just now he was completely indifferent to Valto's kindness. However, all this is an afterthought. It never occurred to him that Kuroba suffered a blow from the space turbulence. It can also appear in front of them unscathed. Thinking of the previous moment, he kept saying that he could kill Kuroba with one hand. Now that Kuroba's reappearance, the slap in the face was too fast, and it was even more slapping. I seem to have heard just now that someone said that they could kill me with one hand. Kuroba smiled and nodded at Bartley and said, however, looking at your appearance, I hope you will be serious. Don't disappoint me too much. Valtos, bring them here quickly, I'll stop him. Bartley's cheek muscles twitched, and he roared first. Facing Kuroba's challenge, Batley, who has been baptized, obviously pulled his face down. In order to be able to resurrect that adult, to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Advertisement. All this is worth it. At least, in Bartley's eyes, he might not be able to defeat the weird boy in front of him. Bartley's expression froze for a moment, and the next moment he just had time to see that the rock formation where Kuroba was originally standing collapsed and sank. It gave people a posture of holding a mighty weight, and instantly poured on Bartley's body. The huge fist, surrounded by golden thunder, has no trace of fancy. Boom, boom. The distance of hundreds of meters is just a short breath. However, it is not difficult to stop him. The dull thunderous stomping sound suddenly sounded. After Bartley reacted, his whole body was like a comet, smashing heavily on the huge rock wall. With an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, it slammed down towards his abdomen. The thunder light coming out of his body made his face full of disbelief, and at the same time he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Being able to stop him is also a luxury idea. The next moment, the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball. The pain that hit his forehead left only one thought in Bartley's mind. Under the large expanse of sand and dust, a tower-like figure bathed in thunder light appeared in front of him first. The huge impact force shattered the rock wall. Punch out. Chapter 191 When We Are Pigs subscribe. Boom. With a dull thunderous explosion, it exploded with a bang. The huge rock wall was shattered even more abruptly. Feeling this suffocating oppressive power, as well as the blood pouring out of my mouth. The paralyzed body made Bartley's mind go blank. He didn't even think of Bai Yi, the leader of the magic eye in the hall. It will be overturned directly by a newcomer of unknown origin. Do we have to give up the plan and use those forces? Messy thoughts flashed through Batley's mind. Looking at the already blurred figure, Batley struggled and moved his body. Lord Richter, are you all right? I'll send them over to help right now. Valtos cried out urgently. However, under Kuroba's interested gaze, he didn't dare to move. I have seen Kuroba's speed that even the naked eye can't match. In Valtos' mind, there is a magic sound lingering. As if to say, as long as I move a little bit, a ghostly figure will appear in front of my eyes first. Give yourself a hard fist. Valtos couldn't believe that with his small body, he could receive that sandbag-like fist. Ding dang, a new check-in task is released. Current task. Ask the host to sign in at the Shadow Palace. Time limit. Half a year. After successfully signing in, you will receive system rewards. Once the time limit for signing in is exceeded, the guest will be deemed to have failed to sign in. Advertisement. The system's ethereal prompt sounded suddenly in Kuroba's mind. Seeing this scene, Kuroba frowned and looked at Bartley with a playful smile. Sure enough, the system was unwilling to be lonely, and after torturing Bartley, it finally issued a new check-in task. However, the Shadow King's palace is one of the entrances that seals the Devil's World. In the original book, it is the place where Devil Zagrid, the voice spirit behind the scenes who planned the so-called reincarnation of the spirit, was sealed. If Kuroba wants to enter the Shadow King's palace to sign in, it means that resurrecting the word spirit Devil Zagrid must be done. The elf reincarnation ceremony also needs to go on. Bartley, who is the leader of Bai Yi's magic eye in front of him, can't have 3 good things and 2 bad things. This scene still needs him to play well. As for the Magic Emperor, they are ready to speak. You don't come here, or I'll kill you. Valtos growled anxiously. His pair of legs shaking like a sieve betrayed the thoughts in his heart. However, in this world, there are always people who dislike being straight. Valtos, get out of the way, find a chance to let them come over. Bartley struggled to get up on the ground, grabbed the blood-stained clothes on his chest, and roared ferociously. It's you who forced me. Even if I try my best today and postpone the plan, I will crucify you here. Let you feel the real fear. The hysterical roar came out like thunder, but the scene that came into view immediately stopped Bartley from speaking. Watching Kuroba drop the magic stone casually, pat the dust on his body, turn around and walk away. This baffled Bartley. There is a feeling of punching the cotton and feeling powerless and nowhere to come out. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Don't ask why, it's just too thin, fatten it up and then slaughter it. The soft voice was blown away by the wind. Looking at Kuroba's figure that disappeared before his eyes, Valtos couldn't help but said, is this treating us like pigs? But being able to save a life, being a pig is also a good thing. A burst of spatial fluctuations reverberated. That short-sighted guy, where is the body? Let me change it and take a closer look. Pig. He staggered under his feet, his whole body lost his balance, and he fell headfirst on the ground, directly falling a dog on the ground. And the transfer of the resurrection equipment, generation and so on. Richter, are you okay? However, he was selected by Four-Leaf Clover Grimoire alone, and the mentality he has developed during this time. Look, isn't this the magic stone owned by Fugolian? It still falls into our hands. Batley woke up suddenly and was about to chase him out. Enough to keep them absolutely convinced of Bartley. Right now, Bartley is looking a bit embarrassed, but, at least in Raya's eyes, at least they met alive. Soon Raya and Vetto can be seen walking out. Raya, I have already said that with Richter's ability, no one can stop us. Vetto said with a smile when he saw the magic stone not far away, his eyes lit up. 0. Raya and Vetto already knew that the Richter in front of them was just Bartley. His resentment just now was completely out of character. When he saw Bartley, who was extremely embarrassed, his pupils shrank slightly. That meant that the balance of victory was tilted towards them. Chapter 192 Raya's Decision for Subscription. Corpse. Batley's expression froze, thinking of the figure who turned and left in a cool way just now, and the gesture of throwing the magic stone down casually. His face turned red all of a sudden. Puff. A mouthful of fresh blood rushed out of his mouth, swaying in the void like blood mist. Immediately, in full view of the crowd, he rolled his eyes and stood upright, falling heavily on the ruins on his back. The violent scene made Raya and Vetto stunned. Looking at the previous moment, he was a little embarrassed, but Bartley, who was still doing well, suddenly vomited blood and fell into a coma. This was completely beyond their expectations. Valtos, this, 940, what is going on here? Where is that guy's body? Dare to injure Richter. Vetto roared and said, I will turn his head, twist it, come down to vent your hatred. After the words fell, the powerful magic power dormant in Vetto's body exploded like a rage. Feeling this oncoming aura, Valtos woke up suddenly, opened his mouth and stammered, Master Vetto, in fact. Master Richter, he vomited blood because of your anger. Just now, Lord Richter did not win at all, and was almost killed by the new head of the Black Bull Regiment. In the end, for some unknown reason, he casually threw down the magic stone and said, let us fatten it up before slaughtering it. Fatten before slaughter. Vetto's domineering B************, D, all of a sudden. Like an old duck being strangled by someone. Advertisement. This horse is, the ideal is too beautiful, the reality is too skinny. It's far from the victory they imagined. The new leader of the Black Bulls. Vetto's face sank, he clenched his fists, and roared angrily, okay, what a madman, I'm going to see who kills who today. After leaving these words, Vetto suddenly turned around and planned to leave. However, as soon as he took half a step, he was stopped by Raya's hand and said, Vetto, don't be impulsive, there are too many mysteries in that kid. Don't forget, our real purpose is to get the magic stone. Don't make troubles for the time being. If you meet him next time, you have the opportunity to retreat first. Don't confront him head on. And Valtos, according to our plan, our target should be Fugolian, why did we meet that guy? Let me retreat. Vetto's expression froze, seeing Raya's unquestionable face, he snorted coldly, and stayed aside. Of the four, Bartley appears to be the leader. However, to some extent, the prestige possessed by Raya is actually the highest. What's more, Vetto also wanted to know where the plan went wrong this time. Feeling the intense gaze of the two, Valtos froze, and hurriedly explained, Master Raya, Mr. Vetto, I am wholeheartedly devoted to Baiyi's magic eye. I really don't know about it. I only activated the space magic concealment and moved the target after receiving a signal from raids. I never thought that I would meet this guy in the temporarily created space. I remember, he also said something at the time, did he feel surprised to meet him, as if he had guessed our plan early in the morning. What? Raya and Vetto's complexion suddenly changed. In their eyes, Bartley spent a lot of effort on this plan. Advertisement. Even the traces of the existence of the precious magic slate were deliberately leaked out, in order to drive the magic emperor away from the mountain. Take this opportunity to snatch the magic stone from Fugolian. It never occurred to me that such a flaw would appear at such a juncture. Now Kuroba feels like a real hunter hidden behind the scenes. If, assuming the other party, really knew their plans. How did he know? Why give them the magic stone? A series of questions flashed through Raya's mind, gradually adding a feeling of deliberation and fear. Could it be that they are the real prey? Raya, your face is a little ugly, what shall we do next? Vetto couldn't help but ask first. If he really knows our plan and continues to let him live in the world, I'm afraid not to mention the last ceremony, I'm afraid even that adult will not be able to wake up. Don't forget how shameless human beings are. Speaking of which, the awe-inspiring murderous intent made Valtos, a human being, show a bit of 4.5 embarrassment, and Vetto has a little more hair on his body. However, in the eyes of Valtos, they are both human beings. All of a sudden, when he uttered this kind of evaluation, he couldn't speak at all for a moment, and the only thing he could do was to look at Raya, who was silent. Facing the unfathomable rookie leader, Valtos is also eager to know what Raya has in store. Kill first and then quickly, no matter whether he knows our plan or not, whether he is a black hand hiding behind the scenes, staying in the world for a day is a variable for us, so we can't let him live. Chapter 193 Typical Oral Dislikes and Body Straightness. Wongi, inside the Magic Tower office. Marks walked back and forth in the office anxiously. From time to time, his eyes fell on the young man with a thin figure and a handsome face standing outside the window sill. It was a handsome man who exuded a kind of aristocratic grace and luxury all over his body. The golden hair adds even more temperament. However, for Marks, this is not the time. When admiring a handsome guy, the other person is not kind. Whoosh! A piercing sound suddenly sounded. It was soon seen that the golden light was plundering in the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the window and landed directly in the office. Marks was taken aback for a moment, but then became excited. Master Julius, if you don't come back, I will go find you. Just now, Your Majesty asked you to protect him personally. And Captain Fugolian, and Captain Nozzle, are waiting outside. Speaking of this, Marks took a sneak peek at the figure standing outside the balcony, and said in a low voice, Master Julius, the people outside are not friendly, do you want someone to throw him out? Julius frowned, then laughed and said, This man, I really met once, let Fugolian and Nozzle come in. Advertisement. I know you. How does it look like, with a look of deep hatred? Marks muttered, and opened the closed door. Fugolian and Nozzle, who were already outside the door, walked in quickly. Master Julius, Captain Kuroba hasn't returned yet. Fugolian said first, should we go to support? In Fugolian's eyes, Kuroba has replaced him this time. Fight against the leader of Baiyi's magic eye who hides behind the scenes. In case there are 3 advantages and 2 disadvantages, in Fugolian's justice, these stains cannot be tolerated. Captain Fugolian, if you don't trust Captain Kuroba, you should also trust Master Julius. Nozzle said lightly. Don't forget, just now Leopold, who can cast the Flaming Lion King that only you have mastered, was trained by Captain Kuroba results. Such methods are not comparable to ordinary people. When Baiyi's magic eye attacked, Leobert and the others were left outside the magic palace by Kuroba. However, it was brought back by Cobb afterward. Facing his biological elder brother, Leopold, who had been holding back for so long, made a big move as soon as they met. Compared with Fugolian, there is still a certain gap between the Flame Lion King's roar. However, it was possible to achieve this level of transformation in just half a month. Not to mention him, even Melaleona can't do it personally. With this result, Fugolian was a little lucky, and let Leopold follow Kuroba to the land of strong demons. Looking at the indifferent Nozzle, the smile in Fugolian's eyes quickly smoothed out. Nozzle, if you want to know whether Nozzle has grown, you can just ask directly, and you don't have to talk to me like this. I heard from that boy Leopold that the training results of your girl and the girl of Valadian's family are far from what he can compare. Having said that, Fugolian paused, and said solemnly, I heard that you can inherit the title of Iron Princess. Advertisement. If given a choice, no one would refuse such sweet pastry. If possible, I would prefer Nuo Al, who didn't go to the strong demon area and suffered for half a month. After all, in the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, the title of Iron Princess is an existence that even powerful people like Melaleona are in awe of. Facing this kind of situation in just half a month, the strength will be greatly improved, and it can be placed on any one person. This is a typical straight mouth. Nozzle's expression suddenly changed. Now Fugolian, claiming that Nuo Al is eligible to inherit the title. Saying no, but the body is very honest. Fugolian and Nozzle couldn't help raising their brows, and looked out the window. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the office. So what is her strength? The tone seemed to be heartbroken, but seeing the joy suppressed on his face, the people present couldn't help but give a blank look. Even the eyes of the Magic Emperor suddenly became more starry. Faced with this kind of unknown magic, the Magic Emperor has always longed for it. HMPH, it turns out that the people in the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom are all superficial people, that's why they push people into the abyss without knowing it. HMPH, Fugolian, I'm not interested in these things, don't take the topic of 717 too far. Nozzle responded with a cold snort. A disdainful snort suddenly sounded. It's definitely a miracle. Chapter 194 It's completely sending girls to your door, please subscribe. In the huge office, an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air. Fugolian and Nozzle, staring coldly at this raving guy. They are indeed a royal family, a kind of people who are not ashamed to associate with refugees and civilians. However, during this period of getting along, they clearly know that Kuroba is by no means a simple refugee. In particular, the progress of Leopold and others made Fugolian and Nozzle feel grateful. Right now, a guy who uttered wild words suddenly appeared, and ran into the Magic Emperor's office without authorization. Where to keep them from being hostile? I have long heard that the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom is a barbaric country compared to our Heart Kingdom. It not only divides people into classes, but also advocates force. It seems that even the majestic royal family is also the same as that so-called Black Kingdom. The bulls, like the new leader Kuroba, are completely barbarians. The blonde young man was the first to lose his composure, and said with a cold snort. However, the moment he turned around, he saw the bruises on the corners of his eyes, and the tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Nozzle and Fugolian even looked at each other, looking a little surprised. Marks, why is the guardian of the Portnev Elves injured? Magic Emperor raised his brows, also looking surprised. When the two countries come to envoys, the biggest worry is that there will be some injuries. A little carelessness may lead to unnecessary conflicts between the two countries. Advertisement. Now the Magic Emperor intends to team up with the Heart Kingdom to deal with the devil hidden behind the Spade Kingdom. He didn't want to make a mistake at such a juncture. You, Master Julius, when the guardian of the Portnev Elves came, I had already found that he was injured. I saw his murderous look on his face, and I saw that he wanted this Kuroba leader as soon as he opened his mouth. I thought he was killed. What's wrong with Captain Kuroba? Marx took a sneak peek and quickly explained. Shut up, this is when I cleaned up the chaos in the royal city for your four-leaf clover kingdom, and some small mistakes happened. The Kuroba barbarians can't hurt me at all. Botnov gritted his teeth. However, this rebuttal obviously made the people in the field unacceptable. At least, in their eyes, ordinary people can hurt Portnev if Kuroba is allowed to face him personally. I'm afraid it was torn by hand. It's just that they couldn't figure out why Portnev, one of the four guardian spirits of the Heart Kingdom, seemed to hate Kuroba so much. Chang's voice, with awe-inspiring taste, echoed in the office, and there was no way to dissipate for a long time. Thinking of Kuroba's unfathomable strength. However, what caught the Magic Emperor and the others the most was the ruthless words threatened by Portnev, the guardian of the elves. However, our four-leaf clover kingdom should send envoys to the Heart Kingdom to discuss the alliance. I don't know why the Portnev elf guardian came to the four-leaf clover kingdom in person. Bring Her Majesty's mission. Speaking of this, the Magic Emperor smiled and said, also, Portnev elf guardian, can you tell me a little bit about what our leader Kuroba has done, so that you can come here to inquire about it yourself? Advertisement. Even Her Majesty the Queen, who was the Kingdom of Red Heart, also hooked up. Your Majesty, as the greatest being who protects our Heart Kingdom, how can he link up with the barbarians? Unless he can defeat me, who is also the guardian of the elves, no one in the Heart Kingdom will be convinced. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it. HMPH, I have already said that you people are deceived and don't know it all. Botnov snorted coldly and said, if I don't come, I'm afraid you don't know, that barbarian Kuroba, I don't know what method to use to confuse Senior Jacha and persuade Her Majesty the Queen to let him be the son-in-law. In their eyes, this stepping horse sold out Her Majesty the Queen and counted the money for Kuroba. At least, as far as they know, they haven't heard of how much Kuroba and the Heart Kingdom have to do with each other. This made Magic Emperor and the others couldn't help but think about whether to tell the murderous Botnov the truth. Portnev Elf Guardian, as the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, we feel very honored for your help. The Magic Emperor spoke first. Only when Kuroba defeats him, the whole Heart Kingdom is willing to agree to this proposal of the door-to-door son-in-law. Regarding the question of Magic Emperor, the people present showed a hint of urgency and doubt. It's all about seeing off girls. Whether it's Marx, or Fugolian who are the royal family, even Magic Emperor Julius is stunned. It never occurred to them that Kuroba was just exiled to the land of strong demons for a symbolic trip. Chapter 195 I will dedicate myself to the alliance. Subscribe. Seeing the murderous Botnov, Magic Emperor and others looking deep in their eyes, they couldn't help feeling a little more pity. Impulse is the devil, especially hot-headed and simple-minded ones. Master Julius, as the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, shouldn't you make a statement? Botnov felt the change in the atmosphere in the field, and his face darkened. I object. I'm against it too. I'm against it too. The unanimous statement spread from the mouths of Magic Emperor, Fugolian and Nozzle. Looking at the three people who held opposing opinions for a moment, even Botnov couldn't help being startled. In his eyes, the Magic Emperor has always held the idea of an alliance, and it should be expected that Kuroba can become the son-in-law. Only in this way can the alliance be indestructible. 217. Right now, the reaction of the Magic Emperor is so radical. In Botnov's eyes, this kind of scene, Her Majesty the Queen of the Heart Kingdom, had an unusually cheap feeling of being swept out of the door. I'm against it too. A golden thunder light pierced the sky, rushed in from the window, and finally landed in the office. Captain Kuroba, you are finally back. Magic Emperor's eyes lit up, and he said, how is the plan going? Did you catch him? Advertisement. Thinking of the attack method of Baiyi's magic eye this time, it completely exceeded the Magic Emperor's cognition. If Kuroba hadn't predicted the enemy's opportunity first, I'm afraid that Fugolian, who was wearing a magic stone, would really be killed by a trick. Things are going well, but I let them go. Kuroba glanced at Portnev. For CHBB, this trouble that suddenly came to the door, it really responded to what the ancients said, beauty is a disaster. Let the enemy go. Botnov said with a sneer, the barbarian is because of your lack of ability. Also, what did you refuse just now? Hooked up with our queen, are you still stubborn after getting the advantage? Our Majesty the Queen, is the one who is loved by the water elves. I heard that you don't even have a clover grimoire. I don't care what method you use to convince Senior Gacha, unless you defeat me, you can't set foot in the Heart Kingdom. Speaking of this, the grimoire on Portnev's waist, emitting a light green light, floated in front of him. Guardian of the Wind Elf. Magic Emperor frowned, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and said, Guardian of the Portnev Elf, some things don't have to be resolved by force. Besides, you're betting Queen Lolopechka on your own, and you're driving her to the fire. Push into a fire pit. Botnov was slightly taken aback, and said with a sullen face, Magic Emperor, what do you mean, are you making excuses for that barbarian to perfuse me? I forgot to tell you, if even I can't win, the people of our Heart Kingdom will be very resistant and let you enter the border. If you want to reach an alliance agreement, I hope that the Magic Emperor will not refuse it casually. It's the guardian of the Wind Elf, Botnov. Botnov blushed with anger, and said with a loud voice. It seems that Poe, the elf guardian, is very confident. Can I admit defeat now? Kuroba touched the tip of his nose and said with a smile. Advertisement. If I let him know, what means does Kuroba have now? Looking at your appearance, you should have already made preparations, please trouble Mr. Cobb. For the alliance, I am willing to sacrifice myself. Kuroba smiled warmly. He didn't mind the disgusting declaration that others wanted to punch him, and he responded with the most brutal and hardest fist. Cobb, who had just come in outside the door, heard the words, glanced back at Kuroba, and then cast a questioning look at Magic Emperor. Gives people a feeling of trickery. Know what, Potter? Kuroba patted the dust off his body with a smile, and said, I just came back and planned to take a rest, but now it seems that I can only get rid of you who came to the door with a thick face first, so that I have time. I don't want Wongi, which has just experienced destruction, to be affected by our battle again. I don't know if I will regret it until my intestines are green. You. Botnov suddenly became annoyed, staring at him and said, My name is Botnov, remembering other people's names is the most basic etiquette. Okay. I thought you would avoid fighting, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Portnev looked at Kuroba with a sneer. The Magic Emperor sighed faintly, and said, Captain Kuroba, look at this matter. Looking at Kuroba, Magic Emperor, Fugolian and others who came down full of promises, they looked at Portnev with more pity. There is no doubt about the awe-inspiring voice. Since you want to lose, let's fight in the wilderness grassland outside Wongi. Also, it would be a disgrace to retreat without a fight. Chapter 196. Let's just compare the cards directly for subscription. Cobb, I'll leave it to you. The Magic Emperor nodded, then looked at Portnev and said, If you don't mind, let me, the leader of Fugolian and Nozzle, act as the guardian of the Portnev elves. A witness. No matter the final result, at least we will maintain absolute justice. After saying this, Fugolian and Nozzle also nodded in agreement. As a member of the royal family, they disdain to fake. What's more, in their eyes, there is no need to fake. HMPH, I am still in awe of the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, and I also believe that you, Magic Emperor, can be absolutely righteous. Botnov snorted coldly and said, Then let's go now, and continue to delay. But it's a waste of time. I also really want to know, what kind of ability is there to hook up with Her Majesty's barbarians? After leaving these words, Portnev looked at Cobb. This time, Cobb was unambiguous, and directly opened the space wormhole. Botnov didn't hesitate either, and got in first. Seeing Portnev's agile posture, Fugolian frowned, and said, Master Julius, Portnev is definitely not a fool to become one of the 4 guardian angels. He should have some understanding of the strength of Captain Kuroba. Under this premise, he still dares to propose a bet. I'm afraid it's a single. What's more, Portnev can become the guardian of the elves, at least he is also a strong in the zero domain. Having said that, Fugolian's face showed a trace of worry. I'm worried that Portnev might be hiding some whole cards. Whole cards. Magic Emperor laughed dryly, and said, Do you think someone has more whole cards than Captain Kuroba? Don't forget his identity. Okay, let's hurry up and catch up. If the good show is over, we won't be lucky. After leaving these words, Magic Emperor also stepped into the space wormhole. Fugolian and Nozzle were slightly taken aback, and looked at each other. As the Magic Emperor said, Kuroba really hasn't lost yet when it comes to the whole cards. However, seeing the determined expression of Magic Emperor, Fugolian and Nozzle were even more curious about Kuroba's cards. Advertisement. Thinking of this, the two quickly followed. The wilderness grassland, to the south of Wongi, is a place where nobles and wealthy businessmen usually hunt on horseback. As soon as Kuroba walked out of the space wormhole and stood firm, he saw Portnev, 50 or 60 meters away from him, and stopped. Fugolian and others also arrived one after another. Looking at the two people facing each other from a distance, an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Okay, I'll be the witness for this gambling fight, and I hope that it can be concluded as soon as possible. If you have no objections, let's start now. Magic Emperor was also unambiguous, and said first. The moment the voice fell, Portnev moved instantly. Wind magic, wind snake strangling. The magic power was concussed, and the grimoire at the waist flew out first. The berserk wind and waves condensed in an instant, and 2 7 or 8 meter long wind snakes rushed towards Kuroba with awe-inspiring sound of piercing through the air. The speed is so fast, the short tens of meters is just 2 or 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Kuroba. Faced with this quick attack, Botnov's eyes locked on Kuroba's body. Boom. Kuroba moved, and the moment he nodded with a smile, his hands were like lightning, and under the eyes of everyone, he clasped the neck of the attacking wind snake first. Ask for flowers, 0. Without any flair, the 5 fingers were clenched suddenly, and the wind snake was caught and exploded. Boom. The wind and waves rolled back and forth in all directions. Advertisement. Such a simple and rude way of fighting immediately caused the pupils of everyone in the field to shrink slightly. The fiery air waves rolled around and rolled away, and a breath unique to zero territory rolled away like a wave. Feeling the coming heat wave, Portnev's pupils suddenly shrank. With a wave of hand, the power can reach this level. Torch. They clearly know that this wind snake is formed by the condensed magical power of the wind attribute, and it also has the form of a hurricane. Right now, this kind of attack without profit was caught by someone with bare hands. Can easily strangle objects it touches. With one strike, the sea of flames that filled the sky instantly covered the 100-meter world, rolling away overwhelmingly with the attitude of burning everything. Boom. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? If this is really his whole card, compare it with your own. Jung. As soon as the words fell, Kuroba reached out with his right hand at his waist, and the flowing blade was drawn out of its sheath in an instant. The sharp knife sound suddenly sounded. Okay, you should just skip this kind of tentative attack. Kuroba patted the dust on his body, and said with a smile, let's just compete with the whole cards. Perhaps, the balance of victory was tilted on his side. Could this be his trump card? Thinking of this, a trace of inexplicable excitement flashed in Bodnov's eyes. Chapter 197 Even the wind spirits are scared. Subscribe. Looking at the rolling flames all over the sky, Portnov's eyes could not help but light up. Wind magic, hurricane vortex. The endless gust of wind, like a wave, was centered on Bodnov and instantly overturned. The majesty of the momentum is not inferior to the flames that fill the sky. As soon as it was condensed, it suddenly reunited with the incoming flame. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated. The violent air wave mixed with flames splashed out, and even set off a large wave of sand and dust, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and blocking the sun. As expected of an elf guardian, with such huge magical power, 290, is not inferior to our leader at all. Magic Emperor's eyes were full of starlight, showing a little excitement. Master Julius, do you think the leader of the Black Group will be in a hard fight? Noel asked first. Don't forget, compared with our four-leaf Clover Kingdom, Heart Kingdom is the strongest through magic formulas to guide the magic power of nature and display the strongest magic means. He hasn't used it yet. After saying this, the expressions of Cobb, Marks and others changed slightly. I have never seen a pig, and I have eaten pork. As the personal guards of the Magic Emperor, they also know the power of magic spells. For a moment, the eyes of the Magic Emperor became more urgent. Is it a magic formula? The Magic Emperor smiled playfully and said, if it's magic of other attributes, I might not be sure. However, if it's wind attribute magic, it's hard for Captain Kuroba to lose. He is hard to lose. Fugolian and the others couldn't help being stunned. Only Cobb showed a hint of sudden realization. Advertisement. Barbarian, it was just a warm-up just now, and what follows is a big gift I prepared for you. Bodnov laughed teasingly. In our Heart Kingdom, we are best at magic spells, try the gift I prepared for you in advance. The sound of the air vibrating suddenly sounded. A streak of green light bloomed in all directions. The mysterious art patterns, like a huge disc, covered a radius of 1 kilometer. Directly enveloped Kuroba, together with Bodnov. In an instant, the air circulating in the four directions of the sky fell into a stagnation. In the next moment, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands directly stirred up the air in the sky. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion of air, instantly above the clouds of the 9 heavens. 9 hurricanes rose from the sky, turning into wind snakes with a length of 100 meters. Under the huge body soaring and circling, the eyes turned in vain and locked on Kuroba. In the next moment, it is not waiting for everyone to react. 9 100-meter wind snakes, with awe-inspiring attitude of piercing through the air, suddenly pounced down towards the bottom. The violent scene instantly changed the expressions of Fugolian and others drastically. Master Julius, this Portnov is really cheating. He left a magic formula here in advance. Marks shouted anxiously. Heart Kingdom's magic formula is different from ours. The larger the area covered by the spell, the stronger it is to borrow the magic power of nature. Ponov arranged this spell in advance, with a range of at least a kilometer, and the power it can display is far beyond ordinary snow magic. Also, Captain Kuroba has just met the leader of Baiyi's magic eye. After saying this, the expressions of Fugolian and Nocel also changed drastically. Facing the massive attack in front of him. Advertisement. They are far away from the battlefield, but it also makes them feel the taste of danger. Chi Shushu subconsciously looked at Magic Emperor. Let's take a look first. Captain Kuroba is not that simple. Magic Emperor subconsciously clenched his fists and looked at Kuroba. That's what he said, but it's just like what Marks said. Kuroba just fought against the Baiyi magic eye. It is still unknown how much magic power is left in one body. He agreed just now, and Portnov acted as a witness for this gambling fight. In a way, no meddling is allowed. However, Portnov obviously moved ahead of time for this gambling fight. In the face of such a massive attack, there is also Kuroba who has just experienced the battle. The Magic Emperor also didn't dare to gamble on whether the Wind Elf Sylph alone could match the spell magic of the Heart Kingdom Wind Elf Guardian. However, as soon as this idea sprouted in their minds, Kuroba moved the next moment. It's actually too weak, I'm not interested in 2.9. A faint voice sounded suddenly, as if explaining a fact, it made everyone's nerves twitch again. The next moment, the magic power dormant in Kuroba's body exploded like a frenzy. Boom. The magic power of the 4 attributes, at this moment, crazily transforms into the power of the sky. The Wind Elf Sylph couldn't hold back even more, and rushed out of the grimoire first. Seeing this sudden scene, Fugolian was startled at first. The next moment, the instant he saw Sylph's appearance clearly, his face changed drastically. They saw that even the elves were afraid. So what happens next? Chapter 198 Existence above the top biological chain. Subscribe. Even the wind elf Sylph is afraid. The expressions of the people present couldn't help but change. Seeing the wind elves for the first time, they were indeed deeply surprised. It never occurred to them that the reunion half a month later would be loved by the wind elf Sylph. It can be said that even Botnov, the guardian of the wind spirit, was shocked by the scene in front of him. However, they are more concerned now. It is Kuroba. What is it that makes the wind elves so afraid? What's more, Botnov is well aware of the truth that change comes later. Wind magic hyphenation. 9 Snakes strangling. Roar again and again. The speed of the 100-meter giant snake formed by 9 hurricanes instantly soared to the extreme. The distance of a kilometer is only 5 or 6 breaths, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, it is directly drawn closer. Seeing Kuroba under the attack, still indifferent, makes people tense to the extreme. 27 inches. You're so boring. Kuroba suddenly raised his head and patted the head of the wind elf Sylph for an instant. A breath that climbed to the extreme suddenly detonated. Roar. The sound of the dragon chant shook the sky, forming invisible air shocks and ripples. Wherever they passed along the way, the 9 wind snakes that struck from across the sky fell into a standstill in an instant. In an instant, the endless hurricane seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and it was quickly drawn towards the void behind Kuroba. 1,000-meter phantom was instantly condensed behind Kuroba. The giant dragon spread its wings, raised its head and roared, with a posture like piercing clouds and cracking stones, and rose straight to celebrate the sky. The huge dragon's head suddenly lifted up, and a huge wave of air, like a 12th-level hurricane, stirred up the entire world in an instant. Advertisement. The profound truth of Dragon Slayer shine break sky pierce. Roar. The gigantic mouth of the 1,000-meter dragon suddenly opened again. The violent hurricane accumulated in his body suddenly exploded. Boom. The hurricane rushed out with the power of breaking the dike. The space along the way seems to be directly penetrated, stirring up large air ripples. The 9 little snakes who bore the brunt were defeated in an instant without any flamboyance. Boom. The next moment, with a destructive attitude, he went straight to Portnev. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Under the huge dragon, under the feeling of drowning that makes people feel inexplicably suffocated. Magic Emperor's complexion changed, and he moved first. Cobb, quickly follow me to save people. Time constraint magic timing stall. Bang bang bang. A gigantic grimoire, levitating above Julius's head. Time balls, along the route of the attack, quickly condensed out of thin air. It is obviously intended to shorten the time for the attack to be as short as possible. The next moment, Cobb directly opened the space wormhole, and directly moved Portnev, who had already been stunned, away. Boom. The violent hurricane impact instantly shattered the time-bound ball. When the golden light collapsed, dozens of light spheres along the way only made the attack temporarily stagnant. Advertisement. The next moment, the moment the space wormhole disappeared. It directly passed the position where Portnev was standing. With a destructive attitude, he rushed straight into the distance, heading towards a huge rocky mountain tens of meters away. Boom. A thunderous impact echoed loudly. Under the huge impact force, the rock mountain collapsed directly. The hurricane that was set off rolled back like a wave. Under the rolling dust all over the sky, there is even a feeling of covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Feeling this terrifying, doomsday-like aura, everyone's nerves were tense, and their eyes turned in unison, and they fell on Portnev who had just escaped from the space wormhole. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence he had just now. The only thing left is that paper-like pale face. With his legs weakening, it was even 017 who grabbed the rock next to him, barely able to stand up. Looking at the previous moment, he regarded it as the whole card, the 1,000-meter spell that could defeat Kuroba. It looks like it has been smoothed out. The 9 Heavens Storm Serpent was crushed like it was crushed. Portnev knew very well that if it hadn't been for the Magic Emperor breaking the oath in the end, he came to the rescue. I'm afraid he has already been blasted to pieces by the blow just now. At this moment, whether it is Portnev, or Magic Emperor and Fugolian and others, they finally understood why even the wind elf Sylph, who was in charge of the wind and had absolute control, showed a fearful expression as soon as she appeared. After all, what they were facing just now was the king above the elves, existing in legends. The creature above the top food chain, the dragon of elements. If it was replaced by them as opponents, let alone winning, whether they can survive is another matter. Chapter 199. One dares to speak and the other dares to do. Please subscribe. Roar. The deep dragon chant echoed like thunder. The sky dragon formed by condensing its magic power spread its wings and roared, and crashed into the sky and earth. Like a breeze passing through the border, it swept across the sky in all directions. Feeling this indescribable oppressive atmosphere, and the huge dragon in the sky completely disappeared in front of my eyes. The tense nerves of the people present finally relaxed a little. He looked at Kuroba with an inexplicable sense of awe. Recall that not long ago, Kuroba cast the Huo-san attribute magic of ice thunder. Now the 4th attribute wind is emerging. Not only is she nostalgic for the wind elf Sylph, but she also has the power bestowed by the legendary elemental dragon standing on the top food chain. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that Kuroba has so many cards in his hole? If you must find an adjective, he can definitely be called the darling of the world. Captain Kuroba, I was forced to intervene in the battle just now. I hope you won't take offense. Looking at Kuroba's body, the tyrannical aura dissipated, and Magic Emperor couldn't help explaining first. After all, just a moment ago, he swore a promise. The sudden intervention at the moment, if this matter gets out, it will also have an impact on the reputation of the Magic Emperor. Advertisement. Botnov reacted suddenly, hesitated to speak. Kuroba was already smiling and said firstly, Master Julius, you are too serious, I also guessed that you would intervene, so I was able to find a suitable white mouse and cast new magic with all my strength. Otherwise, I really don't know if there is any opponent for me to practice with. I am worried that as a barbarian, I will pass by all at once, and there will be nothing left. You. Botnov suddenly became angry. According to Kuroba, he calculated at the beginning and drew the magic formula in advance. It might as well be that the other party planned to treat him as a guinea pig early. Botnov thought he was exhaustive, but he never thought that he would shoot himself in the foot. However, looking at the mountains in the distance, the harsh words that came to his lips disappeared immediately. Looking at Botnov, who suddenly came down, the Magic Emperor patted Kuroba on the shoulder with a dry smile and said, Okay, as we said just now, this is a short-term discussion. Since Captain Kuroba won, that's how it was revealed. As for Queen Lalapechka, that was my defeat, and it has nothing to do with Her Majesty the Queen. I agree that you can be the son-in-law, but that doesn't mean that Her Majesty agrees. Botnov suddenly recovered and explained hastily. If Captain Kuroba wants to investigate, you can come to me. Pursuing. Kuroba said with a blank look. If I insist on your queen, with my strength, I have already tied your queen back. Let's talk about the current situation of Heart Kingdom, and Nuo Al and Mimosa as envoys. Portnev showed hesitation. Before he could open his mouth, an awe-inspiring murderous intent had locked on Portnev. Advertisement. Not long ago, I took Princess Nuo Al and Mimosa to meet with Queen Lalapechka to discuss the alliance against Devil. There is also the mountain that was shattered abruptly in the distance. While taking a breath of air conditioning, he subconsciously looked at Kuroba. How are they? I'm not asking about my younger sister, Nuo Al. If there is something wrong with her, I will go to the Heart Kingdom to ask for an explanation. Nozzle said coldly. Soon the wormhole could be seen appearing behind Portnev. In case Kuroba is serious, go straight to the Heart Kingdom and bring Her Majesty back. My Lord Julius, let me personally convey the meaning of Queen Lalapechka. It never occurred to me that Gotcha would actually bring it up in person after he went back. Having said that, Gotcha cast a reproachful glance at Portnev and said, after the meeting, we found out that he went to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom and did such absurd things, almost making a big mistake. Quote. They finally understand what it means to dare to say and dare to do. Looking at Gotcha, who was serious and told the whole story of this matter. I'm afraid Gotcha will regret even his intestines. However, when they saw the messy wild grassland all around, Gotcha walked out first, followed by Noel and Mimosa. Later, it was suggested that Her Majesty the Queen and Captain Kuroba could consider marrying. Portnev, as the young elf guardian who had been guarding the growth of Her Majesty the Queen, was too emotional for a while, and left the palace. A burst of powerful spatial fluctuations tore apart. I thought that the proposal to make Kuroba the door-to-door son-in-law was just a false subject of negotiation. However, when Nuo Al's safety was involved, Nuo Al's sister-in-law character instantly made him lose his language logic. Looking at Botnov, whose blonde hair was stained with dust, Gotcha flashed an apology on his face and said, Master Julius, Captain Kuroba, it seems that Botnov really came to cause trouble for you guys. Up the altar. Chapter 200. Don't have bad thoughts in the middle of the night. Please subscribe. No Al defeated Botnov. Nozzle couldn't help but asked, Guardian Gotcha Elf, are you kidding me? Portnev is a zero-domain powerhouse. However, as soon as the questioning words came out of his mouth, Nozzle quickly remembered the conversation he had with Fugalian not long ago. Nuo Al's achievements in Kuroba's training far surpassed that of Leopold, who mastered the Great Yan Lion King. What's more, Fugalian even threatened that the current Nuo Al is enough to inherit the title of Iron Princess. Then what level of strength and means does she have now? Captain Nozzle, you are too serious. It has been a long time since Botnov took over the position of Guardian of the Elves, but he is a bit impatient, so he was injured in the corner of his eye during the fight with Princess Nozzle, Gotcha said urgently. Explained aloud. What's more, Nuo Al and Mimosa, the methods of the two princesses are not simple. The 850 corner of the eye was injured. The people present could not help but look at Portnev. They finally understood why Portnev, the majestic elf guardian, ran to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom with bruised eyes. It turned out that everything was smashed out. Okay, it's enough to solve the misunderstanding. Magic Emperor opened his mouth to make a relief. Next, Gotcha Elf Guardian, I want to know Queen Lalapechka's final decision. As soon as these words fell, no matter it was Fugalian, Nozzle, who was still eager to find out why Noelle could inherit the title of Iron Princess, changed slightly. Advertisement. After all, this matter is about the fate of the Heart Kingdom and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Master Julius, you are too serious. In order to fight against the crisis that Spade Kingdom will bring, Queen Lalapechka has agreed to this alliance. Gotcha said in a deep voice. What's more, even Botnov has seen Kuroba with his own eyes. The strength of the leader. I believe that if there are other voices of opposition in the kingdom, I think they will also be silenced. Having said that, Garcia turned to Botnov and said, are you still unconvinced? Sensing the sight from all around, Portnev's face changed, and he looked up to see the crumbling rocky mountains in the distance. The whole person seemed to be discouraged, and said, I, Botnov, would like to admit defeat and follow the arrangement of Senior Gotcha. Well, this is the best. Gotcha nodded silently and said, however, I would like to admit defeat. You just bet on Her Majesty's future, then we should also talk to Captain Kuroba next time. If the matter of Wang's son-in-law gets out, it will bring shame to our Heart Kingdom's reputation. Gotcha, who looked at Yuntian with a face full of righteousness, became more and more excited as he spoke. Everyone present couldn't help being dumbfounded. It never occurred to him that Gotcha went around so many circles, and he was still relentless, in order to win Kuroba to the Heart Kingdom. However, just as Gotcha thought, after witnessing Kuroba's powerful strength with his own eyes. Every time they meet, there are endless means, which will make people's eyes shine. No one doesn't want to hug this thorny thigh tightly. I object. I also object to advertisement. A series of objections sounded in unison. In an instant, except for Magic Emperor and Kuroba, all the people expressed their opinions. This made Gotcha, who was full of enthusiasm and excited attitude, suddenly stiffened. Isn't this, Their Majesty the Queen, can't even sell hard. Ahem, Gotcha Elf Guardian, let's not get too involved in the marriage, shall we? The Magic Emperor coughed dryly and said, if there is a real destiny, maybe Captain Kuroba and Queen Lolopechka can also make things happen. Quote. Next, I hope that the Guardian of the Gotcha Elves can help me send a message to Queen Lolopechka. As long as our magic knights can remove the danger of Baiyi's magic eye, I will go to the Heart Kingdom in person to discuss the alliance matter. Looking at the Magic Emperor who suddenly changed the topic, Gotcha didn't mean to be bored. After looking at Kuroba one more time, he took out a magic bracelet with his backhand. Leader Kuroba, since we have reached a preliminary alliance, we also hope that we can help each other more in the coming time. Gotcha said in a deep voice. This is a one-time prop that contains space magic, and it also has the magic imprint of Queen Lolopechka. As long as Captain Kuroba has a thought, he can directly pass through the magical traps arranged by Her Majesty the Queen on the border and reach the palace. Having said that, Gotchado took a look at Nuo Al and Mimosha and said, this magic bracelet can be regarded as our sincerity. You must not sneak into the palace secretly in the middle of the night. Poisonous. This riding horse is poisonous. Kuroba couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Gotcha in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Chapter 201 Betting on the Kingdom of Four-Leaf Clover, seeking subscription. After seeing Gotcha and Botnov leave, Magic Emperor and others took their eyes back. Seeing that the farce ended temporarily, the Magic Emperor didn't hesitate, his eyes turned in vain, and fell on Kuroba. Captain Kuroba, there are no outsiders here anymore. We want to know what happened to you and Baiyi's magic eye. Magic Emperor asked impatiently first. After all, in the eyes of Julius and others, after witnessing Kuroba's endless tricks, they didn't believe that Kuroba would go away empty-handed. I let them go, Kuroba said with a smile and nod. What? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Fugolian and Nozzle, who had always been patient, couldn't hold their breath anymore. In their eyes, this anti-customer-oriented plan is to completely eradicate the threat of Baiyi's magic eye. Now Kuroba told them to let the person with Baiyi's magic eye go. The gap between the front and back is a bit too big. Don't be too impatient, let Captain Kuroba finish talking first. Magic Emperor was also surprised, but he recovered quickly. Compared with others, he trusted this boy who was dug out more than him. At least, every time they met, Kuroba gave him the feeling that it was unfathomable and unpredictable. However, what was done and the reasons given made it impossible to refute. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were fixed on Kuroba. After all, after fighting against Baiyi magic eye one after another, especially after this riot. Advertisement. They knew very well that if Baiyi's magic eye was not eradicated, it would get stuck in the throat like a fishbone, making it difficult to sleep or eat. Now they are also eager to know why Kuroba did this. Devil, Kuroba said lightly. There is a devil hidden behind Baiyi's magic eye, which even they don't know. Treating them as a temporary solution. Only by drawing out the devil behind them can we cure the root cause. Otherwise, if one Baiyi demon eye is eliminated, there will be Black Knight demon eye, Purple Knight demon eye, that is an endless battle. What? The expressions of the people present could not help but change. In particular Nozzle and Julius et al. They knew very well that in the past, it was known as the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, the Steel Princess who was known as the #1 royal family. Just being glared at by Devil Magicula, he was cursed. In the end, after the birth of Nuo Al, the magic power was exhausted, causing the curse to lose its restraint and be buried in the hands of the devil. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, they didn't even know what the devil looked like. Now Kuroba told them that behind Baiyi's magic eye, there is still a devil hidden. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would believe it? Captain Kuroba, are you saying that even the Baiyi magic eye doesn't know that he is working for the devil? Magic Emperor frowned, unable to help being surprised. According to what you said, once the devil is drawn out, are you sure enough to defeat it? In their eyes, Kuroba has the identity of a mentor to destroy devil. However, face the devil hiding behind the scenes and the crazy idea that draws the devil out. Once it is actually implemented, it will mean a head-on war with the devil. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. It would be crazy to bet on the kingdom of four-leaf clover. 0. Also, didn't Captain Kuroba reveal the worst case 3? With the opponent's unknown strength, once this crazy plan is carried out, it will be a gamble on the four-leaf clover kingdom. It's just that Kuroba does things and isn't used to leaving threats behind. Right now, even Kuroba has no way to kill Devil. Right now, even Iron Princess Yahyai couldn't pass a glance at Devil's hands. Captain Kuroba, you are the mentor to destroy Devil, don't you even have confidence? Nozzle suddenly became anxious. Faced with a mother who had learned from the past, she fell under the curse of Magicula. Let it give itself 2 stabs in the back. In the face of Julius's inquiry, with his current strength, Kuroba's chances of beheading the word spirit devil Zakline are unlikely. Hee, Captain Nozzle, don't be too nervous. The Magic Emperor patted Nozzle's shoulder and said, Header Kuroba just said that there is no way to win now, but it doesn't mean that there will be no way in the future. For the existence of the devil, he had a natural hatred in his heart. As for whether to gamble or not, that is something you decide for yourself. According to the actions of Bai Yi's magic eye, it will be a matter of time before the devil comes out of the seal. However, to seal it again, it might be possible to do it with the ice destruction devil method alone. The most important point is that he must go to the Shadow King Palace to sign in. What's more, he is a man with an outer G. During this period of time, even Kuroba can't estimate what changes happened. No, Kuroba said lightly. However, not now, does not mean that there is no way in the future. 17. Chapter 202 Plan to give magic stones, subscribe. Worst possible chance. Nozzle couldn't help but startled. Fugolian on the side took the lead and said, Captain Nozzle, it's rare to see you so nervous that you even overlooked the important point. Captain Kuroba did say that there is no way to defeat the devil, but it doesn't mean that he has no way to seal the devil up again. Speaking of this, Fugolian looked at Kuroba and said, What's more, since we know about the existence of Devil First, our group leaders, as well as Master Julius, are not vegetarians. Hee, what Fugolian said is not wrong. Since we already know the existence of the enemy, 247, in advance, we can also turn against the enemy. Magic Emperor said with a dry laugh. However, now we need to know what is your plan, Captain Kuroba, to lure Devil out. For the Devil's appearance, they can try their best to fight against it. However, this does not mean that they know how to lure Devil out. If the Devil doesn't come out, the enthusiasm that fills his heart is all nonsense. Plan. Kuroba shook his head with a smile and said, You didn't realize that Bai Yi's magic eye has been trying to get the magic stone, and even set his mind on Captain Fugolian. Fugolian frowned and said, Captain Kuroba, you mean, the magic stones collected by Bai Yi's magic eyes. Not only for their personal purposes, but also may be the key to unlocking the devil. As long as all the magic stones are collected, can the devil be unsealed? That's right, Kuroba responded with a smile. Next, according to my plan, I will collect the magic stones and give them to Bai Yi's magic eye. Giving it to them on your own initiative. Marx said with a stagnant expression, will they not suspect us if we do this? Regarding Marx's question, the people present also silently nodded. Advertisement. They are ambitious, but also blinded by hatred. Kuroba smiled and patted Marx on the shoulder. They clearly know that I will give him the magic stone, and there are only 2 reactions. First, accept it with gritted teeth, and second, think for yourself, but they will never refuse. Looking at Kuroba, who was suddenly making a fuss, the people present had their ears pricked up, intending to hear a second reason. Seeing Kuroba smiling without saying a word, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Okay, don't worry about it so much. If Captain Kuroba doesn't say anything, it at least means that he has a comprehensive plan. Magic Emperor said with a smile. What we have to do now is to wait for the good news from Captain Kuroba, and do our best to prepare for the battle against the devil hiding behind the scenes. Having said that, the Magic Emperor turned around and said, Captain Kuroba, is there any whereabouts of the magic stone next moment? Magic stone. Kuroba frowned. In the original book, he did remember some general information about the whereabouts of the magic stone. However, now the main line sign in task is triggered in the Shadow King Palace. In case, on the way to find the magic stone, the sign in system hiccuped. So how did he go on the road to signing up and becoming stronger? Ding dang, system tasks are triggered randomly. Ding dong, the host is requested to go to the undersea temple to sign in within 3 days. If the host fails to arrive and sign in successfully within 3 days, it will be regarded as a failed sign in task. The system's ethereal prompt sounded suddenly. Advertisement. Kuroba frowned involuntarily, looking a little surprised. It never occurred to him that the system responded when he thought about Cao Cao. Moreover, there is indeed a whereabouts of magic stones in this seabed temple. Right now, in order to fight against Devil, Kuroba has made a 3-line arrangement. Not only did Diamond Kingdom's Ross Tower escape back. At the same time, it also gave enough hints of Heart Kingdom. Kuroba wants to deal with these 3 fronts at the same time. The first thing to do is to improve his own strength and increase his own whole cards. So using the system is the quickest way. Captain Kuroba, do you have no idea? Do you need our help to find the whereabouts of the magic stone? Magic Emperor asked. However, I think Captain Kuroba should have a comprehensive plan. Looking at the Magic Emperor who asked and answered, and turned on the brain supplement mode by himself. Kuroba exited the system, and couldn't help but cast a blank look and said, Master Julius, I've sung 1.2 for you with red faces and black faces, can you leave some lines for me? However, I do know a thing or two about the whereabouts of the magic stone. If you search wildly, you will even alarm Bai Yi's magic eye. What happened today can only be known by those of us present, and everyone else must not disclose it without my consent. Next, come taste the Kahono Al and I go to shipwreck in Stronglands. Going to the beach. Nuo Al's expression froze, and then his face turned red instantly, and said, "Is this a date? I don't know how to wear a swimsuit." Chapter 203 Gotcha's Exploration, subscribe. On the other hand, within the Heart Kingdom, two figures walked out of the space wormhole, and Gotcha was the leader. "Gotcha, you are finally back, are things going well?" A gentle voice suddenly sounded. It was soon seen that the water mist in all directions, flying quickly, gathered into a young girl. Anyone from the Heart Kingdom can clearly tell that the girl transformed by the mist in front of her eyes has signed a contract with the queens of the Heart Kingdom. Under the interdependence, Wendini, the water elf who has been protecting the Heart Kingdom, has been protecting the Heart Kingdom. Lord Wendini, just as I imagined, in the four-leaf clover kingdom, the head of Kuroba, who claims to be the mentor of Destroying Devil, appears, and he can be trusted unconditionally. After saluting on one knee, Gotcha reported. Imagine. What idea? Botnov couldn't help but bewildered. At this moment, he felt as if he had been kept in the dark, causing him to do something stupid. Hee, Portnev, don't be nervous, this time is also thanks to you, otherwise Gotcha's plan would not have gone so smoothly. Wendini smiled softly. With the backhand, the endless water waves, like the phosphorescence of the waves, sprinkled lotus on Botnov's body. The originally bruised corners of the eyes, as well as the injuries all over the body, quickly healed under the naked eye. Lord Wendini, what is going on here? Botnov asked anxiously. However, he was quickly suppressed by Gotcha and said, Botnov, don't be nervous, I propose to sacrifice the reputation of Queen Lolopechka to test Captain Kuroba. Conduct. If he agrees to the marriage of the son-in-law, then there will be no reason for the next alliance to continue. Advertisement. This kind of person, once allied with him, will lead the wolf into the house and swallow the Heart Kingdom. This is a test. Botnov froze in place for a moment. From the beginning, this is just Gotcha's temptation. That meant that he was beaten twice in vain just now. Especially when I think back to just now, the huge hurricane dragon instantly smashed down the rocky mountain of tens of meters. Botnov still has lingering fears. Botnov, I know you will be suspicious of this kind of deception, but everything is for the safety of Queen Lolopechka, I hope you will not be offended. Gotcha said in a deep voice. However, this time, I'm also glad that you took the shot and fought against Captain Kuroba personally. I want to know how you feel, compared with Her Majesty, whether Captain Kuroba has the ability to take the trump card against Devil. Having said that, Gotcha and Wendini's eyes fell on Portnev. His impulse to go to Kuroba for a bet was indeed beyond their understanding. However, this also fell into their hands, saving them the excuse of temptation. Portnev's expression froze. Although it doesn't feel good to be used as a gun, but when I think about it, all this is for the Queen Lolopechka in my heart. After a moment of hesitation, Portnev said, I am not his opponent. I feel that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Compared with Her Majesty, it may not be much different. By the way, that guy, like Her Majesty the Queen, has the affection of the Wind Elves. Advertisement. Moreover, it seems that there are other horrors residing on his body, something similar to a dragon, even the Wind Elf Sylph feels afraid. Wind Elf Sylph. Dragon. Wendini and Gotcha couldn't help but startled. In his memory, Kuroba has never used wind attribute magic. Not to mention, what kind of Wind Elf Sylph, and Hurricane Dragon. All this, in Gotcha's eyes, is simply absurd. Gotcha, what Botnov reported just now doesn't seem to appear in your description. Wendini looked at Gotcha and asked. Gotcha came back to his senses, nodded and said, Master Wendini, when I met 067 in the land of strong demons, I really did not find that Captain Kuroba was still hiding these methods. If he has the wind spirit and the so-called Hurricane Dragon, maybe he can really stand shoulder to shoulder with Her Majesty the Queen. As soon as these words fell, even Botnov's expression changed slightly. Among the Heart Kingdom, the new queen, Her Majesty Lolopechka, is recognized as the strongest queen of all dynasties. It is even claimed that with the strength of one person alone, he can rival all the heads of the magic knights in the four-leaf clover kingdom. Of course, this is not their bragging, but from Lolopechka, with the help of the natural power of water, the entire Heart Kingdom was protected by one person alone. Under this kind of protection, it is even possible to monitor and water all the plants and crops in the entire Heart Kingdom through magic power. This method is placed in the four-leaf clover kingdom. In the original book, the Magic Emperor can also cover the entire four-leaf clover kingdom with magic. However, maintaining it for a long time is more difficult than ascending to the sky. Chapter 204 Invasion from the Spade Kingdom. Subscribe. Gotcha, your calculation is not wrong. Wendini nodded in agreement. However, don't forget that this is the Heart Kingdom. As Lolopechka who signed the contract with me, she is also the strongest queen in history. Under the endless water source of nature, Lolopechka's strength will be fully displayed. What's more, I remember the last time we met, that girl Sylph became a little girl for some reason, and the Hurricane Dragon she was afraid of didn't mean I was afraid. As the four elemental elves, each of them has survived for countless years. And Wendini's attitude is undoubtedly not comparable to that of Silmi. What's more, as Wendini said, Lolopechka, who is good at water elemental magic, is in the Heart Kingdom. However, in Wendini's eyes, being in harmony with heaven and earth is not comparable to Kuroba at all. Lord Wendini, you are right. Instead of relying on others to fight against Spade Kingdom's aggression, it is better to rely on our own strength. Podnov said anxiously. As for that guy, let him be ours. Support is ready. Quote. Otherwise everything depends on outsiders for help, and spreading the word will shame our heart kingdom and mistakenly think that we are incompetent people. Gotcha fell silent for a moment. However, it is not easy to continue to refute Wentini and Portnev, who have made up their minds. Alert! Alert! The perimeter of the strong demon zone is on alert, a suspected invasion has occurred. The rapid siren sounded suddenly. Advertisement. The expressions of Wentini and Garcha suddenly changed drastically. Hurrying to the inner room, he was the first to see Lalapechka, who looked anxious and wore swirl glasses, constantly switching the monitoring screen. Yes, Gotcha's eyes were fixed, and he looked at the huge magic spider fortress that appeared on the screen, and his expression froze. Gotcha, do you know what this is? Wentini hurriedly asked. Compared with Gotcha, the elf guardian who has been stationed in the strong demon area for a long time, Undini obviously doesn't know much about the weapons that Spade Kingdom currently owns. This is the magic spider fortress. It uses the magic power to squeeze the civilians to move. If it can be dispatched, at least it is a dark soldier captain with the power of a devil. It may also be like the attack on the four-leaf clover border fort not long ago. The fort is hiding a dark apostle who can release 40% of the devil's power. Dark apostle. Botnov's expression froze, and he said, is it the dark apostle who defeated Senior Gotcha in the fortress of the strong demon? However, this is the Heart Kingdom, and it belongs to our home field. Whether it is the dark soldier captain or the dark apostle, if you dare to break into this place, you will die. Master Wendini, let our four guardian spirits solve it, so that the people of the four-leaf clover kingdom can do it. Know that our spirit guardians can exert the strongest combat power in the Heart Kingdom. Ah, I'm sorry, this shoe is a bit too slippery, I accidentally fell down. Of course, this is just in case, I hope Master Wendini will not be offended. Lalapechka, who has been staring at the screen and quickly switching between surgical monitors, said anxiously. Advertisement. Right now, there is actually someone who happens to get her nostalgia by chance, which undoubtedly makes Wentini interested. Please provide me with magic power to buy time for everyone to evacuate and seek refuge. Just a little rash. After all, being one of the four elemental elves, she clearly knew that the wind elf Sylph, because the corners of her eyes were too high, had been unwilling to sign a contract with anyone casually, so she was sealed and enshrined. However, in Wendini's eyes, the person she selected this time is also the most outstanding person in history, and may even be able to beat the so-called head of Kuroba. Botnov, who followed closely, did not object this time. Wentini came back to her senses and took the magic bracelet on the ground. She actually wanted to see it with her own eyes after she had admired Gotcha for so many years. Wentini, I'm going to quickly deploy the magic trap to block their attack. Ah, my finger was caught in the towel. Gotcha, what Botnov said is correct. This time, you will work hard to lead the team. As for everything in the Heart Kingdom, let me temporarily monitor it. Wentini ordered. After saying these words, Gotcha put down the magic bracelet, turn around first and leave. Gotcha obeys. Gotcha agreed, and after a moment of hesitation, he took out the magic bracelet with his backhand and said. Lord Wendini, this is the space bracelet I gave to Captain Kuroba. In case of an irreversible situation or a situation beyond judgment, Lord Wendini can use it to contact Captain Kuroba. Quote. After all, after personally accepting Kuroba's baptism, he clearly knew the importance of this step. Looking at Portnev, who was full of fighting spirit as soon as he opened his mouth, Gotcha subconsciously looked at Wendini. Chapter 204 The layout of Baiyi's magic eye for subscription. At the same time, it is located in the strong magic zone, on the sea above the underwater temple. Two black shadows broke through the water directly, and finally landed on the seashore, with the seawater dripping all over the ground. Raya, if it wasn't for you this time, there is no way to detect the whereabouts of the magic stone. Vetto, who was covered in yellow hair, grinned first. Next, we only need to disclose the whereabouts of the magic stone, then the plan can start. Speaking of this, Vetto's face flashed ferociously, and he clenched his fist suddenly and said, that B********** D kid dares to hurt Bartley, I will definitely not let him leave alive. Boom. After the words fell, the magic power dormant in Vetto exploded like a frenzy. It turned into a huge wave and swept away. The seabirds that originally inhabited around were directly overturned by this huge magic power. Some were shocked to death abruptly. Okay, Vetto, there won't be outsiders here at night, but if you rage at 047 casually and emit such a huge magic power, if someone detects it and affects our plan, it's not a good thing. Raya said lightly. Don't forget how much Bartley has paid for this plan. If he can't eradicate that kid this time, it will only become an obstacle to our plan. Faced with Raya's reminder, the anger on Vetto's face quickly subsided, and the unscrupulous magic power dissipated in the world in an instant. After hesitating for a while, Vetto frowned and said, Raya, there is one thing I don't understand why the kid gave it to Bartley when he knew our goal was for the magic stone. Regarding this question, Raya was also silent for a while. Advertisement. Regarding Kuroba's actions, he was also puzzled, and after a little hesitation, he said, I think he probably guessed that we will appear CHDG. Bartley is planning to release the magic power of the seal at the last moment. There is only one guy, and he is worried that he will fall into our hands if he keeps entangled. He wants to retreat completely, so let's keep the magic stone. Fear death. Vetto was slightly taken aback, then nodded with a playful smile and said, Raya, what you said is not wrong. However, I should be thankful that that guy handed over the magic stone, otherwise Bartley would go berserk and release the magic power that has been accumulated for a long time. It's not difficult to kill that guy, but we have prepared for so long and spent so much effort on the plan, I am afraid that we will have to start over and spend several years on the arrangement, but it is not necessary. Regarding Bartley's plan, they knew very well how long it took. If it is said that their 3 demon eyes were only resurrected by Bartley a few years ago. But Bartley is different, he and Vangeance have 2 souls. Bewitched Vangeance since he was a child, and planned all this at the same time. If something goes wrong at this juncture. For Bartley, this was a fatal blow. Looking at the grandpa who wanted to kill someone through the screen, Chiat's scalp felt a little numb. Okay, our goal has been achieved, let's go back and check on Bartley's situation. Raya glanced lightly at Heidao behind him. It can be said that Jahenyu is simply the jewel in the palm of his hand in the Undersea Temple. Advertisement. There was no other way, only one of his father's 7 or 8 brothers gave birth to a daughter. After leaving these words, the magic power of the 2 of them surged, and Raya directly pulled out a space wormhole, and burrowed into it. People from the Undersea Temple. Vetto was startled for a moment, and said ferociously to himself, that's just a bunch of trash, next time I meet them, I'll defeat them all. If something happens to Jahenyu, I will kill you guys. Also, find out who dared to touch Jahenyu, I will kill him. Chiat suddenly recovered and said, Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely find Jahenyu soon. Soon. The old man's face became anxious, and he roared hysterically. I only have one precious granddaughter, you tell her that you will get pregnant if you touch your head, and the girl said that she is going to elope and find the B*********** D to take responsibility. Gone. However, before he could confirm again and again, an image appeared behind him soon. In case of an accident, Chiat might be torn apart. You B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* powerful wave of magic power here just now, why did it suddenly disappear? Chiat frowned and said to himself. Someone is here, let's go quickly. Thinking of this, Chiat couldn't help retorting. Grandpa, I remember you said something even more outrageous, that if you look at a man on land, you will get pregnant. Kiat, have you found Jahenyu? Don't let her run away again. An old voice suddenly came out. After the magic power dissipated completely, a figure flashed out of the originally calm sea and landed on the shore. Chapter 207 It's not scary to clash a shirt. The morning sun is like broken gold. In front of the Black Bull group, Kuroba stretched his waist and glanced left and right. Since Yami received a private lesson on the use of domineering from Kuroba, he has been playing for 3 days and 5 days. Except for coming back from time to assign some tasks, he completely forgot about the responsibilities that the team leader should have. Looking at the slightly noisy hall, Kuroba rubbed his temples and said, Mimosa, hasn't Vanessa come back yet? Senior Vanessa, you haven't come back yet. Mimosa pressed the backpack in her arms, her cheeks flushed slightly. In her eyes, this mission is the key to victory. Without Vanessa, a mature and glamorous competitor, she has a chance to stand out. Haven't you come back yet? Hey, you frowned. According to Luck and the others, when returning from the Demon Palace, Vanessa once mentioned that she wanted to meet an old acquaintance, so she left alone. However, only 1 day has passed now, and Kuroba can't do much to intervene. Captain Kuroba, Princess Noelle is back. Finral's voice suddenly sounded. Kuroba came back to his senses, and soon saw that Nuo Al, who was carrying a small bag and had reddish cheeks, flew back quickly in the distance, and finally landed beside Kuroba. Cousin Nuo Al, you are finally back, Captain Kuroba is worried about you. Mimosa said with a smile first. Looking at Mimosa, who was created by the silly white sweet person, Nuo Al looked around and was relieved to find that there was no trace of Vanessa. Okay, it's getting late, Finral, open the space wormhole. Seeing that this time the key Nuo Al has returned. Kuroba also spoke without ambiguity. As the space wormhole opened, Kuroba took the lead in drilling into the wormhole. Immediately after, there were the distraught Noelle and Mimosa. With the departure of the three, the space wormhole that opened also disappeared out of thin air. Advertisement. When they reappeared, the 3 of them had already arrived, on the sandy beach of the strong magic land backed by the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom. Although this area belongs to the strong demon zone, it is not adjacent to other countries, but has become a place where many people play. Looking at the youthful girls on the beach full of passion and vitality. Finral on the side had already entered a runaway state. As for Nuo Al and Mimosa, they also quietly slipped aside. Ding Dang detected the arrival of the strong demon where the host arrived at the underwater temple, and the sign in task was triggered successfully. Ding Dang, the host is requested to obtain the magic stone in the undersea temple within 1 hour. Those who exceed the time will be deemed to have failed the sign in task. The system's ethereal reminder sounded in my mind. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, he couldn't help being a little surprised. This task trigger, it is a little too fast. However, at present, the plot of the original work is getting more and more sideways because of my own chaos. Kuroba still intends to complete the task earlier, and also wants to see what Bai Yi's magic eye will do this time. Thinking of this, Kuroba thought. Knowledge and domineering, swept in like a frenzy. The whole beach is quickly covered by Kuroba, the breath of Mimosa and Nuo Al. Where is Finral? Everything comes to Kuroba's mind. Huh, Kuroba opened his eyes suddenly, looking a little surprised. If he didn't get it wrong just now, Ja Henyu, who had met once yesterday, suddenly disappeared among the crowd. For the 1-hour check-in quest time limit, the short time allowed Kuroba to find the location of the underwater temple. This stumped him. Advertisement. According to the description in the original book, no one has visited the undersea temple for more than 10 years. This time, I went out to meet noble people. 0. Looking at her shy face, she walked out in the dark. I didn't want to wear it for you to see, I just didn't want to shame the black bulls. As a refugee, you probably haven't seen such a high-end swimsuit. It has to be said that Kuroba admits one fact. Coupled with Xiao Tsunere's personality and reddish cheeks, it still has a special taste. It's not scary to bump into a shirt, whoever is young is embarrassed. Black, Captain Kuroba, I am also ready. Mimosa's voice also sounded without warning. Swimsuit. No Al and Kuroba couldn't help being startled by the image that caught the eye first. Kuroba frowned and followed the sound. A swimsuit set with minimal fabric. It has to be said that Nuo Al, as a royal family, has a figure and skin tenderness that are absolutely top-notch. Captain Kuroba, I'm ready. Nuo Al's voice suddenly sounded. What do you think of this swimsuit? Usually helping the old woman to cross the road, I'm afraid I can get something in return. The first thing that came into view was the white upper garment with a short white tee. The white tone of the same swimsuit gives people the feeling that they are completely different people. Chapter 208 Killing a Happy Father. Please subscribe. In the huge arena, there was an inexplicable awkward atmosphere. Compared with Nuo Al Tsunere and cuteness, Mimosa's silly, white and sweet character design is not inferior at all. Especially some indescribable parts are obviously overwhelming. Looking at the two, who were dressed in swimsuits of almost the same style, Kuroba touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Nuo Al even glanced left and right, wishing to rub his eyes and measure it with a tape measure. However, facts speak louder than words, making Nuo Al speechless, unable to refute. Cousin Nuo Al, no. I'm sorry, I didn't know, you also bought the most popular style of this year at 477. If I knew earlier, I would not force myself to wear this set, the size is not suitable swimsuit. Mimosa slightly lowered her head, a little embarrassment appeared on her pretty face. Not the right size. Kuroba's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Looking at Mimosa with an innocent face, her natural vicious tongue and her unknowing behavior can kill people invisible. Did you know that I was pregnant and came to take me to elope? The unexpected voice sounded suddenly. Whether it's Mimosa or Nuo Al, even Kuroba is confused. Seeing the pretty shadow rushing towards him, Kuroba always suspected that he wanted to become a father. I remember your name is Kuroba, I thought it would be a long time since we left yesterday. I also plan to sneak into Wongi and tell you about it. Ja Henyu wrapped his arms around Kuroba's arms with excitement, and there was absolutely no taboo in the collision between the floating balls. Advertisement. Looking at the familiar appearance, it completely gives people the appearance of having known each other for a long time. In an instant, Mimosa and Nuo Al's expressions froze. In their eyes, they thought they were the favorites to win the championship. It never occurred to him that a Exodang father would come out. Compared with the belly of the girl in front of them, their swimsuit strategy was simply reduced to scum in seconds. Oh, man, Nero's voice sounded suddenly. Soon, she saw her with a little indifference, landing on Kuroba's side from the sky. A pair of small indifferent eyes stared at Joshin and froze. Face this girl who pops up out of the blue and puts Kuroba in charge. Nero and the others still couldn't see what kind of capital Ja Henyu had to beat them. Okay, Ja Henyu, let go of your hands first, we only met yesterday for the first time, how could I be happy to be a father? Kuroba reluctantly withdrew his hand from Ja Henyu's arms. He rolled his eyes and said, I clearly remember that apart from saving you, I just touched your head. There is no time to do other deviant things. Looking at the innocent Ja Henuo, Kuroba swore that as long as he knew who would make him a happy father. The cliff will not make him feel better. You, how dare you say no? Ja Henyu lowered his head shyly and said, my big brother said that girls will become pregnant if their heads are touched. Last night, you touched me twice, so, I might be twins. The low voice made everyone stunned. Advertisement. Looking serious, Januo took the nonsense words seriously. This pot Kuroba can't carry it. Ja Henuo, I finally found you. Chiat's voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, Ja Hino hid behind Kuroba like a frightened bird. Looking at Chiat who jumped out of the crowd and was wearing a white robe. Kuroba finally understood what was going on. So you rubbed Ja Hino's head and took advantage of her. As soon as Chiat appeared, his gaze passed the three women and landed on Kuroba. I swear, whoever touches Ja Henyu will make him pay a heavy price. Speaking of this, a teasing smile appeared on Chiat's face and said, Ja Henyu said, you have pretty good strength. However, I am sorry to tell you that I am one of the 3 great priests and magisters in the undersea temple. According to the evaluation of your 4-leaf clover kingdom, I am a senior magister. But it's not easy to deal with. If you are afraid, you can ask 5.3 to help you. Like Nozzle, Chiat is obviously a man with the attributes of sister-in-law. Facing the younger sister who wanted to protect her closely, she was hiding behind a teenager so intimately. He couldn't swallow this breath. However, the harsh words fell. Mimosa and others following Kuroba's side dispersed back one after another. Especially Nero grabbed Jahenyu's wrist and said, "Get out of the way quickly, there is a man fighting for you, this is a good show. However, you have to be mentally prepared, this battle will end soon." Chapter 209. Looking at Mimosa and the others who dispersed all of a sudden. Whether it's Jahanua or Chiat's expressions froze slightly. A moment ago, he had a showdown. I am a senior magister. In the four-leaf clover kingdom, it can be regarded as the best among young people. In Chiat's eyes, Kuroba and others who are younger than him should be shocked. I just planned to go to the Undersea Temple to find the High Priest. You took the initiative to come here and save my time. Kuroba smiled and nodded. I forgot to tell you, I am Zero Domain, according to the four-leaf clover kingdom, I am the commander of the Great Magic Knight. The Great Magic Knight Commander. Chiat was startled at first, this is the honor of the head of the Magic Knights. The young man in front of him, who was younger than him, opened his mouth and said that he was the head of the group. This is a joke. Chiat's expression sank, and he said disdainfully, "Little ghost, if you are the head of the 27 Magic Knights, then I will be the High Priest. However, this time, it's not that you want to enter the temple, it's that you offended Jahenyu. I will tie you back and let you try it. What is a magic swordsman?" Boom. Taking one step forward, Chiat's dance magic was instantly activated to the extreme. Under the flow of magic power, the whole person is like a fish swimming in the sea. It even circulated with magic, producing afterimages one after another, closing towards Kuroba in all directions. It appeared, it's Chiat's dance swordsmanship, and not many people can easily dodge this move. In the darkness, two priests who also wore ugly murloc masks couldn't help muttering. Among the 9 great priests and wizards, they are all divided into high and low ranks. Advertisement. Among them, Chiat, the youngest, undoubtedly ranked first. 3 meters away from Kuroba, the hands hidden in the sleeves turned over, and under the cold light, 2 strange-looking blades flashed out. Without any flamboyance, with a roundabout gesture, he pinched Kuroba left and right. At the same time, the afterimages gathered from all directions also bear this attacking posture. The violent scene instantly tensed Jahenyu's nerves, his expression changed drastically, and he cried out anxiously. Kuroba, be careful. For Kuroba's appearance, Kahono is very happy. However, he also didn't want Kuroba to be hurt because of himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't sneak out of the submarine palace again. However, this idea just flashed in Jahenyu's mind. Before he could react, Kuroba finally moved. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he suddenly turned around, his hands were as black as ink, and the domineering armed color quickly covered them. Without any flair, he grabbed at the incoming pair of short knives. When the sound of crisp metal collisions can be heard in Shaw rank. Under the splash of sparks, Kuroba easily grasped the 2 blades with cold light in an instant. The afterimages attacking all over the sky collapsed into the void in an instant. On the huge battlefield, only the shocked Jahenuo and Chiat remained, and the 2 priests and wizards hidden in the darkness. In their eyes, no matter it is the phantom clone of dancing magic. It's still Chiat's smooth knife skills. The timing of the display should be impeccable. Why, in the eyes of the young man in front of him, he can easily detect it, and he can also accurately grasp Chiat's magic sword. Advertisement. If this is the strength of the great priest sorcerer, I can fight 10. Kuroba smiled warmly. Under the sudden exertion of both hands, the cold light flowing blade shattered like paper paste. Chiat, who witnessed this scene, suddenly changed his expression. Before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly withdrew and retreated. Dancing magic phantom whirl. The magic power fluctuated together, and Chiat's feet moved like ripples. The whole person turned into 8 afterimages, and quickly fled in all directions. In the face of Hei 420U's shocking counterattack, Chiat's conceit disappeared in an instant. Right now, there is only one thing he urgently wants to do. Keep a distance and try again. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Chiat looked at Kuroba again for a moment. Crackling golden thunder light exploded from his body. The corner of the mouth was raised slightly, and the moment he nodded with a smile, he disappeared out of thin air with a bang. In the scene that caught the eye first, it was a golden light and thunder that walked like a thunder snake between the heaven and the earth. After everyone reacted, Kuroba had already appeared behind Chiat under the sky full of afterimages. Have you ever tasted being struck by lightning? The low voice suddenly tensed Chiat's nerves. Before he could react, the low-pitched roar instantly detonated. Boom. The golden thunder light descended from the sky like a horse. The speed was so fast that it appeared in front of Chiat in the blink of an eye. Chapter 210 Future Big Brother-in-Law for subscription. Boom. The deep thunder roared, and the golden thunder appeared in front of Chiat in the blink of an eye with a gesture of tearing the void. Faced with this sudden blow, Chiat's face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it. The only thing he could do was to hastily raise his hands to block. Boom. The violent thunder light poured down like a beam of light, drowning him in response. The splashing arc of lightning, as bright as fireworks, ravaged the sky in all directions. The dazzling thunder light made it even more difficult for people to look directly at it, taking away all their vision. After everything returned to calm, the first thing that came into view was Kiat, who was covered in white smoke, looked extremely embarrassed, and fell straight on the ground. Looking at this scene, whether it was Jahenyu or the 2 priests and wizards hiding in the dark, when the pupils suddenly contracted, their faces were full of disbelief. After the short fight just now, they did realize that Chiat had underestimated the young man in front of him. However, they never thought that the opponent's speed and magic would be so powerful. It was able to directly defeat Chiat in an instant. Hurry back and inform the high priest that someone is planning to invade the underwater temple. A priest was the first to lose his temper. However, before he could get a response from his companions, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Have you ever tried to get kicked by Ray? Boom. Advertisement. Like a dragon swimming across the sky, the thunder flew across a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Before the two priests could react, Kuroba had already appeared in front of them. The moment the lightning flashed on his right foot, he slashed down towards the two of them with the gesture of tearing the air. Boom. The huge impact was vented like a raging wave. It's not waiting for Chiat and Kahono to react. The two priests hiding in the dark flew out like sandbags. Accompanied by the reverberation of the heavy impact, the two of them smashed their heads on the rock. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slumped on the ground. Impossible, how can you defeat my dancing phantom, and see through the hiding of the two uncles? Can we restrain the magic fluctuation well? Chiat got up on the ground in a panic, urgently inquired. It can be said that, among the seabed temples, he is known as the top 3 priests among the 9 priests. If he hadn't personally experienced this nightmare of instant defeat, he would absolutely not want to believe that all this is true. Don't ask, it's a secret to ask. Kuroba's thunder light fell on the field again, patted the dust on his body, smiled and nodded. If you are not convinced, I can beat you until you are convinced. If you are convinced, then you will take us to see the high priest. Of course, I will show mercy to you, my future brother-in-law. Future uncle. Chiat suddenly exploded with anger, looked at Kuroba with a casual face, and opened his mouth. The feeling of numbness flowing all over his body prevented him from uttering harsh words. Advertisement. However, similar to song magic and dance magic, this is the first time they have encountered it, so it can't help but make people feel strange. He couldn't get out of this tone. I still want money. Chiat suddenly regretted, obviously forgetting the nature of a miser in Kahono. She was a little unhappy on her face, but soon her red lips parted slightly, and her graceful singing voice drifted away with the wind like a light dance music. Big brother, are you really lying to me? Kahono rushed to Chiat's side first, and Chong frowned. However, I want to make it clear that their purpose of going to the undersea temple is feint. What's more, it is hard to argue who told him to lie first and let Kuroba take advantage of his mouth. Okay, no money, if you cheat me again, big brother, I will never let you go. After Kahono dissipated the magic, he glanced at him and said, Trouble, a silver coin for treatment fee. There is a big brother who is willing to admit defeat and lead the way for big brother Kuroba, otherwise I will not recognize you in the future. Seeing this scene, Mimosha's 3 daughters were also taken aback. Immediately, he changed the topic and said, Kahono, it's no problem for you to let me take these guys to the underwater temple. Accompanied by the magic of her song, Chiat's body immediately lit up with colorful lights. Not to mention, Chiat and Kahono performed these 2 slightly tasteless magic so well. The trauma and exhausted physical strength caused by the short fight just now quickly recovered. The opponent was able to defeat him with a single move, and he was even known as Zero Domain and the Great Magic Knight Commander. In the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, various types of magic also emerge in endlessly. At most, he would be reduced to low level, and he could not even enter the Demon Knights. However, looking at Kahono who frowned Chong's nose, he still reluctantly took out a silver coin and threw it over. Taking a step back, if these 2 kinds of magic appeared in the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom. Chapter 211 Shaking the Pot Magic Emperor for subscription. Why go to the undersea temple? Kahono was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously looked at Kuroba. At first, meeting Kuroba here, she was preconceived and thought it was elopement. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, she also seems a little curious about Chiat's question. After all, as a member of the undersea temple, he is also one of the 9 priests. Kahono also has the responsibility to ensure the safety of the underwater temple. For a moment, the other 2 priests who had been knocked down turned their gazes in unison, and locked on Kuroba's body, with a trace of awe-inspiring taste in their eyes. They have seen Kuroba's powerful strength with their own eyes. However, if Kuroba goes to the underwater temple, it will cause harm they don't want to see. As a priest and magician, he will never let him go and ignore him. For this result, 520 Kuroba had already expected this result. He glanced at Kahono and said, I am one of the 9 Knight Orders of the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom. According to Julius's order, come to the underwater temple to find the Philosopher's Stone. At the same time, avoid the underwater temple, because of the Philosopher's Stone, it was attacked by Baiyi's magic eye. Are you the head of the Magic Knights? Regardless of whether it was Chiat, Kahono, or even the other 2 priests and wizards, their faces changed all of a sudden. Advertisement. At the beginning, they judged people by their appearance, thinking that Kuroba was just a simple young man. It never occurred to him that at a younger age than Chiat, he would actually sit in the position of a priest comparable to their underwater temple. But in shock, Chiat raised his brows and said anxiously, You just said that there is a magic stone in our temple, and at the same time it will attract people named Baiyi Magic Eye to attack. As long as I give the magic stone to you, will our underwater temple avoid the attack? That's right, Kuroba said in an official tone again. The strength of those guys is beyond what you can imagine. If there are no other problems, I hope you will lead me the way immediately. The right to interpret all this action belongs to Magic Emperor Julius for negotiation. watching the chattering Chiat. In order to spend less time talking, Kuroba still decided to dump the blame on the magic seat. Now the system check-in task has been successfully triggered. If there is no way, within the limited hour, rush to the underwater temple to sign in successfully. This means that the branch check-in task will fail. Kuroba didn't want to see a stepping stone missing on his way to quickly become stronger at this juncture. An order from the Magic Emperor. Chiat's expression sank, and he subconsciously looked at the other two priests and wizards. As one of the forces CHBH next to the four-leaf clover kingdom, Chiat certainly knew what this meant. After pondering for a while and nodding in agreement with the other two priests and magisters, Chiat said again, "Okay, I will take you to the undersea temple to meet the high priest." Advertisement. However, I want to warn you one or two things in advance. The high priest is more defensive than me. He already knew about your bullying Jahenyu. As for whether the high priest will hand over the magic stone to you after the meeting, it can only depend on your good fortune. If you dare to break through, I can only tell you that we priests and magisters are born to be the darling of the sea. It can display 200% of its strength inside. Speaking of this, Chiat said confidently, "In the sea, don't say what Bai Yi's magic eye is attacking, even you, I will defeat you confidently." 27. Kuroba didn't feel wronged by Chiat's bragging. As a mermaid-like family, it seems that elves are born to be the darlings of nature. They are on the sea, and having geographical bonuses is no exception. However, based on this bonus alone, if you really rub your face to your nose, Kuroba doesn't mind, just continue to teach him how to behave. What's the matter? You won't listen to what I said, and now you plan to retreat. Chiat's face flashed a trace of embarrassment, and said, "If you want to leave, I will not stop you. Let's go." Kuroba came back to his senses, rolled his eyes helplessly, and said, "I'm just worried. You can't help but let me torture you again when you arrive in the undersea temple. For the reincarnation of myself, the impact on this world has already taken shape." Right now, he came to the undersea temple ahead of schedule to recover the Philosopher's Stone. However, whether Bai Yi's magic eye will appear, or in what form, this is still unknown. Faced with this unknown situation, Kuroba still intends to try his best to improve his own strength so as to dominate the whole world. Chapter 212 Sign in at the Undersea Temple is successful. Please subscribe. HMPH, don't worry, I'll let you know that I'm a completely different person on the seabed and on land. Hiat snorted coldly. Come with me. Going to the Undersea Temple is not as simple as you think. If you don't use the appropriate magic, you have to ask me to open the way for you. As he spoke, Hiat took the lead to walk to the beach. As an underwater temple that exists in the strong demon zone, it is sealed deep under the sea with a powerful magic barrier. It is for this reason that this piece of sky and sea has become the natural line of defense for the underwater temple. To reach the underwater temple, first find a way to dive into the sea. At least, in Kiat's eyes, it would be nice to be able to regain some ground with Kuroba at this point. However, as soon as this idea emerged, Noel took the lead and walked out. With grimoire flying around his waist, the magic wand in his hand moved a little further toward the sea. Water creation magic sea dragon's lair. Boom. The huge magic power instantly detonated in Noel's body, and the water on the surrounding sea surface seemed to be stirred by invisible hands. In an instant, a huge water ball formed with Noel as the center, directly wrapping everyone in it. The violent scene caused Kiat and the other two priests and wizards to change their expressions drastically. Originally, their attention had always been on Kuroba. Just thought Kuroba came on vacation with 3 embroidered vases. They never thought that the embroidered vase displayed in front of them would give people a feeling that it could surpass them. If the other 2 embroidery vases also have magical levels that cannot be overstated. Advertisement. Coupled with this monster known as the Zero Domain in front of him. This team of magic knights may have the ability to walk sideways in the underwater temple. Brother, don't worry, I believe Brother Kuroba has no ill intentions. Let's lead the way. Grandpa may be worried if we don't go back for one night. Jahanuo took the lead and said with a smile. After Kiat was silent for a moment, and after taking another look at Kuroba, he also walked forward and led the way. Seeing this scene, Kuroba secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for the current Noel, it is not comparable to the original work. The huge sea dragon's lair, under her precise magic control and with the help of Kiat's prompts, was suspended on the sea surface. It immediately chose the right position and sank quickly. The sinking process lasted for 4 or 5 minutes. After Kiat stopped directing the direction, a huge underwater building complex, wrapped in countless whirlpool barriers, first appeared in front of him. However, due to the presence of priests and magicians such as Kiat, as soon as he got closer, the whirlpool barrier was opened directly. Under Noel's precise control, Black Beauty set foot in the underwater temple for the first time. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the undersea temple, the system is signing in. The system sign-in time limit is 1 minute, host please wait. If the sign-in is launched midway, it will be regarded as a sign-in failure. A series of ethereal prompts flashed in Kuroba's mind. Kuroba secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this long-awaited reminder, but couldn't help but frown. In his memory, the natives in the underwater temple should be particularly welcoming to outsiders. Now there is no popularity at all, which makes Kuroba smell something unusual. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. When he thought of this, the haki he saw and heard was like a frenzy, being crazily stimulated by Kuroba and quickly sweeping away in all directions. Now Kuroba tells them that there is someone earlier than them. In their eyes, the underwater temple is hidden in the deep sea and is isolated by a whirlpool barrier. It seems that this time, for Eye of the Midnight Sun, it is all over. Guest. No outsiders have visited for more than 10 years. Hundreds of people gave the impression of a mighty force, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately blocked all escape routes in all directions. The number is so large that it reaches hundreds of people. Soon, he saw a figure with yellow hair all over his body and a ferocious face like a lion. He turned over behind the building and landed on the ground. Plus asterisk. This is undoubtedly beyond their knowledge. With the domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge covering him, Kuroba raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that the guests arrived earlier than us." This time, they personally led the team, so Kuroba and his team were able to arrive easily. Haha, you are worthy of the guy who defeated Richter. We have restrained all the magic fluctuations and made you aware of it. It seems that you have quite a lot of tricks. The deep voice was mixed with a ferocious teasing flavor. Falling in the eyes of Kiot and others, their expressions couldn't help but change dramatically. They can definitely be regarded as the first batch of guests in more than 10 years. The expressions of the priests and magicians such as Kiot, Jono and others could not help but froze slightly. Following closely behind, there were members of Eye of the Midnight Sun wearing white robes. This gave the huge underwater temple an inexplicable and depressing atmosphere. Chapter 213. I'll give you another magic stone, please subscribe. The huge underwater temple was filled with an inexplicably depressing atmosphere. It seemed like an invisible big hand, gripping people's hearts. Looking at this group of uninvited guests who suddenly appeared, Kiot roared urgently, "Are you the so-called Eye of the Midnight Sun? Where have the people here gone? What did you do to them? If they are even slightly injured, you will definitely not be able to get the magic stone." Haha, are you talking about a bunch of losers? Vetto smiled mischievously. Except for that old man, who is a bit interesting, the rest are useless. The great priest and magician, 823, is just nonsense. But don't worry, for me, it will be more fun to kill you and then find the magic stone. Having said this, Vetto looked across the crowd and looked at Kuroba, especially the guy who injured Richter. "I will let you taste what it is like to live worse than death. This is a dead end specially designed for you. You." Chiat suddenly became angry. However, before he could finish his words, Kuroba stopped him with his hand. "Kiot, give me the magic stone and leave the rest to me." Kuroba looked at the pendant hidden around Kiot's neck. Just now he was only thinking about signing in and forgot to explore the whereabouts of the magic stone. Now Vetto revealed as soon as he opened his mouth that the magic stone was not in the underwater temple, and Kuroba was the first to discover its whereabouts. Advertisement. For you. Chiat was slightly startled. Wearing this magic stone can slightly increase the magic power. It has always been entrusted by the high priest to carry it with him. Now the magic stone has attracted people from the Eye of the Midnight Sun and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. He originally planned to ask the high priest for instructions before making a decision, but he didn't expect that he was still too slow. Kiot, even the high priest and the two great priests and mages are no match for them. I'm afraid. The priests and mages who followed closely behind were the first to lose their composure. In their eyes, the current lineup of Eye of the Midnight Sun can be described as terrifying. Not only are the monsters leading the team possess unfathomable magic power, but there are also hundreds of magisters holding the battle. The lineup of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom is good, but compared with them, anyone who is not blind will know who is strong and who is weak. Brother, I believe in Captain Kuroba. Kahono was the first to express his stance, and even casually grabbed the magic stone and handed it to Kuroba. Seeing this violent scene, Kiot and the two priests' expressions changed. Before they could react, the scene that came into view the next moment made people's pupils shrink even more. "The last time we met, I told you to fatten me up before killing me. Didn't Richter tell you?" Kuroba smiled and threw the magic stone in his hand. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he was thrown towards Vetto. "I'll give you another magic stone. Take your idiot and leave quickly when I change my mind." The small voice echoed in the field at this moment like a magical sound. There is an inexplicable creepy feeling. Advertisement. Don't forget, what does it mean to be stronger than others? Now I give you two choices. The first is to kneel on the ground and surrender. I will let you live to see Richter. Kiot and others' expressions changed, and they subconsciously looked at Kuroba. As soon as the words fell, the magic power in Vetto's body burst out again. Boom. Second, I will take you with only one breath left to see him. In this magical power, they not only felt the power of Suo City that surpassed the high priest. "I think last time, you also threw the magic stone to Richter," said the same words, and sent him away like a beggar. As soon as he said these words, Vetto's expression suddenly showed a trace of ferocity, and the magic power dormant in his body exploded like a frenzy. It also captures the negative consciousness filled with despair and destruction, allowing people to be immersed in this magical magnetic field. "Kid, if Richter hadn't sealed most of Two's own magic power, do you think you could insult him?" Vetto said ferociously, showing his sharp fangs. The huge fluctuation of magic power instantly caused Kiot and others' expressions to change dramatically. Looking at the monster-like big man in front of me, there was a hint of disbelief on his face. At least, in Kiot's eyes, he clearly knew that he was no match for him. Vetto instantly caught the magic stone with his hand, but his eyes turned gloomy and he said, "It seems that Valtos is right, you are indeed an arrogant guy. They were eager to know what countermeasures Kuroba had when faced with the terrifying Vetto after giving away the magic stone. In their eyes, this should be a battle of life and death. They never thought that Kuroba would do such a crazy thing. Not to mention Chiat and other priests, even Vetto and the members of Eye of the Midnight Sun changed their expressions slightly. Chapter 214 The Weak Man's Excuse. Please subscribe. Clatter. Crisp footsteps sounded suddenly. In full view of everyone, Kuroba smiled and nodded, taking the lead in standing out from the crowd. Do you think highly of yourself, or do you underestimate me? What you brought is a bunch of rubbish. Oh, including you. The small voice touched everyone's nerves at this moment. A lineup of hundreds of people cannot be ignored in any place. Especially, the people in the entire underwater temple are still in a state of uncertainty about life and death. Everything is caused by this group of people in front of me. However, this idea just sprouted in my mind. The moment Kuroba's footsteps fell, the unparalleled overlord-like domineering force instantly exploded in his body. Boom. The tidal aura turned into a furious wave, 14 sweeping across the entire battlefield. Wherever it passes, it seems to be transformed into an invisible heavy hammer, directly hitting the depths of people's souls. Hiat and other priests just felt a roar in their minds and fell into a blank state. The scene that caught their eyes made their pupils shrink even more. Hundreds of Eye of the Midnight Sun Magisters, in full view of the public, rolled their eyes, like leeks, frothing at the mouth and hit the ground hard. Is this a spiritual shock? A priest muttered to himself first. The Magisters of Eye of the Midnight Sun do not have high magic levels, but in their eyes, they can be said to have strength in numbers. Always outnumbered. However, right now, the young man in front of him stood out from the crowd and overwhelmed the whole audience with his momentum. Advertisement. The most important thing is that this method is placed in their underwater temple, but it has never appeared. Not even their high priest can do it. Is this really a strong person from the Zero Realm? Stay back, this is not a battle you should be involved in. He can only be described as a monster. Nero spoke first. It can be said that facing this scene, no matter how many times she watched it, she was still shocked. Monster. Vetto's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he suddenly clenched his fists and roared in anger. Okay, very good, today I'm going to show you what a monster is. I will trample everyone present, make you despair, and then kill you. Beast Magic Cheetah Impact. Boom. With a heavy step, the ground beneath Vetto's feet shattered. The next moment, a series of afterimages were brought up and charged towards Kuroba. The short distance of 100 meters is just the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, Vetto had appeared in front of Kuroba. Beast Magic Bear Claw. The violent magic power gathered crazily in his right hand and instantly turned into a huge bear claw like a millstone. Without any flashiness, I took a picture of Kuroba head on in full view of everyone. The awe-inspiring sound that broke through the air caused even the air in front to burst. Looking at Kuroba, who was so close, Vetto seemed to be able to see that the arrogant brat in front of him was torn to pieces by his violent blow. Advertisement. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed loudly. The moment the bear claw was about to hit Kuroba, golden lightning flashed. The bear's claw, which had lost its target, hit the ground with a mighty force. Weak. Am I right? We, Eye of the Midnight Sun, need talents like you. Why not join us? Once the plan is successful and all humans are completely wiped out, you will have your own place on this land. Even Vetto, who suddenly took action, was no exception. Having said this, Kuroba said calmly, if the law of the jungle is the order, then we should adapt to and conquer this order. You are indeed a difficult kid. You are really outstanding at selling your calendar. Vetto said ferociously. Seeing Kuroba appearing dozens of meters away unscathed as if teleporting, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Witnessing this scene, Chiat and the others' expressions changed. They were only thankful that they heard Nero's warning in advance and opened enough distance in time. Boom. Otherwise, the impact of the aftermath of these attacks alone would be enough for them to eat. The ground made of thick rock floors exploded like a spider web. The ground with a radius of more than 10 meters shattered and spread. The frog in the well. It turns out that the so-called elves who live in peace with the world are just a bunch of idiots. Kuroba smiled and shook his head. The huge impact set off large waves of sand and dust, and even rock debris burst out. Kuroba turned into a golden lightning and disappeared on the spot. You can overthrow a 4-leaf clover kingdom with hearts, diamonds, and spades ruled by devils. Mo Fei, can you still kill them all? You were born with huge magic power, but you don't know the evil nature of people's hearts. Your small size is your fatal weakness. If you can't even conquer order and can only talk about how miserable you are, that's nonsense that only the weak and eliminated will talk about. Chapter 215 The Magic That Cannot Be Copied. Please subscribe. Weak. Vetto's expression dropped and he roared ferociously. Then let me show you who is truly desperate. If you don't take action now, when will you wait? Space Magic Dimension Limitation. Vine Magic Mana Absorption. The magic power fluctuations of the two high-ranking magicians surged instantly. When the magic light came on, Kuroba felt as if his body was stuck in a quagmire, and his movements became sluggish. At the same time, vines protruding from the rock formations seemed to turn into countless big hands and quickly wrapped around Kuroba. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Hiat and others looked at Kuroba, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, in an instant, and their expressions suddenly changed dramatically. Seeing Vetto step out in an instant, he turned into an afterimage and chased Kuroba. Unable to hold back, he was about to help, but was stopped by Nero again. Seeing the indifference on her face and the still silence of Noel and Mimosa, Kiot couldn't help but be startled. Kid, I got you. Vetto laughed and roared. The movement in his hand was completely unambiguous. With a series of afterimages, he rushed to Kuroba first, and violent magic power was instantly poured into his right hand. Beast magic tearing bare claws. Boom. The air roared together, and a huge magic power was built, reaching a bare claw of more than 5 meters. Advertisement. Without any fancy, he shot towards Kuroba again. In their eyes, facing this close distance, there are multiple restrictions. Kuroba has undoubtedly become the turtle in the urn. However, this thought just flashed through everyone's minds. Kuroba smiled and nodded, and the huge magic power dormant in his body exploded like a frenzy. I'm sorry, I caught you. Destruction of Ice Devil's Law Silver World. Boom. The low sound of air explosions echoed without warning. The dazzling light of pale pink blooms like a small sun with Kuroba as the center. It was so piercing that one's vision was snatched away in an instant. The cold wind is like the tide, giving people an inexplicable biting feeling. Chiat and others present could not help but shudder, as if they had the illusion of being in an ice cellar. Faced with this strange scene, the priests and wizards such as Kiot, Jono and others had no time to think about it and hurriedly opened their eyes. The scene you enter is like a world evolving from ice and snow. The frozen earth swept across the entire underwater temple. The 2 high-ranking wizards of Eye of the Midnight Sun who made a sneak attack were hiding 100 meters away and making a sneak attack. However, they obviously did not expect Kuroba, who was obviously restricted. The attack speed is so fast that it can cover them instantly. Vetto, who had originally launched a sneak attack, was standing more than 100 meters away from Kuroba with a gloomy look on his face, his right hand covered by ice crystals. Advertisement. There was another familiar figure behind him. Raya, I thought you were going to continue playing hide and seek, but I didn't expect that you would lose your temper so quickly. Kuroba smiled and patted the remaining Bingyong on his body. As one of the 3 magic eyes, he clearly knows the abnormality of Raya's copying magic. Still unable to copy. Raya, what's wrong with you? Vetto also noticed something was wrong. Grimoire subconsciously looked at Raya, his expression suddenly changed drastically. This time, we set up a trap in advance in order to completely eradicate you. Although Valtos knew that you had a lot of trump cards, we didn't expect that you still had this hidden one. However, the grimoire that appears in front of you now is completely blank. As he spoke, Rai quickly opened the grimoire that belonged to him in front of him. As for the existence of the 2 high-ranking magicians, Kuroba had already discovered it through seeing and hearing Haki. It's definitely not as simple as imagined. And, I forgot to tell you, my magic attribute is replication. As long as you touch the opponent's grimoire, you can copy the magic he possesses. Now all the magic you possess is in my hands. However, this kind of attack may work the first time, but you won't be able to do it the second time. Does this mean that the magic copy failed? However, after each copy is completed, the magic possessed by the other party should appear on grimoire. Haha, Captain Kuroba, you are too modest. Under our surveillance by Eye of the Midnight Sun, your threat level has exceeded that of Magic Emperor. Raya narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. However, as the pages opened one by one, the scene that came into view made his expression gradually stiffen. However, I am flattered by the trouble of 2-3 demons joining forces to deal with me as a captain. However, Kuroba knew clearly that this time Eye of the Midnight Sun took the initiative. Chapter 216. It seems like you can see the future. Please subscribe. It's impossible. I just met your grimoire, so I should copy your magic. Raya said urgently. This method failed him every time. It was precisely because he wanted to discover the secret of Kuroba's magic that Vetto took the risk. I also think it's impossible, but it's a pity that you still failed. Kuroba said with a smile. However, I still remind you that there are only 2 of you, but you can't stop me. Kuroba has always been wary of Raya's fruit abilities. However, his power comes from the sign-in system. He doesn't believe that the power of this world can surpass the plugin. What an arrogant person. Raya recovered from the shock, looked at him coldly, and the grimoire in his hand flew quickly. The next moment, a dazzling golden light bloomed. Vetto, do it. Even if we can't copy your magic, we still have a way to kill you easily. 660 Light Creation Magic Light Rainstorm. Buzz. Endless golden light bloomed like a tide. Behind Raya, it turned into spots all over the sky. The next moment, without any fancy, Raya caught it from the air. It turned into a heavy rain and poured down towards Kuroba. Boom. The speed was so fast that Kiot and the others just felt a flash of flowers appear in front of Kuroba. Among many magical attributes, light is known as the chosen devil. Whether it's power or speed, they are all at the top. Once taken, it is enough to crush many attribute magics. Seeing the attack coming in front of him, the lightning flashed around Kuroba's body. A smile flashed across his face, and he grabbed Lubian Ruohuo around his waist with his backhand. Advertisement. Jung. The sound of the sword, mixed with the smell like a cracked stone, BEFC, shot straight into the sky. One knife out. The blazing fire light flowed on the blade, rolling back like a frenzy. Instantly collided with the incoming light rain. At the same time, the movements in Kuroba's hands were completely unambiguous. In the backhand, the flowing blade stabbed into the back instantly. Torch. 2 simple words came out. The flame dormant in the blade exploded like a volcano. The blazing high-temperature hurricane swept through the entire underwater temple at the same time. The violent wave of fire directly submerged the wide-open space wormhole in an instant. Vetto, who was hiding among them and was about to attack suddenly, was forced back. Returning to where he was originally standing, he looked at Kuroba 100 meters away, his face full of disbelief. Kid, it's a big no-no to be distracted during the battle. Raya's voice sounded from behind Kuroba. Endless golden light suddenly condensed into shape, revealing Raya's appearance. The golden light bloomed in his hand, forming a lightsaber without any hint of fancy. Slash Kuroba head-on. Light creation magic light killing cross sword. Phew. The air seemed to be torn apart, at such a close distance and with the blessing of super high speed. Raya believed in the kid in front of him who was trying to hit the target one after another. There is simply no way to respond in time. However, this idea just flashed through Raya's mind. The frail figure in front of him, with a look of horror on his face, moved a few centimeters to the side first. The movement was not large, but it gave Raya the feeling that she could barely avoid the trajectory of the attack. Advertisement. No, it should be said that this guy seemed to have predicted everything from the beginning. It feels like you have seen the future. Boom. The lightsaber slashed directly to the ground, and the ground was shattered by the fierce attack. The shock wave formed extended to dozens of meters away. However, Raya doesn't dare to think too much now. Facing this violent scene, Raya's expression suddenly changed drastically. As soon as the light wall condensed, the swift and fierce lightning struck the barrier with a huge force. The violent blast wave swept away like a frenzy. Looking at this dazzling confrontation. This process may seem complicated, but it only takes a few breaths before and after. Light creation magic light barrier. However, it just appeared more than 10 meters away. Finally, a slightly embarrassed figure formed beside Vetto. Seeing Kiot and other people eating melons, his pupils suddenly shrank and his eye sockets almost burst open. After missing a blow, the light spots on his body erupted again, and he quickly retreated. Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, he hurriedly activated his own magic power to the extreme. An unexpected sound sounded at the same time. The moment that Raya was overwhelmed. Boom, boom. Have you ever tried what it feels like to be struck by lightning? Endless spots of light shot out from the explosion storm again. The golden thunder light, like a horse, struck down with lightning speed. Chapter 217 I happen to also hide my strength, please subscribe. There is no way they can intervene in this kind of battle. Kiot, Jano and other priests glanced at each other subconsciously. They finally understood how stupid it was for their group to challenge the young leader of the Magic Knights on land just now. Especially, seeing Kuroba's counterattack that seemed to be unpredictable. All this is beyond their knowledge. At least, in their eyes, the two people who faced Eye of the Midnight Sun. They, the so-called great priests of the underwater temple, are probably vulnerable to a single blow. Raya and Vetto, who landed 100 meters away, had disbelief on their faces. Compared with Chiat and the others, they knew more clearly the horror that Kuroba showed in their fight just now. Being able to understand the opponent's actions and attacks in advance means that you can be invincible against others. This kind of ability is beyond their current intelligence ministers. Mo Fei, the young man in front of him, not only possesses the 4 attributes of ice, thunder, fire and wind. Is it also possible that there is a method similar to Magic Emperor's time magic to seize the future? This simply makes people feel horrified to think about it. When they thought of this, Raya and Vetto looked at each other subconsciously and reached a consensus instantly. This young man must not stay. Captain Kuroba, it seems we underestimated you again. Raya looked up at Kuroba. I didn't expect that you still have the means to predict the future. However, you should know that being able to predict the future is one thing, but whether the body can keep up with it is another. Having said this, Raya narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, I only used half of my strength just now. Advertisement. We all have seals in our bodies, that's because we are worried that if the magic power used is too strong, uncontrollable rampage will occur. I originally thought that the two of them could easily take you down by joining forces, but now it seems that we can only give it a try. After the words fell, Raya and Vetto fell to the ground in the void. There was a hint of awe-inspiring murderous intent in Kuroba's eyes. The huge battlefield was filled with an inexplicable and depressing atmosphere. Half the strength. Kiot and the other priests were confused. Being able to carry out such a complicated battle just now was still half the strength. So how far can our strength reach when we exert our full strength? Facing Raya and Chiat who are going all out, is Kuroba sure of victory? When he thought of this, Jahanua was the first to lose his composure and said, Captain Kuroba, my singing magic can assist in improving my combat power. Why not let us contain one of them? Your chances of winning may be better. Faced with this suggestion, Raya and other priests felt a little dangerous. However, the underwater temple is the place where they have lived for generations. At this juncture, if even Kuroba loses, then their underwater temple may be wiped off the map today. No need. Kuroba smiled and shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I happen to hide my strength as well. Light magic is very fast, but you said if you don't even have a chance to move, then who will die? The small voice was like an invisible heavy hammer hitting everyone's nerves at this moment. Please give me flowers. OMG. Advertisement. In their eyes, Kuroba has 4 attributes, as well as the ability to predict the future. This is enough to defy heaven. Now I tell them that I still have hidden strength. Does this still allow people to live? The smile on Raya's face gradually faded, and she said, Captain Kuroba, what you said surprised me. However, I also want to see the so-called hidden strength you said. Raya is right, I also want to see who can have the last laugh. Vetto shouted in a deep voice. Boom. Taking one step forward, Vetto's expression instantly became gloomy and desolate. The magic power dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy. It turned into a wave of air and rushed directly to the whirlpool barrier that enveloped the underwater temple. The huge impact caused ripples in the barrier. However, Kuroba knows that this is just the beginning. As elves reincarnated in advance, the three demonic eyes are not truly stable. Therefore, most of the magic power has been sealed in the third eye between the eyebrows. Once this sealed eye is opened, it will directly enter a state of rampage, and its strength will increase several times, which is not difficult. However, for all this, Kuroba showed a smile eager to try. This time, one of the main purposes of his coming to the undersea temple was to sign in. After a series of battles, he got a chance to breathe. Only then did Kuroba realize that the reward for signing in this time was no ordinary thing. That is the third most murderous method possessed by a dimension-shaking female general. Chapter 218 Even time and space can be frozen. Please subscribe. Arrogant people, let's have a taste of what despair feels like. Vetto roared with a ferocious face. The magic power that penetrated the body first showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, above the eyebrows, as if being torn apart by force, a dark eye-like ink opened. In a vain turn, the third eye instantly locked on Kuroba. An even greater amount of magic power exploded like a volcano erupting. Boom. The black magic light pillar soared into the sky, and the airwaves it raised made the ground under your feet make a cracking sound as if it could not bear it. The expressions of everyone under this, 610, aura suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, a playful smile appeared on Raya's face. The muscles on his forehead twitched slightly, and the third eye suddenly tore out. The magic power dormant in the body still exploded like a tide. The breath of Vetto instantly overlapped. The magic power released by the actions of the 2-3 demon generals was originally much stronger than Bartley, the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun. Now that the two of them have joined forces to break out, this aura is so powerful. Even the space was shaking slightly. The aura storm set off gave people an inexplicable suffocating feeling. The huge underwater temple was shaking at this moment. Facing this aura of impotent people's minds, even Kiot and others standing far away felt weak in their feet. This was the first time that they encountered such a terrifying enemy. Kid, what's wrong? Vetto smiled ferociously and said, if you kneel down and surrender now, we may be able to give you a breath. Advertisement. Otherwise, if you are not careful in the next move and cannot control your strength well, I am afraid that your small body will be crushed directly. The awe-inspiring words stirred everyone's nerves. Their eyes all turned around, and they locked on Kuroba. They were eager to know whether Kuroba was bluffing or had any countermeasures in this situation. As expected, you said it with great eloquence. Does that mean we can continue? Kuroba smiled warmly. At the same time, he glanced down, and a scarlet mark like blood appeared on the back of his hand. This is the new ability he gained in the sign-in system. The most powerful imperial weapon from Esdeath, the Crimson Eyes, Super Queen S. The demon god appears the essence of the devil. This is an ability that surpasses Kuroba's existing ice creation magic and devil-destroying magic. It has the ability to freeze a city or even an entire country in an instant. Of course, the premise is to activate the two secret skills. Only by storing enough strength can it be done. At present, Kuroba has just obtained the devil's essence, so he may not be able to freeze the entire city. But it's not impossible to use another secret technique. You little brat, you are still laughing when you are about to die, go and search for me. Vetto's face darkened, and he roared angrily. The law of Warcraft. Violent beast. The violent magic power surged out of Vetto's body like a wild horse. The muscles all over his body bulged like a rock, and the next moment his fangs stood out. Roaring like crazy, Vetto stepped heavily, and his whole body turned into a hurricane, rolling towards Kuroba. Advertisement. When the earth collapsed and roared, Raya, who had been watching eagerly, waiting for the opportunity, moved instantly. In his eyes, things will change later. As long as he locked onto Kuroba's slightest flaw, he would be able to unleash his strongest blow and finish Kuroba directly. However, this idea just flashed through my mind. At this moment, the sky and even the earth in all directions turned into blue ice. In Kuroba's subconscious, the only message idea emerged. The whole person turned into a thunder and rushed towards the incoming Vetto. An inexplicable chill rose up along his spine. The 5 simple words were uttered, and the scarlet mark on the back of Kuroba's hand became scorching in an instant. As the magic power in his body was being squeezed crazily, a biting coldness instantly covered the entire underwater temple like a frenzy. With his current magic power and control over the devil's essence, the originally frozen time and space is also slowly unraveling. The blade pointed diagonally at the ground, with cold light flowing, and a drop of scarlet blood dripped onto the ground. The moment Raya looked at Kuroba, her nerves were suddenly pried. When he appeared again, Kuroba had already passed Vetto and was 10 meters behind him. Lightning flashed across his body, and his footsteps suddenly stepped down. Especially the smile hanging on the corner of the mouth gave people an inexplicable feeling of death. The moment the sound of the sword in his hand rang out, Only 1 second. He can temporarily freeze the time and space of 1.7. Mokobo Timo. Although it was only a luxury for a second, it was enough for Kuroba. Chapter 219. I don't know if I've been cut off, please subscribe. The frozen time and space quickly retreated like a tidal wave. People and objects that were originally in a state of stillness recovered in an instant. The scene that caught their eyes first made them startled. I saw that the demonic energy all over my body exploded into the sky, and after using extreme speed to rush dozens of meters, my pace became slower and slower. At the end, the whole person suddenly stopped in place. Vetto's rough, hairy hands struggled to cover his neck. A scarlet blood arrow splashed out between his fingers. Like gorgeous fireworks, they dispersed between the sky and the earth, dyeing the earth red. The strange scene stirred everyone's nerves. In particular, it was even more frustrating to see Kuroba appear in the place where Vetto was originally standing, as if he had suddenly changed his appearance. Vetto! Raya called out urgently, and the endless golden light on his body burst into flames, turning into 14 beams of light, and rushed to Vetto's side first. In his eyes, this injury was fatal. However, as long as it is handled properly, Vetto's life may be saved. Hurry! Go! Vetto roared intermittently, pushed Raya away. The neck that was tightly covered was completely unable to be suppressed, and mist poured out like a fountain. A blazing magic power quickly spread through Vetto's body. The skin on the body surface has flame patterns, blooming and tearing open. The huge body quickly expanded like a balloon. Boom. The scorching waves of air swept across like a tidal wave. Advertisement. Endless flames instantly engulfed Vetto's body and soared into the sky. Raya, who was about to approach, was knocked over by the air wave. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Vetto, who suddenly self-destructed, his face was full of disbelief. In their eyes, they only saw Wei Wei charging Tian Chu in public. Kuroba switched places with him. However, the blood dripping from the blade and the injury on Vetto's neck let them know clearly that Vetto was chopped down when they didn't expect it. That sky-high explosion has absolutely nothing to do with Kuroba. You killed Vetto. Raya rolled over on the ground and looked at Kuroba, her face suddenly darkened to the extreme. He firmly believed that he had never missed a single glance just now. But no matter how Vetto was killed or how Kuroba moved, I didn't see it at all. This can only mean one thing. Captain Kuroba, it seems that we have really underestimated you. It turns out that you still have a method similar to Magic Emperor's time stop. Raya said in a deep voice. You hide it so well. However, the more powerful the method, the greater the damage will be to oneself. I really want to know whether Captain Kuroba can continue to kill me without anyone noticing in the next battle. Having said this, the grimoire floating in front of Raya quickly flew up. A huge wave of magic power spread out. Feeling this increasingly depressing atmosphere, Kiot and others' expressions couldn't help but change. He looked at Kuroba with a hint of urgency. They eagerly wanted to know whether the miraculous move just now could be performed again. Advertisement. Haha, if I told you that I could only use that move once, would you believe it? Kuroba smiled and patted the dust on his body. However, if I really want to kill you, there are many ways. Once, then the young man in front of him can definitely become a monster. For a time, the huge battlefield fell into inexplicable silence. As time went by, the depressing atmosphere seemed to be gripping people's hearts with a big invisible hand. Looking at the space that healed all of a sudden, Kiot and others were slightly startled. This is really scary to think about. Originally, Raya was planning to find out the details of Kuroba through dialogue. Raya's face gradually darkened to the extreme, and she said, okay, what a leader Kuroba. As for the joking words at the end, it is also something that people dare not take lightly. After saying these words, Raya's face rippled upwards, tearing out the wormhole, turning around and stepping in. Regardless of Kiot, Jano and others, even Raya couldn't help but get a certificate. It seems we really underestimated you. They believe they can run faster. They never expected that Kuroba would give such a reply. However, when I think about the means Kuroba has in the endless trump cards. Now it seems that all this is unattainable. However, next time, I will let you pay for Vetto's death tenfold. If Raya and Vetto from Eye of the Midnight Sun just now were a monster. They never thought that Raya, who had said harsh words just a moment ago, would be so quick to give up. Chapter 219 The Two Secret Skills of Devil's Essence. Please subscribe. With Raya's departure, the overwhelming pressure of magic that filled the place gradually dissipated. The ice covering the entire underwater temple quickly melted and disintegrated between heaven and earth as Kuroba's thoughts turned. Kiot and the other priests just woke up from a dream. The scenes of the fight just now were like a brand that lingered in my mind. Grandpa, Jahanuo suddenly remembered the most important thing. The people from Eye of the Midnight Sun retreated. However, for those who guard the underwater temple, this is a nightmare. Facing such a terrifying opponent, not everyone is Kuroba. Looking at Jahanuo and others who suddenly disappeared from sight, Kuroba did not follow them. Just now, when he used his knowledge to cover the entire underwater temple, he clearly noticed a lot of auras. According to the High Priest's temperament, he might not be able to defeat Eye of the Midnight Sun. But using his strange game magic to create a defensive barrier and temporarily hiding inside is not a problem. What's more, this time Eye of the Midnight Sun was mainly to ambush him. For the people in the undersea temple, they are obviously unwilling to spend more effort. Captain Kuroba, are you okay? That move just now was so powerful that we didn't even notice it. Noel couldn't help but said first. Mimosa quickly nodded in agreement. Only Nero remained silent. Regarding the change in Nero's expression, Kuroba certainly knew what she was thinking. Advertisement. It's just that now Kuroba doesn't have that much thought to consider other people's feelings. The demon god appears the essence of devil, possesses the secret skill Mokobotomo, and its power is indeed unparalleled. However, the demand for magical power also exceeded Kuroba's expectations. He finally understood why Esdeath, the queen of S-shaking, could only use it once a day. Just now, Kuroba froze time and space for a second, but extracted 6 to 7/10 of the magic power in his body. According to this calculation, once this time limit is exceeded, people will probably be squeezed dry. However, in addition to Mokobotomo, Devil's Essence also has a second skill, General Binglin. A large number of Ice Knights can be created from ice first to store the power needed by the Imperial Island. Then at the moment of battle, release the stored power in one breath. With the help of the huge magic power that explodes instantly, it can create a large-scale blizzard, which is Esdeath's strongest group attack skill. When he thought of this, feeling the magic power in his body that was a little depleted, Kuroba found a place and sat down cross-legged. Half an hour later, a spatial crack was torn open. Kuroba took the lead and got in first. The 3 Knoll girls who followed closely behind did not stay any longer. Now that this trip has happened to the Undersea Temple, it is obviously not suitable for them to go sightseeing. What's more, Kuroba has already achieved his goal this time, and it will be useless to continue to stay here. Dissipated into the void along with the cracks in space. Hiat on the side patted Jahanuo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Stop looking, let Grandpa know," and said you are in love with spring. Advertisement. Brother is just thinking about spring. If my brother hadn't lied to me, who would have lied to me, I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself. Jahanuo came back to his senses, frowned, and couldn't help complaining. If you think about it now, I just hope that the 2 adults can leave some intact corpses so that you can turn him into a zombie. On the other hand, Ping is out of bounds. How many times have you lied to me? You girl really admitted that you fell in love with that little devil. Come with me to see Grandpa. Ah, brother, I know you lied to me for my own good, I can let you lie to me a few more times. Inside the giant devil skeleton. Yes, Valtos, you are right. Raids quickly recovered and nodded in agreement. Does this mean that the 2 adults have failed in their mission? Several figures were standing in front of the magic stone slab, looking at most of the magic stones that had been gathered on it, a hint of excitement flashed deep in their eyes. Valtos, who was standing behind Raids, raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Raids, you are so embarrassed. 2 adults took action personally, and you still have the idea of killing him yourself." However, before the words were finished, a space crack seemed to be opened quickly. "Oh, little girl, you still plan to blame Big Brother, then I won't plead with Grandpa on your behalf and allow you to go to the 4-leaf clover Wongi realm to meet your little lover. Sally, do you think the 2 adults can successfully kill that arrogant person if they take action personally?" Raids was the first to say angrily. "If it weren't for him, my mission to raid Wongi realm failed, and I wouldn't have to injure Mr. Richter. If I had the chance, I would kill that guy myself and let him try it at the same time. Zombie Zero, it's amazing. Ma Li Jiao." Except for Bartley, who was sitting at the top with his eyes closed and concentrating. At the same time, large pieces of burnt meat fell from the sky on Raid's head. Yi Chang's words echoed in the empty stone room. Chapter 221 became a chess piece in his hands. Please subscribe. Bang bang bang. Burnt minced meat fell from the sky, covering Raids directly. Before they could react, Raya had already emerged from the space crack. "Sir Raya, you are finally back. These burnt pieces of meat must be the body fragments of that arrogant person, right?" Raids said with excitement on his face. Bartley, who was sitting at the front seat with his eyes closed and concentrating, couldn't help but open his eyes. Looking at the eagerness on that face, it was obvious that they were just as eager as Raids and the others for the 2 evil eyes to join forces to kill Kuroba. Raya's expression froze and he said stiffly, "This is Vetto's flesh and blood." What? The smiles of everyone present, whether it was Raids, Bartley or others, suddenly stiffened. The next moment, Bartley was glowing with golden light. He rushed to Raya's side first and grabbed him by the collar. "Raya, this joke is not funny. Where is that guy Vetto? Hurry up and let him come out to see me. Even if you don't kill that B********** D or get the magic stone, there's no problem." For Bartley, the existence of his companions is his strength. The 3 Rayas were the first to be resurrected after more than 10 years of hard work. It's his trump card. Now Raya actually said that Vetto was dead, which was beyond their expectation. "Richter, calm down," Raya shouted in a deep voice. Advertisement. Not only does that kid possess the 4 major attribute magics, but he also has the ability to see the future and stop time similar to the Magic Emperor. After Vetto released his magic seal, he was beheaded by the opponent without knowing the details of the opponent. That guy even secretly poured fire attribute magic power into Vetto's body, and finally detonated it directly. 4 magical properties. The ability to predict the future. Can time stand still? A series of words hit people's nerves like a heavy hammer. Especially after hearing these keywords related to strength. Most of the people present were still in disbelief. In their eyes, anyone with a 4-leaf clover grimoire is considered the chosen one. So Kuroba is probably the one who has been favored by the world, right? It's impossible. Bartley said urgently. Raya, are you saying that when that guy fought with me, he was just playing and didn't use his full strength at all? After Raya hesitated for a moment, he nodded silently. That's right. However, what we have to do now is not to investigate the extent of that boy's strength. Raids, hurry up and summon Vetto's soul back. Sally, is your artificial body ready? As long as we gather together at the magic stone, we can also use the reincarnation ritual to resurrect Vetto. Speaking of this, Raya's face flashed with urgency and said, at that time, as long as we have a stronger body fit, we will be able to exert 100% of our strength and awaken our potential power. When it comes to Richter, you can definitely beat him. Advertisement. The excitement on Bartley's face dissipated slightly. As Raya said, as long as the reincarnation ceremony is completed. Only then can the seal on oneself be lifted. Only then will he be able to fight Kuroba. As the owner of Four-Leaf Clover Grimoire, Bartley still has his own pride. Richter, where did Fana go? Raya looked around and frowned. He remembered that since they were hiding in the Golden Dawn and were broken by Kuroba. After Fana and Kuroba fought alone, the fire elf who chose her became irritable and often went berserk. Although Sally's inner magic tool was in place, the fire elf's rampage was temporarily suppressed. However, as time goes by, the effect of this suppression gradually becomes weaker. There was a riot among the fire elves just now. I saw that Fana was not in a good mood, so I asked her to seize the next magic stone in advance and let her destroy the place as much as she wanted. Bartley tidied up his appearance and said, the next magic stone. Did you let her go there? Raya's expression changed slightly. In the beginning, the magic stone in the underwater temple fell into the hands of that kid. It's just that, in addition to giving you the magic stone of Red Lotus Lion King Fugolian, he also took the initiative to give us the magic stone of the Undersea Temple. His attitude is as if he knows what we are going to do and is planning to give up the magic stone so that we can complete the plan as soon as possible. Having said this, Raya's face became more solemn and said, now we are completely led by him as if we have become chess pieces in his hands. Chapter 222 Black Bull Pepper, please subscribe. Leading the way by the nose. Bartley's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. It took me more than 10 years to find the whereabouts of these magic stones. It can only be done with the help of the power of the leader of the Golden Dawn. I don't believe that a kid like him who has only been around for half a year can figure out all this. Having said this, Bartley turned back to look at the stone tablet and said sternly, this is a trap that I spent a lot of effort to set up. Furthermore, that place is a forbidden area for men, and that guy is a monster-like existence. Let Fana make a sneak attack and lure the guy away. Then you can steal the magic cloth back. This time, I want to see if that guy can still grab the magic stone and throw it in my face. Raya was silent, then nodded and said, then I will go and have a look. I hope he is still staying in the underwater temple. Without saying these words, Raya tore open the wormhole in space and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, Bartley also turned and left. He thought of another way that might make it difficult for Kuroba to hinder his plan. For a moment, only the three of Raids were left in the huge devil's cave, staring at a pile of burnt minced meat. Wongi realm, inside the magic tower. Magic Emperor looked at the report in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he looked up at the three people in the office. Advertisement. Yami, since you lost the position of captain to Kuroba, you have rarely been seen. In the report, you mentioned that your deputy captain suddenly came back early. I want to know how this happened. Something happened. This time, for the Devil Rebellion taking place in Spade Kingdom. Magic Emperor has a general idea and has gone to investigate it himself. However, because the action is too dangerous, they have to face frequent attacks from the Eye of the Midnight Sun in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. This makes it impossible for Magic Emperor to go deep into the Spade Kingdom, let alone fight against the Dark Tripolarity. It is for this reason that Magic Emperor found a person with the strongest ability to report fate among the Black Bulls, and went to Spade Kingdom to collect intelligence. According to the plan, it should take 3 months to complete the first phase of intelligence collection. Then, after the Magic Emperor is free to deal with Eye of the Midnight Sun, the second stage of uniting other kingdoms to form an alliance will also be completed. At that time, they will be able to reverse the situation and take the initiative to launch an offensive against Spade Kingdom. It's better to catch them all in one fell swoop when the devil appears. For a moment, Fugolian and Nozzle also subconsciously looked at Yami. As a member of the royal family, he is deeply concerned about the rise and fall of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Please give me flowers. Well, the information is indeed very complete, and it has been marked that during this period of time, the three-pole darkness is likely to be taken personally. Magic Emperor took back his thoughts and pondered for a moment before saying. Yami took a puff of cigarette, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and said, that guy is originally a thorn. I promised her that after returning from the mission, I will give her my position. Advertisement. I'm afraid that the position of leader of the Knights has already been lost to Yami. I'm afraid, if it weren't for the fact that the casino wouldn't be able to accept the title of the leader of the Magic Knights as a bet. At least, Magic Emperor knew clearly that the Black Bull Group was responsible for more than 100 stars, and most of the credit was due to her righteousness. In the eyes of outsiders, the position of the Magic Knights is one of honor. Fugolian, if your time allows, I hope you will go to Diamond Kingdom in person, meet with Rasta, and remind them that there will be some actions in Spade Kingdom, so that they will not stare at us all the time. Deal with Spade Kingdom. As for the position of the leader, the worst I can do is give her a chance to open a magic group on her own after the event is completed. The most important thing right now is to draw out the devil hidden behind the eye of the midnight sun and annihilate it in one fell swoop, so that we can concentrate on dealing with it. The threat of Spade Kingdom. Having said this, Magic Emperor looked at Yami and said, as for Yami, go find that little pepper as soon as possible. Don't let her cause trouble for Kuroba at this juncture. However, according to the intelligence, that guy has completed it ahead of schedule. With the amount of tasks within the target, coming back early is not a big deal.
Listening to Yami's reply, the three magic emperors rolled their eyes helplessly. Thinking that this destructive power was almost the same as that of Yami, the head of the magic emperor, the deputy leader of the Black Bull Pepper, became a little swollen. 0. Right now, we don't know exactly what is going on in the Spade Kingdom, and it's also unknown what strength and means the dark tripolarity possesses. However, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Marks, please notify Heart Kingdom as soon as possible to prepare for the enemy. Only people like Yami would put his mouth above the promise of chips. Later, she somehow found out that my position had been lost to Kuroba, so she couldn't help but ran back first. Chapter 223 Bartley's Calculation, please subscribe. Starting a group alone? Looking at the serious Magic Emperor, Yami also looked embarrassed. This kind of treatment also appeared to him in Vangeance during Julius's tenure. However, Yami is very aware of his deputy captain's ability to cause trouble. Whether it's the rare magic she possesses or the hiding methods that ordinary people can't predict. If she had the intention to hide it, it would be difficult to detect it right under her nose. That's why Magic Emperor arranged this task for her. If her dissatisfied little heart cannot be appeased, I am afraid that another robber who robs the rich and gives to the poor will appear in the 770 Wongi realm. Okay, Yami, don't think so much, let's stabilize this matter first. Magic Emperor waved his hand and said, the Eye of the Midnight Sun matter should be resolved first. Taking into account the time, Cobb should have brought Captain Kuroba back to the Black Bull Group. You should take some time to go back and take a look. At this juncture, don't cause any trouble. Boss Julius, the Black Oil Boy is not someone who will suffer losses, Yami replied nonchalantly. On the contrary, I'm a little worried. That guy underestimated the enemy and fell into a fight in Kuroba's hands. Having said this, Yami put the cigarette he had just taken out of the cigarette box back into the box and said, I'd better go back and take a look. By the way, Boss Julius, you should have read the description in my report of the methods of using breath in addition to magic. Brother Kuroba may come from those places. Those places? As soon as he said these words, not only the expression of Magic Emperor changed slightly, but also Fuegolian and Nozzle were no exception.
Advertisement. However, before they could continue to ask questions, Yami had already rolled out of the window. In full view of everyone, he rode away on a magic broom. Just now he acted completely unconcerned. However, when I think about the little pepper in the Black Bull group, I have to meet this unfathomable guy Kuroba. The fight is doomed. This is why Yami can't wait to go back and witness this scene. Sir Julius, the places Yami mentioned just now are. Nozzle spoke first. However, before he could finish speaking, Magic Emperor had already waved his hand and interrupted. It is indeed the same place as you thought. However, this is just a guess. I hope you won't leak it out. According to Kuroba's layout, only a few of us have the right to know about these things, and not even Vangeance can participate. Whether it is Yami or Vangeance, they have always been the left arm of the Emperor. No matter what difficulties they encounter, both of them are the Magic Emperor's support. Now Kuroba excludes Vangeance as soon as he opens his mouth, which undoubtedly makes Magic Emperor a little uncomfortable. If it weren't for the repeated incidents, Vangeance would show up. Magic Emperor may really suspect that Kuroba has long known that Vangeance is related to Eye of the Midnight Sun. Sir Julius, I am Marks. His Majesty the King just sent someone to pass the news to meet him. Marks's voice sounded outside the door. Nozzle and Fuegolian are both members of the royal family. Advertisement. Therefore, when faced with Magic Emperor's initiative to question Marks, he didn't take it seriously. I never expected that things would evolve so quickly. That guy from Vangeance, why did this happen all of a sudden? He doesn't think we are here to set up a small business, so he is not happy. Magic Emperor's head felt a little swollen when he thought of the crime of contempt for the royal power. Magic Emperor was still wondering just now. Leaving Vangeance behind in private would hurt his heart. Now suddenly asking him to come to meet him is undoubtedly beyond Magic Emperor's understanding. For this king who only has magic power but has little sense of presence, I should have hated being in the same room with him. Not long ago, His Majesty the King had trouble sleeping and eating because the king's realm was attacked by the Eye of the Midnight Sun, so he hoped that Captain Vangeance would personally accompany him to protect him. However, the king is obviously not the type they want. If it were not for the blood relationship and seniority, they would prefer that His Majesty be a strong man like the Magic Emperor. Having said this, Magic Emperor instantly understood what was going on. His Majesty, just facing this proposal, Captain Vangeance. However, in the face of His Majesty the King's order, Magic Emperor did not believe that the prickly Kuroba would take it seriously. Magic Emperor couldn't help but be startled. He waved his hand and said helplessly, Marks, look at the work here at 0.7. I'll go see His Majesty the King. Marks walked in quickly, looked at Nozzle and Fuegolian one more time, and said, Sir Julius, this matter has something to do with Captain Vangeance. Marks, please come in, but I want to know why His Majesty the King wants to see me. Magic Emperor said in surprise. Chapter 224. When you go crazy, you won't even let go of your clones. Please subscribe. Outside the Black Bull group, a space crack was directly torn open, and 3 figures emerged from it. The leader was the stretching Kuroba. Looking at the long-lost stronghold in front of them, Noel and Mimosa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Kuroba, if there are no other instructions, I will go back first. Cobb said with a smile and raised his hand. Excuse me, Mr. Cobb. Kuroba waved his hand, looked at the stronghold in front of him, and frowned. Captain Kuroba, what's wrong? Moshe asked. It's nothing, but I'm the leader, so of course I'll go in front. Kuroba smiled and reached out to rub Mimosa's head. As he said that, Kuroba took the lead in crowding out the crowd and walked towards the gate of the Black Bull group's stronghold. The inexplicable scene made Noel stunned at first. Looking at Mimosa, whose cheeks were slightly red and who was shaking her head slightly shyly, Noel frowned and was about to follow quickly. However, the moment he took his steps, the black shadow of the tree next to him seemed to come alive. It turned into a big hand and grabbed the two of them head on. The violent scene shook Mimosa and Noel's nerves. In particular, seeing Kuroba taking the initiative to step into the shadows. The shadow under his feet seemed to come alive, turning into a big net and wrapping around his face. This strange scene made people's expressions change. Unfortunately, in the face of all this, Kuroba had no time to react, and was instantly restrained by the spreading black shadow. Like a rice dumpling, only one head is exposed. The next moment, a figure shrouded in black robes emerged from the shadows like a poisonous snake behind Kuroba. The dagger hidden in his right hand flipped down, bringing with it the flowing cold light, and slashed towards Kuroba's throat. Advertisement. The violent scene caused Mimosa and Noel's expressions to change dramatically. However, before they could react, the dagger with the cold light already landed on Kuroba's throat. Don't move or I'll slit your throat. If you ask for mercy, I might consider letting you go. A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mimosa and Noel finally saw clearly who was killing them. This is a girl wearing a black robe, with black hair and red pupils. Her face is bright and fair, and her beauty is no worse than that of Mimosa and Noel, who are members of the royal family. If Kuroba were to evaluate her, this girl could definitely be called the otherworldly version of Red Hitomi. The appearance of the red pupil in Zon red pupil is almost the same. Why don't you speak anymore? The red-eyed girl said coldly. If you admit that you are defeated and do not have the strength to take up the position of the Black Bull group, and take the initiative to hand over your position, I can let you go. Let me go. Kuroba's voice suddenly sounded. You can't get me as a person. If you go crazy, you won't even let go of your clones. Doppelganger. The red-eyed girl couldn't help but be startled, and hurriedly reached out to grab the tied-up Kuroba's shoulders. The coldness in her hands caused her expression to change. He hurriedly looked behind him and saw Kuroba first. With a smile on his face, he cut off the shadows on Mimosa and Noel with a swing of his sword. The red-eyed girl's expression changed, and she said anxiously, "How did you escape my trap?" Advertisement. Mimosa and Noel were also a little surprised when they got out of trouble. The scene that happened just now was just a moment. Kuroba was with them from beginning to end and was within sight. It should have been the same. What's wrong? Haven't you figured it out? Kuroba looked at the red-eyed girl with a smile and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Or you underestimate me. The only thing to blame is that you are too greedy. If you focus all your attention on me and don't take action against them, I won't find the opportunity to take action at that moment. What's more, this is the Black Bull group. Isn't it too unreasonable to have such a quiet environment? As for the Black Bulls, this unruly magic knights, if they don't make a noise one day. That's a weird thing. It is for this reason that Kuroba sensed something was wrong as soon as he came out of the space wormhole at 6:30. Deputy Commander Hongtong, you have seen it. We have already said that Commander Kuroba is not simple. Magna was the first to rush out of the stronghold. Shut up. Hongtong shouted coldly. A black shadow, like a rope, instantly entangled Magna's right foot, and hung him in the air in full view of everyone. Ah, Captain Kuroba, you, please save me quickly. Deputy Captain Hongtong likes to bully people. Magna begged for mercy. Right now, he was obviously no longer as arrogant as usual. It seemed that the deputy leader's temperament completely kept them submissive. This surprised Kuroba. After all, in the original work, the deputy leader of the Black Bull group is very mysterious and has never shown his face at all. However, the current menacing look indicates that the person who came here is evil. And compared to the name of Red Eyes, Kuroba prefers the name of Red Eyes. Chapter 226. Giving away the leader for free is not a good idea. Please subscribe. Magna, you usually call me eldest sister, but now you dare to betray me. It seems that you became itchy while I was away. Hongtong snorted coldly. The shadow that tied Magna's right foot and hung him upside down split into 2 branches in an instant and was pulled away in full view of everyone. That sour cry was instantly unbearable to watch. Seeing that the originally turbulent situation suddenly became silent, Kuroba instantly understood that Hongtong had used this method many times. However, in the eyes of others, the underworld should be joking. Otherwise, with the sharp head of the Black Bull group, they would not be timid under the force of force. Luck, why aren't you talking? Hongtong glanced at Magna, who had already shut up obediently, and said, normally, You and Magna, a gangster, open and shut your mouth to challenge me, why don't you speak now? Quote. For luck, a fighting madman, as long as he is recognized as an absolute strong man, he will not be able to escape his crazy thoughts of challenging. No, Deputy Commander Hongtong, the person I want to challenge most right now is Commander Kuroba. Luck licked his dry lips and said, Captain Kuroba, do we want to have a fight? Captain Yami said you have become stronger. Looking at Luck who suddenly wanted to try it. Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly. There are a lot of crazy people in this group. Now another red pupil appears, this place is simply no place for people to stay. Luck, you said he would be better than me. Hongtong's face darkened. He said displeased ly. Don't forget, I went deep into the Black Jump Kingdom alone and escaped unscathed. Captain Yami promised to give up his position to me when I come back. Advertisement. However, for the sake of fairness, I will defeat you in front of all the group members and hand over the position of group leader. The position of the leader. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and said, so you plan to be the leader of the Black Bull? I can finally be a hands-off shopkeeper. I'll give you this position. As he spoke, Kuroba threw the mark representing the identity of the leader of the Black Bull group with his backhand. Seeing this neat scene, everyone was stunned at the same time. Hongtong suddenly found that his fighting spirit was suddenly hitting the cotton. The leader who was given away for free is no longer good. By the way, there is another important question. Kuroba looked back and said, I think your name is Red Eyes, which is more suitable for your ruby-like eyes than red eyes. Besides, you are quite cute when you don't lose your temper. Hongtong's hand suddenly stiffened. No, it should be said that the expressions of Magna and others couldn't help but froze. After they joined the Black Bull group, this was the first time someone, even the deputy leader, dared to fight. Magna, Luck and others couldn't help but look at each other and subconsciously looked at Hongtong. I eagerly want to know how this female devil will react next. Captain Kuroba, something bad has happened. Senior Vanessa wrote back and wanted to quit the Black Bull group. Asen suddenly rushed out of the distant forest. Advertisement. Looking at the letter in his hand, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that everything would collide. Little dwarf, give me the letter. Hongtong took a step forward and instantly blended into the shadow. He got out of Asta's shadow first and snatched the letter. Seeing this violent scene, Asta glanced around. Finally, Kuroba shook his head and stood aside obediently. Don't look anymore, that guy Vanessa must have gone back with the Demon Queen. Yami walked out of the darkness. Captain Kuroba, I am really happy to see that you did not destroy the stronghold with Deputy Commander Hongtong. If nothing else, Captain Kuroba has just completed his mission, but needs a rest. Putting aside these words, Yami walked quickly towards the stronghold with a cigarette in his mouth. Yami Suketa, stop. Hongtong's figure swayed, emerged from Yami's shadow again, and stopped directly in front of him. What's wrong with Vice Captain Hongtong? You're not planning to go to the Witch's Forest, are you? After Yami took a puff of a good money cigarette, he looked at Hongtong, who had a stubborn face. He is incompetent as a group leader, but Yami clearly knows the relationship between Vanessa and Hongtong. Yami, Sister Vanessa said that she never wants to go back to a cage and be controlled by others. Hongtong said urgently. If Sister Vanessa wants to leave, I have to hear her say it myself. As the leader of the group, Yami, you have to go too. Yami had already anticipated Hongtong's temperament. Looking at the stubborn red eyes, he waved his hand casually and said, if you want to see Vanessa, bring Captain Kuroba with you. If even he can't do it, no one can enter the Witch's Forest.
5SS Chapter 227 She still owes me a drunken meal, please subscribe. Take him with you. Hongtong was slightly startled and said, why? I happen to know people from the Witch's Forest. Kuroba smiled and looked at the forest not far away. Mariella, when you three are here, come out, anyone? The red-eyed look suddenly changed. Grimoire slapped Grimoire with his right hand on his waist, and the magic power in his body was quickly instilled. Shadow magic detection of black shadow. The shadow at Hongtong's feet seemed to come alive in an instant, blending directly into the surrounding shadows. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows and turned into a shadow, shooting away quickly. Boom! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. A strong wind surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire forest. The figure with red eyes was the first to retreat out of the bushes. 780 finally landed next to Yami. You actually colluded with people from Diamond Kingdom? As soon as he said these words, he saw three figures walking out of the darkness. Captain Yami, I didn't expect that we would meet on such an occasion, Fanzel said with a scumbag face. Behind her were Mariella and Dominante who also escaped from the Witch's Forest. Advertisement, Fanzel, I didn't expect to meet a dog-headed strategist like you here, but for the sake of Captain Kuroba, I can turn a blind eye. Yami raised his eyebrows, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said to the back of his head. As the former commander of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom and its biggest enemy, the Diamond Kingdom. In the eyes of the Magic Knights, it is the biggest threat to the kingdom. Haha, I didn't expect you to say such irresponsible words, Yami. It seems that Marie, Bedge, is right. The new leader of the Black Bull group is really strong. Very strong, the red-eyed expression froze slightly. After she returned to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, she heard this comment the most. No matter it is a member of the Black Bull group, Yami as the group leader, or even the Magic Emperor, is no exception. Now even the former commander of Diamond Kingdom, who has always been hostile, gives this evaluation. This undoubtedly made Hongtong more and more curious about what the nasty guy in front of him could do to seize his position as captain. Haha, Fanzel, I'm glad you defected, otherwise you would be like Rasta on the battlefield and run into this kid. Jin ran back with his tail between his legs. Yami blew out a puff of cigarette. This kid is so worried right now, I don't care about what happens next. Putting aside these words, Yami turned around and took the lead in entering the stronghold. Captain Yami is still the same, Fanzel rubbed his messy head and said, originally, I planned to leave the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom after saying goodbye to you. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to repay the favor. Having said this, Dominante stood out from the crowd and said, I also heard your conversation just now. Vanessa's position in the Witch's Forest is not low. According to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, she is a princess-like existence. She is also the future candidate to inherit her position in the eyes of the Demon Queen. If you must meet Vanessa, please be prepared to fight against the entire Witch Forest, which is a real behemoth. As soon as he said these words, the expressions of many people in the venue also change. Advertisement: the Witch's Forest is located above the strong demon zone. They are also a race that is favored by magic. Moreover, it is rumored that the Demon Queen harbors hatred towards the existence of men. If the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom does not want to provoke a war, it will throw a trap to allow the Diamond Kingdom to cross the border. For example, Diamond Kingdom most commonly uses excuses such as missing villagers, missing magic knights, etc. to force cross-border searches. I don't like credit. In what he said just now, Dominante used reason and emotion in order to infinitely amplify the horror of the Witch's Forest. Not only does it possess rare blood magic, but it also possesses huge magical power that covers and monitors the entire Witch Forest at all times. As long as you step into it and use a little magic power, you will be easily discovered. This is a witch colony where only women are born with magical powers. She wanted to see what decision the young man in front of her would make under such conditions. Captain Kuroba is right. The sister Vanessa we know will never pay on credit. Noel and others also agreed. Now facing the special existence of Witch Forest, there should be many people who would use the magic knights to exert pressure as their first choice. Lead the way for me. Kuroba smiled and patted the dust on his body and said, Sister Vanessa, you still owe me a drunken meal. This is a tried and tested method. Look at Kuroba, who talks nonsense when he opens his mouth and gives unexpected and ridiculous reasons. Most people will come up with a valid excuse. In their eyes, now they are going to challenge the Witch Forest. What's wrong? Mo Fei, are you scared? Dominante looked around calmly, and finally looked at Kuroba. Dominante and Hongtong couldn't help but be Chapter 228 continuous sign and task, please subscribe. Haha, little brother Kuroba, you are really brave. No wonder Mariella has been long and short in Kuroba all day after meeting you. You dare to challenge the Witch Forest, but you have the magnanimity I had back then. Fanzel smiled and patted Kuroba on the shoulder. However, in response to this appreciation, Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly at Fanzel and Gray's synchronized characters. This time he went to the Witch's Forest not only for Vanessa. Because there is still a magic stone there. To complete the main line sign and mission, Kuroba must collect the magic stones as soon as possible, let the Eye of the Midnight Sun initiate the reincarnation ceremony, and open the Shadow Palace to successfully sign in. Facing the dark tripolar that controls Spade Kingdom and the devil Machukira hiding behind it. If Kuroba wants to remain invincible, the first thing he needs to do is to improve his strength as soon as possible. What's more, for this careless Vanessa who says that drinking will make you drunk all day long. Kuroba still has a good impression. HMPH, when you talk about your demeanor, please put on your clothes. Dominante snorted, raised his hand and slapped Fanzel on the back of the head. Since you have made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. However, if you go to the Witch's Forest this time, you may have a conflict with the Demon Queen. I hope you have the consciousness to die. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the venue undoubtedly became a little more depressing. Ding dong, trigger the continuous sign and task. Ding dong, please host, please arrive at the Queen's Palace of the Magic Forest within 1 hour. After completing the initial mission, the system will activate the hidden mission. When the initial mission fails, the hidden mission will not be triggered. The system's ethereal prompt sounded in Kuroba's mind. Kuroba couldn't help but feel happy about the new continuous sign and task. Advertisement, although I don't know yet what this reward will be. However, at this juncture, don't waste your money. Why don't you speak? Are you afraid? Hongtong said coldly. Why don't we take a gamble? As long as I can rescue Vanessa, you can return the position of captain to me. If you win, I can agree to any of your conditions. Bet? Kuroba withdrew from the conscious space, looked at the provocative red eyes, smiled, put his hand on her head, and wiped it wolfishly. Then I'll charge some interest first. The sudden move made Hongtong's expression stagnant, but before she could react, Kuroba had already turned around and left. You be asterisk 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 D, if you dare to take advantage of me, I won't make it easy for you. Hongtong gritted his teeth coldly. Finneral, if you don't open the wormhole quickly, Mo Fei, don't you take me as the deputy leader seriously? Ah. Feeling the murderous gaze, Finneral quickly opened the wormhole without any time to think. At the same time, it is located in the strong demon zone adjacent to the Diamond Kingdom and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. A dense forest stretches for dozens of miles. There are powerful magic waves floating in the air. One after another, hive monitors made with magical tools appeared rapidly in all directions. Monitoring is being carried out on a specific track. Once the presence of outsiders or the fluctuation of magic power is discovered, it will immediately launch the most violent attack. Advertisement: please give me flowers. 0. It can be said that the entire Witch Forest's defense relies on this. At the same time, the entire Witch Forest was sealed off. The castle where the Demon Queen is located is in the center of the forest. Using this as a starting point, it radiates its own magic power in all directions to support the operation of the entire Witch Forest. Vanessa never thought that she would run into you on this rare trip.
Inside the ancient castle, there was an inexplicable and depressing eerie atmosphere.
A figure wearing a blood-red dress, a blood-red hat, smoky makeup, and a cold and solemn face flew out of the darkness. 0. His eyes, full of haze and coldness, turned in vain and locked onto Vanessa, who was also wearing a red magic dress. I didn't expect you to leave the witch's forest. I thought you would never step out of this hellish place. Vanessa raised her hand and poured a sip of strong wine into her mouth, and said, since I've been touched by you like this, I'm unlucky. As the current queen of the witch forest, she has lived for an unknown number of years. It was indeed the first time since Vanessa was born that she walked out of the witch's forest.
However, according to Vanessa's calculation, the ruins where the wind elf Sylph slept is not far from the witch's forest.
The demon queen will leave the witch's forest and run outside the demon palace where the wind elf is sleeping to explore. I'm afraid it has something to do with Kuroba exerting the power of a heavenly dragon. Perhaps, others cannot capture this breath from a distance. However, that doesn't mean that the demon queen can't do it. It's just that these thoughts just flashed through my mind. An inexplicable murderous intention instantly enveloped Vanessa's body. Chapter 229. I'm worried that you won't get used to the loss. Please subscribe. An inexplicable wave of murderous intent enveloped them in an instant. Facing this sudden scene, Vanessa's nerves suddenly became tense to the extreme. Line magic hyphenation point line shield. The grimoire inserted into the waist quickly flew out. At the moment when the magic power was infused, red threads flew out quickly. Around Vanessa's body, it turns into a red silk shield, giving people an airtight feeling. Vanessa, it seems that you still haven't made any progress since you left the witch's forest, and you have completely forgotten my methods. The demon queen standing in the void coldly raised the 810 index finger of her right hand and said from a distance, blood magic. Blood cage cocoon of extinguishing curse. Buzz. Under the violent vibration of the air, threads like blood quickly swarmed out and instantly enveloped Vanessa. The next moment, without any fancy, it directly pierced the silk shield with a pervasive attitude. Ah! The screams instantly echoed throughout the demon palace. As a special magic, its power and extension of development cannot be described in words at all. Once the blood thread takes root, the blood in the body will be directly controlled by the opponent. At this moment, Vanessa felt a sting all over her body, like being torn to pieces, that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Advertisement. What's wrong? Do you need to beg me for mercy? The demon queen said with a cold smile. When you came back, you begged me not to take action against your companions. Now, you did save those lovely companions, but who will save you? Having said this, the demon queen's face became even colder and said, child, the outside world is full of bad people, and the so-called companions are just guys who talk nonsense. Even those so-called sweet words of teenage love are a joke at the critical moment. As your mother, I just care about you. Stay in the cage obediently. When your power becomes more perfect, I can let you try to inherit my position. If you reject me, don't blame me for using other means. Yi Chang's cold words echoed in the empty palace and could not be dispersed for a long time.
The silk shield surrounding Vanessa had already been torn apart. The exposed skin was rooted in blood vessels, making the veins appear prominent on the surface of the tender skin.
Vanessa bit her red lip, struggled to raise her head, and was about to say something. Warning, warning, we found external magic fluctuations wandering outside the forest defense line. Do you want to investigate immediately? A sudden warning sound instantly broke the depressing atmosphere in the venue. Vanessa hurriedly looked up at the magic surveillance screen that emerged. The first thing that caught his eye was the torn space hole. Deputy Captain Hongtong is back. Vanessa's face couldn't help but change. After seeing Hongtong and Finral take the lead in walking out of the space wormhole. Advertisement. The demon queen's face darkened, and she waved her hand to remove the blood vessels rooted in Vanessa's body instantly. Originally I planned to suck all the magic power out of your body, but now I have changed my mind and decided to let you watch your hopes destroyed with your own eyes. When the time comes, I want your expression not to be too exciting. Are you worried that I won't be able to bear the consequences? Have you forgotten how powerful I am? Don't forget that the entire witch forest is under my control. 0.1. I was having a headache. How could I make you give in? I didn't expect them to come to my door. A trace of anxiety and worry could not help but appear on his face. What's wrong? It seems that you care about the last boy. The demon queen raised her eyebrows and said, you don't have a crush on him, do you? Vanessa's expression couldn't help but change. The demon queen's steps suddenly stopped, her pretty face turned cold, and she looked at Vanessa and said, my good daughter, are you saying that that boy will threaten me? Haha, what's wrong, Vanessa, are you worried about them? The demon queen said with an indifferent smile. My queen, they are my companions, but please be careful, I'm worried that you won't be able to bear the consequences. Vanessa stood up with a slight struggle. Looking at Vanessa, who was originally full of worry, her expression changed so much. Oh, I didn't expect that even Dominante came back. It seems that today's visitors are rare. However, when he saw the figure that finally came out, his tense expression suddenly relaxed. This young boy can't be tough except for his tough mouth. I will treat him specially because of the change in your expression. Your Majesty, you are indeed very strong, but I still hope you will be careful and don't underestimate the people outside. Vanessa took a deep breath and continued. After leaving these words, the Demon Queen took a step forward and walked towards the magic control room. Chapter 230. A good start. Please subscribe. After saying these words, the Demon Queen's expression turned cold, and the magic power dormant in her body suddenly exploded. A hurricane of magical pressure swept across the entire palace, quickly crossing the palace and spreading to the entire witches' forest. For a moment, the witches in the forest were alerted and looked at the surrounding hives that were monitoring and patrolling. If outsiders invade, please drive them away immediately. The voice of the Demon Queen spread throughout the entire witch forest in an instant. As a powerful demon zone force that has survived for hundreds of years, there are already tens of thousands of magical people living here. Now when I heard the rare order issued by the Demon Queen, the scene suddenly became boiling. No one has invaded the witch's forest for a long time. Whose infatuated boy is 14? Last time I was outside, I met a man wearing colorful underwear. Let's go join in the fun and see what's going on. Hundreds of witches instantly became excited, took their magic brooms, and rushed straight to the coordinates given by the Demon Queen. Vanessa, have you seen it? Go to the witch now, there are at least thousands of people, the witch said with a teasing smile. As time goes by, the number of people arriving there will gradually increase. I really want to know what his expression will be when he faces hundreds or thousands of enemies at that time. Advertisement, Queen, be careful, Vanessa said seriously again. As soon as she said these words, the Demon Queen's face turned cold and said, okay, very good, I also want to see why you told me to be careful. On the other hand, outside the witch's forest, 7 figures fell outside the smoke-shrouded forest. Dominante, who was leading the way this time, frowned and said, everyone, the Demon Queen always uses magic power to turn into heavy fog, covering the entire forest for defense and monitoring. There are also magic props called beehives inside that are similar to clay puppets and are monitored 24 hours a day. Once any external fluctuations are discovered, they will attract the attention of the Demon Queen. Having said this, Dominante walked to the closed sealed door and said, next, I will open this door and use the invisibility magic props when you enter. Of course, it only costs 200. Before he finished speaking, the closed door was pushed open by Dominante. However, the sight of the densely packed witches guarding the entrance to the forest made Dominante's expression stiffen. Dominante, I didn't expect to see you come back after you escaped from the witch's forest last time. A red-haired witch who appeared to be in her early 30s said while sitting sideways on the magic broom. This time, you brought so many men back, isn't it because of little Vanessa? We are here to stop you on the orders of her Lady Queen. For the sake of sisters, if you tell us why you were here this time, maybe we can give you some relief like we did last time. Looking at hundreds of witches, staring at themselves. This feeling is Dominante, and my scalp is also a little numb. Advertisement, no. It's not possible. Why did you discover us in advance? Dominante couldn't help but ask urgently. In her understanding, the hive's monitoring would be triggered only after stepping through the gate, being shrouded in white snow, and generating magic fluctuations. Now, Dominante pushed the door open very carefully. According to her judgment, there is no possibility of being discovered in advance. It seems that you, a witch, have been tricked. Kuroba touched the tip of his nose and walked out. Your queen tells you that the surveillance cordon is one thing, but the real cordon is another. So according to the tips you gave us, the Witch Lord may have discovered us when Finral tore out 560 wormholes. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Dominante and others suddenly changed drastically. Originally, in their eyes, the witch's force was a huge thing, and sneaking into it would already be a huge risk. However, at least I can have a sense of luck and be able to rescue Vanessa without anyone noticing. Now we have a good start. It's impossible to hide, let alone save people. I've already said it, I don't need you to intervene, but now that I've been frightened by you trolls, it's even more impossible to see Sister Vanessa in the future. Hongtong's face darkened, and she stared at Kuroba. Now, I would like to ask Captain Kuroba, what can you do to meet Sister Vanessa, or can you just admit defeat and give me the position of captain, and I will find a way to save Sister Vanessa myself. It's a good thing for men to save face, but if you have time, you should also learn to admit defeat. Chapter 231. Strength does not allow you to admit defeat, please subscribe. Give up. Kuroba smiled and shook his head and said, I also want to admit defeat, but my strength doesn't allow it. Since you don't take action, I won't give you a chance. Putting aside these words, Kuroba stepped out of the crowd. The moment Huo-Ran raised his head, Mariella's expression changed, and she shouted urgently, be careful, he's going to get serious.
The inexplicable urgent cry suddenly tensed everyone's nerves. Looking at Kuroba who looked harmless, and Mariella who looked panicked.
The expressions of all the witches in Hongtong were slightly stagnant. Subconsciously, when looking at Kuroba, an inexplicable dangerous aura instantly enveloped them. Before they could react, Kuroba's steps fell suddenly in full view of everyone. Boom! The violent hockey, like a furious wave, instantly detonated in Kuroba's body. It turned into a hurricane, sweeping away like a rolling force. In an instant, it swept across a radius of several thousand meters. Wherever the Overlord domineering energy passed, The witch, who was slightly inferior in strength, just froze up and let out a roar in her head. In full view of the public, he rolled his eyes and sunk to the ground. Some of the unbearable ones even foamed at the mouth and fell unconscious to the ground. In an instant, thousands of witches in the field were annihilated in the void as their domineering energy rolled back. 89 out of 10 witches were swept away. It looked like the witch was cut off instantly like a leak. Under the impact of domineering power, the red eyes of God and a few witches were slightly relieved. Looking at the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eye sockets were almost split open. They never imagined that they would win the situation that they had vowed to win just a moment ago. Advertisement: it will capsize in an instant. It seems that what Mariella has been talking about all day long is not false. This kid's mental power is so strong that he can instantly impact and form an attack that cannot be defended, Fanzel said with a hint of solemnity on his face. It seems that this time the four-leaf Clover Kingdom has picked up a treasure, and it will become a nightmare for the Diamond Kingdom. If he is really as strong as Mariella said, I'm afraid the Demon Queen won't be able to make friends this time, even if she doesn't want to. There are few rumors about the Demon Queen's strength among the neighboring kingdoms. I thought that finding someone from the Demon Queen in the Witch's Forest would be even harder than climbing to the sky. I didn't expect it to be as simple as showing up and giving him a glare. Then the first difficulty was overcome. Okay, the next few ladies, are they going to continue to block the way, or should they lead the way for me? Kuroba looked up at Ari, the leader of the witches. Since the move has now been made, there is no polite way out. As soon as these words were spoken, the face of the leading witch changed. Sounds pierced the air from all directions, rushing towards the surroundings quickly. The speed was so fast that an airtight encirclement was formed in the blink of an eye. If you find an intruder, start the killing mode immediately. A mechanized voice suddenly sounded. Soon, magical beams of light lit up in dozens or hundreds of hives. The next moment, it exploded towards Kuroba. Bang bang bang. Colorful magic beams ripped through the air in an instant like a horse. With a majestic sound of breaking through the air, it approached Kuroba. Seeing the attacks coming from all directions, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Kuroba raised his right hand and suddenly grabbed it into the void. Ice Creation Magic Silver World, advertisement boom. The cold wind was like a hurricane, sweeping over the entire place with a rolling-like attitude. The sky was filled with white light. The incoming magic beam instantly dispersed across the world. By the time everyone reacted, the forest with a radius of 1 kilometer had turned into a world of frost. Strength will reach this point, however, she soon woke up. If the man had the same idea, she would be in trouble at her grandma's house. They no longer know what words to use to describe all this. Maybe he can really stand up to the Demon Queen and rescue Vanessa? If you really let Kuroba rescue Vanessa, as I said at the beginning, strength does not allow you to admit defeat. Kuroba, who swept across the witches and frozen the magic tool hive. Why do you admire Kuroba so much? Ridiculous thoughts flashed through Hongtong's mind. If we say, this scene is not overwhelming the whole audience. The hives that formed an encircling circle had already turned into crystal ice sculptures at this moment. I'm afraid it's not just her in the group leader's position that she doesn't have a chance to buy. This time, she threw away her body and bet against Kuroba. At this moment, Hongtong seemed to gradually understand that Yami, as the group leader, and all the group members. Looking at this sudden scene, he moved his hands and feet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would really believe it, a young boy. I still owe Kuroba, a condition that I can agree to any request. Chapter 232. Don't blame me for bullying you, please subscribe. Strike first to gain the upper hand. This thought flashed through Hongtong's mind. He stepped slightly to his side, and his whole body blended into the shadows like a black shadow. As one of the magics in the underworld, Hongtong's method is undoubtedly the most suitable for sneaking in and saving lives. Seeing this sudden scene, the expressions of those present could not help but froze. Captain Kuroba, I'm going to take the first step. Thank you for buying me some time. Listening to the words that quickly dispersed in the forest, the expressions of those present couldn't help but froze. Noel and Mimosa took the lead and said uncontrollably, Captain Kuroba, do you want to catch up first? I will give you the rear. Queen? Kuroba smiled and shook his head and said, no need, the battle will be over soon. End soon. The leading witch, Yali, looked down and said, the mental impact of your move just now was really unexpected. However, if I am not mistaken, this move of yours can only cause the greatest damage to those who are weak and unprepared. However, the remaining 30 or so witches, 547, are all the elites in our witch forest. If you want to make a quick decision and reach the Queen's palace as soon as possible, you may have to pass us first. We are very happy that you came here for Sister Vanessa, but for the Queen's order, don't blame us for bullying others with more people. As soon as these words were spoken, the magic power dormant in the bodies of the more than 30 witches who had been cleared by Overlord Seihaki was once again activated to the extreme. Books of grimoire flew out, filled with the strength of at least 4 domains. Feeling this energy, Dominante and others subconsciously looked at Kuroba. Advertisement: they were eager to know how they could break out of the encirclement as soon as possible under such circumstances. You said that because of the Demon Queen's order, don't blame you for bullying the minority? Kuroba said with a warm smile. I'm sorry. Speaking of strength in numbers, don't blame me for bullying you. As soon as these words were spoken, both the witch and Dominante and the others were startled. The total number of their group was 8. Compared with the dozens of witches in front of me, There are obviously fewer of them. Now Kuroba is talking about having more people than the other party. So where are these people? However, before they could react, an inexplicable coldness rolled away without warning. On the back of Kuroba's hand, the mark from the Tegu, demon god appearance and devil's essence, lit up without warning. General Binglan. Kuroba suddenly looked up. The moment the cold words fell, the biting cold wind rolled away like a blizzard, covering all the forests within a radius of several thousand meters. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. When they came to their senses, crystal-clear ice cavalry appeared everywhere as far as they could see. There were so many of them, at least in the thousands, that they emitted bursts of magic power fluctuations. Looking at this densely packed camp, there are also uniform ice cavalry. The witches who were still emitting magic power and planned to force Kuroba to stay behind became stiff. Okay, next you guys should think about how to get away from the ice cavalry. Don't blame me for bullying because I have more people than others. Let's do it. Advertisement rush. As soon as the order was given, thousands of ice knights charged away instantly. One of them may not be the opponent of the witch, but 2 or 5 of them are the same.
Facing the crowd tactics, it obviously corresponds to the previous comment that the large number of people bully the small number of people. For a moment, Dominant and Fanzel glanced at Kuroba, who had once again overturned the situation.
They all looked in disbelief in each other's eyes. The impact from hockey just now had already caught them by surprise. Now there's this method of creating thousands of ice puppets in an instant. It can be said that their knowledge has been refreshed again and again. At this moment, they finally knew why Mariella, who had always been cold-tempered, often had Kuroba's name on her lips. This young man indeed exudes a fatal attraction. Especially seeing the warm smile that is maintained at all times gives people an inexplicable sense of security. Let's go. Time is running out. Don't let that red-eyed girl lose the face of our black bull. Kuroba glanced at the ice cavalry that was rushing towards him like a tide. He dropped these words and took the lead in turning into a wave. The lightning quickly shot away. Along the way, Kuroba followed suit, using his domineering energy to knock out the weaker witches. Then used the ice cavalry to clear the way. Everywhere along the way, it was like a sharp blade, piercing directly into the queen's palace. Seeing this violent scene, the demon queen, who was in the palace and monitoring the entire witch forest, suddenly became extremely gloomy. Originally, she had vowed to use the human sea tactic to scare Kuroba and others away. I never thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Chapter 233 The Terrifying Blood Magic. Please subscribe. Alert, alert. The enemy is rapidly approaching the palace grounds. The distance is still 5,000 meters. Please, Your Majesty, make a defense plan immediately. The emergency siren echoed in the palace. The demon queen's face became even more ugly. When I think of the huge wind attribute magic I felt in the demon palace not long ago. And the young man in front of him showed powerful ice attribute magic. Mo Fei, she has been hiding here for too long, and things have changed outside.
Are there even more powerful people? When she thought of this, the demon queen's face became extremely gloomy, and she suddenly clenched her hands.
There is a flaw. This thought flashed through Hong Tong's mind. She was hiding in the shadows and suddenly appeared. Surrounded by light, the shadows projected seemed to come alive in an instant. Shadow magic black shadow prison. Bang bang bang. Shadows as dark as ink turned into tentacles in an instant and shot towards the demon queen quickly. The sudden blow was so close that the queen seemed unable to react at all. The only thing he could do was to stare blankly, as the tentacles transformed into black shadows instantly wrapped around him. Seeing that the attack was successful, the red pupil hidden in the shadow quickly rushed towards Vanessa.
In her way of doing things, as long as she succeeds in a strike, her top priority is to try to escape from here.
Deputy Captain Hong Tong, why are you back? Vanessa's expression froze, and then she suddenly said in a hurry. Hurry up and ask Captain Kuroba to come. You are no match for the queen, she is cheating. To deceive? Hong Tong was stunned for a moment, before she could react. Advertisement. A powerful wave of magic power erupted from Vanessa's body. The next moment, scarlet blood vessels shot out of her clothes without any warning. The violent scene caused the face of Hong Tong, who was very close at hand, to change dramatically. She didn't expect that the demon queen would actually take action on Vanessa's body in advance. Shadow escape. Hong Tong shouted urgently, and the shadow under his feet quickly came to life, forming a huge shield in front of him. The intention is to block all incoming attacks. I've got you. A cold voice suddenly emerged from behind Hong Tong. A huge wave of magic power surged out. Blood magic prison of blood. Bang bang bang. The demon queen probed the air with her right hand. A large amount of scarlet blood suddenly overflowed in the ground and instantly wrapped around Hong Tong's ankle. Before she could react, it spread quickly along her limbs. In an instant, it turned into a bloody cross and nailed Hong Tong's whole body to it. Her red-eyed expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly turned back to look at the demon queen who was supposed to be restrained by her shadow magic.
I don't know when, there was another one. The long skirt on her body turned green.
What's wrong? Is it weird? The demon queen said with a playful smile. That's just a clone I made with my own blood. It's impossible to identify it based on magic perception alone. By the way, I originally planned to use this move to kill that hateful kid. Now it seems that I want you to try it first and see what it feels like to be killed by your companions. Advertisement, blood magic blood tide of puppet. The cold words fell. Vanessa, who had barely stood up, couldn't help but change her expression drastically. The tender skin all over his body and the protruding blood vessels made his whole body move uncontrollably. As soon as the command was given, Vanessa's entire body was instantly out of control. Feeling the powerlessness that penetrated deep into the bone marrow, the red eyes were placed on the cross. Kill her. It stabbed straight into the face. The teasing smile on the Demon Queen's face became more and more intense. For a moment, the cold light on the dagger was reversed, and the originally extremely oppressive atmosphere was directly pierced. I didn't expect that not only did you not become stronger, but you also became friends with a group of trash. Looking at Vanessa being controlled by him, step by step, she walked towards the red pupil. He pulled out the small dagger from his waist with his backhand, under Hong Tong's disbelieving gaze. Don't think that if you join the magic-breaking knights, you can do whatever you want and get rid of my control. That is simply a fantasy. Of course, I will wipe out all the troubles on your way to becoming stronger. No, Queen, what are you doing? Vanessa asked urgently. What? He grabbed it with the 5 fingers of his right hand and said with a smile. Come on, kill her with your own hands. Only resentment and hatred can make you stronger. What kind of deputy captain, in my eyes, is basically die. I originally thought that you could become stronger outside and become a more powerful puppet in my hands. Yi Chang's words echoed in the hall. The Demon Queen smiled mischievously and said, Why are you asking me? There was no way to avoid the attack in front of him. Chapter 234 Even the gods have broken wings, please subscribe. The bright sharp blade quickly enlarged in the red pupils. Seeing Vanessa approaching quickly, her red-eyed face turned pale and she subconsciously closed her eyes. However, as soon as his eyes closed, an inexplicable breeze swept through the entire palace like a tide. The Sylph's binding, a charming voice suddenly sounded. The endless breeze gathered and turned into shackles out of thin air, instantly wrapping around Vanessa's body. It turned into a yoke of wind and held her tightly. The dagger was originally aimed at Hong Tong's eyes. He suddenly stopped just an inch away from the red pupils. Facing this sudden scene, 883, Hong Tong was the first to lose his composure and opened his eyes to look. Sylph, who was like an elf in a green short skirt, caught her eye first. This is the wind elf Sylph. The huge wind attributed magic power emitted by Mo Fei in the Demon Palace comes from her. The Demon Queen's face changed slightly and said, You girl is not using shadow magic, of? How did you get the affection of the wind elf Sylph? As the Demon Queen, she is a terrifying existence that has survived for hundreds of years. She knew very well that a person can only have one magical attribute. If it could be compatible at the same time, she would have learned all the magic in the hundreds of years she had survived. The red pupil with shadow magic suddenly appeared on her body, the wind elf Sylph. This subverted her cognition. It's the leader, Brother Kuroba, are you here? Vanessa suddenly shouted. As soon as these words were spoken, both Hong Tong and the Demon Queen's expressions couldn't help but froze. Boom. A golden thunder light penetrated the castle and fell without any warning. Advertisement with an unparalleled speed, it shattered everything in its path and appeared in front of the Demon Queen first. My dear Queen, have you ever tried the feeling of being struck by lightning? The teasing words fell. The incoming lightning quickly condensed Kuroba's figure. His hands suddenly clasped together, like a battle axe, bursting out with endless lightning. The violent breath fills the air instantly. Without any hint of fancy, it struck down towards the Demon King's power. The violent energy instantly affected the Demon Queen's nerves. When her face changed dramatically, she quickly activated the magic power in her body. Blood magic blood armor heavy shield. The blood light swelled, and endless blood was drawn out crazily. In the void, they quickly gathered into a 2-meter thick blood shield. Looking at this scene, a hint of joy appeared on the Demon Queen's face. This is one of her tried and tested defense methods. As long as she can block this unexpected blow, the Demon Queen was confident and countered Kuroba instantly. However, as soon as this hint of joy emerged, it immediately became stiff the next moment. Boom. There was a violent explosion of thunder. The endless thunder light vented down like a furious wave. The blood shield that had just been condensed had a huge impact. It shattered like a mirror. The next moment, before the Demon Queen could react, the seemingly indestructible blood shield collapsed like a spiderweb. The fists were clasped together, holding the jaws of the Thunder Dragon in a majestic posture, and the remaining power continued to expand rapidly in the pupils. Advertisement: the Demon Queen was stunned by the violent scene, and the only thing she could do was to hurriedly raise her hands to block. Boom. Thunder exploded, and endless lightning splashed down. Thunder arcs shot out. The Demon Queen, who was suspended in midair, flew backwards as if hit by a heavy hammer. There was a loud crashing sound. The thick stone walls of the city were smashed to pieces in response. Finally, under the stunned eyes of Hong Tong and Vanessa, a beautiful parabola was pulled out and hit the forest clearing below. The huge impact force used the Demon Queen's thin body to create a deep pit on the ground. In an instant, dirt and gravel burst out, and dust flew everywhere. The pupils of the witch, Dominante and others who rushed over after hearing the news along the way suddenly shrunk, showing stunned expressions. Oh my god, am I dreaming? The lady was smashed to the ground. I must be dreaming. One witch was the first to lose her temper. Looking at this messy scene, I couldn't help but rub my eyes red. In the eyes of their witches, the Demon Queen is the god who rules the entire witch forest. In their eyes, they are aloof and cannot be offended. However, now, the 5.4 Demon Queen was directly knocked away and hit the ground in a confrontation. This extremely embarrassing scene subverted their understanding. If you have to use words to describe it, this time, I'm afraid even the gods have their wings broken. Master Kuroba, you are really handsome. Sylph loves you the most. After this mission is completed, can you go on a date with me? Sylph's voice broke the silence in the audience. Silence. Look at Kuroba, who appears in a stunning appearance, as well as the attachment of thunder and wind elves. All these methods once again subverted Hongtong's cognition. Chapter 235. It's just that I'm protective of my shortcomings. Please subscribe. A person possesses the magic powers of ice, thunder, wind and 3 attributes at the same time. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Hongtong would definitely not want to believe that all this was true. Mo Fei, there is also a devil in his body? A ridiculous idea flashed through Hongtong's mind. She had sneaked into Spade Kingdom and investigated the details of the dark tripolarity. It is clear that the 3 polarities of being possessed are in addition to the magic possessed by oneself. Also possesses the power of Devil's Law. Now, in addition to ice, Kuroba also uses thunder and wind one after another. There are 2 devils inside Mo Fei. You be asterisk 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 D. You are just a B asterisk 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 D brat. If you dare to attack this queen, I will kill you. The Demon Queen roared angrily. The tyrannical magic power surged like a frenzy. Lines of blood, like tentacles, shot towards Kuroba quickly. 14. In an instant, under the eyes of everyone, a huge blood network formed, showing an overwhelming appearance. Captain Kuroba, be careful. Once this blood magic touches the skin, it will penetrate into the human body, control the blood in the body, and become a blood puppet, Vanessa warned urgently. She had some experience with the side methods of blood magic just now. If Sylph hadn't stopped him in time, Hongtong might have been killed just now. When I think about it, if Kuroba, as a strong man in the Zero Domain, becomes the blood puppet of the Demon Queen, I'm afraid the people present have no way to stop him. Don't worry, it's just blood, not lava. Kuroba suddenly raised his head, grabbed the Ryukan Ruohuo around his waist, and said with a warm smile. If it all evaporates, there will be nothing to fear. Advertisement evaporation. The Demon Queen's expression froze for a moment, then revealed a hint of disbelief. Before she could react, a sonorous sound of swords suddenly resounded throughout the palace. Torch. Zheng. Kuroba flicked his wrist, and the Flo Mie Ruodao appeared instantly. At the same time as the sword screamed loudly, the blazing airwaves rolled back like a tidal wave. The overwhelming bloody net suddenly came to a halt. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, wherever the blade passed, blazing flames exploded like a volcano erupting. Boom. The sea of fire rolled back, and the blood that came from the sky was swallowed up instantly and evaporated directly. At a speed that still retains its power, it attacks the Demon Queen in the distance. 4 magic attributes. You. Who are you? The Demon Queen's expression changed drastically. Seeing the incoming flames, the grimoire on his waist flew up crazily. Blood magic blood wave. Boom. A large amount of blood collided with the incoming flames. Along with the dull thunderous explosion, hot blood steam swept across the entire forest clearing. However, the flames possessed by flowing fire Ruojian are by no means comparable to ordinary magical attributes. The oncoming sea of blood was directly cut off at the waist after a slight stalemate for several seconds. Advertisement. The flames slashed across the sky and hit the open space below. Boom. Endless flames soared into the sky, and the splashing flames dispersed like fireworks. The surrounding witch, Knoll and others quickly distanced themselves. The splashing flames directly caused the temperature of the huge forest to increase by several points in an instant. Facing Kuroba, who has endless tricks, not to mention the witches who are eating melons, even the red eyes who are bound to the blood cross are stunned. At this moment, she finally understood that Yami, as the leader of the group, was willing to voluntarily give up the position of leader of the Black Bull. Why did Vanessa and other members of the group rely so heavily on Kuroba? Facing the Demon Queen who is said to have survived for hundreds of years, even she cannot resist. As soon as he made a move, he completely crushed the opponent. Based on this alone, a discerning person can tell the difference between 50 chestnuts and 50 chestnuts in an instant. Feel the atmosphere around you that changes instantly. Kuroba smiled warmly, turned his eyes in vain, locked on the lake not far away and said, "What's wrong? Your Majesty, you are not going to play hide and seek with me, are you? Didn't you just say that there is no use in joining the Magic Knights?" Having said this, the smile on Kuroba's face became stronger and he said, "Actually, I don't know what the use is. I just know that I am very defensive, especially if I don't want to see my team members suffer." "Do you think this is enough reason?" The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sound at this moment, echoing in the forest for a long time and unable to disperse. On the surface of the lake, bloody bats condensed out of thin air. They quickly gathered in front of everyone and transformed into a somewhat embarrassed Demon Queen again. The cheeks that were already as cold as ice were already gloomy at this moment. The look in Kuroba's eyes was full of murderous intent. Chapter 236. Even cells send out danger signals. Please subscribe. Captain Kuroba, please show mercy, Vanessa suddenly spoke. The sudden scene made everyone present feel startled. Especially the Demon Queen, who was the controller of the Witch's Forest, shouted coldly, "Vanessa, where are you? You actually let an outsider show mercy to me. Do you think this queen will lose?" I am the strongest person in the witch forest. Even the magic emperor of your four-leaf clover kingdom has retreated 3 feet away from you. As soon as she said these words, the demon queen's long dress did not move in the wind. The magic power dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy. It turned into a hurricane and swept the entire place. Facing this huge magical power, the expressions of those present could not help but change drastically. In particular, Hong Tong, who was bound, understood at this moment what kind of existence the person he had just challenged was. When he thought of this, Hong Tong's eyes turned in vain and subconsciously fell on Kuroba. She desperately wanted to know, facing the demon queen who completely broke her face. What kind of expression does Kuroba have? However, as soon as this glance fell, Hong Tong and others' expressions froze slightly. Lost your mind? Facing the demon queen's hysterical murderous intent? Kuroba, who was fighting against him, didn't take it to heart at all. This scene seemed too crazy in their eyes. However, you can't blame Kuroba. To blame, I can only blame the system. The rewards given this time were too shocking. Advertisement, ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Witch's Forest Castle within 1 hour. The system is calculating the rewards. Please wait a moment. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the solution of the flowing blade Ruovuo. Ding dong, a friendly reminder, the blade is a superdimensional product. The magic power required for the initial solution is far beyond what the host can provide now. The system provides 5 layers of seals to the host. When the host's magic power reaches the seal limit, it will reproduce the style of the most powerful Zanpakuto. The ethereal system prompt echoed in Kuroba's mind. Facing the system's thoughtful prompts, I really had the urge to FK. It is rare to sign in to obtain the first solution to the strongest Zanpakuto, which will greatly improve his strength. However, as the system said, the worlds of death and four-leaf clover are completely products of different dimensions. With Kuroba's current magical power alone, if he forcibly exerts it to its ultimate attack, it will be a powerful attack. I'm afraid Kuroba was directly hollowed out before the move was even used. According to the system prompts, Luhuo Ruo Blade's Shijia was sealed to the 5th level, relying on his current magic area. If you want to continue fighting, you can only open the first layer of seals at most. The power is only 1/5 of that of Ryuken Ruovuo. However, it is more than enough to cope with the current battle. There is a flaw. The demon queen's face was extremely gloomy, but her movements were unambiguous. Kuroba's distraction was a sign of contempt for her. However, this is also a good opportunity for her to make a comeback. In full view of everyone, he took a step forward. The entire body shattered in an instant and turned into endless bloody bats, scattered between the sky and the earth. When she reappeared, the demon queen had already appeared behind Kuroba as if she had transformed into another person. You be asterisk 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 D brat. You dare to ignore this queen in public, go to hell. Advertisement. Blood magic blood shackles. Scarlet blood bloomed on the grimoire suspended in front of the demon queen. Looking at the target 7 or 8 meters away, the demon queen believed that victory could be easily achieved. However, this sentence just appeared in the mind of the demon queen. The next moment, his eyes were fixed on Kuroba. The demon queen felt that all the nerves in her body were suddenly tense. An inexplicable sense of crisis swept through his body. Without having time to think about it, he quickly stopped casting the spell and quickly withdrew to dozens of meters away. After barely standing firm, the demon queen looked straight at Kuroba's right hand resting on the handle of the knife with a cold sweat on her face, showing an expression of disbelief. At the moment when she took action, all the cells and intuition in her body seemed to be sending out dangerous signals loudly. Obviously, when he was distracted, his whole body was full of flaws. However, intuition told the demon queen that if she really took action, not only will you encounter a fatal blow, but if you are not careful, you may also fall here. Who is this kid? Why is it so powerful? At this moment, the demon queen finally understood that Vanessa had lived under her own power and shadow for so many years. Facing his own punishment, he will still have high hopes for this young man. Just now I threatened to ask him to show mercy. Originally, the demon queen didn't mind all this at all. But faced with the shadow of death just now, there was also a death signal that his intuition loudly told him. Let the demon queen have to be cautious. No one is afraid of death, especially those in high positions. Chapter 237. Sorry, I caught you, please subscribe. Escaped? The demon queen escaped on her own initiative? Both Vanessa and the witch present were filled with disbelief when they saw the scene in front of them. In their eyes, the demon queen is the authority of the witch forest. I always say the same thing on weekdays. The strength he possesses is even more unfathomable. However, now, in full view of everyone, he took the initiative to escape. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? You run really fast. I originally planned to let you test the sword. It seems that this sword can threaten the existence above the Zero Realm. Kuroba looked at the demon queen with a warm smile. You. The demon queen was furious, looking at Kuroba's calm face, but she couldn't refute him. After all, she did take the initiative to retreat in full view of everyone just now. Ding dong. The continuous sign in mission is triggered, and the host is asked to eliminate the crisis in the witch forest within 30 minutes. The system's ethereal prompt echoed again. Kuroba's expression froze, and he looked a little surprised under his frown. 070 Did Mo Fei threaten the safety of the witch forest? Does this mean that he took the initiative to stop? Will this continuous check-in task be completed automatically? However, this idea was quickly rejected by Kuroba. His threats were, at most, praising the Demon Queen, but they did not threaten the safety of the witch's forest at all. The current task made Kuroba instantly think of another possibility. Kid, what are you laughing at? The Demon Queen shouted coldly. Advertisement, I am the master of this forest. I have already set up various forbidden magics here. If you want to defeat me, you will also have to pay a heavy price. Kuroba was not surprised by these harsh words. As a witch forest that has existed in a strong demon zone for hundreds of years, the Demon Queen is an alternative existence who is proficient in blood magic. If you say that this place has no Betchy left behind, Kuroba really doesn't believe it. Just like Heart Kingdom, whether it's the edge of a country or the entire country, it was completely monitored with the help of magic. It is still unknown what will happen once the battle is really fought to the death. What's more, in the original work, the Demon Queen faced the Eye of the Midnight Sun and the Diamond Kingdom's attack at the same time without any confusion at all. This is enough to prove that she is not simple. This time, the only blame for ending up in such an embarrassing situation was that she met Kuroba, a cheating young man. Haha, Your Majesty Queen, I was just laughing at you for not understanding the importance, Kuroba said with a warm smile. Instead of being idle and messing around with me here, it's better to see if your 3/3 of an acre of land has been invaded. The incomprehensible words made everyone present startled. Even the Demon Queen is no exception. Alarm, alarm, someone is rapidly approaching the witch's forest, please issue a defense order immediately. The hive's alarm sounded suddenly. The violent scene caused the Demon Queen's expression to suddenly change, and she hurriedly gritted her teeth and said, Kid, it must be you who united with others to sneak attack on our witch's forest, otherwise there wouldn't be such a coincidence. Are you doubting me? Kuroba met the Demon Queen's gaze and smiled warmly. Boom. The sound of violent thunder burst out with crackling lightning. The next moment, Kuroba was like a bolt of lightning rushing past, crossing a distance of tens of meters and appearing behind the Demon Queen. Feeling the changes behind her, the Demon Queen's expression changed dramatically. Advertisement, blood magic, thousands of tentacles. Lines of blood, like long needles, shot out towards Kuroba with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. In the eyes of the Demon Queen, she never imagined that Kuroba would suddenly approach her. However, facing this violent surprise attack, the Demon Queen felt a little more inexplicable hope. In this close fight, just a trace of blood can pierce Kuroba's skin. She was able to use blood magic to instantly absorb all the blood in Kuroba's body. Become a puppet of your own blood, clang clang clang. The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The echoing sound like rain hitting banana trees instantly woke up the Demon Queen. When he looked at the streaks of blood falling on Kuroba like a violent storm. The dark, ink-like weapon-colored domineering energy had already covered Kuroba's body. Celestial Dragon's Claw, endless wind and waves gather in Kuroba's right hand. The moment the 5 fingers suddenly clench, they turned into hurricane air and swept away. Wherever they passed along the way, the oncoming bloodshot threads were instantly torn apart without any trace of fancy. It hit the Demon Queen hard in the abdomen, boom.
The dull sound of collision echoed, and the Demon Queen just felt a pain in her abdomen. With the release of her huge force, her whole body flew out like a cannonball.
In full view of everyone, it hit a big tree dozens of meters away. The wave of air flowing around her body suddenly reminded the Demon Queen of the terrifying magic power fluctuations that appeared in the Demon Palace not long ago. Sorry, I caught you. Chapter 238. If you are serious, you will lose, please subscribe. Sorry, I caught you. A small voice swept through the entire venue like a hurricane at this moment. He looked at the Demon Queen who fell to the ground and just got up, looking miserable. Behind him stood Kuroba with a warm smile on his face. Whether it was red eyes or dominante, even the witches couldn't help it. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, perhaps the Demon Queen cannot defeat Kuroba. However, I never expected that he would behave so unbearably and be repelled instantly. However, this cannot be blamed on the Demon Queen. If they were equal in strength, or slightly better than her, the Demon Queen would be able to turn defeat into victory by relying on the weird nature of blood magic. It's a pity that when faced with the far out of the ordinary fire attribute magic, Liubian Ruovuo.
This blood magic was undoubtedly suppressed. Captain Kuroba, can you let the Queen go? Vanessa flew over and landed in front of the Demon Queen.
Due to being busy fighting, the Demon Queen has no time to control Vanessa. Even Hongtong, who was imprisoned on the cross, was freed. Vanessa, I don't need your plea. The Demon Queen stood up with a frosty face. However, when I think about the very special wind attribute magic power just now, and the 4 major attribute magic powers possessed by Kuroba, the Demon Queen remained surprisingly silent. Don't worry Vanessa, I have no intention of stirring up trouble. Kuroba smiled and rubbed Vanessa's head and said, I have always been a pacifist. Advertisement, it was just a peaceful exchange of magic experiences. As for Vanessa's matter, Her Majesty, why don't we make a deal? I will help you expel the people from Eye of the Midnight Sun, and you let Vanessa decide whether to stay or go. Pacifist. Exchange magic experiences? Listening to Kuroba's words, there was a sincere expression on his face. Looking at the Demon Queen who used to be so high and mighty but is now in such a miserable state. The mouth of this horse-riding man is a lie. However, when I think of Kuroba, with his unfathomable strength and 4 attribute magic possession, let alone a group of witches, even the Demon Queen can only break her teeth and swallow it. After staring straight at Kuroba for 7 or 8 seconds, the Demon Queen said with a frosty face. Okay. As long as you can expel the people of Eye of the Midnight Sun, let the Witch's Forest, the degree of damage is limited to 10%. Not only will I let Vanessa decide whether to stay or go, I will also give you the magic stones you want. However, I want to remind you that 5% of the outer perimeter of the Witch's Forest has been burned. If it continues to spread at this level, you will only have 3 minutes at most. Once this time limit is exceeded, you lose. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Dominante, Hongtong and others change. They know very well what Eye of the Midnight Sun is capable of. This is a total stumbling block. 3 minutes? Kuroba glanced at the red sky in the distance and said, it seems that I am still underestimated. As soon as he said these words, the lightning on his body shot up like a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot keep up. Your Majesty, what should we do? Witch Yali hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Advertisement, what should I do? The Demon Queen snorted coldly and said, that guy doesn't know anything, so he dares to bet with me. If he knows that the person who comes this time has the fire elf Salamanda, I'm afraid he won't. You'll laugh out loud. Please give me flowers, chosen by the fire elves. Yali's expression changed and she said, among the 4 major elves, the fire elves have the strongest attack power. Once there is a real fight, I'm afraid all fire attribute magic will be suppressed. His ice and fire are no exception, right? Faced with Yali's questioning, the expressions of Dominante, Hongtong and others could not help but change slightly. They had no idea who came to Eye of the Midnight Sun this time. 0 not to mention, the other party has the attachment of the fire elf. Facing the Demon Queen's delicate calculation, it was completely beyond expectations. Finral, tear apart the space rift immediately and go support that guy, Hongtong ordered urgently. Finral's space magic can jump through tearing space wormholes wherever it has been. Right now, they don't have Kuroba's speed. If they want to get to the battlefield as quickly as possible, they obviously need to rely on Finral's space magic. It seems that not only the Demon Queen has underestimated the leader, but you have also underestimated him. If it comes to magic of the same attribute, I don't think the leader will lose. Nero's voice suddenly sounded. If you are serious, you will lose. The inexplicable sound and the sudden appearance of the figure made the faces of everyone present, including the Demon Queen, change slightly. Originally, she had planned from the beginning that Kuroba would make her lose face in public. So I wanted to make a stumbling block in this situation, make Kuroba a little embarrassed, and save a little bit of the situation. I didn't expect that a cold and indifferent girl would suddenly appear and say such insignificant words. Chapter 239 Fire Elf Salamanda, please subscribe. In response to Nero's words, Hongtong's expression changed slightly, and he shouted urgently, Finral, hurry up and open the space wormhole. Facing Kuroba's endless methods, there is also the unconditional trust from everyone. Hongtong is eager to find out, except for the various methods just now. Is Kuroba really still hiding his stupidity? Faced with Hongtong's urging, Finral did not dare to neglect and hurriedly tore open the space wormhole. He got in first and led the way. The rest of the people followed quickly. Roar. A low dragon roar suddenly sounded. The fiery wind and waves of 403 rolled back like a frenzy. The huge body casts a huge black shadow. Hurry up and run away. What happened today? Why are people attacking the witch's forest one after another? Oh my god, is that the fire elf Salamanda? There seems to be a crazy girl on it? Escape quickly, this kind of fire magic is beyond our ability. Compared with this crazy act of burning down the forest, the man just now was considered gentle. Rapid shouts sounded one after another. Looking at the entrenched red figure in the sky, the forest was already in chaos. The witch who had been knocked unconscious by the overlord domineering attitude had already woken up. Facing this sudden attack, it overturned their usual peaceful life towards me. Advertisement in particular, the huge elf power that is said to be able to rival a country's military. Just standing here and facing it is already difficult. Captain Giannis, hasn't the Demon Queen issued any instructions yet? A group of witches serving as guards hurriedly looked at the red-haired witch standing in front of them. As the captain of the bodyguard in this forest, his strength is second only to that of the Demon Queen. She has undoubtedly become everyone's hope. However, when I think of the young man who ran away not long ago. The endless methods made Giannis' heart tighten slightly. He looked up at the entrenched fire elf in the sky and said in a deep voice, don't worry, although I don't want Sister Vanessa to be punished. But Her Majesty the Queen, the protector of this forest, will definitely defeat those trespassers, and those who attack Eye of the Midnight Sun will also be instantly repelled. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of excitement flashed across the faces of the witches present, and they all agreed in unison. After all, any witch who lives in this forest has a deep understanding of the strength of the Demon Queen. The fire elves are indeed very strong at the moment, but compared with the indelible rule left by the Demon Queen and the others, there is still a slight gap. Captain Giannis, the people within a radius of several thousand meters have been evacuated. A witch hurriedly arrived. However, according to the speed at which the flames spread, 10% of the witch's force will be burned down in just a few minutes. Once the burned area spreads too fast, it will be difficult to extinguish it with our own methods. At that time, even if Her Majesty the Queen frees up her hands, I am afraid it will be difficult to restore the situation. After the words fell, the faces of the witches present changed again. The witches' forest is their home. Once destroyed, there will be no hiding place waiting for them. Advertisement. Feeling the heat wave coming towards her face and the raging flames all around, Yana's face darkened and she shouted urgently. Everyone who can use water-based magic will follow me to put out the fire first. We must wait until Her Majesty the Queen, please free your hands. Others, hurry up and cut down the trees to create a fire break to stop the spread of the fire as much as possible. No. As soon as the order was given, this group of seemingly weak witches mobilized instantly. Especially Giannis, who took the lead, and Grimoire in front of them, took the lead in blooming the sky blue water. The dozen or so witches who walked out from behind also emitted fluctuations in magic power. Looking at the unsatisfactory number of people, Giannis remained silent for a while and decided to walk. I hate it so much, are you finally done with this struggle? I will let you feel what despair is, and let me die for you all. The sound of words that sounded like madness sounded without any warning. The violent scene made Giannis and the other demons' expressions change drastically. The moment he hurriedly raised his head, he first met the pair of round eyes full of 5.2 madness. Salamander, the fire elf entrenched in the sky, suddenly spread its wings and roared into the sky. Fire elf magic salamander's hooked. Fana, who was standing on the back of the fire elf salamander, had a more ferocious look on his face, and raised his right hand from the air. It was like having a seizure again. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and the blazing flames burst into flames from the fire elf's body. When his right claw tightened, he struck down at Giannis and the others. Chapter 240. Destined to meet thousands of miles away, please subscribe. Roar! The blazing flames slashed down like sharp claws. The scope is so large that it instantly covers hundreds of meters in radius. It was only a short distance of 100 meters, but it was approaching in the blink of an eye. Everyone, take action. The grimoire in Giannis's hand was the first to be activated to the extreme, and the sky blue magical light quickly bloomed. Water creation magic black water wave. Boom. The huge water wave instantly collided directly with the flames all over the sky. The witches all around also took action. They knew clearly that facing the fire elf salamander, no one other than Her Majesty the Queen could fight against him. Water creation magic moon-shaped sickle. Water creation 14 magic water waves. Attacks shot out one after another. Boom! Water and fire collided together instantly, and a large amount of water mist evaporated under the hot airwaves. Mayfly also planned to destroy the tree, but I forgot to tell you that this is only 30% of the magic power of the fire elf. Fana, standing on Salamander's back, said with a twisted smile. The right hand suddenly pressed down, and the fire elf under his feet roared again. Fire elf magic great flame lizard claw. The blazing flames gathered crazily in the right claw of the fire elf salamander, instantly sweeping away the steaming water vapor around him. Advertisement. The next moment, without any fancy, it suddenly struck down. Boom! With one claw drawn out, the rolling flames instantly condensed into flames that were tens of meters in size and slashed as fast as thunder. Breaking through the mist in the sky, he appeared in front of Giannis and other witches. The blazing fire light magnifies in the pupils, giving people an overwhelming feeling and making people talk. Giannis' face suddenly changed, and she shouted urgently, "Hurry up, let me take action again, and we must support it until Her Majesty the Queen arrives." After the hurried words fell, Giannis crazily activated her magic power to the extreme, and propped up a wall of water more than 10 meters in size to block her. However, in the face of the overwhelming flames, as soon as the water wall appeared, a large amount of mist evaporated directly. Seeing this horrifying scene in front of her, Giannis's expression changed drastically, and at the same time, she realized that there were a group of witches behind her. Under the strong confrontation just now, the magic power surging in the body has not calmed down yet, and there is no time to free up the hands to defend together. Looking at the water wall that was torn apart in an instant, and the big tree that was directly torn into pieces along the way, surrounded by several people, Giannis and others' expressions instantly turned pale. Ice creation magic silver world. Boom! The biting cold wind swept across the entire place instantly. The flames that were coming all over the sky showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, ice crystals were like a white wave, directly freezing everything within a radius. Even more powerful, he chased after the fire elf salamander. Fana's expression changed, and she roared with a distorted expression. Fire elf magic salamander's breath. Roar, advertisement. Salamander opened her mouth wide, spit out a large flame, and hit the incoming attack head on. At the same time, without any time to think, he suddenly flapped his wings and quickly retreated away. Boom! Ice and fire collided together instantly, and with the sound of explosion, the billowing steam circled away again. It instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Seeing this violent blow, Fana, who was retreating dozens of meters away, stopped in her tracks and quickly glanced around with her wide eyes. "Why is it you again? Why, you are like a haunted ghost. I can bump into you anywhere." Hysterical roars echoed across the battlefield. Facing this biting cold air, it felt like falling into an ice cellar. This unfamiliar skill made the witches present tense up. In their eyes, when faced with a life and death moment, the person who takes action to rescue should be the demon queen. However, looking at this and the blood magic, the ice magic that could not be beaten with 8 sticks, a domineering figure flashed in their minds. Does this break the iron rule that if a man breaks into the witch's forest, he will die? Haha, I'm sorry, it seems like I ruined your good fortune again. Kuroba smiled dryly, walked out of the darkness, looked at Fana standing on the back of the fire elf salamander, and said with a smile. However, we are destined to meet each other thousands of miles away. Don't you think this is the fate between you and me? Fate? Vanna couldn't help being startled, and immediately covered her cheek, and roared with a distorted expression. Who is destined to you? Last time you made me so embarrassed. I originally planned to seek revenge from you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Today, I want to make it clear to you that you have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. Chapter 241. Have you underestimated me? Roar. A low roar suddenly sounded. Fire elf Salamanda's huge wings suddenly flapped. The round eyes were staring straight at the Ryukan Ruohuo on Kuroba's waist, giving people a feeling of unfinished terror. Vanna, who was standing on the back of Fire Elf Salamanda, changed his expression first. He quickly took out a ring with his backhand and put it directly around Fire Elf Salamanda's neck. As the green light lit up, the depths of the Fire Elf's eyes were directly occupied by the light. His originally restless attitude was quickly calmed down. Is this a magical item? Kuroba raised his eyebrows with interest and said with a smile, it seems that it is still afraid of me. However, fear cannot be hidden by external objects. This kind of suppression lasts for a long time. Once it breaks out, I'm afraid it will backfire on you, the host. All the witches, especially Giannis, who was the captain of the bodyguard, had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They did not expect that the person waiting was not only the demon queen. Even Salamanda, the fire elf among the 4 great elves, was afraid. Does this mean that he did some unspeakable things to the fire elf? Shut up! Vanna roared with a twisted expression. Damn it, didn't you just want to save these witches? I want to see how you can save me now. Fire elf magic flame lizards roar. Roar. Advertisement Salamanda looked up to the sky and roared, and the blazing flames spurted directly into the sky. Boom. The blazing fireball, like a gorgeous firework, collapsed in response. It turned into fireballs all over the sky, and fell towards the witch's forest below in full view of everyone. In an instant, half of the sky was completely lit up. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Especially the witch living in this forest. Her pupils shrank and her face suddenly turned pale. Facing the fire elf Salamanda, they were already overwhelmed by the fire caused by the rampage just now. Now when Vanna takes action, he deliberately uses a wide range of attacks. It was completely planned to completely turn the witch's forest, where they had lived for generations, into a sea of fire. Boom. A dull explosion suddenly sounded. The blazing wave of fire rolled back directly. Wherever he passed, the fire element magic contained in the air was like a huge flaming sickle. The trees along the way were ignited in response, and the billowing flames exploded. Hurry up, everyone follow me to put out the fire, Giannis roared urgently. Looking at the forest of witches that was about to turn into a sea of fire, not to mention other witches, even Giannis's face suddenly turned pale. Captain Kuroba, what happened? Nakanasa was the first to walk out of the space rift. Immediately following behind were Hongtong and others. Advertisement seeing the blazing fireball falling like a heavy rainstorm, the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed dramatically. I'm sorry, have you underestimated me? I'm not interested in dragging oil bottles, Kuroba smiled warmly. Facing fire attribute magic, it has been overwhelmed. Kid, have you forgotten the bet between us and don't want to take Vanessa away? The demon queen suddenly raised her head and looked at Kuroba. This was the first time, Li Haohao, that they saw that the majestic demon queen would invite a young man to join forces. At this juncture, the only way to quickly reverse the predicament is to attack Kuroba. Your Majesty the demon queen, what should we do now? Giannis looked at the last figure walking out of the crowd. A trace of anxiety flashed across her pretty face. If you want to take her away, join forces with me now to take that girl down. However, protecting the witch's forest in Vanna's hands may be more difficult than climbing to the sky. This is the place where their witches have lived together for generations. If they had a choice, they would not want to watch the witch's forest being destroyed. The sudden invitation, not to mention Vanessa and others, even the expressions of Giannis and other witches could not help but change. The small voice, at this moment, was like a magical sound, giving everyone present, including the demon queen, a feeling that directly penetrated the soul. Facing the eager gazes from all around, the demon queen's face suddenly turned pale. In their eyes, they never imagined that the demon queen, who rarely took the initiative, would be rejected in public. He raised his head and looked at the blazing fireballs falling from the sky, as well as the fire elf Salamanda entrenched in the void, and suddenly tightened his fists. Now there is also a fire elf Salamanda. With this kind of lineup, the demon queen may be able to fight against it. After seeing Kuroba's strength with her own eyes, the demon queen knew clearly. However, it is precisely because of this reason that they see a glimmer of hope. What she is good at is blood magic. Chapter 242. Are you planning to have a barbecue? You are arrogant. The demon queen's expression froze and her face turned red. However, in the face of questioning looks from all around, Kuroba still had a warm smile on his face and walked out in front of everyone. The sudden move immediately tensed everyone's nerves, especially Vanessa and others who had witnessed Kuroba's fighting style. All their eyes were fixed on Kuroba. An inexplicable chill spread out from Kuroba without any warning. The next moment, huge magic power exploded with Kuroba as the center like a furious wave. General Binglin. Boom. One after another had already been lurking in the witch's forest, and the ice clones from all directions detonated in an instant. The magic power accumulated and it shot up into the sky like a volcano erupting. The huge tide of magic power changed in an instant. Under the biting cold wind, a hurricane-like blizzard of level 12 swept across the entire witch forest in an instant. The snow is heavy and the wind is blowing, as the only group-wide area 330 skill of demon god appearance and devil's essence. The power it possesses can turn a place into a harsh world of ice and snow in an instant. The flames that had just burst into flames in the witch's forest were instantly extinguished in the blizzard. Wherever it passed, there was heavy snow and silver, completely covering the earth. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature and the overwhelming blizzard hitting us. In the huge forest of witches, rays of magical light were activated crazily. In order to resist these attacks appeared from all over the sky without warning. Advertisement, especially the fire elf in midair, Salamander erupted into blazing waves of fire, frantically resisting the oncoming wind and snow. What kind of magic is this? It can instantly cover the entire witch forest. The expressions of Giannis and other witches suddenly changed dramatically. Feeling the biting chill, his eyes were full of disbelief. Even the demon queen and Fana are no exception. Roar. A low roar sounded. Salamanda's huge body suddenly shook, and the blazing wave of fire rolled back, colliding with the wind and snow coming from the sky. The violent steam heat flow swept through like a hurricane, almost overturning Fana, who was standing on her back. After barely regaining his footing, Fana looked at Salamanda, who was becoming manic and restless, as if she was possessed by a demon, and roared angrily. "You be asterisk 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 D. I don't believe you can stop me. Even if I risk my life today, I will kill you." Evil Eye liberated. Boom. The violent magic power, mixed with the emotional fluctuations of extreme hatred, rolled back. The mysterious magic pattern on his forehead bloomed with dazzling black light. As the magic power surged, a ferocious crack tore open above Fana's eyebrows. Before everyone could recover, they suddenly opened their eyes wide and revealed a scarlet eye like blood. The magic power that was originally filled with hatred came out of the body, erupting and detonating like a volcano. Most of the blizzards that hit all around were blown away. Feeling this magic power mixed with madness, the expressions of the witches present and even the demon queen suddenly change. Advertisement. Have they ever thought about Eye of the Midnight Sun's elite magic skills? However, they never expected that this wave of magic power would directly cross the level of the Zero Realm. Feeling the huge magic power coming out of her body, Fana, who was exuding black energy, tilted her head slightly to one side, as if in a daze, her round eyes widened and she roared again. Kill them for me. Salamander's great fire breath. Roar. A low roar suddenly echoed, and a dark magic eye mark quickly appeared on Salamander's forehead. Scarlet blood color quickly occupied his eyes, and his huge wings flapped suddenly.
The blazing flames steamed up from the body. Mysterious flame patterns bloomed on the body surface. Salamander, who was still in the state of a dragon-like creature, suddenly started to burn all over her body. When the bloody mouth suddenly opened, blazing flames quickly gathered in the mouth, in full view of everyone.
It turned into a huge blazing fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, like a small sun. It seems that he has acquired fire attribute magic. He is indeed the reincarnated elf chosen by the fire elf Salamander. Kuroba suddenly raised his head and smiled warmly. But do you want to have a barbecue, or are you planning to deal with me? Mad. The nerves of everyone present suddenly became tense. Not to mention the demon queen, even Fana, who is almost crazy, is no exception. In their eyes, this powerful attack had already made them feel on pins and needles before it was unleashed. Now Kuroba's words are not the icing on the cake, but rather add fuel to the fire. Chapter 243. Your attack is not enough, please subscribe. You said I was having a barbecue? Fana clenched her hands suddenly and roared hysterically. Okay, very good, let me see where your confidence comes from. I will completely turn you into ashes and let you understand what the strongest flame is. Buzz. The air vibrated loudly. The magic eye on Fana's eyebrows bloomed again, and the violent magic power that penetrated her body exploded like thunder. At the same time as the blazing flames surged out, the fireball in Salamander's mouth once again surged by several points, reaching a height of 10 to several meters. While the terrifying heat wave rushed towards us, the blizzards that were blowing around us were forced back one after another. Kill him. Fana roared again. Salamander was getting ready to go, and the magic eyes branded on her eyebrows suddenly emitted a bright black light. Roar. The roar of the dragon burst into tears, and the blazing fireball accumulated in the mouth spit out. Boom. Attacked together, the sound of gas explosion resounded through the sky. The huge fireball, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, struck Kuroba below in a rolling motion. Feeling the attack coming down from the sky, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Seeing Kuroba, who seemed indifferent, his nerves suddenly became tense to the extreme. Hurry up and spread out, don't get involved in the fight. Nero was the first to shout urgently. Everyone present was suddenly awakened. They were already far away from Kuroba. The moment Nero reminded them, they all withdrew and retreated. Advertisement for Kuroba, who doesn't know what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd, they don't dare to gamble with their lives. After hesitation flashed across the demon queen's face, she gritted her teeth and retreated. In an instant, the huge battlefield was like a tree falling and hosens scattered. Fana, who witnessed this scene, was startled for a moment, then roared again. You are indeed an arrogant person. Since you want to die so much, then just die for me. The fireball, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, fell at a sudden speed and crashed down like a rolling ball. Boom. The blazing waves of fire rolled back like a raging wave. The flames of the explosion shot straight into the sky, forming a huge mushroom pillar of fire. Within a few hundred meters, trees covered by wind and snow were directly swallowed by the sea of fire. Some witches fled hundreds of meters away in a hurry. Before they had time to escape, the witches were directly overturned by the airwaves that followed. Looking at the broken trees and the waves of fire coming towards them, everyone frantically activated the magic power in their bodies to the extreme and used various defensive methods. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, the center of the explosion of the fireball was intentional or unintentional. I was eager to see the boy who had frozen the entire witch forest just a moment ago. Why, he became indifferent in front of the rolling fireball. A slight vibration sounded without warning. The blazing waves of fire flowing all over the sky first showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands, stirring wildly and turning into a huge whirlpool of flames. The flames rotate faster and faster, making people feel dizzy.
When the rotation speed reached the extreme, it burst like a bubble and turned into a sky-wide flame that dissipated in the void.
Advertisement Kuroba's unscathed figure was the first to appear in front of everyone's eyes. Please give me flowers. The moment Huo-ran raised his head, the warm smile on his face caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink. A pair of eyes occupied by black light were even flashing with firelight, as if they were engaged in some sort of struggle. No. It's impossible. Why are you not injured? Fana, who was standing on Salamanda's back, looked stagnant and roared hysterically. The current unscathed posture is simply unacceptable to Fana. Roar. An inexplicably suppressed energy seemed to be detonated at this moment. He turned his right hand and reached out to grab the Liubian Ruohuo at his waist. If the Kuroba a moment ago was a sharp blade covered in dust, then now it feels like it is sharp and sharp, which is breathtaking. Like a raging wave, it swept away with Kuroba as the center, mixed with an unparalleled momentum. A low roar suddenly sounded, and Salamanda at Fana's feet suddenly became manic and restless. However, under such a fierce attack, you can at least suffer some skin injuries, right? However, I'm afraid your methods are not enough to get angry. After entering the scene, Ya finally moved. The inexplicable hesitation of words made everyone present slightly nervous. At this moment, Fana no longer had the confidence to hope that she could kill Kuroba with one blow. Sorry to disappoint you, Kuroba smiled even more. The magic eye seal imprinted on the eyebrows flickers even more. Facing the young man in front of him, he exceeded his expectations again and again. Chapter 234 He is a monster, please subscribe, roar.
The roar of the dragon is endless. The blazing air waves rolled back like a frenzy.
Salamander, the salamander entrenched in the sky, flapped its wings crazily. The eyes even bloomed with traces of blazing flame light. Gives people an extremely uneasy feeling. The eyes of everyone in the field turned around and were locked on the Ryukin Wakahu in Kuroba's hand. Especially the demon queen, when she saw this ancient sword, her pupils suddenly shrank. All the cells in his body seemed to be magnified at this moment, and they were frantically telling the danger. 807. It was exactly the same scene as the one I experienced in the witch's palace not long ago. Is this the shadow of death? Stop, 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 Fana roared ferociously. The magic eyes with black light bloomed on the forehead, and the light shone brightly, lighting up like a small sun.
The originally restless fire elf Salamanda was barely suppressed.
A pair of eyes were once again shrouded in black light. Looking at this scene, the ferocity and resentment on Fana's face not only did not diminish, but her expression became even more twisted, and she roared hysterically again. You be *************** D. If you get in my way over and over again, I'm going to kill you. The third evil eye is unsealed. As soon as he said these words, the slightly opened evil eyes on Fana's forehead suddenly widened. The magic power, as black as ink, was like a frenzy, crazily instilled into the body of the fire elf salamander. Advertisement The originally huge body of 7 or 8 meters suddenly swelled to more than 10 meters in size as Salamander let out a mad roar. Large flames steamed up from his body, as if he was bathing in it. Kill him and let him try to see what a true flame master is. The roar of the salamander. Roar. The evil eye mark appeared on the forehead of the fire elf salamander, and black light shone brightly. The bloody mouth suddenly opened, and at the same time it let out a loud and long roar. The blazing fire spit out from the mouth. The flames poured out like a tidal wave, heading straight towards Kuroba like a train. The space along the way stirred up large ripples of air, rushing in like a waterfall. Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people hiding in the distance suddenly changed drastically. Subconsciously looking at Kuroba. No, it should be said that he subconsciously looked at the ancient sword hanging on Kuroba's waist. 100 meters, 50 meters. As the distance was quickly shortened, the pupils of all bystanders were also rapidly dilating. The moment the heat wave lifted up Kuroba's bangs, the crisp sound of the knife suddenly resounded through the sky. An old noise that sounded like it was coming from ancient times also sounded. Shijia. All phenomena are turned into ashes, and the blades flow like fire. Advertisement The incoming flames filled the sky, and as the blade was unsheathed, the swift and fierce attack showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, it seemed as if a pair of invisible big hands were stirring, rolling back and scattering in all directions. It feels like hitting an invisible barrier head-on.
However, all this is just the beginning. A trace of flame sprang up on Kuroba's body without any warning, and the huge energy dormant in his body exploded like thunder.
In the witch's forest, whether it's the witch, Nero and others, or even Fana who is in the void. At this moment, I had an inexplicable illusion, as if I was being rolled over by an invisible boulder. There is an illusion that my heart is being tightened and I can't breathe. An inexplicable wave of hot air quickly swept away with Kuroba as the center. At this moment, the huge witch's forest was even more unbearable, because the ground was roaring. The ground with a radius of several hundred meters centered on Kuroba is tearing apart, the bark trees are drying up quickly, and flames are rising. Everyone in the witch's forest felt as if they were falling into a furnace of fire. Not only was the skin stinging, but the blood in the body seemed to become hot and burning at this moment, as if it was about to evaporate into steam. This 5.0. Is this a magic wave? What exactly is going on, and why someone's magic power can be so powerful that it can affect an area? Fana, who was standing on the back of the fire elf salamander, had a look of madness on her face. She shook her head in disbelief and stared at Kuroba. Feeling the almost suffocating heat, Fana's pupils were filled with urgency. As if trying to see through Kuroba. Even Salamander, the fire elf who was originally restless, suddenly became quiet. Fana, come with me quickly, he is a monster. Chapter 245. Being greened by the fire elf, please subscribe.
Monster. Fana's expression was stiff, and she glanced at Raya, who was rushing in from a distance. A trace of madness flashed across her face, and she roared hysterically again.
I am one of the three magic eyes. A great elf and a despicable human being have no chance of being my opponent. Kill him for me. Salamander's roar. Roar. The purple-black magic eye brand bloomed violently on the forehead of the fire elf salamander. The steaming flames all over his body surged up and down, and the hot flames burst out and rushed towards Kuroba. Seeing another fierce attack, Raya's face flashed with a hint of urgency. Torch. With a simple hesitation of 2 words, Kuroba's clenched rear and wakahu was immediately unsheathed. Jung. A knife came out. 14. The air flowing throughout the space seemed to be stagnant, and was quickly torn apart along the way. Endless flames surged out from the snow-white simple blade. Along with the movement of Kuroba's hand, the speed of swiping increases. The huge wave of blazing flames exploded like a furious wave. At this moment, everyone felt that what Kuroba was wielding was not a sword at all, but a huge wave of flames like a tsunami. With an overwhelming attitude, he shot toward the sky. Everyone just felt that all their vision was taken away, and they felt as if they were in a sea of hellfire. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed, and the attack from Salamander was like paper, and was directly rolled over by the waves of flames in the sky. The distance of hundreds of meters is just the blink of an eye. Wait until Fana's face filled with stiff hatred showed a hint of movement. Advertisement: the sea of fire that fills the sky has completely occupied the entire pupil. Don't want. Boom. Under the violent sea of fire, the endless waves of fire instantly swallowed Fana. As the explosion sounded again, the fiery airwaves swept through the entire witch's forest like a hurricane. Looking from a distance, it feels as if dazzling fireworks are blooming in the void covering the entire sky. The pillar of blazing flames soared straight into the sky, directly penetrating the lead cloud accumulated in the void. From a distance, it seems as if the entire witch's forest is enveloped in flames. No, it's impossible. Fana also lost. Raya quickly stabilized her body under the impact of the endless airwaves. Looking at the distant void, the ripples of the flames spread around, causing Raya's pupils to shrink suddenly. The pretty figure in the void that should have been torn to pieces by the attack came into view first. Looking at the flames that spread all over the sky, like fireworks, and the cheeks full of hatred, there was a trace of confusion. Roar. The sound of dragon roar suddenly sounded. The endless firelight regrouped in the void and once again transformed into Salamander, a giant salamander more than 10 meters tall. The huge wings suddenly fluttered, and the scarlet eyes erupted with an unprecedented fierce light. The demonic eye on the forehead used for suppression flashed rapidly with purple-black light, followed by a trace of scarlet flame. In full view of the public, the sound collapsed. Salamander, whose intelligence was originally suppressed and controlled. His eyes quickly became clear, and looking at Fana who was so close, a fierce light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Roar. Salamander roared angrily, spitting out blazing flames from her mouth. Advertisement: the huge mouth suddenly opened and closed towards Fana. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, not to mention Raya. Even Fana is no exception. They have never heard of someone being chosen by their own elf to bite them. No, it should be said that Heike mentioned it himself just now. Is this considered a mess? Seeing the bloody mouth that quickly enlarged in pain, Fana woke up with a distorted expression on the faces of everyone present. There was no time to think about it, so the only thing he could do was to hurriedly raise his hands to block, roaring hysterically, and subconsciously closed his eyes. 767. No. I can't die. I hate you humans. Roar. The blazing waves of air rushed towards me. As the sea of fire rolled back, Fana's expression suddenly became stiff. As a person with 2 souls, she should be very aware of the burning pain in her body. However, she should have suffered a backlash and fallen into the sea of fire, but instead she felt an inexplicable coolness. The strange scene made Fana couldn't help but open her eyes. The first scene that caught her eye made her pupils suddenly shrink. A slightly thin figure stepped in front of her. The fire elf Salamander, who was originally arrogant and restless, and even turned against the host, was shrugging his head, and was being rubbed on the head affectionately by the other party. This is betrayal. At this moment, a ridiculous idea flashed through Fana's mind. She was betrayed by the fire elf. If the other party is a woman, this absolutely means that she is cheated. Chapter 246. Not even a chance to commit suicide, please subscribe. It's impossible, Salamander, kill him quickly. Fana looked ferocious and roared hysterically. However, in the face of all this, a breeze passed by and transformed into the petite figure of the wind elf Sylph. A pair of wings as thin as cicada wings fluttered and landed on Kuroba's shoulders. He said slightly arrogantly, "You don't have to scream. We elves will only choose strong and destined people to be our hosts." Kuroba-sama is so handsome, and his fire attribute magic is 10 times or even 100 times better than yours. That guy Salamander will also choose it as long as he is not blind. You'd better save your energy and stop barking. Everyone present, whether they were witches or the queen of demons, even Fana's distorted expression suddenly became stiff. For an ordinary person, being chosen by an elf is indeed something to be happy and proud of. However, the scene presented in front of me this time was completely different. In their eyes, being chosen by an elf is like luck. Now Kuroba is not only chosen by the wind elf Sylph, but also the fire elf Salamander has betrayed the original owner and taken refuge under Kuroba's command. These are two elves in one body. Looking at the history of the four-leaf clover kingdom, that has never happened before. No. It's not possible. I will never let Salamander go with you. This is my thing. Die to me. Breath of the Phoenix. Fana roared hysterically again, and the demon eye mark on his forehead that had become dim began to shine again. The aura it exudes may be a little lacking compared to just now, but it still gives people a feeling of great momentum. Advertisement. The magic book in front of him was flying rapidly, and the flames behind him were even more burning. It turned into a phantom of a phoenix about 7 or 8 meters in size, opened its mouth wide, and sprayed out large flames towards Kuroba, who was very close at hand. Facing the oncoming flames, Kuroba suddenly raised his head and said with a warm smile, "Your flame is very good, but you used it in the wrong place. It is very good for lighting candles." "Let me go." Roar. Salamander, who was darting behind Kuroba, suddenly opened his mouth. The oncoming flames filled the sky the moment Kuroba finished speaking. Just like winter snow encountering spring, there was a slight stagnation at first, and then it quickly melted away in full view of everyone. Eventually annihilated between heaven and earth, together with the illusory figure of the phoenix behind Fana, it collapsed like an illusion in the mirror. Looking at this weird scene, Fana looked distorted, shook her head crazily, and roared hysterically. "It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I am the strongest person selected by the fire elf Salamander. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to let you die with me." Buzz. There was a sudden vibration in the air, and the magic eye imprinted on Fana's forehead once again bloomed with dazzling light like a little sun. However, this time compared with just now, this violent aura contained a hint of the destructive aura of extreme hatred. Feeling the rising magic power, even Raya in the distance suddenly woke up, with a hint of urgency on her lazy cheeks. No, advertisement. The terrifying aura released was instantly blocked. Looking at the thin figure entangled by 2 elves in the void. "Nero, I leave it to you. In front of me, without my permission, you are not even qualified to self-destruct. Cherish your life and stay away from self-destruction." The magic eye that lit up like a small sun on his forehead also quickly dimmed. Purple-black magic bloomed and turned into mysterious magic shackles, instantly covering Fana's body. Sealing magic seal. Fana rolled her eyes and fell unconscious in front of everyone. Once you become an enemy of the young man in front of you, I am afraid that you will definitely end up like what you are seeing. The moment Nero transformed into a human form, a pair of slender hands directly pressed on Fana's slightly peaceful place. The elf inside Fana roared with a distorted expression. "No, don't seal me. I will explode myself. I will drag you to death together." However, before he could react, Kuroba moved again. It should be said that with the sound of snapping fingers in his hand, a repulsive bird quickly passed Kuroba and landed in front of the Fana. Not even a chance to commit suicide. The voice gradually became smaller and smaller, listening to the words that were eventually lost in the air. However, at this moment, there is only one question stone left in everyone's mind. And regardless of whether it is comparable to the powerful strength that Fana showed just now. If Kuroba hadn't been quick-sighted and caught her at the waist, he might have fallen to the ground in midair and would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Chapter 247. Blessings from Grandpa, please subscribe. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Looking at the sky, Fana fell into Kuroba's arms, not even qualified to self-destruct. Regardless of whether it was the witches, Raya, or even the demon queen, her face turned pale all of a sudden. Is this considered absolute control? Especially the blow just now that was like fire from heaven, it sent chills down one's spine. The queen's face became even more ugly when she thought of being an enemy of Kuroba not long ago. I thought that in the fight just now, even if the young man in front of me was not forced into a desperate situation, at least let him use all his strength. I never expected that the other party would behave in a calm manner from beginning to end. What exactly is this existence? The demon queen glanced at Kuroba one more time and felt a terrifying feeling in her heart. Come 453 people, get me the magic stone. The demon queen clenched her fists, with a trace of resentment flashing across her face. However, after witnessing with his own eyes, Qin Yu's 4 attribute magic power, as well as powerful fire attribute magic means that burned the sky and boiled the sea. All thoughts have been defeated, but, Giannis hesitated for a moment. But what, Mo Fei, can you stop him? The Demon Queen's face darkened and she shouted sternly. Advertisement, also, please hurry up and make arrangements. Let Vanessa wrap up her baggage and get out immediately, she will never come back until the worldly things are settled. Your Majesty, are you kidding me? Vanessa just landed on the ground, her face full of surprise. Am I joking like this? The Demon Queen snorted coldly. Isn't this what you have always wanted for you to take the man away, BECF? However, don't forget, you have been voluntarily planted with a blood curse. This thing is rooted deep in your spine and you need to come back regularly to remove it. Seeing that she had made up her mind, the Demon Queen, who kept threatening everyone to become the old ant, would make such a big change. This subverted everyone's cognition. Haha, Her Majesty the Queen, it seems that my team members are a bit unpleasant and have caused you trouble. Kuroba brought Fana down from the sky, handed the person in his hand to Nero, who looked a little indifferent, and said, but don't worry, I will return this favor to you. As for the blood curse in Sister Vanessa's body. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating Fana, one of the 3 evil eyes, and successfully signing in to recover the fire elf Salamanda. The system is issuing rewards. Please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for receiving Grandpa's blessing. Grandpa's blessing? Kuroba is confused. Listening to the ethereal prompts echoing in my mind, I felt a little unable to recover.
Within the sign-in system, Kuroba has received various rewards.
However, I have never heard of the system having such a special reward. However, special is special, and if it cannot be used, it is nonsense. When he thought of this, most of Kuroba's consciousness quickly entered the system, and a series of information about the grandfather's blessings passed through his mind. When he saw the message left on it, a hint of joy flashed across his face. Advertisement. If he remembered correctly, the old man who gave the blessing was not an ordinary person. No, it should be said that he is an old pervert, not an ordinary person. Kid, I cast the blood curse, but it was also Vanessa's voluntary choice, so I could easily let the blood curse take root deep in her blood. The Demon Queen's face darkened and she hurriedly explained. However, my original intention of casting this blood curse is also to make Vanessa stronger as soon as possible. Her magic is not as simple as it appears. If she can fully understand and master it, she will definitely grow higher and more powerful than me in the future. A position suitable for the Demon Queen. The cold words were hesitant, and between the lines, there was a feeling of hatred towards Vanessa. However, it shocked all the witches present and even Vanessa. It is the Demon Queen who is not only willing to abdicate in favor of others, but also has such high regard for Vanessa's future. She even boasted that her Sylph magic skills would far surpass her blood magic abilities in the future. This was too much beyond their expectations. After all, they, the witches, have stayed in the witches' forest for so many years. It's all because I have experienced the Demon Queen's unparalleled strength. Perhaps the Demon Queen is a dictator who has been abandoned by men, but the strength she possesses also provides everyone with a sense of security. It is for this reason that many people may be dissatisfied with the Demon Queen's tyranny, but compared to this dangerous world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the weak, there are still many people staying here for safety. Now the Demon Queen suddenly tells them that Vanessa will be stronger than her terrifying blood magic in the future. If you haven't heard it with your own ears, who would believe it? Chapter 248. A man's mouth is deceptive. Please subscribe. Your Majesty, are you kidding? How can I be better than you? Vanessa said stiffly. In response to this rhetorical question, everyone present could not help but look at the Demon Queen in silence. No, what she said is right, and she is self-aware. Kuroba pushed out from the consciousness space and said calmly. The Demon Queen's expression suddenly turned livid, and she looked at Kuroba with a hint of inexplicable hatred. What she said just now was undoubtedly a good word to put a smile on Vanessa's face. I never expected that Kuroba not only wanted benefits, but also slapped him in the face. This is simply a slap in the face. Seeing the light smile on Kuroba's face, the Demon Queen gritted her teeth, suppressed the unhappiness in her heart, and said coldly. You kid, you were right, but all this is just a guess of this queen. Whether Vanessa being able to get to that point still depends on her good fortune and your guidance ability, leader. This time, I brought Vanessa back forcibly, mainly because by staying in the witch's forest and concentrating on practicing and studying, I am confident that I can allow her to transform the silk thread magic in 2 or 3 years. Now, once we leave the witch's forest, immerse ourselves in the world, be confused by the smell of alcohol, and lose our mind for practice, if this evolution continues, I'm afraid it will continue to last for 3 to 5 years. Having said this, the Demon Queen raised her cold cheeks slightly and said, I have a way to postpone the blood curse ability, but I am still Nasha. I can break through and improve my magical attainments as soon as possible, so that I can suffer less. You should understand what I mean, right? If it's not handled well, I'm afraid it will hurt you all. Faced with this somewhat vague statement, the eyes of everyone present fell on Kuroba. Advertisement in their eyes, I am afraid that as long as they are not fools, they can hear the hidden meaning of the Demon Queen. Captain Kuroba, why not? Vanessa couldn't help but look up. However, as soon as she raised her head slightly, she saw a big hand falling from the sky, covering her head directly, rubbing her head with a smile. Haha, what better? Sister Vanessa, don't worry. I understand Her Majesty the Queen's painstaking efforts, so I decided to help you transform your magic now. Now? Right here? Don't you need to find a place? Hongtong quickly squeezed up from behind and couldn't help but said, "Isn't this a bit impatient?" As he spoke, Hongtong squeezed his head out of the crowd. However, as soon as he walked out of it, he saw a finger that was rapidly dilating in his pupils inflicted directly on his forehead. "Deputy Captain Hongtong, are you thinking wrong and looking for a place to take off your clothes?" Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly, finally understanding why the Black Violent Bull lost 100 stars. The original group leader was not serious, and even the deputy group leader was not serious. No wonder he was sent to Spade Kingdom to perform a mission. Advertisement, it hurts. Who is not serious? Aren't you men full of dirty thoughts? Hongtong covered her forehead and said, "I don't know how long you will use this excuse. Please give me flowers." The cursing words made some older witches present, who were already familiar with the driving skills of experienced drivers, burst into laughter. The cheeks of those who were still young could not help but feel a hint of beauty, and they couldn't help but look at Kuroba one more time. Feeling that the atmosphere in the venue suddenly changed, the Demon Queen couldn't help but twitch her cheeks, and shouted in a cold voice. "That's enough, men's mouths are all lies. Have you forgotten my usual warning? And Captain Kuroba, this is the witch's forest. I was really surprised that you helped me just now. However, in a place like this and in front of me, I hope you won't tell such cheap lies and deceive me. People, otherwise even I wouldn't be able to stand it." It was rare for the majestic Demon Queen to show such anger, but she didn't even kill her. Many people present were surprised. However, it is precisely because of this that the Demon Queen's words are even more convincing. Haha, it seems that Her Majesty, the Queen, understands the meaning of rhyme deeply, and even knows everything about a man's mouth. Kuroba smiled and pulled away the hand covering Vanessa's head and said. However, you seem to have overlooked one thing. Your Majesty, you are talking about ordinary men, but I am not ordinary. I don't need to worry about the blood curse on Vanessa. I will let her lift it now. You can just stand aside and watch the result. Also, my mouth is not only used to deceive ghosts, but also gods. Chapter 249 ended before it even started. Please subscribe. You. The Demon Queen suddenly became angry. After staring at Kuroba for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, very good. I just want to see what ability you have to say such a thing. I have to see if your men's mouths are deceitful." The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed slightly, and their eyes all fell on Kuroba. "Brother Kuroba, I'm actually used to this blood curse. You don't need to help me." Vanessa's expression tightened and she smiled helplessly. As Vanessa, who was single-handedly raised by the Demon Queen, she knew the power of the Demon Queen's blood magic. 627. What's more, transforming a kind of magic is not as simple as enhancing the magic power.
There may be dozens or hundreds of ways to enhance magic power.
But in order to transform her magic, she also needs to make her silk magic more powerful than blood magic. I'm afraid this is too difficult. Haha, Sister Vanessa, have you mofe forgotten that I am the most protective of shortcomings? Kuroba smiled dryly and patted his shoulder. Just stand here and leave the rest to me. Looking at the confident Kuroba, Hongtong pulled Vanessa aside and said, Sister Vanessa, don't waste time talking to that guy. He was in the limelight just now. If you can't do that, let him lose some people and dampen his spirit. W. After witnessing with my own eyes the endless means Kuroba possesses, Hongtong no longer dared to hope for the position of group leader. What I want to hope for now is to be able to see Kuroba's big words slip off her tongue, so that she can gain a little face. However, as soon as this idea flashed through his mind, Nero, who had a look of indifference on his face, squeezed out of the crowd and said calmly, Sorry, I still want to remind you, that guy never does anything that he is not sure about. Advertisement, you have to be mentally prepared. Hongtong was stunned. She never thought that this little girl with a cold appearance and a special attribute of magic would have such high regard for Kuroba. It is precisely this that makes Hongtong even more eager to know where Kuroba's confidence comes from. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Kuroba with an inexplicable urgency. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Kuroba didn't take it to heart at all. With a thought, he gave the order directly. System, give me Grandpa's blessing on Vanessa. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, the host of Sleepy Joy successfully used Grandpa's blessing. The system's ethereal voice flashed through Kuroba's mind. After the sound died down, Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. This Grandpa's blessing comes from a great source. It comes from the power of the great Kyojin that helped Gohan awaken when fighting Majin Buu in the Dragon Ball world. I thought it wouldn't be that simple if I hired this old pervert, but I didn't expect that through the system, even the old woman's little underwear would be spared. Kid, why haven't you started yet? You're not joking. You're helpless now, right? The Demon Queen urged in a cold voice. It once again tensed everyone's nerves. Facing Kuroba, who has not taken action for a long time, many witches have doubts in their hearts. Sorry, I think you misunderstood. What I have to do is over. Kuroba exited the system and said with a warm smile. Advertisement, it's over? The Demon Queen was stunned and sneered urgently. Kid, your joke is not funny. You told us it was over before it even started. I've already said that men are liars. However, when it comes to bewitching and deceiving people, should you separate the occasion? In front of so many people, this trick doesn't work. Having said this, the Demon Queen suddenly turned around and said, Vanessa, let your leader see, some of the lies will be self-defeating. The aggressive words echoed in the forest for a long time and could not be dispersed. All the witches present nodded silently, looking at Kuroba with a hint of disgust. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Vanessa had a hint of hesitation on her face and subconsciously looked at Kuroba. Sister Vanessa, let Her Majesty the Queen see the magic of controlling destiny and open your eyes. Kuroba responded with a smile. 4.5 magic to control destiny? Vanessa's expression froze. Even the witches present were no exception. They could understand the Witch Queen's aggressiveness. However, there is an elusive feeling about where Kuroba's confidence comes from. Even as he stood aside, Nero, who was originally helping Kuroba wave flags and cheers, was suddenly confused. Why don't you open the magic book quickly and open their eyes to others? Let me help you, Captain. Kuroba smiled and grabbed the grimoire from Vanessa's waist. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, he opened it casually. Chapter 250. Only now do you start playing with your life, please subscribe. Buzz. The vibrations in the air sounded without warning. Under the light of the light red magic, an indescribable wave of magic surged out. Before anyone could react, a brown-red cat appeared from the magic book without any warning. In full view, it fell on Vanessa's shoulders. Brand new runes that did not originally appear on Vanessa's grimoire are blooming and lighting up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a new magic spell appeared. The red ribbon of fate. Vanessa's expression froze, and she looked at the cat that suddenly landed on her shoulder with disbelief on her face. She is the owner of this grimoire. Every magic that appears, the recorded content, the magic performed, and its effects will all be imprinted in her mind. It can be said that when this magic appeared, Vanessa had all the records about this magic. Therefore, I understand more clearly how abnormal this magic is. Vanessa, what on earth is going on? Tell me, you mastered this magic early in the morning, right? The Demon Queen suddenly woke up and asked urgently. However, as a magician, anyone can see that the way grimoire refreshed the page just now represents the emergence of a new magic. However, this result is indeed too difficult to accept. After all, Kuroba was eloquent just a moment ago, saying that he could help Vanessa's silk magic transform. In full view of the public, the move ended without even seeing the beginning. Advertisement. The most fatal result is that it is impossible to refute the result before your eyes. Haha, it seems that Her Majesty the Queen has little knowledge, or does she not know what transformation is? Kuroba smiled warmly. But don't worry, I can personally demonstrate it to you and show you what risking one's life means. The incomprehensible words made everyone in the audience feel confused. Even the Demon Queen is no exception. Jung. The sound of a knife suddenly sounded. Everyone just had time to see Kuroba's right hand grabbing Ryukin Wakahu at his waist. At the same time as the hot airwave rolled back, the cold light circulated, and the blade was instantly unsheathed. With an extremely cunning attitude, he slit the throat of the Demon Queen, who was very close at hand. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even the Demon Queen did not expect that Kuroba would risk his life if he said so, leaving no time for anyone to think. The only thing she could do was to watch the blade fall on her throat like the god of death urging her to die. Don't want, Vanessa called out urgently. Phew. The blood bloomed in the Demon Queen's throat, like a dazzling fireworks, dispersing in the void, looking extremely eye-catching. The face that was usually filled with indifference was full of confusion and lingering fear of the aftermath of the disaster, and he was subconsciously groping for his intact throat. Advertisement, come on, hurry up and catch this madman who dares to kill Her Majesty the Queen in a sneak attack. Giannis, a member of the guards, roared in horror. The death-defying begins now. Dominante's expression changed drastically, and he was the first to scream urgently. I don't know if this result is consistent with the transformation imagined by Her Majesty the Demon Queen. I did want to kill Her Majesty the Queen just now, but fortunately, Sister Vanessa was kind-hearted and did not want to see Her Majesty the Queen die, so she subconsciously activated magic, controlled the fate, and changed the circumstances of Her Majesty the Queen's death. Fact. Vanessa even mastered the heaven-defying magic of controlling destiny and changing the future. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that the scene in front of you is real? When it fell into the eyes of everyone, it made the pupils shrink suddenly and the eye sockets almost burst. The words of laughter and laughter echoed in the venue, as if they were filled with magic sounds that could not be dissipated for a long time. Look quickly, Her Majesty the Queen's wounds are gone, she is not dead, that cat's eyes are shining. Looking at the Demon Queen, whose head was in a different place, she stood there as if nothing had happened. The nerves of everyone in the field were stirred again, and their eyes all turned around and locked on the Demon Queen. Compared with the tense expression on the Demon Queen's face, there was a huge gap. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen for risking her life and returning. This is Vanessa's Silk Magic Transformation 460, which has the power to control destiny. It is also called Underworld Magic, the Red Ribbon of Destiny. Kuroba said with a smile. Wait a minute, don't tell me whether you can keep me, but before you act impulsively, I advise you to wait until the show is over. Kuroba smiled and sheathed the blade Ruohuo with his backhand. Who wants to believe that the majestic Demon Queen who just saw with his own eyes actually took a trip outside the gate of hell? The sight made everyone's pupils shrink again. Chapter 251 Crisis from Heart Kingdom, please subscribe. The huge forest fell into an inexplicable silence. Seeing the Demon Queen groping for her neck with lingering fear, even Vanessa couldn't come back to her senses. The magic that can change a person's destiny and escape from the bondage of life and death, as long as it is used well, means wearing a death-free gold medal anytime and anywhere. Buzz. Slight magic fluctuations reverberated, instantly waking up everyone who was distracted. Looking at Vanessa's exposed white belly, the scarlet mysterious mark appeared and disappeared like a flower withering away. The demon queen, who had been in a dazed state, began to mutter to herself. The blood curse has disappeared. This is really not a dream. He just transformed Vanessa successfully in an instant. Who is this kid? Confusing thoughts flashed through her mind, and the demon queen subconsciously looked at Kuroba. If it weren't for the situation, she would have wanted to slap herself to see if she was dreaming. Your Majesty, the magic stone has been brought. A witch came quickly. There was a stone in his hand that exuded subtle magic waves. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and looked behind him at Raya, who was also in shock. This glance immediately stirred his nerves. Without any time to think, Raya glanced at Fana one more time and quickly drove the grimoire suspended in front of him, intending to tear apart the space and quickly escape from this ghost place. After seeing with his own eyes, the fire attribute magic that burned the sky and boiled the sea, and the recognition of two elves in one body, Fana didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. In the end, with just a few words, the thread magic was transformed into an almost heaven-defying magic that could control destiny without even starting. Who would be willing to believe that so many impossible things have become a series of possibilities in Kuroba's hands if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes? Stop, don't you Eye of the Midnight Sun want to get the magic stone? Advertisement. Kuroba's voice came, causing Raya to stop walking. Whoosh! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air made Raya's nerves tense, and she subconsciously grabbed it with her hands. However, the moment she took it, Raya's expression suddenly became stiff and she looked at the magic stone in her hand. Not to mention him, even the demon queen couldn't hold back her anger. In the eyes of the demon queen, the role of the demon stone is to store and amplify her magic power. It's a good magic prop. However, she is not a superficial person to be the queen of the witch forest. It allows the unfathomable Kuroba and the Eye of the Midnight Sun to attack the witch's forest without any hesitation in offending her. This is enough to show that this magic stone is not simple. However, now in a life and death situation, Kuroba gave away the spoils directly. So what else was there in the fight just now? Is it a wasted fight? Why did you give me the magic stone? What is your intention? Raya grabbed the magic stone in his hand and asked urgently. When I think about it, whether it's fighting Bartley or killing Vetto in the underwater temple. After various battles, the magic stones that clearly fell into Kuroba's hands would be given away inexplicably. Even Raya, who had always been calm and collected, was confused. Don't ask why, just take it and it's enough, Kuroba said with a warm smile. Advertisement. If you insist on a reason, just remember that you are just a chess piece in my hand. In his memory, the current Queen of Hearts, Lolopechka, is the strongest queen in history. The low voice sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Rescue Lolopechka Gong. The sound of the ethereal system prompt echoing in his mind made him frown even more. However, as soon as he finished speaking, okay, the smile on his face became a little stiff. Chess piece? Chess player? Even the demon queen would find it difficult. Now that the sign-in task was suddenly triggered, it was enough to show that the opponent she faced this time was probably not simple. Ding dong, the sign-in task is activated. Please rush to the Heart Kingdom within 1 hour and rescue Lolopechka. After the task is completed, you will receive random rewards. Just now she dared to challenge her one after another, but now she feels lucky to be alive. Of course, if you are scared now and want to give up the plan to resurrect the elves, I don't mind helping you continue. No chess player will like a chess piece that gives up halfway. What's the matter, don't you want it? I don't mind visiting in person, Kuroba said with a smile again. After seeing the power of the Eye of the Midnight Sun with their own eyes, the power of one of the three evil eyes was enough to scare them. However, now that Kuroba opened his mouth, he regarded the three demonic eyes, which they kept at a distance, as pawns. It was also affirmed by the water elf Undine. Looking at the content displayed in the system, Kuroba seemed a little surprised.
After all, even Eye of the Midnight Sun was being played with and applauded by the boy in front of him. This courage made even the demon queen feel her scalp numb. Chapter 252. Fight the hardest fight and do the most generous thing. Please subscribe. Who are you and why did you give us the magic stone you got? Raya's voice sounded again. Kuroba exited the system space, looked at Raya who was hesitant, and said with a warm smile, you asked knowingly, we are enemies. But, Mo Fei, do you want to get rid of this magic stone? As he spoke, Kuroba raised the magic stone in his hand and threw it backhand in full view of everyone. Seeing that unrestrained energy, the people present could not help but be confused. After all, just a moment ago, in order to get this magic stone from the hands of the demon queen, Kuroba had to use all his strength to get it. Now it can be easily sent out, and the gap between the front and back undoubtedly makes people feel caught off guard. Raya suddenly became angry. After staring at the gem in his hand for several seconds, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, okay, great, I didn't expect that our Eye of the Midnight Sun was really underestimated. Quote. However, we will definitely avenge this. After saying these words, Raya 393 quickly flew open the magic book in front of him, tearing out a space crack, and stepped into it in full view of everyone. Leaves a really fragrant back impression. The mouth said no, but the body was very honest and said that the body was straight. By the way, tell Bartley, don't procrastinate in doing things, I can't wait any longer. Kuroba added without forgetting as he looked at the space crack that was about to be completely closed. Raya, who was in a space wormhole, couldn't help but stumble as he stepped forward, and almost fell directly to the ground. I hurriedly looked back and saw that the space cracks had already healed together, and I couldn't see any of them. It was like a lingering figure imprinted in my mind. Advertisement. Faced with Bartley's 3 words that echoed in his mind, his face was full of disbelief. Bartley has always acted as Richter. In the eye of the midnight sun, only they, as the 3 demonic eyes, know. Rao is Sally and raids and other cadres, and no one knows. Now, Kuroba revealed this secret as soon as he opened his mouth. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid no one would believe that all this was true. Lord Raya, you came back so quickly. Where is Lord Fana? I felt the power of the magic stone, so I told Lord Raya to take action personally to complete the task. Raids said with a ferocious smile. However, when they saw Raya clearly, who almost fell to the ground, there was an inexplicable and awkward silence in the place. Rao was standing on a high place, looking down at Bartley in the field, and his expression suddenly became stiff. Without thinking much, he asked urgently, Raya, you won't tell me that Fana was killed by that guy again and the magic stone was given to you again. In the process of forming Eye of the Midnight Sun, Bartley endured various battles. I have also encountered various opponents. However, I didn't expect that I would encounter enemies one after another who didn't play according to common sense, BEBG. According to him, Kuroba's way of action is to fight the hardest and do the most generous things. No, Master Richter, please listen to Master Raya. Raids asked hurriedly when he thought about how he suffered a lot at the hands of Kuroba when he attacked the royal capital. Advertisement. That guy was in the Undersea Temple not long ago and ruined Master Vetto's good deeds. Even if he left the Undersea Temple early, he would never know. Master Fana, go to the Witch's Forest to seize the magic stone. In their eyes, the battle in the underwater temple only lasted for more than half a day. Even within the Black Bull group, there are people who know space magic. However, having to rush to 2 places in a short period of time will ruin a good thing twice. I'm afraid it's simply not possible. Sorry, I thought so from the beginning, but when I rushed to that place, that guy had suppressed Fana, and even the fire elf Salamander was tamed by him. Now he has the wind elf Sylph as the host chosen by the fire elf Salamander. Raya said with a livid expression. However, this time, Fana was not killed by him. A special magic seal appeared under his men, which resembled a girl I vaguely recognized thousands of years ago. It's just that what worries me most now is why that guy gave me the magic stone after he opposed us 3 times. And when I left just now, that guy mentioned your real name. Real name. Raids and others' expressions couldn't help but froze. Even Bartley is no exception. In his eyes, this is the biggest secret in his life, and even Vangeance, the leader of the Golden Dawn, he possesses, doesn't know. Now Kuroba not only fights the toughest fights, but also does the most generous things. Even his background was exposed. This is undoubtedly beyond their knowledge. Chapter 253 The Last Magic Stone. Please subscribe. The huge stone palace fell into an inexplicable silence. Faced with Raya's sudden words, everyone was obviously caught off guard. Sir Richter. This. Raids said hesitantly. However, before he finished speaking, Raya on the side cast a warning look and said, there are some things that you don't need to know, and you don't need to know. It is enough for you to know what the purpose of our plan is. Having said this, Raya's expression gradually returned to normal and said, Richter, don't take it too seriously. We don't know what his ultimate goal is, but we only need 1 magic stone before the reincarnation ceremony. Once the reincarnation ceremony is successfully activated, we will be able to use our full strength. It is not a problem to deal with that kid. Raids and others finished their words at once. This was the first time they saw Raya, who always liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper and was very lethargic, being so serious. However, since Raya is the only one of the 3 demonic eyes still alive, they can't continue to struggle with this issue. Raya, you are right. As long as the reincarnation ceremony is carried out, I will definitely let that damn guy try my true power. I will make him regret provoking me. Bartley's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Sally, hurry up and prepare the artificial magic body. Once the ceremony is completed, Vetto and Fana will be reborn. At that time, they can use their real bodies. Valtos, have you found the whereabouts of the last magic stone? As Bartley's orders fell one after another, Valtos, as the most intelligent person among the cadres, possessed the means of space magic. Undoubtedly, he has become the best candidate to find magic stones. Advertisement. Sir Richter, I have also found the whereabouts of the last magic stone. It is in the hands of Magic Emperor Julius. It's just that it will be very difficult to sneak into the tower where Magic Emperor is located to seize the magic stone. Valto's face revealed. Said hesitantly. As the capital of the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, it is the land of Wongi. Not only are there the Magic Emperor, the Magic Council, but also the heads of the 3 royal families guarding the place. Now there is a Black Bull leader named Kuroba whose strength is unknown and has disrupted their plans time and time again. If he attacks the Magic Emperor rashly, he may only start a war with the Magic Knights in advance. Having lost 2 of the 3 demonic eyes, they may not only be unable to take advantage. If it is not handled properly, even they will fall into the trap of Wongi. Don't worry, the time is almost here now, it's time to show off your cards. Just leave the last magic stone to me. I'm sure to get the magic stone and even kill Magic Emperor Julius. Bartley suddenly raised his head, with a hint of sternness on his face. I will make that guy regret it and give us the magic stone. When I think about it, as the leader of the majestic Eye of the Midnight Sun, I have been repeatedly hit by Kuroba. 0. HMPH, Vangeance, you said you wouldn't interfere in the duel between me and Julius. You also said that kid is a huge variable. If I don't deal with Julius, I will only become more passive. Bartley snorted coldly. Yes, advertisement. Sally, who was standing aside, also left quickly. They are twins. Vangeance also knew what happened just now. After putting on the mask with his backhand, he said, Richter, I promised you that I will only remain neutral during your fight with Magic Emperor Julius. Don't worry, you only need to give me 10 minutes, and I will be able to kill the Magic Emperor. Once that master comes back to life, that arrogant person will definitely die. Bartley suddenly clenched his fists, waved his sleeves, and said sternly, Okay, Kai Zesheng has changed. Let's take action before that guy reacts. For the Virgin BCH Vangeance, it is difficult to decide. Richter, since you think the time is right, I won't stop you. After all, I also think that the sooner this matter is resolved, the better for us. Raya echoed in a deep voice. This is the rhythm of palms and palms filled with flesh. As the order fell, Raya and Valtos took the lead in tearing apart the space and taking raids away. However, I think that guy is always a variable, so I hope you can save Julius Sama's life when you take action to grab the magic stone. Bartley is the only friend who has coexisted with him since childhood. For Vangeance, Magic Emperor Julius was a blessing to him. Bartley couldn't wait to ignore the elven rituals and just go all out. Now you can only see whether Julius is smarter and more faithful, or God is loving us elves. Don't worry, I will deceive the other group leaders with Valtos, and I will try my best to hold that guy back. I hope you can successfully bring back the last magic stone. Bartley was the only one left in the huge stone hall. On his forehead, the black birthmark like a curse once again covered his cheeks and returned to the appearance of Golden Dawn Chapter 254 heading to Heart Kingdom. Please subscribe. Seeing Bartley going his own way, Vangeance fell into silence, then took out the magic broom and turned around to leave. At the same time, inside the witch's forest, the smoke from the huge forest ruins is still evaporating in the air. Looking at the ruins, there was a thin figure standing. Even the demon queen's face was a bit livid. Haha, it seems that the timing of my arrival is too good. Yami's lazy voice suddenly sounded. Soon, Cobb was seen tearing apart the wormhole in space and taking Yami out. As soon as it fell, Yami held the cigarette in his mouth, rubbed his messy head, looked around, 3, 2, 3, from left to right, and said, Captain Kuroba, the witch's forest was not completely destroyed. It seems that things are progressing quite well. Good luck, that Hongtong girl didn't cause you any trouble. The demon queen's cheek muscles twitched involuntarily. In normal times, this kind of shameless guy would have been tied to the cross by her. However, after witnessing the strength and methods displayed by Kuroba, she felt that she could not refute it. My lady queen, a witch took the lead and couldn't help it anymore. After seeing so many men arrogantly entering the witch's forest, this was a taboo. HMPH, what am I? Hurry up and check the extent of the damage to the witch's forest. The demon queen's face darkened and she yelled angrily. Also, you guys, get out of here and take Vanessa, the plague god, with you. Advertisement. After leaving these words, the demon queen turned and left angrily. Looking at this scene, even Yami raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, Captain Kuroba, it seems that I am late, otherwise I can see what kind of sparks there are between you and the demon queen. However, it is a good thing to see Vanessa back. At least I will have someone to drink with me in the future. Having said this, Yami took out a bottle of wine with his backhand and threw it directly to Vanessa, saying, It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. The actions of Eye of the Midnight Sun and Spade Kingdom are still unknown. We should go back to Wongi realm first and report the situation to Boss Julius. Many people present silently agreed with Yami's proposal. In the battle just now, they were not overly involved. However, in order to avoid the collision of attacks from both sides and to protect themselves, they also consumed a lot of magic power. Going back to rest now is the best choice. No, you go back first, I'm going to the Heart Kingdom. Kuroba said. Are you going to the Heart Kingdom? Have they been attacked? It seems that there is no information calling for help yet. Yami looked at Rab. As one of the close magicians around the Magic Emperor, once these important things really happen, he will definitely gain something. No, I just had a hunch that I had to take a trip and I would be back soon. You don't need to worry, Captain Yami. Kuroba responded with a smile. This time Yami's appearance did not bring information about Heart Kingdom's request for help. Don't worry, I know how to report to Boss Julius. Oh, I know you kid, you are not going to meet Queen Lollipechka who wants to marry you. I heard she is a first-class beauty. Yami held a cigarette in his mouth, patted Kuroba's shoulder and gave a face that says I understand. Advertisement. However, Kuroba believes that anyone's information will be wrong, but the system's prompts will never be wrong. Seeing this scene, Kuroba also looked at 3.9 Finral. In their eyes, it seems that any word involving beauty, a woman, is considered a natural enemy. Finral's expression suddenly stiffened as he let the S******N reach his head. He looked back at the red-eyed figure who stood out from the crowd, and his spine also felt chilly. Stop. As he spoke, Yami raised his hand, indicating to Rab to open the space wormhole. The word simple suddenly appeared. He flipped the bangs on his forehead coquettishly, tore open the wormhole in space, and said, Captain Kuroba, don't worry, I will send you there quickly, but you have to take me with you to meet the beautiful young lady. Finral doesn't like this kind of legwork. Looking at Yami, who was worried about the world being in chaos as soon as he opened his mouth, Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly, shrugged and shook Yami's hand off, and said, Captain Yami, stop talking nonsense. Eye of the Midnight Sun has won the 7th place. A magic stone, the last magic stone, I think Lord Julius should have found it, please bring me a tips bag back. Forget it, I don't care about these annoying things. Next, I will ask Finral to send you to the Heart Kingdom, and we will go back first. For a person who has the urge to defecate all the time and suffers from toilet syndrome, this kind of place is obviously not suitable for staying for a long time. However, when he thought that he had not caused any harm to the beautiful young lady of Heart Kingdom, Finral did not have time to think too much. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. Especially the expressions of the Knoll girls suddenly stiffened. Yami frowned, took the kid and said, Is this okay? Chapter 255 I'm your member but you want to give me a baby. Deputy Captain Hongtong, I have no other thoughts, I just run errands for Captain Kuroba, I can swear. Finral hurriedly raised 3 fingers. Bah, a man's mouth is such a liar, I don't believe it. Hongtong glared. I'm willing to admit defeat. Didn't you say that whoever can rescue Sister Vanessa can make an unconditional request and make the other party agree? My Hongtong strength is not as good as yours, but I am willing to admit defeat. No matter what request you make, I will not refuse. At the end of the sentence, Hongtong bit her lip subconsciously. She is a girl who has experienced strong winds and waves. Know clearly what answer a man is most likely to give to a woman. Especially, speaking out an unconditional request in front of so many people alludes to that meaning. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten about this. Kuroba stopped and turned around, looking up and down at Hongtong with interest. At this moment, the direct gaze falling on Hongtong made her feel uneasy all over. When Kuroba finally settled on her well-developed place, a trace of determination flashed across Hongtong's face, and she gritted her teeth and said, I know what you are thinking. I am willing to admit defeat, but I want to find a quieter place. Only us. A quieter place. Kuroba smiled warmly and pressed Hongtong's head with his backhand, causing her whole body to tremble. Why do you need to find a quiet place? My request is very simple, and it needs to be witnessed by the people present. Public. Advertisement. Hongtong was stunned, and his head went completely blank. When had she ever thought about doing it in public? Didn't you say that you are an orphan? I don't like the name Hongtong. Your eyes are like rubies. From now on, you will be called Red Tong. Kuroba smiled and patted Hongtong on the shoulder. Red Tong. Hongtong's expression froze, and he couldn't help but said, Just, is it that simple? Simple. You're not thinking wrong, are you? Kuroba rolled his eyes. I treat you as a member of the group, but you want to give me a baby, but I underestimate you, Deputy Leader Chatong. I am a gentleman, please don't act recklessly, or I will kill you. Finral, it's getting late, let's go. Facing the red eyes who were stunned for a moment, as if they were making a fool of themselves, Finral didn't dare to show the slightest smile. With a flash of his figure, the space crack was quickly torn open. After watching Kuroba and Finral walk in quickly, the wormhole closed again. Yami smiled and patted Hongtong's shoulder, Chu Yan smiled and said, Hong. Chatong is the deputy captain. Are you surprised? This guy is as interesting as you, but he is a trustworthy leader. It is a good idea to help him give birth to a baby. Have a baby. Chatong's expression froze, and then he roared with a distorted expression. Yami, only dogs have babies with him, if you have the guts, tell me again. On the other hand, the outskirts of Heart Kingdom. Advertisement. Known as the strongest queen in the history of the Heart Kingdom, Lalapechka not only inherited the huge magic power of the queens of the past. He also gained the affection of the water elf Undine, which raised his compatibility with water magic to the extreme. It is said that one person can fight against the four-leaf clover and the leaders of the magic knights. The amount of magic it possesses is enough to cover and monitor the entire Heart Kingdom at all times. They also set up powerful magic barriers and traps, and the surrounding area is always surrounded by demons. It can play an important role in resisting the invasion of external enemies. If ordinary people enter the Heart Kingdom, unless they get permission from Lalapechka, they will be lost in the mist and be sent back directly. Captain Kuroba, we are here, but how do we get in? Finral looked at the heavy fog in front of him and couldn't help but ask. He has been to the Heart Kingdom, but it is obviously very difficult to make a space jump in the magical layer full of surveillance properties. If you are not careful, you may fall into the space turbulence. With Finral's timid temperament, he does not dare to take such a risk casually. It seems something really happened in Heart Kingdom. Kuroba said calmly. Captain Kuroba, you said something happened in the Heart Kingdom. That's a kingdom. How could something happen? Captain, are you wrong? Finral's nerves suddenly became tense. He came here just to pick up girls. He never thought that he would encounter a shabby person who put the entire Heart Kingdom into crisis. What's more, the Heart Kingdom is comparable to the four-leaf clover kingdom. How powerful is this enemy that can put the Heart Kingdom into crisis? It's been half a minute since we've been here. Judging from the fluctuation of your magic power to me just now, they must have discovered it a long time ago. No one has come out to respond yet. It seems that they have encountered something that they can't free their hands. Kuroba looked indifferently. The mist-shrouded Heart Kingdom Road. Chapter 256. Are you the leader of Kuroba? Please subscribe. Captain Kuroba, how can you know this? What if they don't want us to set foot in the Heart Kingdom? Isn't it inappropriate for us to enter rashly and cause the Heart Kingdom to become hostile to our four-leaf clover kingdom? Finral couldn't help but be startled. Suggested hesitantly. Why don't we go back first and let Mr. Magic Emperor contact us before we go in? In his eyes, what he saw in front of him was a heavy fog that made him unable to see even his fingers. No need, we have been discovered. They haven't taken action yet, they are just looking for the right moment. If you don't believe it, you can move your fingers. Kuroba said, the dormant domineering energy in his body was like a frenzy. Sweeping away. Wherever he passes, no matter it is fog, forest, waterfall, swamp, etc., nothing can stop Kuroba's exploration. With the spread of the domineering power of seeing and hearing, everything within a radius of more than 10 kilometers appears in the cause of consciousness. The four Jet Black Apostles, such a big deal, it seems that one of the three polarities of Jet Black has arrived in person. I originally planned to leave the main course later, but I didn't expect it to be served in advance. Kuroba opened his eyes again and smiled unexpectedly. The three polarities of Jet Black. There are four Jet Black Apostles. According to Hong Chitong's deputy leader, the Jet Black Apostles are all strong men in the Zero Realm. Coupled with the power given by Devil, their strength is definitely comparable to that of the captain, and may even be even more powerful. Finral's expression suddenly turned pale, but because of Kuroba's reminder just now, he obviously didn't even dare to move his fingers. Captain Kuroba, why don't we find a way to retreat first? We have no confidence in fighting against this opponent's lineup. It only takes a few minutes for Magic Emperor Julius and Captain Yami to leave. Space magic also has different attributes. The space magic possessed by Finral is auxiliary. You can leave your own magic space coordinates in the places you have visited, so you can open up space wormholes at any time and perform space jumps. However, this kind of space jump will gradually become more expensive as the distance increases. From the border of the Heart Kingdom, creating a wormhole that can return to the royal realm of the four-leaf clover is a bit overwhelming even for Finral. So the time it takes to get there is definitely no more than a few minutes. No need, half a day ago, I wasn't sure to leave behind the three black polarities, but now I am sure to catch them all. Kuroba looked at the fog in front of him warmly. The system just now, because of his own strength and the interdimensional reason of flowing fire Rogian, prevented him from directly draining the power in his body to death when performing the initial solution, and gave him a 3-level seal of flowing fire Rogian. Originally, Kuroba's own strength alone could only open the first layer of seals and unleash the first layer of strength of Rukan Ruahuo. Advertisement. However, after obtaining the Fire Elf Salamander, this undoubtedly enhanced Kuroba's conversion of fire attribute magic power. With the help of the magic power of the Fire Elf Salamander and the Wind Elf Sylph, Kuroba is confident that he can break through the second seal in an instant and maximize the power of the attack. If this move is used properly, it may not be a problem to severely injure or even kill the Dark Tripolar. Are you the Magic Knights of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom? Run away quickly and go back to inform Magic Emperor Julius and the leader of the Black Bull group that the Heart Kingdom is being attacked by the three-polar blackness of the Spade Kingdom. Quote. A rapid roar came out in the mist. Finral's nerves suddenly became tense, and soon he saw a figure covered in blood and looking extremely embarrassed, rushing out from inside. When she could clearly see the identity of the visitor, Laurel's pupils shrank even more. This is Froga, one of the four great elf guardians of the Heart Kingdom. He is a strong man with 0 domain strength. Finral said urgently. The grimoire floating in front of him quickly flew up. Don't save me. Someone is hiding in the distance and sniping. I'll give you some time. You run away quickly. Froga reminded hysterically. Boom. A tingling sound in the air suddenly sounded. Froga's expression suddenly changed dramatically, feeling the magic power that was chasing after him like maggots on his toes, passing by him. His eyes immediately locked on Kuroba. Be careful, he's targeting you. Finral was confused. Looking at this unique attack method, it is impossible to hide from the attack that is rapidly enlarging in the pupils as if it is close at hand. The only thing he could do was watch the attack and land directly on Kuroba's forehead. Hidden in the endless fog, there is a figure thousands of meters away, grinning with a playful smile. Advertisement. 1 kill successful. Boom. The dull sound of collision echoed in the field and could not be dispersed for a long time. The magic eye that tracks prey targets remotely is frozen in midair at this moment. No, it should be said that Sifwa, as the Apostle of Darkness, looked at the scene transmitted back by the magic eye with disbelief on his face. In this blow, he used all the devil's power to carry out the sure kill method of sniping. Compared to Froga, one of the four great elf messengers, he is much more powerful. However, this time, the boy who was hit head-on by his most powerful killing move gave people a feeling of being as motionless as Mount Tai. Except for the bang swaying in front of his forehead, which one just hit, it was indeed a hit. Otherwise, Sifwa would never believe that his trump card had failed. Is this the strength of the Dark Apostle? However, you deserve praise for making me feel a little bit of pain. Kuroba touched his forehead, which was already covered with armed haki. Facing Sifwa, who had already been exposed to the domineering energy of seeing and hearing, his attack had already been predicted by Kuroba through the Szechuang energy of seeing and hearing, Qian Li. But facing this weak attack, Kuroba didn't bother to dodge. No, as expected of Captain Kuroba, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to find Captain Yami for reinforcements. Finral suddenly woke up. Froga's expression also changed suddenly, with a hint of disbelief on his face, and he said urgently, Are you Kuroba, the new leader of the Black Bull that Gotcha mentioned? It turns out Gotcha is not exaggerating. Your strength is not comparable to that of our 4 Great Elf enablers. Please hurry up and save Her Majesty Queen Lalapechka. She is currently fighting Vanica, one of the 3 black polarities. As long as you can save Captain Kuroba. Your Majesty, I, Froga, am willing to be a slave or a horse. The hurried words echoed between heaven and earth. Sifwa's expression, which was hidden in the darkness, suddenly changed dramatically. He remembered that not long ago, a dark apostle was killed by a boy named Kuroba in the Strong Demon Zone. Chapter 257. I have already taken action, please subscribe. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of making a man a slave or a horse. It's awkward to think about it. Kuroba suddenly raised his head and said. Now, let's deal with the troublesome guy first. You have been peeking in the sky for so long without thinking about escaping. Mo Fei, can you escape faster than Lei? Boom. A bolt of lightning shot out from Kuroba's hand, and in an instant it hit the magical eye hidden in the sky for monitoring. Sifwa, who lost his vision, suddenly changed his expression, and roared urgently, You be ********* D brat. I am Master Vanica, the chosen believer. You dare to despise me, I will show you. Use all the power of devil finally, my strongest blow will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, magic eyes flew out from Silver's body. However, through the change of sight, the scene just captured by 400 made Silver's expression changed drastically. Kuroba took a big step, and the muscles all over his body bulged quickly like a rock, and he entered the Thunder Dragon mode in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and the magic circle bloomed under his feet. The violent lightning quickly moved around in the hand and turned into a giant halberd of 7 or 8 meters. The 5 fingers were suddenly clenched and thrown out without any fancy. Thunder Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd. Boom. The air was suddenly penetrated, and the thick fog was violently torn apart. Under the violent airflow, everyone just felt their eyes blurred. Advertisement. When Silver reacted, the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji had occupied his entire pupils, and he only had time to raise his hands to block. Boom. A dull explosion echoed. BB. The huge Thunder Dragon Square halberd plunged into Silver's body, and quickly shot away into the distance with a majestic attitude. Finally disappeared from sight. The fog that originally shrouded the forest was torn open with a huge hole, revealing the large sea currents and lakes hidden inside. Seeing the power of one blow is so terrifying. After Froga's expression fell into a brief freeze, he suddenly woke up and said urgently, The leader of Kuroba, Her Majesty Queen Lalapechka, is being attacked by Vanica, one of the 3 polarities of darkness. The other 3 elf envoys, like me, are trapped in a bitter battle and cannot help at all. Don't worry, the situation is still under control. I have already taken action. Let's go and take a look. Kuroba looked up at the field and said. Already taken action. Froga's expression froze, and even Finral was no exception. They clearly just saw Kuroba and attacked Silver without doing any other unnecessary actions. Now that such a sentence suddenly appeared, they were undoubtedly confused. However, just as this stray thought emerged in my mind, the next moment, an extremely ridiculous idea flashed through my mind. After all, their so-called kingdom is just a larger capital city with a few small villages radiating around it, and the peripheral area is not very big at all. Heart Kingdom, above Tiancheng. Advertisement. The huge blisters give people the feeling of blocking out the sky and the sun. The palace guards scattered around were looking up at the sky. See, Her Majesty the Queen, Lalapechka, who looks aloof in the day and gives outsiders a solemn and mature feeling, is hiding in the water polo in a panic. Behind him is one of the 4 condensed elves, the water elf Undine. However, her body, which was originally condensed with water, became extremely illusory due to excessive consumption of magic power, as if it would collapse at any time. In the sky, the huge water ball condensed by Undine began to feel unsustainable. However, at this juncture, neither Undine nor Lalapechka dared to relax. Staring straight at the thin figure with a crazy expression dozens of meters away. Little Lalapechka, please don't look at me with such hateful eyes. This will make me very excited and I can't wait to pamper you. Wearing a black cloak and an eye patch, Vanica showed a playful smile. However, I came here today specifically to plant a curse on you in order to complete Magicula's test. As a girl, it's already very good that you can do this. I hope you won't make any unnecessary resistance, otherwise I won't show mercy to you. The low voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing Lalapechka and Undine's expressions to change drastically. As the king of a country, they certainly know what kind of existence Vanica calls Magicula. Now being targeted by such an opponent, even the 4 strongest elven guardians were in a tough fight. For a while, no one could come to support and break the current predicament. Undine, it looks like we're going to use that thing. Chapter 258 Thunder Home Run. Please subscribe. That thing. Undine's expression changed slightly. The sudden attack of the 3-pole darkness undoubtedly caught them off guard. They completely ignored that they still had a trump card in their hands that had not yet been used. Although, from the beginning, Wongi, as a water elf, was unwilling to admit that a human could surpass the combination of her and Lalapechka regarding Gotcha's proposal. However, she is now facing the unfathomable Vanica, who is possessed by the devil. There are also a group of dark believers raging in the Heart Kingdom, which has to make Undine put her hope on that thing. Haha, little Lollipechka, you are so mysterious, are you planning to find this thing? Vanica laughed nervously and took out a crystal-like bracelet with her backhand. There is light like water flowing on it, and there are mysterious flower patterns. When did this bracelet fall into her hands? Undine's face changed drastically, and her pupils shrank. This was the only way she had high hopes to reverse the situation. Now that it is in the hands of Vanica, let alone asking for help, whether it can be taken back is also a question. Haha, don't show a look of despair. I just took it over when I was playing with you. Vanica played with it teasingly. If I'm not wrong, this thing should require a huge amount of magic power to build a space wormhole. Are you planning to find someone for help? Let me think about who it is. It won't be the four-leaf clover kingdom, those trash, right? Having said this, Vanica suddenly raised her head, widened her eyes, and said ferociously, unfortunately, in this game, no one is destined to be able to save you, so obediently let me plant a curse and let you try what is true despair. Boom. Advertisement. Vanica suddenly touched her right hand, and the bracelet shattered, turning into pink crystals that filled the sky and scattered between the sky and the earth. No. Lollipechka's expression changed and he roared urgently. It's a pity that all words seem pale and feeble at this moment. Even Undine was no exception, with a rare hint of despair on her face. If she hadn't been contemptuous at the beginning and used her space bracelet earlier to notify the four-leaf clover kingdom of everything that happened here, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Okay, the game is over here. Magicula will not be satisfied if it continues any longer. Vanica smiled ferociously, and with a sudden bluff of her hands, violent magic power surged out like a tide. 40% of Devil's power. Blood magic super red monster. Boom. The huge water ball was torn apart all of a sudden. The scarlet blood, strengthened by the devil's power, quickly turned into a dark red color. Meridians-like blood vessels shot out from Vanica's body, and finally a bloody monster tens of meters in size condensed out of thin air. Roar. With a low roar, the monster shot towards Lollipechka with a majestic sound of breaking through the air. The speed was so fast that the short distance of 100 meters was approaching in the blink of an eye. Seeing the blood monster coming with the fishy wind, its huge arm turning into a sharp blade, and slashing down with force, Nee and Lollipechka's expressions changed drastically. The fight just now had already exhausted all their magic power. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Boom. The huge body of tens of meters, in full view of everyone, smashed into a tower hundreds of meters away. It hit the blood monster head first. The huge impact was released like a furious wave. Someone who can do this kind of thing also has the ability to control the power of thunder. If the costumes are remembered correctly, Lollipechka and Undine can definitely be the dark believers brought by Vanica. Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, the only thing he could do was to wait helplessly for the attack to fall. The sound of thunder sounded without warning. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a bolt of lightning shot through the void with a swift and violent attitude. If it continues, I'm afraid I won't even be able to maintain the blisters that weaken Vanica's mobility. At the critical moment just now, in addition to seeing the thunder light piercing the blood of the giant beast, they seemed to also see a human figure stuck at the end of the lightning light. Faced with this violent scene, not to mention Undine and Lollipechka, even Vanica was stunned on the spot. It turned into a downpour and fell on the royal city. Lollipechka and Undine, the figure of Gotcha suddenly appeared in their minds. The huge waves and dust stirred up, even the water bubbles in the sky that were struggling to support, were also affected, and finally collapsed in response. Facing Vanica who has lost her restraints, they may lose even faster at that time. Now, at this juncture, is this thunderous strike a home run? As the sound of explosion spread, violent thunder exploded like fireworks. Chapter 259 I am the one you were worried about. Boom. The sound of thunder explodes. Under the huge air wave, another thunderous light shot into the sky. The monster transformed by blood was directly torn to pieces by the violent thunder. Sifwa, who was originally carried away, was forcibly embedded on a rocky mountain. The huge impact caused even the mountain to be shattered, leaving a large number of spider web cracks. Is it Sifwa? The most despicable of all, he was actually defeated. Vanica frowned nervously. It seems that besides little Lollipechka, there are other strong people in your heart kingdom. I like to play against the strong. 143. The most, especially when I see their faces full of despair, just like the expression of little Lollipechka, I am extremely excited. However, before I find that guy, I have to plant a curse on little Lollipechka, otherwise Magicula will not like it. After the words fell, Vanica's face showed a hint of madness, and her eyes suddenly widened. 50% of Devil's power. Blood tide. Bang bang bang. Lines of blood shot out from Vanica's body. In an instant, the blood vessels in the sky seemed to be transformed into spears and arrows, attacking Lollipechka and Undine from all directions in a dense manner. The huge momentum makes people feel an inexplicable scalp numbness. Pedika, you run away quickly, I will give you the rear, the elf will not die, we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Undine took the lead and stood in front of Lollipechka. The remaining magic power was quickly driven up, with the intention of condensing a wall of water in front of it. Advertisement. However, in the face of the attacks falling from the sky, all this undoubtedly feels like a drop in the bucket. The distance of several hundred meters was shortened in the blink of an eye under Vanica's frantic urging. Before Lollipechka could make up her mind to escape, the blood vessel spears coming from the sky had penetrated the water wall that Undine had been holding up with difficulty. No, Rusha, hurry up and save us. Lolopechka's original voice begged. The elves will not die, but once they run out of power, they will fall into a deep sleep. If you want to be resurrected, you don't know whether it's the year of the monkey or the year of the horse. At least in Lolopechka's lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to see it again. Haha, little Lolopechka, just scream, no one will come to save you even if your throat is broken. Vanica laughed like a trembling S. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an inexplicable aura fell from the sky like a frenzy. Boom. The lightning was like a tide, swooping down with a majestic attitude. That devastating posture landed in front of Undine first. The seemingly indestructible blood vessels were shattered in response. The dazzling light suddenly stole everyone's attention. All that was left was the sound of rolling thunder rippling around his ears. The sudden scene made Lolopechka and Undine froze. They knew very well the strength possessed by Gotcha, the leader of the 4 great elf guardian envoys. Advertisement. But facing such a fierce and unparalleled attack, there is undoubtedly an inexplicable strange feeling. However, at this moment, facing the darkness and polarity that even she and Undine cannot resist, Lolopechka didn't care that his vision had not yet recovered. With his keen perception of the water element, he quickly stepped forward, grabbed Gotcha's arm, and said, Gotcha, let's escape and try to delay the time to notify the 4-leaf clover kingdom. Quote. The strength of Vanica, one of the 3 dark polarities, is beyond our imagination. When she thought about the one-sided fight despite all her efforts, Lolopechka regretted why she didn't think of the space bracelet earlier. At least, in her eyes, as long as the 4-leaf clover kingdom knew about it, they would never fight alone. It can also gain a little more combat power. In particular, the devil-killing instructor mentioned by Gotcha may be able to bring a little more vitality to the situation. What's wrong? You hold my hand so tightly. Are you imagining having a son with me? However, in this situation, I have no chance to be the royal son-in-law. Let's deal with her first and then think about the wedding. Kuroba teased warmly. The sudden words hit Lolopechka's nerves like a hammer. Faced with this frivolous tone, it is undoubtedly incompatible with the impression of Gotcha. At the same time, the sight that was taken away by the dazzling lightning gradually recovered. Looking at the unfamiliar figure in front of him, Lolopechka pulled his hand back and said urgently, as if he was electrocuted. What do you? Who am I? Kuroba rolled his eyes and said, is this the proper attitude towards a savior? I am the person you care about. Chapter 260 The Trial of Beating the Devil begins. Please subscribe. Worried about someone, Lolopechka and Undine were stunned. They can be considered people who have seen the world, but they never thought that they would meet people who were so poor that they can't see the world. Even Her Majesty the Queen dares to make fun of it blatantly. However, looking at the face that was completely different from Gotcha, another figure flashed in their minds. Are you the new leader of the Black Bulls, the devil-killing instructor Kuroba? Undine spoke urgently. At this juncture, it feels like grasping at straws. I remembered that Gotcha said that you control 3 major magic powers at the same time, and you also have the attachment of the wind elf Sylph. Lolopechka's face also changed. However, the space bracelet that serves as a connection between us was obviously destroyed by Vanica. You probably don't know what happened here, right? The appearance of Kuroba indeed made Lolopechka feel lucky, but what made her even more embarrassed was that an alliance consensus had been reached early tomorrow morning. When faced with an attack led by Vanica, one of the 3 dark polarities, he still failed to use the space bracelet to contact him. Not only did he not kill the devil apostle on his own, but he was also rescued by Kuroba at a critical moment. This kind of behavior feels like a slap in the face. Don't look embarrassed. I'd like to thank you for giving me another chance to be a hero. Kuroba smiled warmly and reached out to rub Lolopechka's head. This is still an opportunity to save Her Majesty the Queen. Ordinary people have run out of luck in their lives, so I'm afraid they won't get the chance. Leave it to me next. Advertisement. Lolopechka woke up with a start and quickly broke away from Kuroba's warm hands. Her cheeks were red and she felt like a deer bumping into each other. As the Queen of the Heart Kingdom, when had she ever been so frivolous by a man from the outside world? Still in full view. Hey, someone is scorning my little Lolopechka in public. If you do this, your hand will be chopped off. Vanica showed a nervous expression again. Yuan stared at those eyes that seemed to fall out at any moment and said, however, you can break my attack, you are considered a strong man, but I will feel sorry for you. By the way, when you said about destroying the devil mentor just now, do you mean destroying the devil? This seems interesting. Let me see how you die in despair. Then let the nightmare begin. Devil's power, 51%. Boom. The dark magic power spurted out from Vanica's body like a fountain. Blood vessels quickly covered the body surface, causing the originally fair skin to suddenly become ferocious. Red claw. Vanica was the first to move, and her right hand turned into a sharp claw and swung it down from the air. 5 thick blood vessels transformed into iron whips, tearing the air and attacking from across the air. The speed was so fast that the distance of 100 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Unfortunately, in the face of all this, Kuroba seemed to have no time to react and stood straight on the spot. Lolopechka and Undine's expressions suddenly changed, and they couldn't catch up if they wanted to rescue them. Boom. The strong wind was blowing back, and even Lolopechka, who was standing not far behind Kuroba, couldn't help but take a few steps back. As soon as she stood firm, she subconsciously raised her head and looked at Kuroba. The first sight she saw made her and Undine's eyes suddenly shrink. It turned into a sharp blood vessel and was wrapped around Kuroba's arm. The seemingly unparalleled slashing stance was blocked by the dark skin on his arms that was as dark as fine steel. What on earth is going on? That attack is so difficult even for our defensive magic to resist. Lolopechka couldn't help but mutter to herself. Unfortunately, before Undine could reply, two figures landed next to them. Your Majesty, we are late. It is really a blessing to see Captain Kuroba catch up. Gotcha's tense face secretly relaxed and said, Flaga is right. He can kill instantly with one strike, using 40% of Devil's power, the existence of the Dark Believer. If even he can't defeat Vanica, one of the three black polarities, I'm afraid our Heart Kingdom will be destroyed. When Froga came to support him and helped him defeat the Dark Believer, Gotcha was still surprised as to why he was faster than him and defeated the Devil Apostle. After all, as the leader of the four elf envoys, Gotcha also feels troubled when facing believers who use 40% of the Devil's power. However, after feeling the huge thunderous magic wave that was imprinted in his mind and detonated, Gotcha finally understood what was going on. Haha, Gotcha, you are trying to flatter me. Kuroba laughed dryly, grabbed the sick heart wrapped around his arm with his backhand, and said, my devil beating test has just begun. Beginning. Chapter 261 The Fun of Hunting Devil. Please subscribe. Mad. Even Her Majesty the Queen of the Heart Kingdom, Lolopechka, cannot stand up to Vanica, one of the three dark polarities. Kuroba's casual words immediately made many people's expressions freeze. Vanica even showed a nervous smile and said, you are indeed arrogant enough. I am eager to see how you use me as a test. Before the words were finished, Kuroba took the lead. The 5 fingers clenched the heart tightly, and there was no sudden pull at all. With the huge strength released, Vanica felt as if her whole body was flying in the air. At this moment, it was completely impossible to stabilize. By the time she reacted, she had already appeared in front of Kuroba. She looked at the raised index finger of Kuroba's other hand and stabbed it into her abdomen. Will this seemingly funny attack method be effective? Point gun. Phew. Scarlet blood spurted out, and heart-wrenching pain swept through Vanica's body. Vanica was confused for a moment. No, it should be said that the people present also did not expect that Kuroba's attack would be so simple and crude. A finger can stab a bloody hole and kill someone. As expected of someone chosen by Devil, his body's ability to withstand blows and the speed of recovery are simply incomparable to human beings. This type of cross-piercing injury can only be recovered in the blink of an eye. This attack alone cannot defeat you. Kill. Kuroba withdrew his fingers and wiped them on Vanica's clothes. Advertisement. The unscrupulous gesture fell into Vanica's eyes, causing her to wake up suddenly. He glanced down and saw the blood hole penetrating his abdomen, then tilted his head and smiled nervously. They are obviously a group of despicable low-level creatures, but they can sometimes do unexpected things. Sure enough, human beings are very interesting prey, so I will let you try what is fear. Your attack is good, but unfortunately, you got close to me. Boom. Vanica suddenly raised her head and widened her eyes. The pores all over her body seemed to be filled with dense blood vessels. As if it had turned into a big wave, it enveloped Kuroba so close at hand. As the blood vessels were tightened, they directly condensed into a blood cocoon. This terrifying magic power has skyrocketed again, and her strength seems to have no limit. Undine's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the many blood vessels intertwining rapidly in the sky, she was the first to say uncontrollably, Petica, Gotcha, do we really not need to take action? As one of the 4 elemental spirits, it is the guardian of the Heart Kingdom throughout the ages. When Undine thought about the battle with Devil that had just happened, she felt a lingering feeling imprinted in her mind. Kuroba's appearance gave her a glimmer of hope. It is precisely for this reason that I don't hope that this glimmer of hope will be missed because of Kuroba's underestimation of the enemy. No need, this is just the beginning. Jia looked directly at the blood cocoon, and at the moment his pupils suddenly shrank, he shouted urgently. Let's retreat quickly. After the words fell, before Undine could recover, Gotcha had already grabbed Lolopechka and quickly retreated behind him. Ice-shaped magic silver world. Advertisement. Boom. As soon as a biting chill emerged, Undine, who was still in the same place, felt herself being snatched away by white light in an instant. When he came back to his senses, his body, which was like running water, was already frozen inside. No, it should be said that if you look around, the sky with a radius of 1 kilometer, as well as those disgusting blood vessels, blood cocoons, and Vanica are also frozen. Boom. There was a crisp cracking sound from the thick ice layer. The huge frozen blood cocoon was shattered like a mirror. Kuroba, who displayed his full body armor and haki, walked out unscathed in full view of everyone. He casually patted the remaining blood vessel fragments on his body and said, humans are very good, but I still have to add something. Hunting the devil is so exciting. If you still have this kind of toying mentality, be careful and you will die inexplicably. The quiet sound dispersed with the cold wind. Kuroba looks calm, but his actions are vigorous and resolute. Lolopechka, who had fled hundreds of meters away, and Undine, who had just used magic to regain her form behind her, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, they finally saw what it was like to be smiling but not smiling, and not human inside and out. It looks like he can make a move at will, the ultimate move that freezes an area. Even if Lolopechka, who was blessed by the water elf, used this attack method, he would feel uncomfortable. Now that it falls on Kuroba, it feels like it was picked with ease. The most important point is that Kuroba not only did not fall behind, but also defeated the devil throughout the game. Chapter 262 Self-pleasure should have limits. Please subscribe. It is indeed a good magic power. If you say that this is your confidence to hunt devil, I am afraid it is a bit understated. Devil's power, 70%. Boom. The ice crystals all over the sky suddenly shattered. Black curses were like tentacles, wrapping around Kuroba quickly. The magic power scattered all over the sky gave people a feeling like black snow falling. Buildings, animals, etc. that were lightly touched were directly eaten away by the curse, and rapidly decayed in full view of the public. This is the power of the curse. I heard that people possessed by devil not only possess their own magic, but also possess devil's methods. Lolopechka's face changed and she said anxiously, once touched by those black magic powers, he will encounter a curse, and we need to rescue him. As the inheritor of the knowledge and magic power of the previous queens of the Heart Kingdom, Lolopechka immediately saw the clues. However, as soon as he moved, he was stopped by Jacha Detective. Don't worry, I've been lucky enough to see the power of the 743 Devil Instructor once, and I'm afraid it's just getting warmed up now. The warm-up is finished now. Lolopechka and Undine looked stunned. In their eyes, the ultimate move has been released. Is this still considered a warm-up? Most importantly, now that Vanica has released 70% of the devil's power, just being face-to-face, thousands of meters apart, already makes them feel inexplicably trembling. Moreover, the current Vanica has long been out of the scope of human beings, and not only has wings on its back. There are also horns as dark as ink on the head, half of which are blackened, and they belong exclusively to Meiji Takura's cheeks. And a restless tail, still swaying here casually. Advertisement. It gives the impression that he is half devil. Haha, you are so brave to say this. 70% of the magic power is the maximum I can use now. Once the devil's power reaches this level, the world of spell magic will be cast automatically. Vanica smiled ferociously, covered half of her cheek, and said, it can directly weaken and have the damage done to me by any magic spell. Now that you can't even get rid of the spell that erodes you all the time, how can you talk about hunting me? You are so ignorant, it will only make me want to play with you even more. Or let little Lolopechka try to rescue you. Ferocity and teasing filled Vanica's face, but when her eyes fell on Kuroba again, the sight she saw made the smile on her face freeze. Did he laugh? What does this smile mean? I said, there should be a certain level of self-excitement. Kuroba suddenly raised his head and said with a warm smile, I just want to feel what 70% of the power can achieve after being selected by the devil. However, it seems that I still overestimated you. The black magic power surged through Kuroba like a frenzy. While the devil-like aura spread out, strange and mysterious curse runes instantly covered half of Kuroba's body. With his hair standing on end, the curse runes wrapped around Kuroba's body were directly frozen and spread. As Kuroba moved his hands, the curse runes were formed, and they cracked open inch by inch. Seeing this scene, the smile on Vanica's face suddenly froze, her devil's power was activated crazily, and her right hand moved toward Kuroba to catch Kuroba. Just go to hell. Advertisement. The Red Beast. Roar. The blood vessels in Vanica's body shot out, and she instantly transformed into a red beast that was more than 10 meters tall, and rushed towards Kuroba again. The distance of just a few hundred meters was reached in the blink of an eye. With a bluffing mouth, he bit towards Kuroba. However, as soon as he got closer, Kuroba reached out with his right hand and pressed down. The red beast's incoming attack was paused at first, and the next moment the devil-killing power dormant in Kuroba's body exploded like a frenzy. Boom. With a flash of white light, everyone's vision was deprived of their vision, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and a chill shot up from the soles of their feet. After everyone came back to their senses, they could see everything in front of them clearly again. The huge Heart Kingdom palace is completely covered with purple crystals. Not only the incoming red beast was frozen, but also Vanica in the distance was no exception. The most important thing is that in the purple ice crystal, the devil's power seems to be assimilated. Dissolving in full view. Feeling the changes happening to her body, a look of horror finally appeared on Vanica's face. In particular, the body surface is like a devil, and is being suppressed step by step into the body under the devil-killing power. If you dare to pick it up, it seems to be penetrating the seal all the time. Feeling that the devil's power in her body, which originally reached 70%, but was now constantly decreasing, Vanica could no longer hold her breath. Chapter 263 I'm worried about destroying the country. Please subscribe. Magicula, come out quickly. The devil's power in my body is constantly weakening. This purple ice is stronger than ordinary ice. I can't break through it for a while. Vanica urgently called for help. As one of the three dark polarities, after being lodged by the superior devil Magicula. Brother and sister Vanica were able to destroy the Spade Kingdom in exile and become the new rulers. The confidence for all this comes from Magicula's devil power. I never thought that this unfailing power would one day be suppressed. HMPH, Vanica, calm down. As long as I am in your body, no one in this world can kill you. A hoarse and sinister voice came from the other side of the face. I never thought that during this rare trip to Heart Kingdom, I would encounter experimental subjects with research value. Destroy the Devil Master to prevent you from hindering our future plans. It seems that the only way is to let me take you back personally. Vanica, give me control of your body. Although more than 70% of the devil's power will cause your body to be depleted, it only takes me a moment to deal with such an ignorant person. Yi Chang's words echoed between heaven and earth. Hearing this, Vanica once again showed nervous excitement and said, Magicula, you can use my body, but only when you reach that level will I understand what pleasure is. That feeling is simply unforgettable. Take my body and squander it to your heart's content. When I looked at Vanica, she looked like a girl on drugs driving. Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly. Vanica's body, which was frozen, also gradually changed. The head that should have been frozen and unable to move suddenly lifted up. Advertisement. The devil's power, dormant in her body, suppressed by the power of the devil-killing technique, exploded like a volcano. The surrounding purple ice crystals spread out spiderweb-like cracks. The body that was originally half a devil had a large amount of black magic power on the surface, covering the whole body like a tide. As soon as the two sarcomas on the back grew out, they pierced through the body and turned into two pairs of black devil's wings. Combined with the sharp claws and protruding fangs, it gives people a real devil feeling. The devil's power overflowing from the body surface accelerated the purple ice's disintegration speed. Feeling this, the devil's power is rising again. Lalapechka and the others became increasingly pale. The two are thousands of meters apart. However, Vanica now feels like she is helping them, let alone helping them. I am afraid that if I move my finger, I will be killed instantly. Feeling the slight trembling in his body, whether it was Lalapechka, Froga, or even Gotcha, they stared directly at Kuroba. After witnessing it with her own eyes, Vanica gave up body control and released the devil's power to 80%. They knew clearly that if even Kuroba could not stop her, the final result waiting for them in the Heart Kingdom would be the destruction of the country. Haha, the long-lost strength is really worth making people feel happy. Magicula laughed unbridled. Although Vanica's body can only last 3 minutes, I will make the battle end in an instant. Please give me flowers. If this so-called devil-killing method is your last trump card, you can defeat me with just one blow. Advertisement. The only thing we can do in the end is freeze this royal city to prevent it from being destroyed even more by me. Break it for me. Boom. The violent devil's power instantly detonated in Vanica's body. The purple ice crystals that had originally frozen Vanica were broken through with cracks. The devil's power, which had lost its suppression, suddenly surged out of his body. 0. It turned into a black beam of light and shot straight into the sky. Feel this moving devil's power. Lalapechka suddenly clenched her palms and looked at Kuroba. Sorry, did you just say that I was targeting you with that blow? Kuroba suddenly raised his head, met Magicula's eyes with a warm smile, and said. This is a huge misunderstanding. The move I made just now was not aimed at you, but at the entire Heart Kingdom. I froze them, just because I was worried that when I killed you later, I might accidentally destroy the Heart Kingdom. Next, please take a deep breath, death is just a moment. The inexplicable words shook everyone's nerves. In full view of everyone, Kuroba finally moved. With a backhand, he directly tightened his grip on the Lubian Ruahuo around his waist, and the dormant magic power surged out without any reservation. At this moment, an inexplicable death energy, centered on Kuroba, swept across the entire audience. Chapter 264. With one blow, not even a scum is left. Please subscribe. Buzz. A buzzing sound in the air suddenly sounded. The hot air wave spread out with Kuroba as the center. In the huge world, the temperature suddenly soared. Moreover, this situation is still rising, making people feel like they have fallen into a volcanic zone for a moment. As the temperature rises, the intensity of the magic power released by Kuroba continues to increase. If we say that the moment before, Kuroba felt like a dusty sword. So the feeling now is that the sharp edge is drawn out of the sheath. The flames of that ancient blade were flowing and surging. The 357 scene inexplicably suppressed the huge magical pressure, sweeping the entire world. Click. The purple ice crystals made a cracking sound without any warning. Spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. As soon as the birds flying across the sky came within 100 meters of Kuroba, their feathers started to burst into flames without any warning. The expressions of Lalapechka and others suddenly changed drastically. Especially when I saw that the purple ice crystals that had originally frozen the entire royal city showed signs of cracking, breaking, and melting under the sudden burst of blazing heat. They finally understood why Kuroba said that just now. The frozen king city just now was not directed at Magicula. Instead, it was to avoid the royal city being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Feeling the rising heat between heaven and earth, Magicula's face suddenly became distorted. Advertisement. Especially the vascular tentacles formed by the blood magic that pervades the body surface. Under this high temperature, there is even a sense of steaming white mist. For Magicula, she never imagined that Kuroba could control a third attribute of magic in addition to ice thunder. Magicula, I feel like the blood in my body is boiling. If I continue to delay, I'm afraid my blood magic will be completely restrained. Vanica said anxiously. Blood magic is a rare and special magic, but it cannot be separated from liquid and water forms. Facing the fire attribute, especially the flowing blade-like fire, it is even more powerful. HMPH, don't worry. Even if it's just a brat who has restrained your blood magic in terms of attributes, don't forget that we have a second magic. As long as the two are mixed together, he must die. A hysterical ferocity appeared on Magicula's face, and the devil's power dormant in his body suddenly exploded. Blood curse six-winged devil. Boom. Endless devil power surges out of Magicula's body. In an instant, a devil figure tens of meters in size, covered in blood and covered with curse marks, appeared in the void. The moment his scarlet eyes opened, the 6 pairs of wings behind him suddenly vibrated, making a majestic sound of breaking through the air, and rushed towards Kuroba head-on. Spirit, this is a magic that combines blood and curses. As long as it gets even a little bit on your skin, you will definitely die. Magicula came ferociously. The short distance of 1,000 meters was approaching in just a few breaths. Looking at Kuroba, who was standing there indifferently with a simple blade in hand, the ferocity on Magicula's face became more intense. It seems that at this moment, I can already see the arrogant man in front of me being cursed and dying. Sorry, as long as there is no residue left, your curse will not be effective. Kuroba suddenly raised his head and smiled. Looking at the bloody devil whose pupils were rapidly enlarging, the blade Ruahuo he was holding in his hand turned slightly to one side. Advertisement. Suddenly and without warning. Boom. As soon as the sword came out, everyone just felt a flower in front of their eyes, and a blazing wave of fire shot up from the sky and the earth with the sword. That fierce and unparalleled posture soared straight into the sky. The incoming blood-cursed Devilton was the first to be hit by the endless flames. The huge body and attacking posture showed a trace of stagnation. The next moment, the huge form was obviously unable to withstand this overwhelming impact. While there was a trace of distortion on the body, the next moment it was finally overwhelmed, and the dozens of meters huge body exploded with a bang. The violent air waves were set off like a furious wave, and the endless flames mixed with them continued to be powerful, shooting towards Magicula, which was 3.0 kilometers away. Magicula's expression suddenly stiffened. No, it should be said that even Vanica, who had retreated into her body, looked in disbelief. They never expected that Magicula, who had exerted 80% of the devil's power, would use blood curse magic. Attributes are restrained. However, in full view of everyone, the opponent slashed the entire blood curse devil into pieces. Even the scattered blood evaporated without leaving a drop. This just confirms what Kuroba said just now. With one cut, not even the dregs are left. Chapter 265 The Desperate Magicula. Please subscribe. Boom. Flames soared into the sky, and the huge blast of air rolled back like a hurricane. Sparks filled the sky, falling with the wind like heavy rain. Facing the blood-cursed beast that was incinerated in one blow. Vanica, Magicula and others couldn't calm down for a long time. In their eyes, this contains devil, coming from another dimension. When would I have thought that this tried and tested fighting method would be suppressed and tortured at this moment? The most important thing is that the smile on the other party's face from beginning to end has not changed at all, giving people a feeling. It was as if all of this was under his control. Vanica, don't mess up. 14 Magicula, who had taken over the body, shouted urgently. His strength is very good, and he is a special existence in this world. However, without someone who has the magic of the underworld, the damage to our devil will be infinitely weakened. What's more, your body prevents me from using my real power, which is why he has a slight upper hand. So, next, I will try my best to damage your body and use my strongest blow to kill this brat, but I'm afraid you will have to lie in bed for half a month afterwards. Faced with Kuroba's completely unreasonable tactics, even Magicula became a little frustrated. After all, in the eyes of the weak and strong devil, not to mention humans are ants, even low-level devils are no exception. Now he leads an attack on the Heart Kingdom alone, but is blocked by a human, and is still at a disadvantage. This is definitely not what Magicula wants to see. Advertisement. Okay, very good, I want him to die. No, I want to keep him half alive and take him back to Spade Kingdom to let him know who he has offended. Vanica roared ferociously. Magicula, no matter how hard you take action, as long as Brother Dante is here, I will never die as long as I still have breath. I want him to try the devil's terror. Boom. The violent devil's power exploded in Vanica's body, and the whole world changed color. The jet black ink-like magic light pillar penetrated directly through the accumulated lead clouds in the sky like a bolt. The rolling air waves rolled down all around, and the overwhelming momentum made people feel inexplicably suffocated. Feeling this huge energy, the expressions of Lolopechka and others suddenly changed. In their eyes, the fight just now had reached a fever pitch. It's not at a level where they can interfere. Now they are threatening to go further, which completely subverts their cognition. No, it should be said that they believe that if Kuroba does not appear, it is not impossible that Vanica and Magicula really intend to destroy the entire Heart Kingdom. Kid, you have to pay the price with blood for your arrogance. Go and die. Blood curse demons. Bang bang bang. Vanica's body cracked like ceramic, with cracks like spider webs. Advertisement. Under the blood splattering, the devil's power was overflowing crazily. The feeling was as if it was unbearable. This sudden increase in magic power made the originally twisted and ferocious face even worse. The devil's power flowing all over the sky seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands. Huge whirlpools flipped and gathered in the sky, eventually forming a gate like hell. Devils with wings swarmed out like locusts, giving people the feeling of blocking out the sky and the sun. If you look around, you can see that the number is in the thousands. The aura exuding from every devil is something that should not be underestimated. Is this the devil's power? If we, Heart Kingdom, alone, would have a hard time fighting against it. Froga's face suddenly turned pale. Being able to become one of the 4 great elf envoys has always represented the respected status of a strong person in the Zero Realm. However, now looking at the overwhelming devil 180 in the sky, not only is the body trembling, but I also feel a sense of powerlessness in my heart. Froga, don't mess up. This will only disgrace our Heart Kingdom, and even Her Majesty the Queen. Gotcha's face darkened, and he couldn't help but clenched his hands. Captain Kuroba has traveled thousands of miles to support our Heart Kingdom. He is still blocking the front. If we show cowardice, no one will dare to help our Heart Kingdom in the future. Gotcha is right. Lalapechka also suppressed the paleness on his face and said, Captain Kuroba's expression has not changed from the beginning to the end. He will definitely find a way. In response to the situation in the sky, there are Vanica and Magicula's desperate measures. Lalapechka no longer had the confidence to fight. Her words were so comforting, but facing everything in front of her, she couldn't figure out where Kuroba's confidence came from. However, before Lalapechka could react, Undine's urgent cry sounded. He moved. Chapter 266. Save your life first, please subscribe. Moved. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Even Vanica, who is far away and frantically unleashes the devil's power, is no exception. Magicula, you are able to perform an attack to this extent, and you still haven't let me down. Kuroba lowered his head and glanced at the Rukenwawato in his hand. Originally, I didn't plan to use this trick, but now it seems that you have the qualifications to give me a try. Everything is turned into ashes, and the blade is like a blade. Buzz. The blade chirped suddenly, and the next moment, a violent wave of magic power exploded like a volcano erupting. All the purple ice crystals in the royal city that was originally frozen exploded into pieces. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be sizzling with heat, as if even the air was being burned. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a volcano, and the heat was unbearable. Even the shape of the little devil condensed by the blood curse in the sky was slightly distorted. It feels as if it can't bear the sudden surge of heat and will evaporate at any time. It's impossible. You are just an ant-like human being, and you are not qualified to possess such a huge magic power. Magicula roared uncontrollably. Fire magic is originally the nemesis of liquid magic. He never thought that the intensity of magic possessed by Kuroba could reach a higher level. It can be said that at this moment, even Magicula felt like she was in an oven, and her blood was boiling all over her body. Advertisement. Haha, Magicula, as a noble devil, don't be mad to death. This is just the opening theme. What follows is the real Gao Chaowu. Kuroba smiled warmly. However, when this smile falls in other people's eyes, it is like a death reminder. No, I don't believe you can do it. You must be telling lies. Humans are just like ants and can never compare to us devils. Magicula roared hysterically. Feeling this rising magic power, it was undoubtedly her way. Roar. Hundreds of devils let out a hysterical roar, flapped their wings and rushed towards Kuroba. The dense black area is like a black wave, making people feel like they are in a dream. However, as the distance got closer, the devils that were coming from all over the sky were undoubtedly moving slower. When he was 100 meters away from Kuroba, a figure of a fiery red lizard emerged from Kuroba without warning, along with the figure of the wind elf Sylph. As soon as the two appeared, they dived directly into Lubianruahua without any fancy. The system used to think that Kuroba's body could not withstand the power of Ruken Wakahu, so 2 seals were added. With Kuroba's current strength, he could only display 1/3 of the original power. However, with the help of the wind elf Sylph and the fire elf Salamanda's power, Kuroba was able to open the second layer of seal in an instant. Send the power of the sword-like fire to the second level. Boom. Endless heat instantly detonated on the blade. The blazing waves of fire rose into the sky like a frenzy. Advertisement. In an instant, the accumulated lead clouds in the sky were burned away in an instant. The devil condensed by the blood curse was obviously unable to withstand the huge power of the flames. He screamed and was directly blown away by the flames. The blazing waves of fire rushed toward Magicula with unabated power. Hurry up and use the magic skin. Gotcha's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Looking at the surrounding buildings, various plants were quickly burning up. There were also burnt marks on the clothes on his body, and even his skin was tingling unbearably, and Gotcha's nerves suddenly became tense. He knew clearly that the scene in front of him was just a precursor, that the power would rise to this level. Once Kuroba actually takes action, what awaits them will be an unbearable high-temperature shock. Lord Undine, please remember to watch the timing and try to offset the flames, otherwise the royal city may be destroyed. Gotcha shouted violently, and the magic power in his body was pushed to the extreme, forming a layer of magic skin. Magicula, run away quickly, we can't deal with this person. Vanica roared hysterically. The words were filled with difficulty and belief, and the nervousness of the previous moment was no longer there. Feeling the stinging pain on her skin, the boiling blood in her body, and the devil disintegrating like ashes all over the sky, Magicula's heart finally became more shaken. Escape. Without any hesitation, Magicula roared and turned around and fled. Human, you ant-like human, I will definitely kill you, and I will definitely kill you next time. Kill me. The warm smile on Kuroba's face became even bigger, and he tightened his grip on the Ryaharendo in his hand. Sorry, ants can also shake trees. You should pick up the path first and then talk about it. 9 heavens and 10 earths, without me, I will burn the sky. Chapter 267 The Ultimate Fire Flame, please subscribe. The low sound echoed over the huge royal city, giving people a feeling of death. The Rukenwaka in Kuroba's hand moved instantly. Without any showiness, he slashed towards Vanica with a knife. Fire flame city wall. 4 simple words came out. The blazing sea of fire exploded with the blade. The overwhelming posture even hit the 9 heavens. The flames rolling all over the sky, like an arc, rushed thousands of meters in an instant, trapping the fleeing Vanica first. A huge city formed like a flame was formed. Vanica and Magicula, who were among them, suddenly turned pale. Feeling the heat that penetrates deep into the bone marrow, the dry and cracked skin on the body is peeling off quickly. The blood in the entire body is also evaporating rapidly. If you continue to stay here, even if you have magic skin to protect you at 160. If it goes on for a long time, I'm afraid it will become a mummy. Quickly, escape from the sky, Magicula, I can't die, you will definitely find a way. Vanica roared hysterically. Magicula, who controlled his body, had no time to think and hurriedly raised his head to look at the sky. The first scene that caught her eye immediately made her fall into a state of paralysis. Looking at the flaming city wall rising from the sky, which is 1,000 meters high, it is impossible to fly over it for a while. No, I can't die. I am a superior devil, Magicula. I am the strongest being. I am definitely not comparable to an ant. I will definitely be able to fly out. Magicula woke up suddenly, and the two pairs of devil wings behind him suddenly flapped, crazily driving the magic power in the body, desperately fighting for the way to the sky. Advertisement. However, compared to the seemingly extremely fast speed, which was over 1,000 meters and even penetrated the flamed city wall above the 9 heavens, it gave people the feeling of crawling like a turtle. No, what makes Magicula and Vanica crazy the most and makes their nerves tense is that there is a human ant standing outside the flamed city wall who seems to be watching a show from beginning to end. The ancient sword that was slowly raised was swung slowly again, pointing diagonally at the earth, a simple word. He stammered again. Combine. Boom. The wall of flames that surrounded the sky made an explosion in the air. The flaming city walls rising up from the sky on all sides suddenly and quickly closed up in full view of everyone. Seeing the rapidly enlarging flames in their pupils and the blazing heat rushing towards them, Magicula and Vanica's expressions were distorted to the extreme, and they roared at the top of their lungs. No, I will definitely kill. Boom. The thunderous explosion resounded across the sky. The 4 flaming city walls suddenly collided together and turned into a huge pillar of flames, soaring straight into the 9 heavens. The lead clouds accumulated in the sky were penetrated by the sound. Seen from a distance, the entire world looks like a flaming giant pillar. Looking at this scene, Gotcha's face was already as pale as paper, and his whole back was soaked with cold sweat. After looking up at Kuroba, who was standing in the air, he suddenly woke up. Hurry, Lord Undine, Your Majesty Lalapechka, hurry up and use water-based magic to extinguish the flames in the capital, otherwise the capital of our heart kingdom will not be preserved. In Gotcha's eyes, he has seen all kinds of fire magic. Advertisement. Or burn down the entire kingdom. Undine, who was doing her best to put out the fire, suddenly looked up at Kuroba, and shouted urgently. Gotcha never imagined that when the power of a magic reaches its extreme. However, the method Kuroba used this time completely subverted his understanding of fire magic. Lalapechka and Undine woke up with a start, looking at the buildings and buildings burning around them due to the unbearable high temperature. They had no time to think too much and activated the little magic power left in their bodies to the extreme. Lien Froga used magic spells and borrowed the power of nature to increase the power of flames in combat. Be careful, someone is tearing apart the space and launching a raid. Otherwise, if this move continues, let alone putting out fires, the entire country's water may be evaporated. This is simply a terrifying strength gap, but the ultimate fire. Gotcha has also seen it with his own eyes and has often fought against him. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through the minds of Lalapechka and others. Endless amounts of water were drawn from all directions, forming huge rivers that directly submerged all areas outside the flame pillar. Facing the billowing water vapor soaring into the sky, the high temperature rises instead of falling. There are many more waters than other countries. I am still glad in my heart. Heart Kingdom is the kingdom of nature. Water magic, the blessing of the sea goddess. The enemy can be killed by the overflowing high temperature alone. This makes Undine and others feel like they are grilling on an iron plate. Chapter 268, the second tripolarity. Please subscribe. The fluctuations in space surged out without warning. Bang bang bang. A series of terrifying white bones directly penetrated the huge flame pillar rising into the sky, turning into dense tentacles and spears, and went straight towards Kuroba. The distance of several hundred meters was just a blink of an eye, and before everyone could react, they had penetrated Kuroba's body. Bang bang bang. Dull collisions sounded one after another. The white bones in the sky give people the feeling that a face-to-face encounter has inserted Kuroba into a sieve. A man with bones all over his body and a gloomy face walked out slowly holding Vanica, who seemed to be burnt to carbon, tearing apart the flames that reached the sky. The huge devil's power steaming out of his body is constantly counteracting each other with the flames released all around. The vicious gaze turned in vain and fell on Kuroba. Aunt, did you hurt Vanica like this? Lalapechka and others suddenly looked ugly. The man in front of me chose to appear at this critical moment, and he was unleashing the devil's power, which was only stronger than Vanica. This alone is enough to reveal his identity. The second of the 3 black polarities. In the previous confrontation, Vanica's words had given Lalapechka and others a lot of information. One of them is that Vanica is only the third existence among the 3 polarities of darkness. Advertisement. In their eyes, one Vanica has cost them the entire Heart Kingdom, and it is difficult to fight against her. Now there is another dark tripolar situation. Without Kuroba, they have no chance of winning. However, in the battle just now, Kuroba's methods were endless. Vanica was indeed nearly killed. It's just that Devil's strength and methods are not as simple as 1+1. If you are not careful, Kuroba alone will be unable to survive alone. When they thought of this, the eyes of Lalapechka and others all turned around and locked on Kuroba. Zenon, I had expected you to come, but if I were a little slower, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have a chance to help Vanica collect the body. Kuroba grabbed the bone spear with his left hand, which was blocked by the armed hockey. With a sudden exertion of force, it snapped. The flowing blade in his hand was like fire, and with another wave, violent flames were released, and the white bones surrounding him were smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, Zenon's expression became darker and he said coldly. You actually know my identity. Judging from your attire, you should not be from the Heart Kingdom, but the leader of the Magic Knights of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. If I remember correctly, you should be the new leader of the Black Bulls. Our original target was Yami Jie, who has the magic of the underworld. It is fate that we can meet you here. Mo Fei, don't worry. Will I kill you? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent devil power dormant in Zenon's body suddenly exploded. Let the soaring flames remaining behind him be suddenly blown away. Feeling Tu Linglishan's murderous intention, Lalapechka and others' faces suddenly turned pale. The scene in front of me is a complete ups and downs. Advertisement. Captain Kuroba, please support me for a while longer. I'll go back and bring Commander Yami and the others to support you. We'll be back soon. Finral was the first to lose control and quickly drove Grimoire, who was always suspended in front of him. Request flowers 0. No need, if he was really sure of dealing with me, he wouldn't talk nonsense with me here in the first place. Kuroba patted the dust on his body and sheathed the Ryuran Ruahua with his backhand. Zenon, if you want revenge, don't do it alone next time. No, it should be said that when Vanica recovers and the three of you come together, it may still be worth taking seriously. Otherwise, next time you turn into charcoal, I'm afraid no one will be able to collect your body in time. Mad. Faced with these unexpected words, even Finral couldn't help but stop in midair. In their eyes, Vanica is already difficult to deal with. And here comes Zenon. If ordinary people are already busy running away, when will they be able to talk about it? You. The charred Vanica opened her mouth slightly. However, the degree of force was obviously a bit too much. Pulling the corner of the crispy mouth, a huge gash burst out. Vanica, stop talking, your health is important. Zenon's face suddenly darkened and he said, Captain Kuroba, it's true that not only is he extraordinary in means, he is also extraordinary in courage. For the sake of Vanica's injury this time, I won't waste time on you for the time being, but next time, I will let you double the reward and let you understand what will happen if you provoke our dark tripolar nature. Quote. Chapter 269 Timely Reward. Please subscribe. After saying these words, the huge devil power released from Zenon quickly gathered on him like a whale swallowing him. Without any hesitation, the grimoire floating in front of him burst into light and tore a crack in space. In full view of everyone, he held Vanica and turned around and disappeared into the wormhole. Seeing this clean and tidy gesture, everyone in the field couldn't help but froze. Does this scare the devil away? Captain Kuroba, are you okay? That move just now was so powerful. I always firmly believe that you will win. Finla, 140, stepped forward hurriedly and said. If the guy just now dares to take action again, Captain Kuroba can definitely kill him instantly with just 2 blows. However, this shameless flattery quickly attracted everyone's eyes. Froga couldn't hold back anymore and said, didn't you just run away again and again, leaving your regiment leader behind and go back to fetch reinforcements? Hey, what are you talking about? That's a strategic retreat. That's the best way to ensure victory. The depression that enveloped the scene was suddenly dispelled by the quarrel between the two. After Lalapechka and Undine extinguished the surrounding fires as much as possible, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed Gotcha towards Kuroba. As soon as he got closer, Lalapechka blushed shyly and said, Captain Kuroba, thank you for saving Heart Kingdom. The battle just now was really wonderful. It was Undine and I who overestimated our own strength at the beginning. Vanica would have taken advantage of this loophole and almost ruined Heart Kingdom. Please give Pedika a compliment. As he spoke, Lalapechka bent down to bow down, but as soon as his body bent slightly, he was lifted up by an invisible force. Advertisement. Your Majesty, you are ridiculous. I just happened to be able to restrain Vanica and Magicula's magic. If Zenon really wants to take action, I am afraid that I will not be able to kill him alone. Kuroba let out a long breath, and after all the magic power released from his body was dissipated, he landed on the ground and said with a bitter smile. When we were dealing with Vanica just now, we were trying to kill Magicula as quickly as possible to prevent her from joining forces with the other 2 jet black trios. In order to use the power of the second seal of Rukinwaka, Kuroba not only contributed all his magic power. It also borrowed the power of the wind elf Sylph and the fire elf Salamanda. The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that the final result is the same as Kuroba guessed. Known as the oldest and strongest fire-based Zanpakuto, it possesses the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. Even if it exerts 2/3 of its power, it is enough to kill Vanica in an instant under the restraint of blood magic. However, to deal with Zenon and Dante next, I am afraid that we will need to use the system to gain new power. Or if you can drive Ryuran Wakahu to the extreme and control the swastika, any devil can be reduced to slag in seconds with one strike. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the Heart Kingdom mission. You will receive system rewards. The ethereal system prompt made Kuroba react in his daze. Just now, he was still thinking about using the rewards from the system to enhance his own strength and means to deal with the other two Dark Apostles. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soul Sword and Brook's Sword technique. Ding dang, host, please wait. Two prompts appeared one after another, making Kuroba's expression froze. Advertisement. This is Brook, who is known as the King of No Song and Soul in the world of Neptune. However, if the Soul Sword is included, then the true origin of Brook Kendo and the details of the character can be revealed in Kuroba's memory. I completely forgot that the reason why the danger of Heart Kingdom was discovered in time this time was also caused by the triggering of random tasks in the system. If we say that among the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro's swordsmanship is the strongest in 1.9. Especially, after developing the true meaning of the Soul Fruit and recovering some large passwords. The large reward package given by the system this time just makes up for Kuroba's lack of sword moves. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through his mind. After secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Kuroba exited the conscious space. Brook's sword moves and Soul Morning Sword possess even a hint of underworld power. When he thought of this, Kuroba was also eager to know what the system reward was this time. It is known as a fast sword that does not even know it has been cut. Then Brook's sword moves are the fastest, most elegant, and aesthetically pleasing swordsmanship. If Brook's name was purely given, perhaps within so many dimensions, there would definitely be a lot of people who would get the same name. In the face of the elves' rebellion, there is also the demon spirit devil who is ready to take action. For all souls, it has a kind of heavenly restraint effect. This reward can be regarded as timely. Chapter 270 The Top Devil Lucifer, please subscribe. Captain Kuroba is really good at joking. Your magic skills are beyond our reach in the Heart Kingdom. I am afraid that the next magic emperor must be Captain Kuroba. Lollipechka blushed and flattered you unskillfully. After seeing with his own eyes the power of the Dark Triplarity, Lollipechka knew clearly that he could not protect the Heart Kingdom on his own. The only way is to join forces with the young man in front of him. Once this relationship is lost, what awaits Heart Kingdom will be endless revenge from Spade Kingdom. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through Lollipechka's mind, and she mustered up the courage to flatter her again shamelessly. A warm big hand was already covering Lollipechka's head under her astonished gaze. In full view of everyone, he rubbed it unscrupulously. This sudden move made Lollipechka's muscles tense to the extreme. This is her first time at 14. It should be said that this is the first time for me to have such close contact with an outside man. What's wrong? Your muscles are all tense. This isn't the first time you've come into contact with someone other than the elf guardian, is it? Kuroba retracted his hand and said with a teasing smile. No, I didn't. Lollipechka blushed and hurriedly retorted. I just didn't expect that you would suddenly act like a gangster. Advertisement. However, Captain Kuroba, you are also tired. Leave the rest to me and Gotcha. I will first arrange a room for you to rest. Looking at Lollipechka, who blushed all the way to her neck, Kuroba did not intend to continue to entangle her. He looked around at the buildings in the royal city and touched the tip of his nose helplessly. I'm sorry. It seems that just like the three-pole blackness, it almost destroyed the royal city. I didn't expect that even purple ice can't resist the high temperature of the blade-like fire. Kuroba had already been psychologically prepared for the power brought by Rukenwawakiji, otherwise he would not have used the ice-killing devil method to set up defenses in advance. It's a pity that the royal city is now in a mess, which is undoubtedly telling that Kuroba still underestimated the power of Ruken Ruahuo. Captain Kuroba, you are serious. If you hadn't taken action in time, Heart Kingdom would have been removed from this land. This matter is just a minor problem and we will handle it quickly. A dark shadow-like ink spread under Dante's feet. Some believers in the Zero Realm can even exert their power to a level of 40%. This alone is enough for us in Spade Kingdom to form the most powerful magic core that is invincible. Once those people from the underworld are gathered together, then the door to the underworld will also be opened, and we can come to this place openly. We don't have to be like the stupid Zagrid, who is useless and does some sneaky things. As one of the most powerful devils, Lucifer also knows a little bit about devils who have escaped to the human world. After all, the devil's power and some things in the demon world are inherently restrained and even superior to ordinary magic. After all, the war had just ended, and Finral, a space porter, had already gone to chat with the young girl. Advertisement. Looking below, those devil believers who were waving their whips and viciously beating all kinds of inferior magical ant people had crazy smiles on their faces. Lucifer, have you seen it? It only took us just 1 year to allow those believers to skillfully exert the power of devil. Originally, it was only the magic level of the 4th and 5th domains. With the help of the power of devil, we were able to turn their strength into reality. Promoted to the 1st and 2nd realms. For example, Yami's dark magic, Nero's sealing magic, Vanessa's magic to control destiny after transformation, etc., all have the effect of restraining the devil's power. Dante, it seems that your ambition is not strong enough. Don't forget, our ultimate goal is to make ourselves stronger. Only in this way can we survive to the end under the iron rule of the jungle. Gotcha said in a deep voice. For Gotcha's kindness, Kuroba did not refuse this time, and directly nodded in agreement. On the other hand, there is Spade Kingdom, inside the ancient magic tower. After the battle just now, Captain Kuroba has consumed a lot of his magic power. I'd better arrange a place for you to stay and rest for a night before returning to the four-leaf clover kingdom. Only the special underworld magic that has evolved from the underworld that separates the demon world from the human world can suppress the devil's power. Dante, the head of the dark trio, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window with his hands behind his back. Finally, he squirmed into a six-winged devil-like posture, and his scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Feeling Lucifer's mood swings, Dante couldn't help but have a teasing smile on his face, and said, Lucifer, don't worry, our purpose has not changed from the beginning. This time I let Zenon and Vanica take action, just to let people outside know the terror of the devil. With the power of the devil they can now release, it is only easy to destroy those two countries. Chapter 271 The slap in the face comes too fast. Please subscribe. Humph, Lucifer, you underestimate me. Dante snorted coldly. This time I asked Zenon and Vanica to take action, destroy Diamond and Heart Kingdom, all to knock down Junhu and let the people in the four-leaf clover kingdom know our current strength. After all, it is a strange country. Not only are there many underworlds, but the Zagrod family is also doing something secretly. However, don't worry, as long as the Heart Kingdom and Diamond Kingdom are separated, after we capture their territory and population, we can continuously create an army of apostles, and at the same time increase our ability to withstand the devil's power. The roar of words echoed in the hall. Looking at Dante's ferocious smile, Lucifer's scarlet eyes flickered. He raised his head and looked into the void not far away. Okay, I won't disturb your plan, but I hope you can bring back the people of World Tree Magic and Dark Magic as soon as possible. They're back, and it seems they're going pretty fast. In the void, strong spatial fluctuations surged, directly tearing open a space wormhole. The first scene that caught his eye made Dante's smile suddenly stiffen. Looking at the black coal in Zenon's arms, he was in disbelief. Zenon, what is going on? Why has Vanica's vitality weakened to such an extent? Dante's face darkened and he said urgently. Who hurt Vanica? Where is Magicula? A rapid roar echoed in the office hall. A moment ago, Dante was eloquent, boasting about the greatness of Nong and Vanica. The two of them alone are enough to destroy the Heart Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. Advertisement. However, the ending that was presented to him now was undoubtedly like a loud slap, thrown directly at his face. What's more, in Dante's eyes, Vanica can exert less devil power than him and Zenon, barely reaching 70%. However, there is Magicula's possession and Devil's powerful life-restoring ability. There is also the invulnerable means of spells, which is enough to make Waka invincible. Now reduced to ashes, this is unacceptable to Dante. Brother Dante, stop talking nonsense. Use your granulation magic to help Vanica recover. If you delay it any longer, her life will be exhausted. Zenon said with a gloomy face as soon as he landed on the ground. The devil Hethos attached to him also quickly emerged, compared with Lucifer's 6 wings. There are 6 arms behind it. A pair of white eyes gives people a feeling like a whirlpool in space. Dante, it seems you underestimated Heart Kingdom this time. No, it should be said that you underestimated the ally of the Heart Kingdom, the boy who took over the position of leader of the dark magic user Yami. Dante's expression couldn't help but change. The four-leaf clover kingdom has always been under his surveillance. Especially Yami, as the tree of the demon world and an important nutrient, is an important target. Originally, in Dante's eyes, even the magisters who reached the so-called Zero Realm were completely ignored. Even Julius, the Magic Emperor, was confident of defeating him. Advertisement. He has not attacked the four-leaf clover kingdom for a long time, except because of the devil Zagrod. Also, I want to have fun and play games. However, the results now presented in front of him completely subverted his cognition. Not only was the Heart Kingdom not destroyed, but Vanica was lost. Dante, don't be in a daze here, hurry up and save Vanica first, we will take revenge later. Zenon urged in a deep voice. Dante woke up in a daze, clenched his fists, and a haze appeared on his face, gritted his teeth and said, Okay, what a new leader of the Black Bull, I will definitely catch you and cut you into pieces. Granulation magic hyphenation point the feast of life. Puff puff. A series of ferocious flesh sprouts shot out from Dante's body. Like dozens of tentacles and tongues, it plunged into Vanica's body and burned it to charcoal. Dante has always hated this ugly granulation magic step. If you don't encounter something that cannot be solved, you will never use it. However, it has to be said that this granulation magic is under the blessing of Devil's power, as long as his magic power is not exhausted. Even if you encounter a fatal blow, you can recover through granulation magic. Along with the bloody light, Vanica was enveloped in it. The flesh and blood of the parts of the body that were originally burnt were squirming and growing rapidly, and the remains of severed limbs were also growing out in the blink of an eye. If outsiders were to witness it, it would definitely subvert their perceptions. Chapter 272 The plan begins. Please subscribe. Finally finished. Dante looked gloomily, looking at Vanica who had recovered from the black coal, and subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt that most of the magic power had been consumed in his body, and his clothes were soaked all over. It can be seen that this treatment is also difficult for Dante, who has the blessing of Devil. Moreover, this is only a temporary repair of Vanica's body with the help of granulation magic. It will probably take a lot of time to completely restore her consciousness and body functions to the same state as before. Sir Dante, according to reports from the informants hidden in the four-leaf clover kingdom, there seems to be a change in the Wongi realm, and there is a huge magic circle fluctuation. A believer quickly walked in outside the door and reported respectfully. Road. Something happened in the four-leaf clover kingdom. Is Mofei one of those elves who are rumored to be causing trouble? Dante said to himself with a gloomy face. Or did they discover that Heart Kingdom and Diamond Kingdom were attacked by us, and prepared ways to deal with us in advance? No matter, that damn brat dares to ruin my good deeds. Zenon will send me to the four-leaf clover kingdom. If there is a chance, I will make them pay a heavy price for Vanica. The words were like thunder, echoing in the office for a long time without dissipating. The farmer was silent for a moment and looked up at Lucifer. Haha, don't worry, nothing will happen to you as long as I'm here in Dante. Maybe it's really the group of eyes of the Midnight Sun who call themselves elves who are causing trouble, and maybe they can easily harvest the Magic Emperor. Lucifer teased responded. Looking at Dante who was determined to leave, Zenon did not continue to persuade him, and instead used his backhand to tear out a space wormhole leading to the four-leaf clover kingdom. Advertisement. For others, this kind of thing may be difficult. After all, there is a strong demon zone in the middle, but for Zenon who has the blessing of devil and does not hesitate to consume a lot of magic power. It is still possible to create a space wormhole for one person to pass through. Feeling the wormhole emitting strong spatial fluctuations, Dante turned around and dived into the wormhole after removing Vanica's treatment. At the same time, the four-leaf clover kingdom was within the realm of Wongi. On the huge magic tower that belongs exclusively to the Magic Emperor's office. A figure was standing in front of the balcony, looking at the sunset in the distance. Master Julius, the things you asked me to arrange have been completed, but is this really good? Fugolian, wearing a red magic robe, said in a deep voice. Those guys all have unknown identities and methods. It may be inappropriate to act suddenly. What's more, Master Julius, you are the backbone of the four-leaf clover kingdom. If you are personally in danger, if something happens, the kingdom will not be able to bear the blow. This time, Fugolian came to meet Magic Emperor Julius solely to carry out BEFC, the secret mission assigned this time. Haha, Fugolian, I know your good intentions, but I am the Magic Emperor of the four-leaf clover kingdom, and you are looking down on me. Julius laughed dryly. Don't worry, I trust Kuroba, he can handle this matter properly. Advertisement. Just now, Heart Kingdom has sent back news that Vanica, one of the three black polarities, possessed by Magicula, has been severely injured by Kuroba. Another devil possessed, Zenon, has also been frightened away. They are in a difficult situation for a moment. Reorganize and attack. However, their strength indeed exceeded my expectations. Even the Queen of Heart Kingdom was unable to repel them. It seems that we still underestimated the situation in Spade Kingdom. Which queen has failed? Fugolian's expression changed drastically. As one of the four royal families of the four-leaf clover kingdom. He is a close friend of all the queens of the Heart Kingdom, and of course he knows that the current Queen Lalapechka is the strongest among the queens of the past. It is said that one person can fight against the four-leaf clover and all the leaders of the Magic Knights. This alone is enough to highlight the devil's power. However, what shocked Fugolian even more was that such a being, who even the Queen of the Heart Kingdom could not resist, would be defeated by Kuroba. Haha, I was deeply shocked when I heard the news. However, Captain Kuroba still behaves in an unpredictable manner, so with this situation beyond our control, we should avoid changing the original plan. Julius smiled dryly and looked up, looking towards the sky. It's about to begin. The warning magic circle has been activated. Fugolian, you have to give me a message next. Fugolian's expression changed one after another. When he saw the slight ripples in the sky outside, he was about to speak when the sound of rapid footsteps came from outside the door. Master Magic Emperor, a large number of zombies have emerged in the royal and civilian worlds. All nobles request the Magic Knights to send out support. His Majesty the King, request Captain Fugolian to rush immediately for personal protection. Chapter 273 Is it him again? Please subscribe. Your Majesty the King. Fugolian's expression changed slightly. As a member of the royal family, he felt helpless as the 13th Kuroba who inherited the throne had a powerful magic power but no combat experience or registration means. However, as one of the three royal families and the leader of the Red Lotus Lions, Fugolian has no right to refuse. Let's go. Don't let His Majesty the King be frightened, just leave this place to me. Julius urged with a smile. Looking at this scene, Fugolian was silent for a moment, then turned around and left with the guards first. As the door closed again, Julius looked again at the flames rising into the sky in the distance. The appearance of Kuroba has already caused huge changes in the plot development trajectory of the original work. Facing the flames rising from the sky, a large number of losses broke through the defense line of the Magic Knights. Powerful magic attacks spread out in all directions. Buzz. A tingling sound in the air suddenly sounded. A powerful magic beam shot out in the distance. The violent scene made Magic Emperor slightly raise his right hand. A green tree stem, with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, took the lead and collided with the incoming beam of light. Whip of the World Tree. Boom. Advertisement. The explosive air wave rolled back like a hurricane. Glass fragments scattered all over the sky, and even the documents on the desk were overturned. Magic Emperor Julius took a few steps back. Raya, who was the first to see the sneak attack, appeared on the top of the tower not far away. Grimoire, who was imbued with powerful magic, also bloomed powerful light magic in front of him. Haha, it turns out to be one of the three evil eyes in Eye of the Midnight Sun. Julius patted the dust on his robe and said with a warm smile. I heard that what you have is imitation magic. This magic is really strange. But are you planning to take the last magic stone back from me today by yourself? Are you looking down on me? As the most powerful existence in the four-leaf clover kingdom, it also possesses special and heaven-defying time magic. Whether facing the eye of the midnight sun or the dark triple polarity, Magic Emperor Julius has the confidence to say this. It can be said that in the original work, a large part of the reason why the dark tripolar dare not take action against the four-leaf clover kingdom comes from Julius. Later, it was also because Bartley, the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun, succeeded in assassinating the Magic Emperor that Dante and Zenon joined forces to join forces. Now the three magic eyes alone are indeed not enough to see. Sir Julius, are you okay? Vangeance, wearing a mask, landed next to the Magic Emperor first. I just discovered that this man was tearing apart the space wormhole leading to Master Julius's magic tower, so I rushed here. At this point, Vangeance had already passed the Magic Emperor and stood in front and continued, Master Julius, please rest aside for now. I can deal with it by myself. It is simply impossible for such a character to take away the magic stone. Quote. Looking at the figure who volunteered to stand in front of him, the smile on Julius's face became even wider. Then I would like to thank Captain Vangeance in advance. With you here, I believe that Eye of the Midnight Sun will not be able to make any waves. Advertisement. Sorry, the big waves we created can drown the Magic Emperor. Bang bang bang. Without any pretense, he turned around and stabbed Julius in the body like lightning. Looking at the Magic Emperor Julius who fled to the tower as if he had insight in advance, Bartley's face flashed with a hint of madness, and he crushed the lightsaber in his hand and said, Please give me flowers. At the same time, endless golden light bloomed, directly shooting out beams of light, turning into cross shackles, with the intention of binding Magic Emperor Julius. However, as soon as the dazzling golden light dissipated and appeared in front of them, Julius, who was supposed to be sealed by the Judgment Light blade, shattered inch by inch like a mirror, causing Raya and Bartley's expressions to change dramatically. Light magic double Judgment blade. It's him again, he's just haunting. However, I didn't expect that Captain Kuroba was right. There is indeed a second soul hidden in Vangeance's body. Really? The lazy smile on Raya's face became brighter. The golden light emitted from the magic book in front of her became more and more dazzling, and a smile of successful conspiracy appeared on her face. Haha. Don't be too surprised. This is a mirror image of time. It's just that I used time magic to present the me 10 seconds ago in front of you as an image. Magic Emperor Julius smiled and appeared in front of where Raya was standing. On the tower. At the same time, Vangeance stopped in front of Julius, who was originally on guard. The two light blades passed through Julius's body almost simultaneously. Oh. The impotent man's playful smile bloomed under the mask, and his hand also held a sharp light blade made of golden light. Phew. Raya took a big step, transformed into golden light, and appeared behind Julius in an instant. Chapter 274 I'll give it to you, please subscribe. Boom. The lightsaber was crushed in an instant, turning into golden light that scattered across the sky and earth. Seeing this violent behavior, Julius smiled even more and said, It seems that Captain Kuroba has caused you a lot of trouble. However, now that you are occupying Vangeance's body, should I call you Richter or Bartley? Regarding the information about the Eye of the Midnight Sun, after Yami returned from the Witch Forest, he informed the Magic Emperor everything he learned from Kuroba. Facing the attack of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Julius was already prepared. You actually know my name. It seems that 440 is a good thing that B********** D did. Bartley clenched his fists and said angrily. However, I just checked and found out that the guy who killed that guy is not in Wongi realm. The leaders of the Magic Knights were also teleported to other places by me. They have to come back as soon as possible. It takes half an hour. It only takes a few minutes for me and Raya to join forces to kill you and then take away the magic stone. After the words fell, the magic power dormant in Bartley's body was driven again, and the grimoire in front of him burst into dazzling golden light. He has already collected a lot of information about Julius's time magic. He thought that the light magic he possessed was enough to fight Julius alone. But just in case, Raya was brought to help this time, just to make him the last straw for Julius. Haha, Chief Bartley, you think too highly of me, my uncle. Julius laughed dryly. However, before the battle, we should invite the uninvited guests out first. If I guess correctly, you should be one of the 3 black polarities. Advertisement. Bartley and Raya's expressions couldn't help but froze. Just now, their attention was entirely on Julius. I didn't expect that at this juncture, a dark triple polarity would emerge. As expected of the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, he is indeed incomparable to the ordinary Zero Realm, and is as difficult to deal with as that little devil with a violent black bull. The void not far away stirred up strong spatial fluctuations, and Dante walked out quickly. This time, the devil's power emanating from all over his body was obviously not concealed, and Bartley and the two of them vaguely showed a horn-like posture. The Magic Emperor's retreat was completely blocked. Bartley and Raya, not ordinary people, instantly saw Dante's intention to join forces. They know very well that the enemy of their enemy is their friend. However, after hearing the brief conversation between Magic Emperor and Dante, they undoubtedly looked a little ugly. He also fell into the hands of the Black Bull Devil. These are brothers suffering from the same disease, right? Haha, it seems that both of you have suffered at the hands of Captain Kuroba. It seems that Captain Kuroba's mission in the Heart Kingdom is going smoothly. Julius said with a warm smile. Looking at the way you are now, are you planning to join forces to deal with me? However, it is a pity that I am not the only one here. According to the arrangement of Captain Kuroba, this last magic stone is still given to you. As he spoke, Julius took out a magic stone with his backhand and threw it directly towards Bartley. Advertisement. At the same time, two figures hidden in the darkness also walked out. Is it Kira, the Speaker of the Magic House of Representatives, Melaleona, the uncrowned and undefeated lioness? Bartley subconsciously took the magic stone, and his expression suddenly changed. In the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, these two figures are more difficult to deal with than the Magic Knights. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter such interesting things as soon as I came back. Melaleona said with a war-loving laugh. However, rather than letting Lord Julius hand over the magic stone for nothing, I would rather start this battle and catch you all in one fell swoop. Kira, are you right? As the two strongest leaders among the four royal families, they still have some confidence in the strength of both parties. Melaleona, you are still the same as before, doing things without regard to the consequences. I don't want the kingdom to be destroyed before you are sure enough. Kira said lightly. Now even Spade Kingdom is involved in it. Let's just wait and see what happens with 1.0. Looking at the two of you talking to each other like me. Bartley's cheek muscles were twitching, and he clenched his hands so tightly that he didn't even notice the sharp nails piercing his palms. This time, Bartley found out that Kuroba was not in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, so he decided to assassinate Magic Emperor Julius. This is to prevent Magic Emperor and Kuroba from joining forces and causing more trouble in the future, otherwise Raya will not be brought in too. However, now we don't just tell them that they don't have to fight anymore. He also gave away the magic stone again, which made Bartley say something in his throat. Chapter 275. If you can do it, go and fight. Please subscribe. It's that guy again, why does he ruin my good deeds every time? Bartley looked ferocious and said through gritted teeth. This time, in order to obtain the final magic stone, another resistance in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom was eliminated at the same time. He has done everything. In order to catch up with Kuroba before returning to the royal world, during this blank period, he did not hesitate to expose his identity in advance and risk Raya and himself taking action. However, the results obtained now completely subverted their cognition. Every time he thought he was confident in his calculations, Kuroba took the lead and laid out countermeasures in advance. This result makes it seem as if everything is controlled by the other party. Every step they took was like puppets on strings. Haha, Bartley, you are serious. The leader of the Black 14 Feathers is just solving the problem fundamentally. Magic Emperor Julius laughed dryly. Originally, at the beginning, I couldn't wait for the appearance of your Eye of the Midnight Sun and planned to get rid of you as a hidden danger. However, Captain Kuroba later told me that the real hidden danger is not the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Isn't his target Eye of the Midnight Sun? Bartley's expression changed, and even Raya was no exception. To them, these words sounded mysterious. Advertisement. At least, according to their current intelligence, there is also the intelligence obtained by Bartley hiding in Vangeance's body over the years. The biggest crisis faced by the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, except from the Diamond Kingdom. It's their Eye of the Midnight Sun. No, it should be said that they, Eye of the Midnight Sun, are the biggest crisis in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Now the words coming from the mouth of Magic Emperor Julius made them feel like they were being mysterious. Shut up, Julius, you have always been a talkative person, don't think I will believe your lies. A trace of ferocity flashed across Bartley's face, he grabbed the magic stone in his hand and said sternly. Okay, very good, as expected, you humans are all arrogant beings. If you dare to despise our Eye of the Midnight Sun like this, you humans will regret it and regret giving away these magic stones. Raya, let's go. Raya came back to her senses, and after taking another look at Magic Emperor Julius, she felt something was wrong. But no matter how much he probed, he still couldn't figure out what happened. Now that Bartley is leaving, this is undoubtedly what he wants. Raya also knows the truth that changes come later. HMPH, it turns out that Eye of the Midnight Sun only has this ability. I thought I really dared to challenge the so-called Magic Emperor. It seems really disappointing. Dante snorted coldly. After all the hard work and planning, now is the best opportunity for sniping. Is Mofei planning to escape even with the fat on his lips? Advertisement. As Dante, who was chosen by the devil, he certainly guessed that the greater threat mentioned by Julius just now, but it refers to the devil Zagrain who has been lurking in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom for a long time. And all of this is related to the person who almost killed Vanica. This makes Dante eager to see the people of Eye of the Midnight Sun fight endlessly with the Magic Emperor. HMPH, you can go ahead and fight. I have no interest in joining forces with you hidden lackeys of devil. Or you don't have the confidence to win. Bartley paused for a moment, snorted coldly, then turned around and stepped directly into the space wormhole, within. Raya, who followed closely, seemed a little uneasy, but still followed quickly. One after another, Kuroba planned to take precautions. Bartley had already been knocked unconscious, and now he had obtained the last magic stone. Raya didn't want to make a mistake at this juncture. As the space wormhole healed, only Dante's figure remained in the sky above the huge square, giving people a feeling of standing out from the crowd. Haha, Mr. Dante 147, do you Mofei really plan to try and take us down alone? Magic Emperor Julius smiled warmly and spoke first. Feeling the gazes all around him, Dante's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he said, "Huh, Four-Leaf Clover's Magic Emperor, don't be too happy too early. I will definitely avenge Vanica. You, the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, are not yet qualified to be our Spade Kingdom's opponents. I hope that next time we meet, you can survive the riots of Eye of the Midnight Sun." After leaving these slightly weak words, the space fluctuations echoed again. Without any pause, Dante turned around and dived into the crack. After the space cracks healed, Leona on the side quickly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The magic wave just now seems not to be the same person. Lord Julius, you have already discovered that there is another devil apostle in the dark. Lurking." Chapter 276 Who Wins and Marries Whom? Please subscribe. Feeling the spatial fluctuations floating between heaven and earth, Kira, not far away, could not help but frown. In the confrontation with Eye of the Midnight Sun just now, he, like Leona, did not notice the existence of the second devil apostle. Haha, don't look at me with such a surprised expression. If there was no information from Captain Kuroba to let me know in advance that there is a devil host with the power to control space in the dark tripolar world, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the intention. Notice the unusual spatial fluctuation. Magic Emperor Julius laughed dryly. Sure enough, just like the rumors, devil can give people power and at the same time, it can also greatly strengthen its own magical properties, greatly improving the opponent's space magic hiding methods. However, through the conversation just now, I got an important piece of information. Captain Kuroba should solve the problem of the devil host who attacked the Heart Kingdom, one of the three black polarities. Otherwise, they would not come to me in anger and come to seek revenge. Quote. The conversation just now was very brief, but it was guided by the existence of Magic Emperor. Every sentence is a routine, and the level of laughter is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Is it that kid again? Leona's expression darkened and she said, "It seems that I still underestimated him in the strong demon zone that day. However, Lord Julius, that brat asked you to hand over all the magic stones to Eye of the Midnight Sun, Mofei, didn't you doubt him? On that day, Leona, who was stationed in the strong demon zone, did meet Kuroba, who had been sent to work in the strong demon zone. However, the time the two got together was only a day or two, and they didn't even have a chance to fight, let alone get to know each other." When she thought of this, Leona's eyes couldn't help but shine with a burning light. Advertisement. Haha, Leona, you are still the same. Magic Emperor Julius smiled and shook his head. Actually, whether Captain Kuroba is trustworthy, I think Fugolian and Leopold have already assured you. If you are questioning this now, aren't you looking for an honest excuse to test the strength of Captain Kuroba? As a Magic Emperor, he is still considered the same generation as Leona. Julius has grown up all the way, and it is obvious that he has not lacked the experience of fighting Leona. I still know a little bit about her crazy and challenging temperament. Haha, Master Julius, you really understand me. Leona laughed. By the way, Leona, you, an older leftover, are not planning to rely on Kuroba, are you? Especially when the scale magic comes out, it is even more qualified to judge justice. Haha, Kira, you are still as cool as before. I haven't fought with you for a long time. Why don't you find time to practice with me? Next, you have to face Eye of the Midnight Sun. We might as well warm up for the conspiracy. Leona laughed and patted Kira on the shoulder without caring. If it were not for the issue of seniority, the position of king would have already fallen on him. However, Kira quickly shook his hand off and said, "I'm not interested. Good no Zhao, and if the Magic Council takes action, this will prove the incompetence of the Magic Knights, and they will all be sent to the trial. I don't want that to happen. Also, it's been a long time since I met someone who let me fight to my heart's content." Advertisement. The small voice echoed between heaven and earth. Magic Emperor Julius couldn't help but look stiff, and he coughed quickly, intending to break the silent atmosphere in the venue. "I remember that 10 years ago you told Yahie Silva that you would marry whoever wins. Even Yami Sukahiro, Nozzle Silva, Jack the Ripper, etc. also gave Leona no less education. Now he is older, has a higher seniority, and his strength has also improved. In the original work, once they meet, they still run away in despair with their tail between their legs. It can be said that the majesty of the royal family Kira is higher than that of the current King A. Kira Groba 13th. I just want to see if you all put the fate of the kingdom on that kid and let Eye of the Midnight Sun complete the so-called reincarnation ceremony. I just want to see if he is capable of taking the next risk." Quote. Leona, I thought that after so many years, your temper had calmed down, and you were still as belligerent and vulgar as before. Don't forget that you are one of the royal family, and don't set a bad example for future generations. Kira Rare D said indifferently. When she was young, Leona, perhaps because of her lack of strength, was able to practice her skills against meaty targets with good abilities. As the president of the Magic Council, he is also the head of the 4 major clans. If you deliberately lose to Captain Kuroba, I believe it is a difficult and acceptable bet. Chapter 277 Be careful of those around you, please subscribe. Kira, you are as annoying as ever. Leona replied word for word. However, if that kid doesn't mind, I won't mind thinking about it. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Kira, who had always been cold and paralyzed, couldn't help but twitch her cheeks. If Kuroba really fell in love with this undefeated lioness in front of him, he would probably hate her forever. Ahem, you too, although I don't want to disturb your conversation, but in order to avoid some uncontrollable situations when Eye of the Midnight Sun performs the reincarnation ceremony, I would like you to prepare in advance. Julius coughed dryly. Said one voice. This time, it's about whether we can eradicate it. Captain Kuroba said that there is only one chance to find the dark hand hidden deep inside. We must find him out. There was also a hint of solemnity on the faces of Melaleona and Kira. This is not the first time they have heard of Magic Emperor Julius mentioning the black hand hidden behind the scenes. 310 Lord Julius, didn't that kid give more information? Melaleona asked again. If there is more information, we don't need to sit still and wait for death, we can also take the initiative. As a militant, it was rare to encounter such an enemy, which made Melaleona obviously lose her composure. Advertisement. Kira on the side did not speak, but as the current president of the Magic Council, he was obviously more willing to nip the danger in the cradle. I don't know, but I still choose to believe Captain Kuroba. Julius said with a warm smile. However, Captain Kuroba once told me with a mysterious smile, please be careful of those around you. Be careful about the people around you. Melaleona's expression froze and she said, Lord Julius, you mean, beef those guys who hide their heads and tails gold possesses the people around them. Yes, these are the exact words of Captain Kuroba, so you should try to be careful. Julius nodded and said, however, I have handed over this matter to Fugolian, and we can't do it until the last moment. Show something strange so as not to alert others. Looking at Julius who had made up his mind, Melaleona could only snort in displeasure and said, HMPH, a group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails. No matter what their abilities are, even if they are devil, my flames can burn them completely. Almost exhausted. Kira of the royal family, I hope you can hide well when the time comes and don't hinder me from carrying out my mission. Don't hinder me, but for the sake of being a member of the royal family, if you ask me to take action, I will consider it. Master Julius, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Kira dropped these words, turned around and left. Seeing this, Melaleona quickly said, Sir Julius, I will also prepare one or two. No matter what kind of enemy you encounter, you will never be able to escape from my fists. Advertisement. Seeing the two people exiting all at once, the smile on Magic Emperor Julius's face faded slightly, his brows could not help but frown, and he took out the report in his hand. During this time, Magic Emperor Julius acted on Kuroba's advice. However, he did not stop investigating the potential dangers caused by the reincarnation of elves. It can be said that he has roughly estimated what he will face. Master Julius, do you really not need to tell the other captains the information you have obtained? Marx said with a slight worry as he fell beside the Magic Emperor. Don't cause too much panic for the time being. If, according to what Captain Kuroba said, the real enemy is not even known to the Eye of the Midnight Sun, then what we have to do is to eradicate it. The more people know about this matter, the more we know about it. The more effort you spend, the more likely it will be wasted. Having said this, Julius patted Marx on the shoulder and said, next, you have to keep your distance from me at all times. If I am reincarnated as an elf, you will be unlucky. Haha, Master Julius, if you are the target of the elf's reincarnation, let alone me, everyone will think that this is bad luck. Marx said with a bitter look on his face. By then, there may not be anyone who can defeat Lord Julius, and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom will definitely be in bad luck. In Marx's eyes, Julius can become the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, and his strength can definitely be called the first. If you are really targeted by the spirit reincarnation, let alone stay away. I am afraid that you will die even if you hide. Haha, Marx, I think that even if I am really chosen by the elf for reincarnation, someone will be able to defeat me. Magic Emperor smiled and patted Marx on the shoulder, and a figure flashed in his mind. Advertisement Chapter 278. Are we just bait? Please subscribe. Master Julius, you said that in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, there is someone who can defeat you. This joke is not funny. Marx said with a dull expression. But, wouldn't the person you said could defeat you be Captain Kuroba? When he heard the tongue-in-cheek remarks just now, the same figure flashed through Marx's mind. Haha, Marx, you are asking questions knowingly. Julius patted Marx on the shoulder and said. It's almost time, let's get ready. After leaving these words, Julius smiled and walked away. As a Magic Emperor, Julius has never been jealous of talents, but rather appreciates everyone with talents. It is for these reasons that outstanding magisters such as Vangeance and Yami are discovered. Looking at the figure that disappeared from sight, Marx hurriedly followed up and said, Master Julius, I don't believe that he can defeat you. In my mind, you are the most powerful being in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. On the other hand, outside Haji village, within the huge devil skeleton, powerful spatial fluctuations surged. Two figures were the first to appear in front of the abandoned magic stone. Originally, the three people who had been waiting here were suddenly awakened. When he saw the magic stone tightly clenched in Bartley's hand, his face became even more joyful. Master Richter, you actually grabbed the last magic stone in the hands of the Magic Emperor. You must have killed him. Raid said excitedly. Did you bring his body back? As long as Master Richter, will you kill him? Leave the body to me, and I will definitely be able to create the most powerful zombie soldier ever. Next time we meet, I will definitely be able to use the Magic Emperor's corpse to kill that kid and turn him into a zombie. Advertisement. As a user of zombie magic, Raids' combat effectiveness all depends on the strength of the magic power of the zombie itself. When you transform from a human to a zombie, your strength will be weakened to a certain extent. However, if the body of Magic Emperor can be obtained, the weakening of strength can be completely ignored for Raids. Shut up, Raids. Raya shouted first. The expressions of the three people present couldn't help but froze. Walster said hesitantly. No, it's Kuroba, the leader of the Black Bull. Give us the magic stone, right? Isn't he not in the four-leaf clover kingdom? Before taking action, they calculated that Kuroba was not in the four-leaf clover kingdom. Only then did Richter dare to take the risk, expose his identity, and kill Magic Emperor Julius. Now that such a foolproof plan has been seen through by the other party, it is hard to accept. That guy seems to have already known that Richter was hiding in Vangeance's body and asked the Magic Emperor to hand over the magic stone unconditionally. Raya said this and subconsciously looked at Richter. Faced with this series of events, even Raya, the leader of the three demonic eyes, felt unable to figure it out. Did he give us the magic stone again? Raids said, confused. If we really want to count it out, from the beginning of the operation to the present, all the magic stones seem to have been given to us by the little devil of the Black Bull. There is not a single stone that we can grab with violence. Please give me flowers. Click. No. Advertisement. Now when I hear Sally's speculative words, I obviously feel enlightened. As the only neurotic scientist in Eye of the Midnight Sun, her question is obviously a bit tricky. There are 9 gems in total that activate the altar. If Walster hadn't covered Raids' mouth in time to stop what he was about to say, the resentment in his heart would have been enough for Bartley to crush the last gem in his hand. Bartley crushed the stone slab beside him. However, Walster also has a deep understanding of what he just said. Is this an elf reincarnation ceremony for nothing? Sir Richter, I would like to take the liberty to ask, that guy once threatened that our Eye of the Midnight Sun was just someone else's puppet, and now he suddenly gave us the magic stone. Is there any connection between the two? Quote. All this time, Raya couldn't figure out why Kuroba gave the magic stone away even though he knew it was the key to the elf's reincarnation ceremony. Now the 9 gems were given away by Kuroba, the leader of the Black Bull. Our Eye of the Midnight Sun, will we be that guy's bait? Raya couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, and looked at Richter with a hint of confusion on her face. I never expected that I would now become a bait in the hands of others. It should be said that it is terrifying to think about it. 0. At least, in the eyes of Raya and others, the existence of the Eye of the Midnight Sun should have been the biggest crisis for the four-leaf clover kingdom. Sally, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Chapter 279 The Savior of the Country. Please subscribe. The huge ruined cave suddenly fell into deathly silence. The depressing atmosphere seemed to be an invisible hand gripping the heart, giving people an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. They have always believed that the appearance of the Eye of the Midnight Sun is the greatest harm to the four-leaf clover kingdom. If, now it really becomes a bait in the hands of others. This huge gap is inevitably hard to accept. Shut up everyone. Bartley roared in both voices. All this is just a conspiracy. It was that guy who was worried about us gaining great power from the beginning, so he made up the enemy of 900 to control the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and wanted us to give up this plan voluntarily. This is a plan that I spent more than 10 years of hard work to complete. Absolutely no one knows about it. Boom. The magic power dormant in Bartley's body exploded like a frenzy, turning into a hurricane that swept through the entire cave. We are only one step away. 1 day later, when we finish accumulating magic power, we can start to activate the altar of reincarnation. As the chosen ones, your strength will also skyrocket. Bartley roared hysterically. When that time comes, I will let that guy understand what the difference in strength is and the fear it brings. Raya was silent for a moment, and everything that had happened from the time of the elf reincarnation ceremony to now flashed through his mind. His temperament is lazy and he doesn't like to take care of things. Advertisement. However, as Bartley said, this plan was from beginning to end, except where they, the members of Eye of the Midnight Sun, showed their faces. There are no strange faces at all. Yes, Lord Richter, you are right. As long as we get more powerful power, we will definitely be able to defeat that hateful guy. Raids said with a ferocious smile. The remaining Sally and Walster, after a slight hesitation, also silently agreed. Their twisted thinking is an alien existence in the four-leaf clover kingdom. So they are eager to pursue power and plan to subvert this country. In their eyes, as long as they have enough power, it is enough. Alright, please step back first. If anything happens, I'll let you know. Raya glanced at Bartley, who looked like he was crazy, and asked the 3 Raids to step back. After seeing the 3 people leaving completely, he said, Bartley, do we need to be careful? In case. What if? Bartley said with a ferocious expression. Raya, don't forget, the reincarnation ceremony is something that needs to be completed in our destiny. It is the hope that Richter places on us. Even if what that guy said is true, after performing the reincarnation ceremony, our souls will completely fit into this body, and the magic power we can exert will be several times that of now. Even Tabe. The most important thing is that Brother Richter will also be resurrected and led us, the elves, to take revenge on humans. Once we get to that point, no one can stop us, not even that hateful guy. In the face of absolute strength, everything is vain. The roar of words echoed in the field. Advertisement. Raya fell silent for a moment and said, "Okay, let's proceed according to the original plan. If there are any problems, with Richter's strength, all problems will be solved." In Raya's eyes, no. In the eyes of everyone in the elf clan, Richter, as the clan leader, possesses enough strength to look down upon the so-called Magic Emperor. It can be said that even the light magic used by Bartley is imitating Richter. The fact that Bartley, who plays the role of Eye of the Midnight Sun, can be so admired is enough to show that Richter's strength is not simple. Raya, what you said is correct, let's start immediately and wait for the holy light to come tomorrow. Bartley clenched the magic stone in his hand and said frantically. Half a day later, the imperial capital of Heart Kingdom. After experiencing the devil's invasion, it was already in tatters. However, the only thing that makes people feel lucky is that the magic in this world is still infinite. According to Kuroba, as long as the strength and magic power are enough, it can be compared with Yamato in Naruto who slapped his hands on the ground and built a street directly. In just half a day, the destroyed streets had been restored to some extent. However, the building can be restored, but the number of casualties seems a bit heavy at 0.6. Looking at the dozens of corpses placed in the square, the atmosphere became a bit depressing. Sir Lalapechka, according to statistics, the attack by the Dark Tripolar caused 13 deaths and more than 100 injuries. If Captain Kuroba had not come to the rescue in time, I am afraid our casualties would have been incalculable. Gotcha spoke first. Hearing this, Lalapechka secretly clenched his fists and shook his head. No, if it weren't for Captain Kuroba, we might have destroyed our country. He is the savior of the Heart Kingdom. Are you ready for what he demands? Chapter 280 Heretical Corpse Spirit Magic. Please subscribe. Lalapechka, don't worry, I have arranged for Flaga to lead Captain Kuroba to the cemetery, where the citizens of our Heart Kingdom and the elves, guardians are buried. Gotcha said in a deep voice. I heard that Captain Kuroba is practicing how to attack souls. Queen, do you need to go and check it out? For any kingdom, outsiders are never allowed to enter the cemetery where martyrs are buried. However, without Kuroba's support, their Heart Kingdom would have perished long ago. Once the country is really subjugated, the empty cemetery will be useless. What's more, in the next confrontation with Spade Kingdom, Kuroba's help is indispensable. If his strength can be further improved, they would be even more happy to meet him. 14 inches magic that can attack the soul. Undini appeared behind Lalapechka and said, this is the first time I have heard of this kind of magic. If you include the 4 major magics cast by Captain Kuroba just now, this will probably be the first time I have heard of it. 5 kinds of magic, can people still live with this? Looking at the originally mature and steady water elf Undine, she couldn't help but complain. Even Gotcha and Lalapechka's faces looked slightly stiff, and they couldn't help but twitch. 5 magics in one. Not only did it completely subvert their understanding. Once this kind of thing spreads, I am afraid that even geniuses will be ashamed of it. Ahem, Lord Undini, don't judge the matter of Captain Kuroba by others. I'm afraid this is an insult. The fire elf made Froga walk up quickly and said with a wry smile. The means he possesses are beyond the scope of human beings. However, Her Majesty the Queen and Mr. Gotcha, if you have time, you should go and see Captain Kuroba. He has been sitting in the cemetery all night, and there is no movement at all. Besides, others are worried about Captain Kuroba. In order to fight against Spade Kingdom, practice corpse magic. Advertisement. Sitting there all night, practicing corpse magic. Lalapechka, Gotcha and others couldn't help but be startled. This method of cultivation is indeed different from what they imagined. However, what concerned them most was the corpse magic mentioned by Froga. This is a taboo in any country. Gotcha, let's go take a look. Lalapechka raised his glasses and clenched his fists. However, I believe that Captain Kuroba is not a person who practices corpse magic. I think Sister Undini also wants to know what the soul attack method is that she has never seen before. Pedika, your excuse is not very clever. Do you want to worry about the safety of Captain Kuroba? Or is our little fairy from the Heart Kingdom also attracted by the mortal heart? Undine, shut up, what nonsense are you talking about? Heart Kingdom Cemetery is located in the northwest corner of the territory. Compared with the desolation of countless tombs, the 7 or 8 figures appearing on the cemetery platform seemed a bit out of place. The most strange thing is that a young man with black hair is sitting on the ground with his eyes closed and his legs crossed. The magisters and elf guardians guarding the surroundings cast confused glances at Kuroba from time to time. They have also seen a lot of magic, and the collection of books in Heart Kingdom is more than that of 4-leaf clover. However, they were also surprised when they heard Kuroba's request to train in the cemetery. Advertisement. The first magic that made them think of this was undoubtedly the dark corpse magic that was regarded as heresy. Corpse spirit magic has always been a heretical existence. Therefore, raids in Eye of the Midnight Sun, no matter how talented he is still regarded as an alien and is not welcome. In their eyes, Kuroba is indeed their savior. However, if Kuroba is allowed to use their ancestors to practice corpse magic, it will destroy the peace of their ancestors. This is probably not a good thing. The sound of vibration in the air suddenly sounded. 900. Soon I saw a space crack being opened. Looking at Lalapechka, Gotcha and others who were the first to walk out, the magisters and elf guardians guarding the scene also showed joy. Faced with their own speculations and the feelings of Kuroba's savior, they are in a dilemma. Now with the arrival of Lalapechka and Gotcha, at least in their eyes, there is a little room for maneuver. Petrov, I know what you are thinking. Leave this matter to Lord Lolopechka. Gotcha stopped Petrov from speaking. He was equally confused about other people's suspicions. However, he didn't want the relationship between Kuroba to be ruined because of some so-called suspicions. He didn't want to lose control at the critical moment against Spade Kingdom. As for dealing with this kind of thing, Lolopechka, as the queen, may be the most suitable person. Chapter 281 is over before it even begins. Please subscribe. On the huge altar, everyone's eyes fell on Lolopechka, making the atmosphere suddenly become a bit depressing. For them, how to prevent Kuroba from using their dead martyr's tomb to perform wraith magic without damaging their relationship. This is the biggest problem. Feeling the eager gazes from all around, Lolopechka secretly clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and looked at Kuroba. As the queen of a country, she is inherently shy and does not know how to communicate with others, let alone take into account the overall situation. However, the arrow had to be fired to find out whether the magic that Kuroba mentioned to attack the soul was the magic of the household spirit as they imagined. Initiative is essential. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through Lolopechka's mind, just when she mustered up the courage to take a step forward. Kuroba, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A silvery white light flashed through his pupils. Everyone present who looked at each other felt a stinging sensation in their minds, like a silver needle pricking them, and they couldn't help but shudder. The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that this feeling comes and goes quickly. By the time they want to pursue it, there is no trace left. The silvery white light in Kuroba's pupils has long since disappeared. The strange scene made Petrov and others couldn't help but rub their eyes. You came at just the right time. After sitting all night, it was finally completed. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and stretched, dusted himself off and stood up. Captain Kuroba, this is the training completed. Lolopechka was confused. Advertisement. No, it should be said that everyone present is no exception. In their speculation, the method Kuroba practices to attack souls is biased towards corpse magic. If you don't dig up a few corpses and show them around, you'd be sorry for their guesses, right? In case they guessed wrong, the soul attack method Kuroba practiced has nothing to do with corpse magic. Then the practice is at least a bit of a process. As the source of magic, grimoire should also fly out and flip up and down. Now they watched Kuroba sit cross-legged all night. I thought it was about to start when I opened my eyes, but I didn't expect that it was already over. What's wrong? You seem to be very interested in what I practice. You actually asked me, little girl, to go there myself. Kuroba smiled and scratched the bridge of Lolopechka's nose with his hand. This sudden move immediately made Lolopechka become frightened, and hurriedly took a few steps back. The expressions of the Magister and the elf guardian standing aside suddenly changed. This is Her Majesty the Queen of their Heart Kingdom. When has she ever been teased like this? However, looking at Gotcha and Undine, who looked as usual, the Magisters who were still a little out of sorts were instantly confused. Her Majesty the Queen has definitely been sold. Otherwise, Gotcha, as the chief elf guardian, and the water elf Undine will never remain indifferent. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Rely on the breath of death here to condense the ghost of the underworld. Advertisement. The current Kuroba is confident that he may not be able to exert 100% of the power of Soul Death Sword. This time, Kuroba suddenly came to the cemetery to complete the Soul Morning Sword that he had obtained not long ago and belonged to Nojbrook. I just took some time to stabilize myself. However, this is the cemetery of the martyrs. It would be too rude of me to suddenly ask to come, so you don't need to be cautious. I'm not a petty person. If you have any questions, just ask. I am afraid that I may not be able to catch up and complete the elf reincarnation ceremony before its arrival. It only took one night to gather it successfully. Originally, Kuroba thought that this process would be long. Of course Kuroba knew what other people were thinking, and he stopped short of this teasing behavior and said, "You guys came to the cemetery in this formation, it seems you have some misunderstanding about me. Most of these dead people were magicians during their lifetime, and their soul power was stronger than that of ordinary people. Unfortunately, Kuroba does not have the underworld fruit, and there is no way to communicate with the underworld. Captain Kuroba, it's only because we are embarrassed that we misunderstood that you plan to use corpse magic." Lolopechka hurriedly calmed down and explained. Kuroba obtained Brook's sword move through the sign-in system. However, I just browsed through the records of the Heart Kingdom. It seems that apart from corpse magic, it seems that there is no other way to attack the soul, right? I never expected that it was because I was in another world. Therefore, according to the compromise method proposed by the system, the cemetery was found. For Kuroba to communicate with other worlds and gather ghosts from the underworld, it is simply getting twice the result with half the effort. However, with 90% strength, it can still be done. Chapter 282 Emotions sublimate a bit quickly. Please subscribe. As the Queen of Heart Kingdom, the biggest bug is that as long as your body can bear it, then you can inherit the magic power and knowledge possessed by the queens of all generations. Therefore, when everyone raised doubts, Lolopechka began to browse through his memory about soul-attacking magic. Corpse magic. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It seems that I was suspected of being sneaky. However, if there is really corpse magic, I also want to try what I just practiced, whether it can come in handy." Gotcha and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, they didn't want to ruin their relationship with Kuroba at this juncture. Now that I know that the bones of their martyrs were not used to create corpse spirit magic, I can't help but let go of the heavy weight in my heart. Captain Kuroba, do you want to find someone to join forces? Lalapechka suddenly said. Just now, we misunderstood you. To apologize, I want you to give guidance to Gotcha and others. It also allows them to become stronger in the next confrontation with Spade Kingdom. Quote. The expressions on the faces of Gotcha and others suddenly became stiff. After seeing Kuroba's methods with their own eyes, the fighting spirit in their hearts had long been wiped out. In particular, Vanica, one of the three dark polarities using 75% of Devil's power, was almost killed instantly. Now Lalapechka came up with this idea, basically intending to sell them. Haha, your little girl's suggestion is good, but judging from their expressions, they seem to be very reluctant. Kuroba laughed dryly, took out the purple-blue soul morning sword like a cane with his backhand, and said, however, don't worry, I won't use grimoire. Maybe under this premise, you still have a chance to defeat me. No need for grimoire. Everyone present could not help but be stunned, even Lalapechka was no exception. Advertisement. The inherent way of thinking in this world is that all magical combat power comes from the Magic Island book. If a person loses grimoire, what awaits them will be the loss of combat effectiveness. Now as soon as Kuroba opened his mouth, he voluntarily gave up using grimoire. While this subverted their understanding, when they looked at each other, they could see the hope in each other's eyes. Ahem, everyone, Captain Kuroba is kind to the Heart Kingdom. Just now we misunderstood that Captain Kuroba was practicing corpse magic. In order to make up for these mistakes, I want to help Captain Kuroba practice the magic of attacking souls. It's also necessary. Gotcha coughed dryly. During this period, their elf guardians also suffered a lot at the hands of Kuroba, and they were a bit embarrassed. Kuroba voluntarily giving up using grimoire is like cutting off his hands. This is a good opportunity for them to regain some face. Yes, Mr. Gotcha is right. Captain Kuroba is a distinguished guest. As hosts, we must take good care of him, and we should treat him as a human sandbag. Petrov hurriedly agreed. Froga glared and said, what a human sandbag, we are sparring partners, so we can teach Captain Kuroba a lesson. There will definitely be huge benefits in fighting Spade Kingdom next. By the way, you Betty, guys should come over and practice together, I think Captain Kuroba won't mind. While talking, Froga was not busy calling other magisters to gather. Their strength cannot be compared with that of the elf guardians. However, to be able to be selected and placed next to Kuroba as a guard, his own magic level has reached the level of the 3rd and 4th realms. In addition to the number, it also reached 12 people. She originally only let Gotcha and others be used as ready-made human sandbags to make up for the fault she had just suspected. Advertisement. Feel the heavy grimoire in your hands and the unusual 4-color clover pattern. I didn't expect that Gotcha and others would follow the trend and come up with such a large lineup. It can be said that no one will hand over his grimoire to others for safekeeping in full view of the public. Kuroba suddenly handed grimoire to Lalapechka. According to my inference about Captain Kuroba, he will not do anything that he is not sure of. Although I don't know what means he has, I think the chance of Captain Kuroba winning is at least greater than 5. Little Pedika, you should be worried now. It's Gotcha and others who were sold by you and are still helping you count the money. Is this a different kind of show of love? Does this kind of behavior mean that the relationship sublimates a little too quickly? Doesn't this seem a little inappropriate? Lalapechka couldn't help but said. My little Pedika, you are not really moved by Fangson, are you? Captain Kuroba didn't refuse, so why are you worrying so much? Undine laughed teasingly. Unless it is the most trustworthy person with whom life is intertwined. Lalapechka and others couldn't help but become distracted. Help me keep my grimoire for a while. Kuroba sent the grimoire hanging around his waist away with his backhand. Lalapechka was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that Undine would have high hopes for Kuroba. However, without grimoire, it would be difficult to defeat the 3 elf guardians and the 12 magisters, right? Grimoire is the source of the magician's power, and it has always been a top priority in his personal collection. Chapter 283. It's so close that I don't know if I'll be cut down, please subscribe. Captain Kuroba, is this okay? Lalapechka couldn't help but said. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, shrugged with a smile, and said, what's the problem, Mo Fei, will you still plot evil against me, my benefactor? If you really want to plot against me, I have an excuse to touch you openly. However, let's start now and check the Guardian Envoy, but I can't hold myself back any longer. Lalapechka was angry, but did not dwell on this matter any longer. She had already seen Gotcha and others smiling as if seeing victory. Captain Kuroba, you are ridiculous. It is a rare opportunity to compete with you. We are just looking forward to it. I hope you can stop it. Gotcha's paralyzed face showed a slightly cruel smile. The magic book in his hand quickly flew away. No. It should be said that even Froga, Petrov and the 12 magisters also took action. For a time, 15 rays of magic light illuminated the entire altar, causing the air flowing in the place to become stagnant. Lalapechka clenched the magic book in her hand worriedly, eager to know how Kuroba would cope without the magic book. Captain Kuroba, you have to be careful, magic doesn't have eyes, and the flames are a bit hot. Froga said with a smile. Hurry up and let us see what the magic that attacks the soul looks like. For a time, everyone present was eager to try. Being able to take advantage of a strong person is enough capital to brag in the future. However, more eyes were still fixed on Kuroba, eager to figure out how to defeat a group of powerful magisters after losing the magic book. Haha, it seems that everyone is in high spirits. It's just that the weather is a bit cold, so be careful of catching a cold. Kuroba laughed dryly and didn't take it to heart. Advertisement. He turned his right hand and took out the crutch-like cane with a hidden knife. Crutches. Captain Kuroba, are you kidding me? Fighting with crutches. Froga couldn't help but said again. This way we can't win. They had imagined that Kuroba would pull out all kinds of weapons and things to fight. However, I never thought it would be a crutch. No, I once heard that there is a strange weapon called a hidden sword cane. The things that Captain Kuroba can take out are not ordinary. Let's be very alert, Gotcha reminded, showing a trace of dignity. In his eyes, if Kuroba took out a serious weapon, he wouldn't take it too seriously. However, what is taken out now is a strange hidden sword cane, and it is connected with the strangeness on Kuroba, so everything is abnormal. As expected of Gotcha, you are indeed different. However, have you noticed that you have been hacked? Hey, he smiled warmly. Holding the sheath of the staff tightly with his left hand, and slowly holding the handle of the knife with the 5 fingers of his right hand, he stepped out in front of everyone. Phew. The moment the footsteps fell, the pupils of Gotcha and others suddenly shrank, and their faces were full of disbelief. The figure that was originally locked by their eyes had already disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Big Sanding crossing the snow and slashing with the sword. Yu's words rang out again, and Gotcha and the others suddenly woke up and looked back behind them. ... Please give me flowers. Kuroba's steps have fallen, and he appears again as if he has crossed from one time and space to another. The soul sword in his hand was half unsheathed when the cold light flowed, and he closed it in response. A trace of cold air flowed on the blade, giving people a long-lasting feeling that made people shiver. Advertisement. Hurry up and disperse, Gotcha shouted urgently. With a movement of his hands and feet, a slash of ice bloomed like a flower on his chest. In an instant, it was frozen. At that moment, they felt that not only their bodies, but also their souls were frozen. However, as soon as he rushed out, a bone-chilling chill hit his forehead. Thinking about it again, Kuroba only raised his sword and took a step from beginning to end. Bang 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 bang. In this case, once it falls to the ground, I am afraid that the whole person will be smashed to pieces like glass. Gotcha. However, the moment they touched her, Undine's expression suddenly changed. The water waves all over the sky are falling together, and they are quickly heading towards the sky to add Chuan. Undine hurriedly took action. A warm pool of water. The lightning crackling and exploding on his body quickly shot into the sky. This is too shocking. Lalapechka's expression changed drastically. She was in midair and turned into an ice sculpture. They were killed so quickly that they didn't even know it. Whether it was Gotcha in the air or Froga and the other 14 people staying on the altar. The sound of 15 ice crystals blooming sounded.
6SS Chapter 284 They will regret it, please subscribe. Click. As soon as the water flow touched Gotcha, it was instantly frozen by the cold air. The fierce situation, like a frenzy, quickly spread towards Undine. Undine, cut off the magic quickly, otherwise even you will be affected. Lolopechka was anxious. Kuroba's invisible slash just now made it impossible for them to react. Even if you touch those solid ice now, you still can't escape the fate of being frozen. This is undoubtedly beyond cognition. Feeling the coldness coming towards her, Undine suddenly woke up, not caring about rescuing Gotcha, and hastily cut off the magical connection. In the end, the cold air of 627 spread to an inch in front of Undine and was finally stopped. The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that the water flow has been connected to the earth from the beginning, forming a crystal clear shelf after being frozen, holding Gotchapin in the void. It didn't fall to the ground directly. Feeling the chill around her and the sudden drop in temperature, Lolopechka couldn't help but cover her arms and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Captain Kuroba, Gotcha and others went too far just now. I hope you can be noble and let them go. 1. Looking at the little calculation they just made, Lolopechka certainly knows. However, as the Queen of the Heart Kingdom, Lolopechka could not be too partial to Kuroba and had no choice but to let Gotcha and others do whatever they wanted. Think about it when the point is over and then say something to smooth things over. But I never expected that the gap in strength between the two sides would be so big. Advertisement. The show ended so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. Your Majesty, you are speaking harshly. I have just learned this method, so I don't know the severity. It has made Gotcha and the others suffer. But don't worry, they are not in serious trouble. I will help them out now. 11. Kuroba thrust the soul sword into the ground with his backhand. The white cold air rolled back under the blade, surrounding Froga and others, and even Gotcha in the air. As if being pulled, the ice on the body quickly unsealed and turned into a stream of cold air, which was reabsorbed by the soul sword. Everyone who had been frozen couldn't help shivering, and quickly hugged their bodies and breathed to warm themselves up. The only thing is, it looks a little bit miserable. Astonishingly, Gotcha fell from the sky just after the ice was lifted and before he had time to react. That butt definitely feels uncomfortable. Ahem, Froga, you are good at fire attribute magic. Let's light a fire to keep everyone warm first. Undine moved away the pity gaze that fell on Gotcha. As the dignified leader of the Elven Guardians, he ended up in such an embarrassing situation. If word spread, I'm afraid Heart Kingdom would lose face. However, this cannot be blamed on Gotcha. If we are to blame, we can only blame them. They were too naive and wanted to take advantage of the monster. The fluctuations in space suddenly surged out. Kuroba frowned, sheathed the soul sword with his backhand, and saw a crack in space, tearing open directly. He grabbed Kuroba's hand and turned around to dive into the space wormhole. Otherwise, it would be bad if the Dark Tripolar took advantage of the crisis caused by the Eye of the Midnight Sun to attack the Heart Kingdom again. Advertisement, however, he still gritted his teeth and spoke quickly. Captain Kuroba, this joke is not funny, it is an elf guardian, Cobb hurriedly retorted. After seeing Kuroba's methods with his own eyes, if he is asked to take the blame. Lord Petica, I have disappointed you just now. However, if Eye of the Midnight Sun really plans to reincarnate their souls, I think they will definitely hide in the corner and cry when they meet Captain Kuroba. They will regret it to their guts. It's also green. Looking at the ripples of space that completely disappeared before their eyes, Lolopechka and Undine looked at each other helplessly. Looking at Cobb with an eager look on his face, Kuroba touched the tip of his nose helplessly, coughed dryly and said, Ahem, this is actually my doing, and has nothing to do with the Dark Three polarity. I Chang's words were finally cut off by the healing space wormhole door. Feeling the eyes falling on him, Rucha's face was a little confused. Especially looking at the embarrassment of Gotcha and others, this whimsical idea did not dare to linger in my mind for too long. They believed that it would be easier to destroy the Heart Kingdom. Everyone, I'm sorry. I just received information that Eye of the Midnight Sun has started to take action. Lord Julius requires Captain Kuroba to return immediately. Captain Kuroba will definitely be held accountable afterwards. They dare not offend this monster. You came here in such a hurry. Did Eye of the Midnight Sun start taking action? However, after seeing the expressions on Gotcha and others' faces, they wanted to find a hole to crawl in, and the words reached their throats, and finally they were swallowed back into their stomachs. Captain Kuroba, is Mofei's Dark Trio turning back to attack the Heart Kingdom? If the situation changes, we should report it to Lord Julius as soon as possible to prepare a response strategy. Cobb, who was Magic Emperor's official errand boy, walked out first and was startled when he saw the unusually embarrassing situation in the field. Chapter 285 Before the Storm. Please subscribe. Hiding in the corner and crying? Lolopechka was startled and said, Gotcha, are you okay? What do you mean by this? As an ally, Lolopechka clearly knows that the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom is not only facing attacks from the Spade Kingdom. At the same time, you have to deal with Eye of the Midnight Sun's crazy plan. It would be the best if Kuroba's strange method could really work. Lord Petica, if you don't believe us, you must also believe Gotcha. The attack just now was not only so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye, but the cold attack penetrated deep into the soul and even the soul was frozen. Flora stepped forward and said with a scared look on her face. If it were ordinary ice magic, I would have melted it long ago. As the Flame Demon Master among the 5 Guardian Angels. If the outside world knew that he was frozen. 14 This is probably a big shame. In the future in the Heart Kingdom, I don't know where to put this old face. Can even the soul be frozen? Lolopechka was stunned. It's not that she doesn't believe what Fraga and others say, it's just that this matter is too incredible. Little Petica, don't think too much. If this kind of thing happened to other people, I would never believe it. But that person is the leader of Kuroba, which is another matter, Undine said with a wry smile. He is not comparable to ordinary people. Advertisement. Little Petica, if you are so worried, you are not really moved by Fanshin, are you? What moved Fanshin? Undine, if you tease me again, I will ignore you from now on. Lolopechka's cheeks turned red, she glared, turned around and ran away. As Undine said, after witnessing Kuroba's various endless methods, the so-called impossible will become possible in his hands. Within the kingdom of Four-Leaf Clover, with the morning sun, it shines on the earth like broken gold. The huge Wongi realm should be crowded with people, but it did not appear. There are only a few guards on the huge street who patrol from time to time. In the past, this would never have happened in the city. This seemingly quiet street adds an inexplicable feeling of depression. It gives people a feeling that the storm is coming and the building is full of wind. In the camp located in the northwest corner, a group of people wearing black violent bull costumes were scattered around the field in boredom. Except for a few energetic guys who were severely punished by the eldest sister to Chitong, everyone else was waiting in place unusually calmly. However, from time to time, his eyes would glance at the angry Kaitong, fearing that he might accidentally get into trouble. Red. Chitong's sister, would you like some wine? Vanessa yawned, put on her cool clothes, took out a bottle of wine and shook it. As an old alcoholic, a day without drinking would be worse than death. If it weren't for the Magic Emperor, in order to deal with the danger of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, he would have issued a gathering order in advance, abandoned his dimple, and came to this aristocratic ghost place. Sister Vanessa, aren't you Mofei a little bit nervous? Kaitong glared and said angrily. Advertisement seeing this enthusiastic and unrestrained welcome, I looked directly at Chitong. Also, I am Hong Tong, not Red Tong. Why do other women look so eager to try? Worried about that guy? Chitong spat out all the wine in one gulp and said angrily. Does this need to be imitated? Vanica, one of the 3 levels of darkness, was eliminated by Kuroba. However, the next development was so fast and smooth that Finral did not even transfer the second piece of information. I know you lost to Captain Kuroba and changed to red eyes. Vanessa opened the wine directly, took a satisfied sip, and handed it over. Sister Akahomi, are you so nervous because of the upcoming attack by Eye of the Midnight Sun, or are you worried about Captain Kuroba's safety? A lot of things happened afterwards, but without the dangerous Heart Kingdom, Laurel still cared about her exotic feelings. A space crack was opened directly, and soon Cobb was seen dragging Kuroba out. Seeing Kuroba who was unscathed, Vanessa took the lead in calling the leader and then directly rewarded Kuroba with a puff pastry. I won't worry about that kind of gangster. He's the dark tripole. How can he pretend to be a hero to save the United States? He doesn't even bring me, the one who knows the devil's information best, with him. He deserves to be killed. I deserve to die? It seems I came back at the wrong time. Captain Yami, where is he? About what happened in Heart Kingdom. When Finneral arrived at the Heart Kingdom, he directly sent back the first-hand information about what happened in the Heart Kingdom. Originally, Finneral had the mentality of calling for help 863 and asked the Black Bull Group to move reinforcements. I simply forgot about it and reported back the whole story, and that was how I felt. Chapter 286 Use violence to solve problems. Please subscribe. What's wrong, Deputy Captain Chitong? Your face is red. Do you want a hug too? Kuroba was finally let go by Vanessa and said teasingly. Chitong suddenly came back to her senses, and said with a shy face. You're thick-skinned. I blush because my skin is good. What does it have to do with you? Don't forget, you are the leader. If you haven't heard back any news for so long, you are remiss. If it weren't for Magic Emperor, let us wait for you here. I would have to go and see if you were infected by the three-polar blackness. Kill it. However, I see that you are in a bit of a state of embarrassment. It's good to be able to save your life. If those guys from the three-pole darkness didn't kill you, you're lucky. As a spy who was ordered to lurk in the Spade Kingdom, Chitong knew exactly how powerful the three black polarities were. At the same time, what power is behind them? She thinks that Kuroba's strength is very good. However, once faced with the dark free polarity of the devil's full power, not even Magic Emperor dared to claim a guaranteed victory. She didn't believe that this frivolous guy could get any benefits.
Are you talking about that crazy woman who played with curses and blood? I accidentally almost killed her, but she seemed to have been rescued by that guy named Zenon. Kuroba took Vanessa's wine and took a sip casually. Road. Are you talking about Vanica, who has 3 black polarities? According to the intelligence, she can release 75% of the devil's power. Captain Kuroba, the joke of false intelligence is not funny. Pipe. Quote. Kai Tong was stunned for a moment, said urgently.
A joke? Kuroba smiled, shrugged, and said, you can ask her next time we meet. By the way, where is Captain Yami? Advertisement. According to the information he provided, Magic Emperor Julius should have successfully avoided Bartley's assassination. This should be regarded as the most radical change in the plot of the original work. In the next development, with Julius in charge of the overall situation, he will never sit idly by. Captain Kuroba and Commander Yami have been summoned into the palace by Lord Julius. Before he left, he mentioned that what happens in the royal realm depends entirely on Captain Kuroba. You're the hope of the whole country. Vanessa stopped Chitong and said while belching wine. The hope of the nation? Kuroba almost spat out blood. Unexpectedly, he was sold directly as soon as he came back. If I had known that there was such a mess, I wouldn't have been lazy at Heart Kingdom last night and would have run back early. HMPH, what's the matter? I'm too boastful. Do you have the confidence to cope with this situation? Chitong gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. If you beg me, I might consider helping you. However, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she saw Kuroba's finger falling on her forehead with a look of disbelief on her face. You girl, you just like to have sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. Doctor, please stop for a while. I think that since you were forced to gather together, Lord Julius should inform you of the precautions. Kuroba, Lord Julius, did tell us the ins and outs of this matter. Noel finally found the opportunity and said urgently. Advertisement. From the moment Eye of the Midnight Sun obtains the last magic stone, the final step of the elf reincarnation ritual they seek will begin at any time. Once it is turned on, any corner of this kingdom, or in other words, anyone in the Magic Knights, may be possessed by elves. It can be said that once that time comes, anyone, including those present, may be an enemy. When Chang's words fell, the situation that was originally a bit tense suddenly became depressing. They are not afraid of any enemies, but what I fear most is that in the same Magic Knights, people I know well will become enemies. Once that time comes, let them personally defeat this so-called enemy and even kill the people. This is definitely not what they want to see. Captain Kuroba, are you confident? Or do you have any countermeasures? Mimosa clenched her fists and asked urgently. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Kuroba. Even Kai Tong, whose face was full of displeasure, also showed urgency. Countermeasures. Kuroba touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, actually, I don't have any countermeasures. Water will come and earth will cover up the troops, and there is nothing that can be solved with a beating. Let's just give it to. Use violence to solve the problem. Chitong couldn't help being startled and shouted urgently. Anyone can do this kind of thing. That guy Yami keeps saying that you have a way and makes us all rely on you. This is a waste of time. Why lure the snake out of its hole? If I had known we would have taken action against Eye of the Midnight Sun's lair early in the morning and eradicated it. Chapter 287 starts, Elf Reincarnation Ritual, please subscribe. Seeing the impatient Kai Tong, everyone present was stunned. They had known that the deputy leader had a bit of a vehement temperament, but his harsh and angry attitude made him feel like a jealous and unreasonable little girl. However, facing Chitong's little girlish attitude, Kuroba smiled warmly, reached out and flicked her forehead again, and said, you also said that if you want to eradicate the weeds, there will still be a surprise in the end. If you have to worry, I can only tell you that if your fists don't work, use a knife. There is nothing that can be solved with one knife. There are problems that can only be solved with 2 knives. Having said this, Kuroba paused for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and said, "It's finally here, it seems like I can't hold it back any longer." You? Chitong covered her forehead and suddenly became angry. It's a pity that he can't beat him, and he can't talk about it. The only thing he can do is to kick his feet twice. However, in the face of Kuroba's last words of 630, Chitomi and others also began to notice something strange at the scene. Not only was the air vibrating, but the intensity of the permeated magic power was also increasing. This kind of powerful magic fluctuation that affects an area is not something ordinary people can achieve. Come on, Lord Julius, shall we wait here? In the magic tower office, Nozzle was the first to speak. Looking at the rising magic concentration on the magic detector, I couldn't help but frown. As one of the leaders of the Magic Knights, he already knew from Julius's mouth what would happen once the elf reincarnation ceremony of the Eye of the Midnight Sun began. Haha, Captain Nozzle, don't worry. Kuroba is here. Since he intends to plot Eye of the Midnight Sun, he is absolutely sure to handle what happens next. Advertisement Yami, who was leaning against the window, put away a trace of worry on his face and took a sip of wine. Don't forget, our mission is to stay here and wait for the boss of Eye of the Midnight Sun to arrive and cut off the black hands hidden behind the scenes. If we can't deal with this hidden guy, I think Boss Julius won't even be able to sleep peacefully. This slightly teasing tone makes people feel a bit unreliable. However, facing Yami's words, there was no way to refute. They don't know what is hidden behind the scenes. However, since the other party can cultivate a force like Eye of the Midnight Sun, it is possible to cultivate a second time. If you can't get rid of the root cause, you will have to live in constant worry and panic in the future. Haha, Yami, you are serious. I gathered you here just in case, Julius said with a smile. However, unlike your Black Bull, who has Captain Kuroba in charge, in other nights, it is still unknown how many people will be possessed by elves. Captain Nozzle is worried that it is normal. According to the information, the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun has not passed through our magic barrier yet, which proves that everyone still has time to go back. Yami, Leona, and the royal family's Kira are here, so there won't be any problems for the time being. Just go back as soon as possible. Regarding Julius's words, he was instantly nodded in agreement by all the group leaders present. With Kuroba as the instigator of Black Bull, Yami can stand and talk without back pain. But they, the leaders of the Magic Knights, can't do that. It took them a lot of effort to establish a Magic Knights order until today. Advertisement, especially those noble groups, every life is involved in the intricate relationships within the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. The most important thing is that many Magic Knights, except for the leader who can be sent to the public to take charge of the strength, are mostly bastards. Once a spirit-possessed person appears in the magic group, the group may be destroyed waiting for them. As you command, Julius. Nozzle turned around and left first. The remaining leaders of the Magic Knights also quickly followed. All of a sudden, there were only a few people left in the huge office. Watching this scene, Julius put his hands behind his back, suddenly stood up and looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him and said, "It's begun. The intensity of the magic power is indeed unprecedented." Boom! The powerful magical light beam instantly penetrated from the huge corpse of the demon god, directly breaking through the lead cloud accumulated in the sky, forming a huge funnel shape. Everyone in the closest Haji village was alarmed. Faced with the changes that had occurred in the demon god, and the rumors that had been going on, many people fell to their knees on the ground with a thud in fear, and knelt down to beg for mercy. However, Bartley and the others who were inside the devil's corpse deep inside did not pay any attention to what was happening in the outside world. Seeing the last magic stone embedded in the stone tablet, the huge elven magic power collected by Bartley and sealed in the body was completely released. Feeling this powerful force, Bartley's face was filled with madness and he said angrily, "Here it comes. I have finally been waiting for this moment. I want to make that hateful guy encounter the sniper attacks of all the elves." Chapter 288 ended before it even started. Please subscribe. Here we are, finally here. I want that hateful guy to bear the wrath of all the elves. Bartley roared with a ferocious expression. The 10 magic stones embedded in the stone slab quickly lit up. The magic light pillar that was originally rising into the sky was emitting aura that was rising even higher. Today, I will use all means to resurrect all the elves, and this time, we will destroy mankind. Bartley held his cheek and roared ferociously. As for you, you are just the cornerstone of our resurrection. The cornerstone of resurrection? Richter, what did you say? The excitement on Raid's face suddenly froze. He, Sally, and Valtos were all found by Bartley when they were desperate. It can be said that they have always considered themselves to be the strongest cadres in the Eye of the Midnight Sun, second only to the 3 demonic eyes.
What do you think this is? Bartley's smile became more ferocious and said, "Of course it is a sacrifice for the resurrection. It has been decided from the beginning when you were given your real names."
You are as stupid as that guy. Let me go to the last step. After you die, I will let the Black Bull be ********* D accompany you and let him know that after I complete the elf reincarnation ceremony, humans will perish through his hands. Go to hell. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the 3 raids exploded into pieces. Hidden in the strong demon zone, it is a suspended mountain castle belonging to Wongi Chuangyan's base. Advertisement: those humans who were selected as members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun were also exploded into pieces as sacrifices. For a time, no matter where you are in the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, everyone can see that the sky has already been illuminated like daylight. The strange scene and the powerful fluctuations of magic power made people look at each other in horror. A huge magic vortex spread out in the sky of the four-leaf clover kingdom, looking extremely deep. It feels like opening a door to time and space. At the same time, the selected elf substitutes in the four-leaf clover kingdom directly emitted strange human magic fluctuations. This kind of magic power fluctuation is rising steadily as time goes by. Everyone's body is also changing rapidly. When everyone reacted, the huge four-leaf clover kingdom had already risen, and dense beams of light reached the sky. There are so many of them that one can feel their scalp numb just by looking at them. Haha, here it comes. This is the magic power that belongs to our elves. This is the pure power that is closer to nature. Finally, we no longer need to use the disgusting power of humans. As long as Richter is completely resurrected, I can tear that guy apart myself. Bartley laughed ferociously. With a flip of his backhand, a dazzling spectrum of light appeared in the void. What is recorded on it is the topographic map of the four-leaf clover kingdom. As for the glowing point, it is clearly the location of the reincarnated elf. However, after going through the reincarnation ceremony, Raya believed that she could stop him by her own means alone. Advertisement: he is born close to nature and possesses more pure and powerful magic power than humans. Placed in the zero domain, it is also a top-level existence. Please give me flowers. Hey, there are actually two reincarnated people's reactions at the Black Bull's stronghold. Bartley was startled and said. Looking at Bartley, who was looking crazy, Raya didn't say a word and directly killed the space wormhole and said, taking into account the time, Fana and Vetto should also be resurrected. Let's wake them up first. This can ensure that, completely suppress them. The elves are a race that nature loves. It can be said that through the spirit reincarnation ceremony now, it is through recalling the fifth spirit possessed by the soul of the past. Thus, the magic power possessed by the current body overlaps. When his eyes fell on the detection map that looked like a spectrum of light, his expression suddenly stiffened, and while his pupils shrank, his face became even more unbelievable. Raya, you were right. When Fana and Vetto are revived, they will definitely want to tear that guy apart with their own hands, Bartley said through gritted teeth. Feeling this huge transformation of magic power, Raya couldn't help but clench her fists. However, this overlap of magic power is not as simple as 1 + 1. Raya, let's go and let the four-leaf clover kingdom completely fall into despair. At least, in Raya's eyes, his strength has increased by more than 3 or 4 times compared to before the elf reincarnation ceremony. No, it's impossible. How come there are 2 of them and it's over before it even begins? Okay, let the guy from the Black Bull know how powerful the elf's transformation is. Before that guy comes back, let the knights under his command pay the price with blood. Magic Emperor Julius was not successfully assassinated. Chapter 289. I am the beginning of despair. Please subscribe. The temporary base of the Black Bull group. 2 dazzling light pillars shot through the sky and the earth. The huge magic power rolled back like a frenzy and instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Feeling the breath of luck and gauche, and the changes in their bodies, many people present subconsciously step back. From the very beginning, after they received the notice from Magic Emperor Julius, they had already been prepared for whether there were any chosen reincarnations in the Magic Knights. However, now that I have witnessed it with my own eyes, I am still a little bit overwhelmed. Luck, gauche, hold on, those mere elves will never take your body away from you, Magna shouted first. As Luck's best comrade in arms, Magna is extremely confident in Luck. Luck turned back indifferently, and said completely different from his usual neurotic appearance. What a pity, you humans weak will cannot resist the aloof elves. Also, you ugly humans are not allowed to talk to us, you are not our companions. Let's start with you first. Boom. The lightning flashed across a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Magna in an instant. The right hand has already been covered by the Thunder God's weapons, and the sharp armor claws are blooming with raging thunder. You can't keep up with the power of thunder, one, Luck smiled grimly. It seems that he has seen Magna's head being killed by Zhou Chen. Noel and others were already on guard all around. At this juncture, only Vanessa and Shatong could react in time. Unfortunately, it's one thing to react, and it's another thing to be able to take action in time. In their calculations, they never thought that the other party would be attached to the fastest Luck once he was reincarnated. Advertisement at the same time, with the power of the awakening of the elves, this power became even more rapid. There is simply not enough time for Vanessa to unfold the red thread that disrupts her destiny. However, this is also because their actual combat experience is not cautious. As a reincarnated person, Kuroba knows this well. If you talk too much, you will die. If you start, you will make a big move. Sorry, I caught you. With the inexplicable words, everyone just felt that their eyes were illuminated again. When he came to his senses again, Kuroba had already taken the lead and came to Magna, grabbing Luck's wrist with one hand. Thunder. Luck's expression suddenly changed. A moment ago, he was full of confidence and even boasted about Heiko. I never thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Mr. Elf, what did you say about humans just now? Can you say it again? Kuroba smiled warmly. Luck's face froze, and he roared angrily. You be ********* humans. Dare to be arrogant in front of me. 500 years ago, we swore that when the elves are reincarnated and resurrected, you humans will be destroyed in despair. Thunder attribute magic thunder fury. Boom. The violent lightning was released by Luck in one breath. The huge thunderball formed quickly rolled away in all directions. In Luck's eyes, the violent thunder contained in this move alone, with the blessing of the elves, was enough to crush the hateful human in front of him in an instant. What? Luck's eyes nearly burst open, his face full of disbelief. Advertisement through the endless lightning, the first thing that caught his eye was a scene that subverted his cognition. Kuroba opened his mouth wide, and was instantly affected by the violent thunder that hit him. In full view of everyone, he was directly swallowed up by the whale. When a burp sounded, all the dazzling lightning in front of him had long since disappeared. Luck was confused. No, it should be said that everyone present was stunned. At least, in their eyes, this crazy behavior of swallowing lightning alive is difficult to accept no matter how many times they see it. No. It's impossible. You are not human. Such violent thunder and lightning can break even rocks with a slight touch. Who are you? Luck exclaimed. When he subverts his cognition and discovers that the power he possesses is of no use. Not to mention humans, even elves would find it difficult to accept it. What are you asking me about? Kuroba smiled warmly and said, didn't you just say that? I am your despair. No, it should be said that when you come here, it is the beginning of despair. 5.3. Luck was confused. As an elf reincarnated, his memory still remains 500 years ago. When going through the reincarnation ceremony, Bartley passed on some information about the current world to them. However, most of them still stay at the level of human beings, who should be able to be easily crushed. This idea is indeed correct. At the moment just now, the changes in other people's expressions made it impossible to guess. Only this weird young man in front of him exudes a feeling from beginning to end. The Taste of Despair. Chapter 290. I am determined to be this hero, please subscribe. Get out of the way. Ghost shouted coldly and stood up. Mirror magic multiple reflections. Buzz buzz. Magic mirrors were quickly generated out of thin air, turning into hundreds in the blink of an eye, and instantly locked on Kuroba's body. The dazzling beam of light detonated instantly without any hesitation. It turned into a series of bolts and quickly shot towards Kuroba. When Ghosh, who is possessed by a spirit, takes action, he is undoubtedly taking a gamble. With so many partners around him, Kuroba didn't dare to hide, so the only thing he could do was to directly receive the attack. What's more, in Ghosh's eyes, hundreds of magic mirrors send out intensive attacks. No matter what methods Kuroba used, it was difficult to completely resist his attacks. Once a gap is exposed, it is a good opportunity for them to reverse the situation. 14. Brother Kuroba, let me help. Vanessa stood up in a hurry. Unfortunately, compared with the speed of her magic, the attack speed of Ghosh's magic mirror is undoubtedly not comparable to hers. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the attack was already close at hand. Luck also turned into lightning in a hurry and retreated violently. It can be said that Vanessa and others clearly know that the only person who can escape this attack is the fastest Kuroba. However, in the presence of many companions, will he really escape? However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a biting cold wind rolled back without warning. Ice creates magic hyphenation point Silver World. Boom. The white frost was like a tide, instantly capturing everyone's attention. When his vision recovered, he was the first to catch sight of it. Except for the huge ice curtain blocking the way, the temporary stronghold with a radius of 1 kilometer was completely covered by ice crystals. Advertisement as for the incoming beam attack, it was directly deflected and dispersed the moment it landed on the ice. Luck, who was running away to Ghosh, was immediately frozen. The speed of the ice at this moment was such that even Ghosh, who was more than 10 meters away, had no time to react. Shadow magic black tide shackles. A black shadow quickly passed under the ice and appeared behind Ghosh in the blink of an eye. The next moment, red pupils rushed out from the black shadow, and the black shadow blooming all over his body turned into 7 or 8 black tentacles, wrapping around Ghosh. Be careful and leave quickly. Kuroba frowned and shouted urgently. Kai Tong was startled at first, but soon saw Ghosh inside the ice crystal, bursting with dazzling light. The ice layer covering the surface quickly cracked and spread like a spiderweb. Boom. The ice exploded instantly, turning into debris all over the sky, heading toward Kai Tong. At the same time, a figure that was exactly the same as Ghosh rushed out from behind without any warning, reaching out to catch Chitong. Chitong's expression suddenly changed. She never thought that Ghosh was possessed by an elf. Not only in times of crisis, the magic mirror can be used to defend against the frozen power. I don't know when I copied another version of myself with the help of a magic mirror. Facing this attack like a combined attack, Kai Tong was about to turn into a shadow again and escape into the darkness, but it was obviously too late. There is no other way. I originally wanted to play longer, so let's end it early. Kuroba sighed helplessly. He took a big step, and he didn't know when there was a staff knife in his hand. When the footsteps fell, the entire figure twisted and dissipated in place like a mirror image. Humans can't compete with elves in their tricks of magic, but you can't be a hero and you can't save her. Ghosh was startled and shouted loudly. Sorry, I'm determined to be this hero. A familiar tone came into my ears. Advertisement Chitong and Ghosh couldn't help but be startled. They hurriedly followed the sound and caught their sight first. It was already more than 10 meters across, and I didn't know when I crossed them. Kuroba pulls out the hidden sword staff with his backhand. No, it should be said that it is sheathing the sword and staff. At least, that's what the scene in front of you looks like. Jung. After the crisp sound of the sword disappeared, Kuroba smiled warmly. I'm sorry, I've already killed you. Boom. the mirror image on Chitong's chest was suddenly torn from behind. The next moment, he exploded on the spot. This is the result of the attack damage sustained by the mirror image exceeding the limit. Watching this weird scene, Gauche, who was possessed by the elf, finally felt a heart-piercing pain in his chest. Phew! Blood arrows spurted out like a tide. A huge sting hit him, and Gauche couldn't control his attack at all. He was overturned and fell back 7 or 8 steps before he managed to stand firm on the ice. He looked down at the ferocious slash marks on his chest that spanned from his abdomen to his shoulders. This is just mind-numbing. At that moment, the attack that was supposed to be a sure thing was not only ineffective. Moreover, he still has no way to fully see the way and duration of Kuroba's movements. The most important thing is that I don't even know how I was killed. Chapter 291. Can't wait to cut it down first, please subscribe. Phew! Scarlet blood splashed out like fireworks and scattered on the ice, giving people a dazzling feeling. Chitong and others looked at Gauche, who was possessed by the elf. On his chest, there were shocking wounds without any warning, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Quick! Too fast! In their eyes, the blow Kuroba gave Gauche was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, as if he was teleporting. Boom! Luck broke free from the ice and quickly landed beside Gauche. They looked at each other in shock and reached a consensus instantly. Stupid human being! How dare you hurt my precious body, sister! Gauche shouted urgently, ignoring the injury on his chest. No matter who you are, you probably don't want the people I host to die in front of you. Let me tell you one thing, unless we are willing to leave, no matter what means you use, you will not be able to get rid of us. Of course, if you are cruel enough, you will also kill your companions, otherwise don't prevent us from leaving. Otherwise, if you make us anxious, don't blame us, just explode the souls of your companions. Without these words, the possessed Gauche and Luck suddenly turned around and left. After seeing with their own eyes how extraordinary the young man in front of them was, they knew clearly that the strength of the two of them alone was beyond their reach. The only way is to join up with others as soon as possible and kill this hateful human being in front of him. Sorry, it seems that they are just unlucky. They happen to meet someone who doesn't like to be threatened, Kuroba said with a warm smile. I think if they knew that they were dying for their country, they would be very happy. Jung. Advertisement. The crisp sound of the knife sounded again. Gauche and Luck turned back suddenly, their expressions suddenly stiffened. Looking at the hidden sword cane that Kuroba slowly opened in his hand, a hint of cold air spread over it without any warning. As it dispersed with the wind, the temperature dropped slightly. Looking at Kuroba with a warm smile on his face, whether it is Gauche or Luck. Even Magna and others couldn't help but think of a pronoun in their minds. Devil. This is simply the devil's behavior. Captain Kuroba. Magna was anxious. He and Luck have always been competitors and have a brotherly relationship. If he had to go blank and watch Luck being killed, Magna couldn't do it. However, before Magna could speak clearly, Vanessa stopped her with her hand and said, "Don't worry, I believe Captain Kuroba will definitely rescue Luck and Gauche. What we have to do is here, waiting room." Waiting for the answer. Gauche, who was possessed by the elf, was stunned. Originally, he was still holding the other members after hearing Kuroba's decision. In order to save his companions, he stopped this crazy leader. I never expected that I would now choose to sit back and watch. This is undoubtedly pushing them into the furnace to die. What's wrong? Why didn't you run away? Are you afraid? The smile on Kuroba's face became brighter and brighter. Gauche and Luck suddenly came back to their senses, their expressions suddenly distorted. 500 years ago, they were harmed by humans. 500 years later, just after they were resurrected, they were despised by humans again, which undoubtedly touched their inverse scales. Advertisement. The two of them suddenly raised their heads and roared ferociously. Okay, very good, I want to see if you can really watch your companions die. As the resurrection of the elves, if we can drag you into hell by sacrificing our souls, we will be very happy. After witnessing Kuroba's strength and methods with his own eyes, intuition told the possessed elf that the young man in front of him was very dangerous, and he might even seek revenge on the elf, causing huge obstacles. Thinking of this, the violent power began to stir as their souls burned. Sorry, you talk a lot of nonsense. I can't wait for you, so I'll kill you first. A familiar tone came quietly from behind the two of them. While the heartbreaking pain swept through their chests and bodies, there was also a biting chill that penetrated into their souls. Boom. There was no blood splattering, only faint blue ice crystals blooming, immediately sweeping across the body. When they came to their senses, the soul that originally controlled this body was frozen and worthless. No matter how they struggled, they became motionless. A weariness that penetrated deeply into the bones of the soul came over like a tide. At the last moment when they were awake, they could only vaguely see that everyone around them also looked in disbelief. Perhaps in the end, they were not the only ones who could not see clearly the attack. Clang. Tides of ice and frost covered the ground beneath their feet once again. The two soul lights quickly dimmed on the two of them. Eventually it disappeared completely. Chapter 292. The first luxurious gift. Please subscribe. Bartley, what happened? Raya looked at Bartley, whose face was ashen, and became the first to lose his temper. Especially when I saw that two of the light spots representing the number of reincarnated elves were annihilated in an instant. This made Raya nervous. The reactions of Adam and Hera disappeared. They were defeated, and even the connection between their souls was completely blocked. Bartley suddenly woke up and said as if he was nervous. According to intelligence, that is the temporary stronghold where Black Bull is located. Black Violent Bull. Raya was startled for a moment, and hurriedly grabbed Bartley's arm and said, Bartley, calm down. It's only a short minute or two before the reincarnation ceremony comes. With the strength of Adam and Hera, he will definitely not be killed so quickly. It must be Magic Emperor Julius. He listened to that guy's suggestion again and used magic to interfere with the connection between our elves. Don't forget, we are 940 nobler than humans. We are elves favored by nature. When our souls are born in humans, our strength will only become stronger. The moment she saw the light disappear, Raya had the same reaction as Bartley. However, Raya's sense of superiority as an elf made it difficult for Raya to believe that someone could take down two powerful reincarnated elves in a minute or two. Raya, you are right, this must be the case. Bartley regained his composure and looked at the detection light spectrum again. However, just in case, I decided to mobilize the reincarnated elves nearby and go to the Black Bull's stronghold. No matter what happens anywhere, they can definitely suppress it directly. As he spoke, Bartley's movements in his hands were unambiguous. Advertisement through the connection of the elf reincarnation ceremony, orders were quickly issued. As long as they are in the royal realm, the possessed original magic knights begin to move towards the Black Bull group. 38 reincarnated people. Raya's expression changed slightly. This time, there were only more than 100 elves reincarnated through the elf ritual. Among them, a small part have no fighting skills, and a small part need to be used as the basis of the magic circle for the final reincarnation. Therefore, there are about 60 or 70 remaining elf reincarnations who can participate in the battle. Now Bartley suddenly divided half of it to surround the Black Bull group's stronghold. This was undoubtedly a small test. However, Raya knew clearly that Bartley did this just to avoid the fact that the hateful boy who always opposed them had returned. Raya, those who want to do something big must act with caution. Our most fundamental purpose is to open the Shadow Palace, resurrect Master Richter, and complete the true reincarnation of the elf, Bartley said enthusiastically. As long as Master Richter presides over it, we can use the reincarnation ceremony to more easily open the door to another world and resurrect more tribesmen. At that time, BECF, it will be enough to destroy all mankind. When that guy comes back, he will be very satisfied. This is the first luxurious gift I gave him. Thinking of this, the image of Kuroba's desperate defeat flashed through Bartley's mind. The grievances that had been accumulating in my heart made me want to get my wings and go to Wolf to vent my anger immediately. Don't worry Bartley, you have put in so much effort and you will definitely succeed. Raya patted Bartley on the shoulder and said. It's getting late now. Let's gather the people of Saphira quickly and use their magic power to open the final seal. Advertisement. No matter what happens in the Black Bull stronghold, the 38 reincarnations alone are enough to delay us for enough time. As for Magic Emperor Julius and others, leave it to me, Vetto and Fana. Bartley agreed silently. It can be said that Raya's words express his inner thoughts. At the same time, the Wongi realm has already become chaotic, especially the Magic Knight's stronghold where a large number of magisters have gathered. As the reincarnated beams of light soared into the sky, every stronghold became commotion. Regarding the matter of the reincarnation of elves, all the group leaders have already reminded them. However, looking around, the former companions who had experienced life and death suddenly turned into enemies. The aura exuded was not only completely different, but also more powerful than before. This is undoubtedly unacceptable to many people. Stop, Ragus, I am Solid, the deputy leader of the Silver-Winged Eagle. If you dare to do the following, I will make you pay the price with your blood. In the stronghold where the Silver-Winged Eagle is located, Solid, one of the 3 royal families and the brother of Prince Noel, roared in anger. The grimoire in front of him was flying with a dazzling light, staring at the henchman who suddenly took action against him, and took action angrily. The Magic of Water Creation Sea Python, Chapter 293. Are you scared away? Please subscribe. Water Creation Magic Sea Python. Boom. The seawater transformed by magic power quickly condensed into a sea python of more than 10 meters in front of Solid. He opened his mouth and walked towards Nils, who was shining with light. This is a 4th domain level magister under his command. With the strength of his 3 domains, Lida was confident that he could easily suppress him. Dirty royal blood, this kind of magic power fluctuation is simply ridiculous. Nils raised his hand indifferently and swung it directly at the incoming seawater python. Boom. The cold air rolled back, and the incoming sea python was quickly frozen. The sea python, which originally seemed to be aggressive, was stopped in an instant. The cold air in the sky was so fast that it was chasing Solid and Nebra. Seeing the offensive being dismantled in an instant, Solid's face suddenly turned pale. It's impossible. My magic has been broken by low-class people. Nebra, hurry up and save me. The biting cold wind was like a death call at this moment, sending chills down one's spine. Nebra, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment. She is indeed a member of the royal family, but she is good at fog magic, and her main function is just to provide cover. Under such a large scale and rapid attack, it cannot play a big role at all. The only way is to watch the attack rapidly enlarge in the pupils. Mercury's creation magic silver shield, bang bang bang. Advertisement shields made of mercury condensed in front of them out of thin air. The sky was full of frost, which crashed down on the shield like a tidal wave, making a dull sound like frost hitting banana trees. Brother Nozzle, you are finally back. Nebra and I tried our best to defend the castle. Solid's face showed ecstasy, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Don't be too happy. Protect yourselves. There are 12 reincarnated elves in the stronghold now. They are approaching here. If Noel is here, they may be able to solve them in the shortest time. Nozzle fell from the sky. The huge mercury giant eagle flapped its wings and attacked Nils with a majestic sound of breaking through the air. Noel, Solid and Nebra were stunned. For a long time, their brother and sister did not like to see this sister who looked exactly like their mother. Sora has huge magical power, but cannot control freedom, and has become a laughing stock in their mouths. It can be said that as brother and sister, they are happy to see Noel become a joke to the royal family. It is even more disgusting to Nozzle, who is a genius. However, they never expected that Nozzle would actually say such words of importance to Noel. This subverted their understanding. Of course, if they knew that everything Nozzle did was due to her sister control attribute, all her little thoughts would be gone. It's the civilian Black Bull. If it weren't for him, Noel wouldn't be able to control that powerful magic power. Nebra gritted his teeth and said. Solid also clenched his fists angrily, his eyes flickered, and said, Nebra, don't worry, I have already thought of a good way. As a member of the royal family, if Noel can become stronger under guidance, we can certainly do the same. Boom. A dull crash echoed. The giant vulture transformed from mercury directly tore open the ice-blocking Nils. Why are you still wasting time here? This is a battlefield. Let's fight it quickly. I'm afraid all the people guarding outside will be eliminated. There are also 11 reincarnated elves coming this way. Nozzle shouted coldly. Grimoire in front of him burst out with dazzling light. Advertisement. Mercury creates magic and crosses the cage. Boom. He could only activate his magic power in a hurry to form a series of ice crystals around his body for defense. Not to mention, the upcoming 11. Like chains, they instantly surrounded Nils at tricky angles. Under the perception of magic power, the elves that were approaching here suddenly stopped. In the void, the mercury giant vultures fluttering in flight collapsed at the same time. Unfortunately, as the leader of the Magic Knights, Nozzle's strength is obviously not comparable to that of Solid. However, as soon as this idea emerged in their minds, Solid and Nebra were confused the next moment. The attack power and speed of those mercury chains that shot away suddenly increased sharply. The ice crystal wall was crushed into pieces in response, and Nils who was hiding in it was wrapped like a rice dumpling. 0A4 Domain Mage who was reincarnated by an elf, they are no longer opponents. It can be said that this is definitely a tough battle. Seeing the unavoidable attack, Nils's expression suddenly changed. Solid and Nebra, my nerves suddenly became tense with a cold snort, the magic power coming out of his body surged like a frenzy. Seeing that the blow was successful, Nozzle's expression darkened and he said, they're here, ready to fight. Boom. Did Mo Fei see Nozzle's strength and was scared away? Chapter 294. Maximizing Hatred, please subscribe. The huge hall fell into a brief silence. In the magic perception, he repeatedly confirmed that the reincarnated elves really left quickly. Solid was the first to show ecstasy and said, Brother Nozzle, you are so powerful, you actually scared away all the reincarnated elves. If this matter spreads, everyone will be impressed. Brother Nozzle's reputation will also rise. He can also kill the Black Bull recently. In the Magic Knights, there has always been competition. As a silver-winged giant eagle controlled by the 3 royal families, it has always been second only to the strongest Magic Knights, the Golden Dawn 60. Solid and Nebra have always been prejudiced against the Black Bull group that has always been at the bottom, especially the Black Bull group that made an exception for Noel. It just made them never expect that this Magic Knights had always been looked down upon by them. Time and time again, it became the talk of the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom after dinner. In particular, I have witnessed with my own eyes that the new leader of the Black Bull group, Kuroba, has the power and means to overwhelm the royal family. For royal families like Solid and Nebra, who have always been self-righteous, it is simply a huge shame. Nowadays, it is rare to encounter Nozzle frightening away 11 reincarnated spirits. How could we not package it well and brag about it, so as to earn some reputation for the silver-winged giant vulture? Solid, lower your head quickly. Nozzle frowned and shouted urgently. The grimoire in his hand was flying rapidly and bursting with dazzling magic light. Solid's expression froze, and the whistling wind could be heard in his ears. Without any time to think about it, he hurriedly jumped forward and rolled to escape. Completely disregarding the so-called etiquette, advertisement. The 7 to 8 meter windblade, which had lost its target, instantly locked onto Nebra's body. Seeing this sudden attack, Nebra, who only knew a little about blinding, was at a loss for a moment. Mercury's creation magic thick iron shield. After the words fell, Mercury took the lead and turned into a thick giant shield in front of Nebra. The next moment, a windblade of 7 or 8 meters in size crashed into it. Boom. The hurricane collapsed, and a shocking slash mark appeared on the giant Mercury shield. If Nozer hadn't taken action just now, I'm afraid Solid and Nebra would have been killed long ago. Who dared to attack us secretly? Brother Nozzle, scared away 11 elves. Solid got up in embarrassment. Nozzle, who had always been serious and paralyzed, had her cheeks twitching slightly in response to the boastful words that were on her lips and immediately brought out. He's not an idiot like Solid and Nebra. It is clear that these reincarnated elves have an arrogant temperament and are even more superior to humans. It was unscientific to scare them away just by defeating the elves possessing Niels. HMPH, humans are indeed stupid people, and you still claim to be a royal family. I think you are worse than an idiot. A reincarnated elf glanced at you with disdain. It turns out that Nyers was defeated. No wonder he didn't accept the order and went to encircle and suppress the enemy. Got an order? Solid said anxiously, confused. You elf are just trying to be mysterious and delaying time to ask for help, right? Advertisement. 11 reincarnated elves received the mission and went to encircle and suppress the enemy. Who is the enemy? With so much effort, bragging should be drafted. After personally experiencing the battle with Niels, who was possessed by a reincarnated spirit, Solid knows very well that once a person is reincarnated by an elf, not only the human's magic power will increase dramatically. You will also be endowed with the magical power of nature's loving elves. Once the two magic powers are combined, it is not as simple as 1 + 1. HMPH, you humans are all useless beings. Of course you are not worthy of us elves joining forces to encircle and suppress you. This must be an error in the order that caused the 18 elves to be dispatched together. The reincarnated elf said proudly with disdain. 38. Is this a joke? Solid and Nebra were stunned. Originally, the 11 reincarnated elves were dispatched together, which was already surprising. There are still 38 people popping up now. Do you still plan to let people live with this reincarnation lineup? This is no joke. It seems that guy is finally back. Nozzle frowned. You won't forget that that guy is the most capable person, right? The 38 reincarnated elves are very dangerous to other people, but I think it is the elves who need to be careful, and they cannot be measured by common sense. When the elf reincarnation revealed everything, the first figure that flashed in Nozel's mind was Kuroba. Only those who are special enough are eligible to enjoy this kind of special treatment.
At least, Nozel thought, except for Kuroba. In this noble world, no one can draw Eye of the Midnight Sun's hatred to the maximum value than Kuroba.
Chapter 295 The Moving Target. Please subscribe. You said we elves will regret it? The reincarnated elves sneered contemptuously. You humans are not only as weak as you were 500 years ago, but you are also so hypocritical. 38 elves gathered together are enough to raise a mere human country to the ground. Our resurrection this time is to destroy all of you humans. Didn't you say that we elves will regret it? I'm going to see who gave you the confidence to say such shameless words. I'll spare your lives first. After leaving these words, Richard turned around and left in the wind. Solid and Nebra rushed out in a hurry. Brother Nozzle, let's go and capture him quickly. A lone elf reincarnation is a reward for nothing. Idiot. Nozzle's face darkened slightly, but she still quickly chased after him. However, as soon as they rushed out of the hall, they suddenly saw Nebra and Solid. They were stunned and their faces were extremely ugly. 14. No. Brother Nozzle, let's leave the achievements of an elf to others. Brother Solid, they seem to be staring at us. Nozzle frowned and her pace became faster. As soon as he came to the two of them, Nozzle's expression changed due to those contemptuous looks. All Golden Dawn people? The gathering of elves all over the sky made Nozzle unable to remain calm. In particular, the leading elf reincarnations are all from the Golden Dawn. A rough estimate of the number is at least 12 or 3 people. Most importantly, these reincarnated elves from the Golden Dawn were originally magisters with outstanding strength within the Magic Knights. Advertisement now, with the magical blessing of the reincarnation of the elves, the strength is not as simple as a 1 + 1 increase. Richard, what's going on? There are 3 dirty royal blood here. Lei Tuoer adjusted her glasses and spoke first. As a woman who can join the Golden Dawn, not only does he possess powerful magical talent, but he also has the ability to think calmly. Most importantly, she also has extremely special magical means. They said that in the stronghold of Black Bull, there are humans that we elves regret, so I plan to save their lives and let them see how stupid and naive humans are. Our resurrection represents the beginning of the destruction of humans. Richard stopped and looked back with contempt. Really, human beings are indeed arrogant. Langris, who stood at the head with a cruel and ferocious face, turned around and smiled ferociously. I vaguely remember that the last time I woke up, it was related to the Black Bull. Since they are of dirty royal blood, deal with them first. Space magic flapping wings of the fallen angel. Rock magic giant soldiers attack. Sand magic sandstorm hurricane. Lines of magic light up, making the sky colorful. Nebra and Solid's faces suddenly turned pale, and their feet and legs were trembling. They began to regret why they rushed out just now. Idiot, you really think you are that brat Kuroba? Why don't you get out of here? Nozzle roared angrily, and activated the grimoire in his hand to the extreme. Advertisement. Mercury's creation magic hyphenation point absolute silver defense. Boom. All the offensives in the sky fell on the defense formed by Mercury. At the same time, the violent explosion airwave rolled back. The sky filled with light soared into the sky, submerging the huge castle entrance in the blink of an eye. For a time, the sand and dust rolled back, and large buildings collapsed. Looking at the messy ruins, Latour raised her glasses and said, "They seem to have mentioned something about Kuroba just now. Do we need to find someone to find information about this human being?" "No need. I seem to have heard this name when I was forced to awaken last time," Langris said. "He seems to be just a newly promoted leader of the Magic Knights. Black Bull is only at the bottom of many Magic Knights. We don't need to waste time on 317. What's more, we are 38 elves who went together to destroy a base of the Knights, just by chance." "I agree too." Alkidra also nodded silently. As the elves expressed their opinions one after another, the 38 elves chose the right direction and left quickly. Seeing this scene, Nozel, who was hiding in the ruins, came out with the two extremely embarrassed people. However, as soon as he stood firm, He was the first to catch sight of the huge thing at the end of the sky in the distance. The magic power fluctuations emitted resonate with the magic power of the reincarnated elves in the entire Wongi realm. The enemy's base camp is finally here, Captain Kuroba. This moving target is really easy to use. It has attracted many reincarnated elves, which has reduced the pressure on us. Magic Emperor Julius appeared without warning, smiling warmly. Road. Next, we should also act according to what Captain Kuroba said, hoping to truly eradicate the root cause. Chapter 296 Waiting to send someone to the door, please subscribe. Black Bull's temporary base. A biting cold wind spread throughout the venue. Looking at Luck and Gauche who were frozen for a moment, everyone present couldn't help but rub their eyes. The scene just now was too fast. Before they could react, everything was over. Captain Kuroba, is Luck okay? Magna was the first to lose his temper. He and Luck have always been rivals. He is very aware of the means and strength he possesses. Taking into account the increase in strength from the elf reincarnation ceremony, it should have reached the existence of a realm or even a zero realm. He didn't expect that Kuroba didn't even take a single move, and he almost burped. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that all this is true? Magna, don't worry. Captain Kuroba will not really kill him. Let Luck calm down first and find a way to expel the spirit in his body before waking him up. Jangna Shabo patted Magna on the shoulder and said. What we need to pay attention to now is the behemoth over there. The enemy's base camp has also arrived. It seems that it is time for a decisive battle. Base camp. Magna and others subconsciously followed their gazes, and the first thing they saw was a mountain floating in the sky. The huge magic power emanating from the whole body is undoubtedly filled with a lot of negative emotions like the reincarnation of the elves. However, seeing this behemoth flying to the final destination of the castle deep in the royal realm, Magna couldn't help but let out a long breath and patted his chest. Fortunately, we are not here, otherwise we would really have to ask Finral to move reinforcements. Advertisement, no, it should be said that we should let Finral take us to escape immediately. Captain Kuroba, don't you need to go and support me? I don't think so. With this contribution, Captain Yami can make up for the stars he deducted by destroying several streets and bathhouses before. Come in Magna's eyes, this enemy's base camp is definitely a place of crouching tigers, hidden dragons. At least, there are many experts from Eye of the Midnight Sun. For them, this is a huge death threat. However, with Kuroba's level of strength, this is a walking achievement. Magna, don't be too happy too soon. It's probably too late to let Finral take you away now. Chitam's face showed a hint of seriousness, and he walked out of the crowd. It's not that this guy doesn't want to join in the fun and continues to stay here, but he just wants to wait for his head to be delivered to his door. Having said this, Chitam looked back at Kuroba and said, I sensed a huge magic reaction. It seems that Luck and Gauche were eliminated by you in an instant, alerting the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun. Can't you spend more time just now, play with them, and don't solve it too quickly? How many elves are coming now? Is it 10 or 15? Are there a group of elves coming? Magna and others were stunned. They know that Kuroba has been targeted on his way to becoming strong. However, this is too exaggerated. Captain Kuroba, don't worry. We are all here to support you and give you enough time to delay. As long as you do the same as before, just like Luck Gauche, just solve them one by one quickly. Advertisement, I, Finral, am a member of the Black Bull, and the heir to the Vod family. I will never back down. Finral hurriedly patted his chest and said. However, his eyes soon straightened a bit, and the indignation on his face became stiff, and he stammered, Captain Kuroba, is it not too late for me to leave now? Finral, what are you talking about? Aren't we going to fight side by side? Magna patted Finral heavily on the shoulder. When he followed Finral's gaze, his expression also became stiff, and he stammered, Captain Kuroba, am I dazzled? There are at least 20 or 30 people here. Can you and Finral leave first? 20 or 30 people? Noel and others were also stunned. Looking around hastily, I soon saw the end of the sky, the reincarnated elves pouring in this way, using magic. Kuroba, what's going on? Let's hurry up. Chitam's expression suddenly changed. Even as the deputy leader, she couldn't hold back anymore when faced with the shocking scene in front of her. Didn't you see that the enemy's main camp has passed? No one can spare their hands to support me now. Kuroba smiled and patted the ice chips on his body. What's more, are the 38 elf reincarnations scary? I still want to catch them all, but there are fewer people than I thought. Catch them all in one go? Phew. Magna and others felt their skulls roaring. An elf reincarnation almost made them burp, and even suffered a lot. Now there are 38 people coming at one time, and Kuroba still thinks there are too few. If you haven't heard this with your own ears, who would want to believe it? However, what they are most eager to know now is how Kuroba will solve this situation. Chapter 297 I became super strong, please subscribe. Eye of the Midnight Sun is really generous. It allowed 38 elf reincarnations to come here at one time. You think highly of me. Kuroba smiled warmly and walked out. Leave this to me, you can step aside, one person? Magna and others were stunned. Even Kai Tong is no exception. The arrival of the elves after seeing this lineup was beyond their expectations. However, he already had the intention of fighting to the death. Now when Kuroba opens his mouth, he puts aside his bold words and challenges 38. Even if they heard it with their own ears, no one would believe it. The incoming elf reincarnations suddenly stopped, and the shock on their faces was quickly replaced by anger. These reincarnated elves were resurrected as avengers. Everything is for the purpose of bringing desperate destruction to mankind. Holding 650 full of anger for the first time in 500 years, yet being despised by others. This is a shame. Okay, very good. Human beings are indeed stupid, Langris said with a faint smile on his face. I remember the last time I woke up, I seem to have met you. Let me think about it, you seem to be quite powerful and defeated me who was not fully awakened yet. However, it is a pity that now I have completely awakened through the elf reincarnation ceremony. The combination of human power and elf power is no longer what I used to be. Now that I have become stronger, I will kill you as soon as possible and then go back to meet Master Richter. Space magic flapping wings of the fallen angel. Boom. Grimoire, suspended in front of Langris, suddenly burst into dazzling light. The next moment, Becca, violent space magic surged on Langris's body surface. Advertisement along with the majestic sound of breaking through the air, it turned into a series of bolts and rushed straight towards Kuroba. The distance of 1,000 meters is just approaching in the blink of an eye. Finral's expression changed dramatically, but he was stopped by Kaitong's reaching hand. Stop, pass me by. Now let's see if he really severely damaged Vanica, who has 3 polarities of darkness. If he really narrowly defeated the crazy woman, he might actually be able to fight against the elf in front of him. As an undercover agent who has been lurking in Spade Kingdom, Chitong clearly knows the troublesome aspects of the 3 polarities of darkness. During his undercover career, he almost lost his life several times. I don't believe Kuroba, who severely injured Vanica and almost killed her. Now 38 elf reincarnations have arrived, just in time for her to find out. However, as soon as this idea sprouted in his mind, Chitong felt the temperature of the air flowing around him suddenly rise sharply. Sorry, not only have you become stronger, I am super strong now. I hope you can survive, otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain later, Kuroba said warmly. Facing the incoming spheres of destruction, he clenched the hilt of the knife with his backhand, and violent magic exploded like a tide. Everything is turned into ashes, and the blade flows like fire. Torch. Boom. As soon as the sword came out, the blazing flame exploded like a furious wave. It turned into a tsunami and hit the 38 elf reincarnations head-on. The incoming space magic was instantly swallowed up by flames like paper. Feeling the blazing waves of air coming toward you, and the sky-wide flames that quickly filled your pupils. The leader, Langris, was startled at first, and then showed a horrified expression. No, it's not possible, I remembered it, why are you stronger than before? Advertisement, Latour, help me quickly, clockwise. Latour moved first. Her magic is to change the trajectory of anything by reversing the clock compass. As a spellcaster, Latour knew clearly that as long as the compass pointer successfully rotated one circle. The flowing blade in his hand was like fire. The moment the flames rolled back on the blade, it struck down again from the air. Kuroba smiled again. Flames filled the sky, pouring down on the compass. The faces of the 38 elves suddenly turned green. The huge pointer, under the crazy urging of Latour, was finally turning. With a devastated posture, he bumped head-on into the struggling compass. However, facing the huge wave of fire in front of her, Latour didn't dare to be too confident. Boom. Become her winning attack method. Boom. As expected of the reincarnated elf. After fully awakening, his strength is indeed good. The space suddenly exploded, and the air flowing all over the sky showed a trace of stagnation. The overwhelming flames in front of him will be returned to Kuroba. Under the frantic urging of Grimoire in front of them, a compass measuring tens of meters in size instantly blocked their way. However, if one sword isn't enough, let's use 2 swords. The violent flames burst out like a volcano again. A dull cracking sound sounded, and the moment he looked at the compass, spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Chapter 298. Broken arm at the beginning, please subscribe. Boom. The second knife fell, and the flames exploded. The whole world is like turning into a furnace, swallowing everything in front of it in a rolling and crushing manner. The reversal compass, which had struggled to support itself, had cracked. The next moment, there was a crisp cracking sound, and it was instantly penetrated by flames. 38 elf reincarnations were instantly swallowed up by flames all over the sky. The formed flame tornado rolled back towards the sky. It can be said that at this moment, no matter where in the royal realm, everyone was shocked by this violent fire attribute magic power. Facing this wave of hot air that swept through the entire Wongi world, people instantly felt an inexplicable suffocation. The violent scene caused the faces of Magic Emperor and other knight leaders who were in the imperial city to change suddenly. Even the floating mountain stronghold that rolled over from the sky and was suspended directly on the castle also came to a brief stagnation. Sir Julius, what is this? One of the guards was the first to lose his temper. They are both magisters, but compared to the kind of magic in front of them that can instantly affect the entire world, this is the first time they have encountered it. It's Captain Kuroba. It seems that he successfully attracted a large amount of firepower, but relieved us of the pressure. Julius looked back and saw the 3 figures imprisoned by time magic, with a trace of solemnity on their faces. I didn't expect that not only Marx and Cobb, but also Owen was possessed by the reincarnated elves. It seems that this time, we still underestimated the methods of Eye of the Midnight Sun. In Julius's eyes, Marx, Cobb, and Owen are all his personal magicians. Advertisement: this is not because of how strong they are. Mainly because their magic can play a very good supporting role. What's more, if you encounter an enemy that even the Magic Emperor cannot defeat, in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, besides Kuroba, it may be difficult to find other beings who can fight against it. However, Julius never expected that the scope and number of elves reincarnated this time were completely beyond his expectation. Even Owen and the others, who are only auxiliary magisters, are completely included. Most importantly, after being possessed by the reincarnated elves, their auxiliary magic has made huge breakthroughs, turning magic into combat magic. This was an eye-opener for Magic Emperor Julius. Boss Julius, your focus seems to be a little off. Yami took another look at the direction of the flames, took a deep breath of the cigarette and said, I thought I knew early in the morning that the Eye of the Midnight Sun would launch an elf reincarnation ceremony, and everyone was on guard. However, I never expected that there were only 3 group leaders who could gather here, and even the Stinky Mantis was caught. In the Kingdom of Four-Leaf Clover, there are 9 demon knights in total. Among them, except for Vangeance, the leader of the Golden Dawn, whom I knew from the beginning. The only magic knights who can arrive here to join together, besides Yami, is the silver-winged giant vulture Nozzle. Fuegolian from the Lion King. This attendance rate is less than 1/2. Just one elf reincarnation ceremony cut half of the magic knight's combat power. This is like breaking an arm right at the beginning. Advertisement, please give me flowers. 0, HMPH, you thug, who would be so stupid as to be the lackey of the elves. There was just a traffic jam on the road, so I just killed a few guys who were in the way. A slightly wretched figure flashed out of the darkness, landed on the platform, and looked up at the huge fortress in the sky. As expected of the headquarters of Eye of the Midnight Sun, this astonishing amount of magic power can make one's scalp numb. It seems there are a lot of things worthy of being cut. Jack poked out the impotent man's long tongue and licked it, pressed dry lips, with an interested expression. The only regret is that you, Yami, are not reincarnated. If you were the same, I would have an excuse to kill you openly. Are you too ugly? They don't like you anymore. Among the 9 magic knights, Jack and Yami have always been the leaders of the bottom magic knights. Moreover, the 2 of them were also from lowly commoners and refugees. They have always been competitors who quarrel whenever they meet. However, it is also an existence whose strength cannot be ignored. If Yami shouts to break through himself, he can cheat. Then Jack the Ripper's tearing magic can transform while killing people. Ability to change the characteristics of tearing magic with the help of innate sense. This can tear apart any magic, including space magic. In the original work, after Yami was taken away by Zenon, who had 3 polarities of darkness, he was one of the first group leaders to be arrogant and show his intention to save people. Jack, you are seeking death, why don't we find a place to practice? Chapter 299. We can also be comrades in arms, please subscribe. Haha, of course I want to practice with you, but time doesn't allow for it. I have more hunting targets that I can speak clearly. Jack licked his lips and looked at the palace, the huge rock fortress ahead. Feel the surging magic emanating from it in this special way of appearing. Everyone present also had a hint of solemnity on their faces. I thought that attracting the 38 reincarnated elves away with the help of Kuroba would reduce their pressure and increase their confidence. I never expected that in the end, only 4 of the 9 leaders of the magic knights would be left. Faced with the premise that once reincarnated and selected as 407, the strength will skyrocket. The lineups of both sides were declining, and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom was obviously still at a disadvantage. Boss Julius, they're coming out, what should we do? Yami took a puff of cigarette and showed a solemn expression. The rest of the people also looked up. Magic Emperor Julius frowned and said, there are more people than expected, and there are extremely powerful beings among them. We alone may not be able to completely control the situation. Let's proceed as planned. Yami and others were startled for a moment, and then nodded silently. Originally, they had thought about using their own absolute strength to control the situation controlled by Eye of the Midnight Sun. However, now, most of the leaders in the Magic Knights have been possessed by reincarnated elves. In all likelihood, the Magic Knights were also manipulated. In the event of a head-on conflict, they obviously do not have the advantage in terms of numbers and strength. Coming, Jung. A golden beam of light, transformed into a sharp blade, bloomed in the sky without warning. Advertisement in full view of everyone, it crashed down with force, and a series of explosions echoed in the air along the way, as it chased after the Magic Emperor. Yami and others' nerves suddenly became tense. Only Magic Emperor Julius stepped out with a warm smile on his face and pressed his right hand suddenly in the air. Time-binding magic and the collapse of timekeeping. Buzz. The incoming light blade suddenly stopped in midair. The next moment, the golden sphere of time instantly covered the attack. Accompanied by the timing compass on the surface of the sphere, after a circle. The slashes that covered it collapsed in the sky and the earth. It turned into golden light that filled the sky and dispersed with the wind. Seeing how the unparalleled attack was easily disintegrated as soon as they took action, Yami and others did not feel surprise. Instead, his eyes were locked on those figures surging out. The leader, except Bartley who possessed Vangeance, and the 3 magic eyes. The possessed group leaders also appeared one by one. However, what attracted their attention the most was the man who even Bartley, the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun, could only follow behind him. The magic power emanating from the body is so strong that it vaguely overpowers other people. Faced with this man who suddenly appeared and even Bartley, the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun, voluntarily supported him, the expressions of many people present suddenly change. The situation was already very difficult, and now a stronger existence has appeared. This undoubtedly made the pressure further aggravated. Advertisement. As expected of the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, he was able to neutralize my attack with ease. Bartley smiled teasingly. However, this time the elf reincarnation ceremony is beyond your expectations. Most of the magic knights you trusted have become wedding dresses and become the power of our Eye of the Midnight Sun. Bang bang bang. Waves of powerful magic power exploded in the elf's body. It turned into a beam of light and soared straight into the sky. The violent magic that rolled up all over the sky formed a hurricane and swept through the entire main world. This demonstration-like move directly alarmed all the magic knights who were still fighting. However, in the face of this violent scene, Yami and others were indifferent, making Bartley's expression stagnant. This is a door-to-door demonstration. It was also a step for him to reverse the situation and move towards victory. Under Kuroba's successive concessions and humiliations, Bartley was eager to use the results of the elf reincarnation ceremony to conquer you and even the entire magic knights. Those guys who looked down on them back then should feel desperate for their stupid actions. However, the scene presented in front of you now is a bit unscientific, right? What's wrong, Chief Bartley, are you surprised? Julius said with a warm smile. Captain Kuroba, as you have already mentioned, let us welcome you here and assist you in opening the Shadow Palace. Or, you can understand that Captain Kuroba intends for us to join forces to deal with the enemies hidden behind you. At this point, Julius's smile became even wider and he said, we can also be comrades in arms. Chapter 300 does not develop according to the normal plot, please subscribe. The small voice swept through the whole place like a hurricane at this moment. The expressions on the faces of Bartley and other elves suddenly became stiff. In their eyes, from the beginning of the reincarnation ceremony, the elves and humans should be on opposite sides. However, when Magic Emperor Julius opened his mouth now, it was not a bad word. On the contrary, we can become comrades in arms with each other. This answer undoubtedly caught people off guard. Julius, your joke is really not funny, or should I say, that guy asked you to do all this. A trace of distortion flashed across Bartley's face, and he suddenly clenched his fists. Originally, Bartley was filled with anger over Kuroba's repeated gift of magic stones. I thought that the unexpected success of this reincarnation ceremony would make Kuroba pay a heavy price for his insult and be filled with regret. The other party's statement was as difficult to accept as ever. Yes, this is what Captain Kuroba asked me to do, Julius said, putting away the smile on his face. He said this is the best way to win-win, and I hope you can accept it. Julius had already expected Bartley's reaction. However, he wanted to find out even more what kind of medicine Kuroba sold in his gourd. What exactly is the enemy hidden behind the scenes? Advertisement. There is no way for any one of them to win alone. It's him again. Why does he ridicule me like this 3 times? Bartley covered his face and roared with a distorted expression. What kind of enemy is hiding behind the scenes? This is simply nonsense. When the sun sets today, only we elves will be the real winners. At this point, Bartley glared angrily, with such a ferocious look that his eye sockets seemed to burst out, and said, so, there is only one way in front of you. If you want to prevent us from taking the last step of elf reincarnation, the only way is to block us here. But, can you alone do it? Boom. The powerful magic power dormant in Bartley's body exploded like a furious wave. The 3 magic eyes behind him also activated their magic power to the extreme. For a moment, coupled with the elves whose auras were released just now, the accumulated lead clouds in the sky above Wongi realm seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible giants. Looking from a distance, it seems as if the sky has been torn open. The demonic pressure that shrouded the world was like a mountain, pressing down on the heart, giving people an inexplicable suffocating feeling. Dear Magic Emperor, have you seen this lineup? Bartley smiled ferociously. Mo Fei, now, do you think humans can still fight against us elves who are favored by nature? In other words, you are determined to die and prevent us from opening the Palace of Shadows, the passage to the underworld, so that the descending elves can completely merge with this single body. Once that time comes, the soul of the original owner of this body will also become a sacrifice and be sent to the underworld, never to be reincarnated. Yi Chang's words, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sounds, echoing in the world and unable to disperse for a long time. Advertisement faced with these aggressive words, even Yami, who was usually completely out of tune, tightened his grip on the katana at his waist. Don't say that there is any change on the other side, as long as Magic Emperor has the slightest order, he will definitely rise up. Not to mention the remaining 3 group leaders. Feeling the atmosphere in the venue, a sense of tension suddenly increased. Bartley smiled teasingly, and at the same time tensed the muscles in his body, raising his fighting nerves to the extreme. As soon as Magic Emperor Julius takes action, he will inevitably face his resolute offensive. However, as soon as this idea sprouted in Bartley's mind, the first thing that caught his eye was Magic Emperor Julius, who had restored a warm smile on his face and made a sideways gesture of invitation. Since we can't reach an agreement, then you can continue. This is also the order of Captain Kuroba. Bartley was stunned. No, it should be said that all the elves present are no exception. After saying so many harsh and tense words, the next step is to fight to the death at the risk of one's life. Now Magic Emperor Julius not only did not take the lead in fighting them, but also took the initiative to make way for them to continue the elf reincarnation ceremony. The scene in front of them gave them the feeling that it did not develop according to the normal plot at all. You are teasing me, you must be teasing me, Bartley roared angrily. The grimoire in front of him burst into dazzling golden light and quickly flew away. I know that you just used words to paralyze me, and then you attacked and killed me violently after I let my guard down. We have experienced the treachery of you humans 500 years ago. Chapter 301 The Chill That Goes Deep into the Soul. Please subscribe. The tense atmosphere in the huge battlefield suddenly disappeared. Looking at Magic Emperor Julius with a warm smile on his face, he took the initiative to step back and give in, making a gesture of invitation. Not to mention Bartley and other elves, even Yami and others, the muscles in their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. In their eyes, this confrontation, which was clearly a life and death battle, should be about to break out. Now it's like a house full of guests, inviting guests in. What's wrong? Don't you believe in our good intentions? Julius smiled even more. However, my heart is also full of melancholy. In fact, he never thought about it. He would suddenly counterattack all the people in Eye of the Midnight Sun, and then rescue Vangeance, whom he had always valued. It's just that my strength doesn't allow it. Originally, after not seeing the elf reincarnation ceremony, Magic Emperor still felt a little confident when faced with this scene. However, now that the three demonic eyes have been resurrected, Bartley is in trouble, and there is also a man with an indifferent expression who is surrounded by people. And hundreds of elves reincarnated, the leader of a group of magic knights. With this lineup, Magic Emperor is confident of resisting. However, it may be too difficult to defeat and keep them all. Not to mention suppressing them and forcing cooperation to lead to the hidden mastermind behind the scenes. Julius, you are insulting the incompetence of our elves. I will tear you apart before setting foot in the Palace of Shadows. No matter who comes today, I will not be able to stop you. Bartley's eyes roared like fire. The magic power dormant in the body exploded crazily. The whole person looked like a demon bathed in golden light. Advertisement. Even the holy image of the elf on his body was shattered by anger. No one expected that they would mobilize their troops and go to great lengths to come here to start a war, intending to recover the shame caused by Kuroba during this period. You will encounter even more humiliation. Faced with Julius's invitation, he gave them the courage to punch the cotton. There is a feeling that there is no place for the energy to come out. Looking at Bartley, who was so angry that he almost went berserk, Yami and others' cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. In addition to fighting for Bartley, facing an opponent like Kuroba who doesn't play according to common sense, I feel the connection between Tsukasa. What's more, Bartley's hysterical burst of magical power completely overwhelmed them, and was several times stronger than the intensity of Vangeance in the past. This alone is enough to show that Bartley became stronger after being completely liberated during the reincarnation ceremony. Elf guy, if you want to fight, we will fight with you to the end. However, aren't you worried that as time goes by, the 38 elf reincarnations you sent will not be able to stop that guy? Melia jumped down beside the Magic Emperor, followed closely by Kira, who came from the royal family and was the president of the Magic Council. If you are confident that you can take us down in an instant, we don't mind delaying it until that guy arrives, Kira also said calmly. For a time, the atmosphere once again became tense. Looking at these two uninvited guests, Raya, the leader of the three demonic eyes, showed a hint of dignity. Eye of the Midnight Sun is an entity that wants to subvert the four-leaf clover kingdom. Of course, he knew exactly what difficult talents the four-leaf clover kingdom had. The two people who suddenly appeared now were the three beings they least wanted to encounter. That guy again. I asked 38 elf reincarnations to ambush him. Even if he has wings, he will never appear here. Bartley roared again and again. Today, I want to see if you can hold on long enough, or if he has the ability to get there before I kill you. Advertisement boom. If there is really no other way, use peaceful means to deal with it for the time being. Buzz. However, this time the ice that appeared in front of them was indeed here. But the most unsettling thing is that there is an illusion like a ghost in the cold wind that is soaring into the sky. The violent magic power exploded again like a frenzy. When the flames burst into the sky and dispersed, a biting cold wind alternately rose up. The first scene that caught your eye made your pupils shrink in an instant. The sound of vibrations in the air came from a distant place. The only thing you can do is to give it a try, facing this sudden chill that penetrates deep into my soul. They have already seen Kuroba's behavior of burning mountains and rivers and freezing them thousands of miles away many times. The biting chill felt like it was piercing deep into the soul. Can they really suppress the Magic Emperor and others before Kuroba arrives? Faced with this bone-deep chill, everyone's eyes turned in vain and were invariably fixed on the street 10,000 meters away. For a moment, both Julius and Yami and the others looked wary. Seeing Bartley going berserk, Julius and the others couldn't help but tense up. It made people shudder. They had done as Kuroba asked. Chapter 302. The evil name is revealed. Chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind. Feeling the biting coldness that filled the world, the feeling that penetrated into the bone marrow, it was almost like a numb scalp. Faced with the overwhelming magic power, Bartley, who almost went berserk, calmed down instantly as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. Looking in the direction of Kuroba, an inexplicable solemnity flashed across his face. Bartley, that guy can't be judged by common sense. In order to ensure that the plan is foolproof, I think it's better to enter the Shadow Palace first and completely resurrect Richter. Raya spoke first. As the head of the three demonic eyes, Raya gained full power through the final resurrection ceremony. However, the huge ice magic power behind him still gave him an inexplicable feeling of intimidation. 620. Bartley, what Raya said is right, let's go to avoid long nights and dreams. After resurrecting Richter, there will be no one here who can stop us. The burly Vetto couldn't hold himself back and spoke. As the three magic eyes second only to Bartley, two of them have already spoken. Undoubtedly, the remaining reincarnated elves felt surprised and subconsciously looked behind them at the place where the magic power was surging. They are very clear about the extent of the strength possessed by the three demonic eyes. Even such a being is troubled by what the enemy looks like. For a time, the huge ruins fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Bartley. Advertisement. Bartley, this is a win-win situation. Of course, you can also say no as the Magic Emperor of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. I will fully support you. Julius said with another smile. However, this time, the massive amount of magic power dormant in his body was released in one fell swoop. Dazzling golden light bloomed in the void, and a grimoire was condensed out of thin air with a size of more than 10 meters. It was condensed with pure magic power. The magic power radiated enveloped the entire world. This huge aura is no less powerful than the devil-killing magic that Kuroba released just now. The expressions of the reincarnated elves present could not help but change slightly. What on earth is it? A reincarnated elf was the first to lose his temper. They thought that in this resurrection, under their anger, all enemies would be crushed and burned like paper. Right now, no matter in the direction of Kuroba, there is a huge wave of magic power emanating. It was Magic Emperor's move that undoubtedly shocked them. Okay, very good, I want to see what tricks you are playing. You will definitely regret letting me enter the Shadow Palace. When we, BEBG, appear again, you humans will die in despair. Bartley clenched his fists and roared with a distorted expression. All along, he thought his plan would be perfect. I learned from Captain Kuroba that the one sealed inside is the superior devil, who is the real enemy of us and the elves. Unfortunately, the elves have a deep hatred for humans. Otherwise, our chances of winning together would be even greater, higher. Advertisement, however, the entrance to the Shadow Palace can only last for a few minutes. Are there really too many brats? After saying these words, everyone's expressions changed slightly, especially Nozzle, who was the leader of the Silver-Winged Eagles. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. Raya on the side was the first to come to his senses and said after giving a cold glance. I believe everyone has not forgotten how powerful the devil is, right? Fuegolian said in a deep voice. Looking at the many figures that disappeared without a trace in an instant, Melileona said with a fighting spirit on her face. But it is definitely not a good place for the elves to go through a lot of trouble to enter. Don't worry, Captain Kuroba's strength is not as simple as we imagined. Now let's think about how to deal with the possible crises inside. They don't know much about the existence of the Shadow Palace. All the elves looked at each other. Let's go. As long as Richter is resurrected, humans will definitely regret this choice. Let's go. After leaving these words, the elves present looked at each other and quickly rushed into the open Shadow Kingdom. I really hoped that we could start a fight just now, but it's a pity that the boy's intimidation power is not small, and he has a vicious reputation. Even these troublesome people are afraid of him. I never thought that Cheng Yaojin would appear at this critical moment. Without any pause, Bartley turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the Shadow Palace torn in the sky. Chapter 303 Kneel down and sing conquer. Don't worry, I also want to see what devil is capable of this time. Nozzle spoke coldly, but anyone could see his clenched fists. As a magic knight of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, everyone present knew very well that Sylva, who was known as the Iron Warrior and the strongest female mage in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, was there that day. It was none other than the leader of the Silver-Winged Eagles and Nozzle's mother. The reason why Ahihai died in childbirth was the curse from the devil, Machukis. Haha, Captain Nozzle is right. That brat has been in the limelight during this period. It's time for us captains to loosen these bones. Otherwise, people outside will really think that we are the Magic Knights. There is only one Kuroba leader. Jack licked his scarlet tongue and said with a sadistic smile. Everyone present obviously agreed with this suggestion instantly. As group leaders, they have their own dignity. At least in the face of this kind of existence like a mastermind behind the scenes, if you don't show your hands, you may really think that their Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom is a mess. Okay, it's getting late. Regardless of whether Captain Kuroba can catch up, we'd better go in first. Magic Emperor Julius looked up at the space crack in the sky that had stopped expanding. It would not be a good thing if the devil is dealt with before he arrives. Let's go. Leaving these words behind, Magic Emperor Julius, inspired by his magic power, took the lead and stormed towards the entrance of the Shadow Palace. Advertisement Nozzle and other group leaders quickly followed without any hesitation. At the same time, outside the Black Bull Group camp, the biting cold wind spread like a tide across the land for miles around, giving people a feeling of coldness that penetrated into the bone marrow. Even if they were planning to plunder the formation, the members of the Black Bull Group also showed their faces. Especially Chitong, who is the deputy leader, has disbelief written on his face. As soon as he took action, most of the forest was frozen. Moreover, these purple ice crystals in front of me give off a weird feeling everywhere. Intuition tells them all the time that this method is far beyond the ice magic they know. Is this the strength of Captain Kuroba? It makes people tremble. The red cloud of alcohol on Vanessa's face suddenly disappeared. I couldn't help but take a sip of wine to calm down my shock. At this critical juncture, the sight of purple ice that seemed to be thousands of miles away was gripping people's hearts. However, after this interruption, the atmosphere obviously relaxed. Chitong and others hurriedly came to their senses, and the first thing they saw was that dazzling magical lights of various colors erupted in the frozen forest. Boom. The ice crystals exploded, and a huge blast of air swept through the entire Black Bull stronghold like a tide. Under the ice chips flying all over the sky, unusually embarrassed figures quickly flew out from them. Every figure exudes a violent aura of magic, with wide, bloodshot eyes and a twisted look, locked on Kuroba. Advertisement, okay. What a human being. Your arrogance finally made us take it seriously. The intensity of the magic power you just burst out is really shocking, we almost capsized in our chests. Please give me flowers, it's a pity that as human beings, you can't be ruthless and attack your host companions. Take this opportunity to severely injure or even kill us. Now let you see what nature's darlings are and what you ants have. There's a difference. Langris, who was surrounded by violent spatial magic fluctuations, was the first to laugh cruelly. The 37 reincarnated people behind him also showed sadistic smiles on their faces. Waves of violent magic exploded one after another like fountains, rising straight into the sky. The extremely unstable magic power in this world was instantly stirred up. It formed an unparalleled magical pressure that completely enveloped this world. Vanessa and others who were among them suddenly turned pale. They have already heard that elves are the darlings of nature that humans cannot match. However, I never expected that these magic knights, whose original strength was only in the 3rd or 4th domain, could actually explode into a strength that was as strong as the 0 domain. If it were just an existence comparable to 0 domain, they might not be afraid. Unfortunately, there is now a group of 38 reincarnated elves. This lineup can probably be described as luxurious. How to fight in the face of this situation? I'm sorry, do you underestimate yourself or underestimate me? I'll give you a chance to kneel down and sing, conquer. Kuroba smiled warmly. This sudden statement swept through the entire workplace like a hurricane. Chapter 304 I'm sorry that your souls were chopped off by me. The warm words echoed on the frozen land. The sudden words made the cruel smiles on the faces of Langris and other reincarnated elves suddenly stiffen. This is explosive. The famous scene where 38 reincarnated spirits exploded together. Now they are asked to kneel down and sing Conquest. Although they don't know what song Conquer is, but this attitude is undoubtedly a shame for them.
Okay, very good. This is the first time for me to see such an arrogant human race. I hope that the strength you show next will be as strong as your tone, otherwise we will not mind and make your life worse than death. 68. 3.
Langris suddenly came to his senses and stepped out. He eagerly wanted to know whether the human race in front of him, who could suppress him when he was not awakened, could still be so arrogant in the face of his fully awakened self. Buzz. The sound of a knife suddenly sounded. Kuroba smiled warmly, and at the moment he clenched the staff and sword tightly with his backhand, the cold air of the underworld came out of his body. Boom. The cold wind at this moment not only gives people a biting taste, but also gives people a taste that goes deep into the soul. At this moment, the souls of Langris and other reincarnated elves could not help but tremble. The steps he took suddenly stopped in midair. At this moment, the fighting intuition from the past seemed to remind them all the time that the young man in front of them was filled with an aura of danger the moment he pulled out his staff and sword. Langris, what do we do? Do we need to retreat? Latour spoke hastily. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Langris. Advertisement retreat. Langris woke up suddenly, his face darkened and he shouted angrily. Latour, I don't want to hear such stupid words a second time, and I believe Bartley and the others don't want to hear them either. This time, we have gathered 38 reincarnated elves to hunt this kid, although we don't know what is strange about him, but don't forget that we are also members of the Magic Knights. The kid just now couldn't take action against these boarded members of the Magic Knights. This is our best talisman. With them here, we can be invincible. Speaking of this, Langris looked ferocious. Now, he should be the one who has to worry, not us. If we just go ahead and do it, it will be enough to kill him. After personally experiencing Kuroba's ultimate move of ice and fire, they have a lingering fear that goes deep into their souls. However, as Langris said, as long as the young man in front of him is not cruel enough, he can even kill his own people. Then they have the talisman of invincibility. It seems that no matter how much talk you say, you can't act fast enough. He shook his head helplessly. But, Langris, I want to ask you something. Who said the soul can be cut? Cut the soul. Langris was startled for a moment, then laughed. Stupid humans, this joke is not good. After the words came out, Langris's expression froze. Kuroba, who was locked deep in his pupils, finally moved. At this moment, the soul lurking in the deepest part of the body was throbbing violently like a baby. The energy of death instantly enveloped the whole body. Advertisement. The first thing that caught my eye was the figure stepping out. Soul sword, 3 songs of nose, swallowtail slash. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded like thunder through the sky. At this moment, it was like a symphony of souls, reaching into the depths of everyone's souls. Langris and the others didn't even have the feeling of a blur in front of their eyes. When they came to their senses, they found that Kuroba, who was standing more than 10 meters away, had disappeared. When he reacted again, there was a sound like the blade being sheathed. Too fast. Langris and others only had this frightening thought flashing through their minds. In their eyes, even Langris, who is known as the most powerful space mage in the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, will need some time to use the method of space jump, and there may be a slight space fluctuation. However, these so-called common senses are completely useless when it comes to Kuroba. At least, when they turned around suddenly and followed the sound. The first thing that caught his eye was a thin figure that was sheathing itself. 3.8. At the same time, there was an illusion emerging behind him, a shadow of the god of death that exuded a biting cold air. When the blade was sheathed, the sound suddenly stopped. A word that sounded like judgment sounded calmly in Kuroba's mouth again. I'm sorry, your souls were chopped off, bang 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 bang. On the bodies of the 38 reincarnated elves, crystals splashed out from the wounds. Light yellow ice crystals bloomed and quickly spread throughout the body. The feeling that appears before your eyes is like blooming ice flowers, giving people a stunning illusion. Chapter 305 Where is a devil hidden? Bang bang bang. Ice crystal flowers bloomed in the field. The biting cold wind passes through the body, giving people a chill that goes deep into the soul. Langris and other reincarnated elves had just reacted, but it was already too late. He just had time to turn around and catch Kuroba's back. The body was instantly covered by ice. What makes them most unbelievable is that even the soul lurking deep in this body cannot escape. The originally extremely clear thinking was accompanied by a chill. In the end, it was like sinking into the cold underworld once again, and fell asleep completely. For a time, there was nothing but the frozen forest on the huge battlefield.
Only 38 human ice crystals remain, giving people a shocking visual impact. 14 inches Deputy Captain Chitong, can you use my 2 slaps to tell me that this is not a dream? We were saved by Captain Kuroba alone.
Finral was the first to lose his temper. However, as soon as these words came out of his mouth, Finral regretted it. He knew clearly that he didn't have much place in Chitong's eyes. Facing the slap that rapidly enlarged in the pupils.
The next moment, my cheeks were on fire. Finral, you are so thick-skinned, it even hurts my hand. Chitong came back to his senses a little, and after glaring at it, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Mo Fei, did he really defeat Vanica, who had Magicula? No, the Devil's Terror is definitely not that simple, and the next group of elves may not be easy to deal with, especially the open Shadow Palace. I'm afraid there may be some problems.
As an undercover agent who has been lurking in Spade Kingdom, Chitong's sixth sense is obviously much more sensitive than others. In this Shadow Palace, she seemed to smell an unusually familiar smell. Advertisement, Captain Kuroba, you are as handsome as ever. The ladies here are all obsessed with you. Vanessa held the wine bottle and rushed forward with a blush on her face. He hugged Kuroba tightly. Such explicit teasing words instantly made Noel and others' cheeks turn red. Even Nero, who has always been cold-tempered, is no exception. Captain Kuroba, I just heard Deputy Commander Chitomi speaking very respectfully to you. Vanessa loosened her hands and said while sniffing the wine. This gesture, if put together in the same room, there will definitely be a story. What nonsense are you talking about, Vanessa? I will not worship this arrogant person. Chitong reacted immediately and blushed rarely. I'm just saying that if you don't rush over quickly, the entrance to the Shadow Palace will be closed. By then, even if you have lost all your glory, you will capsize in the gutter. Of course, Magic Emperor and the others rushed over. I think you went there just for fun. Everyone suddenly came to their senses. Annihilating 38 reincarnated elves in one fell swoop was truly shocking. However, the most important reason lies in the Eye of the Midnight Sun led by Bartley. And Richter, whom they kept thinking about. However, as Chitong said, Magic Emperor is the strongest existence in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. At the same time, there are many leaders of the Magic Knights as support. This lineup may be called the strongest combat force in the entire Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, and no one would refute it. In this case, defeating Eye of the Midnight Sun probably won't be a problem, right? Of course, under this premise, there are no special factors. Otherwise, maybe even Magic Emperor and others will capsize in the gutter. Advertisement, haha, Deputy Captain Chitong, you are still silly and naive, as always. Kuroba smiled warmly, raised his hand and gave a burst of chestnut, which hit Chitong's forehead. You. Chitong was furious all of a sudden. Kuroba, your joke is not funny. The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sound at this moment, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time without any way to dissipate. Don't you always hit the devil so hard in your mouth? Chitomi's expression froze, and she suddenly grabbed Kuroba's shoulders and said urgently. As the deputy leader of Black Bull, he is also an undercover ace lurking in Spade Kingdom. If I told you that there is a superior devil hidden inside, would you believe it? Kuroba, what right do you have to call me stupid and naive? If you can't give me a reasonable reason, don't blame me for being rude. Only Nero stared at Kuroba with a shocked face. It is precisely for this reason that Akahitomi and Kuroba took on 403 at this juncture. You're welcome. For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on Kuroba. Only when facing Kuroba will you feel like you were hitting a wall. Even Yami felt a headache from Chitong. You said that there is a devil lurking in the Shadow Palace, and it is a superior devil. Is this true? In her eyes, it had been hidden for 500 years and should be a secret that no one knew. In front of the word, devil, the word, superior, means powerful. As an undercover ace lurking in Spade Kingdom, Chitong believes that no one understands the terror of devil better than him. Kuroba smiled and rolled his eyes. Chapter 306 I'm the best at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Nero was stunned. I feel like I can't see through Kuroba. No, it should be said that she had this strange feeling since early in the morning. However, this feeling is even worse now. At least, in Nero's eyes, even the reincarnated elves don't know what happened 500 years ago. Why is it that this young man in front of me can easily point it out with just one word? Especially, these times come down to everything Kuroba does. Let a ridiculous idea emerge in Nero's mind. It feels as if everything is going according to Kuroba's control. Okay, you better use less energy with your little head. You won't forget that there are still things to do, such as rescuing a master. Kuroba smiled and reached out and rubbed Nero's head. Kuroba didn't pay much attention to what she had in mind. This time, he asked Bartley to summon the Shadow Palace, and everything was aimed at signing in. However, the entrance to the Shadow Palace is now completely closed. The cracks that appear in the outside world are just virtual images. The only way to enter the Shadow Palace again is to seek out the first-generation Magic Emperor Lamille, who sealed the devil 500 years ago. Kuroba, do you mean Prince Lamille? How do you even know these things? Nero's expression changed drastically. Although in this era, the deeds of the first-generation Magic Emperor are also passed down. Advertisement, however, most of the deeds are superficial. There are very few detailed descriptions of what really happened. Not to mention, this is an opportunity to resurrect the first-generation Magic Emperor. Nero, the Prince Lamille you are talking about is not the first-generation Magic Emperor, right? Noel woke up first and said, Captain Kuroba means that you have the means to resurrect the first-generation Magic Emperor. Is this a joke? As one of the 3 royal families, Noel obviously knows a lot more than ordinary people. Lemmel's name may not be comparable to the resounding title of Magic Emperor. However, based on the experience of the Noel royal family, it was obvious that the whole thing came to mind at once. This is no joke. The most fundamental way to resolve this long-cherished wish and resolve the hatred between humans and elves is to have the first-generation Magic Emperor Lamille and Richter meet. Kuroba glanced at Nero with a smile. As for why I know these things, you only need to know that the emergence of the first-generation Magic Emperor was only to resolve the grievances between humans and elves. And I am the hunter of the devil. The devil in the Shadow Palace, of course, only I can solve it. This time, Kuroba's main purpose is to sign in into the Shadow Palace, complete the main quest, and obtain more powerful rewards. However, Devil Zagrid, the word spirit sealed in the Shadow Palace, was more or less a mess created by his own hands. As a member of the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, he is also the leader of the Black Bull. Kuroba still knows how to clean up this stall. For others, Zagrid, who is the devil of words, may be very troublesome. However, with the means Kuroba currently has, it is not difficult to defeat it. The most important thing is that Kuroba believes that the system will produce high-quality products. The check-in point of the Shadow Palace was unblocked after a lot of effort. Advertisement: if there were no super rewards, Kuroba's hard work would really be wasted. Cluttered thoughts flashed through Nero's mind. Looking at the completely incomprehensible young man in front of him, his face changed one after another, and he gritted his teeth and said, Captain Kuroba, I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you know so many things, but I still remind you that the devil sealed in the Shadow Palace, and even Prince Lamille, who was the first Magic Emperor, also there's no way to erase it, let alone you. It's not just people who are being cheated. Time is running out now. If you continue to delay Lee's efforts, once Devil is completely liberated, your idol may not even have a chance to be resurrected. Finneral came to his senses. As expected of a Prince fan, it seems I have been underestimated again. Finneral, open the wormhole to the Devil's ruins for me. Nero and I will go back there. However, you have forgotten that what I am best at is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. After all, he could clearly remember everything that happened in the Kingdom of Hearts. Furthermore, I don't care what your intentions are, but as long as you are in front of Prince Lamille, everything is useless, so I hope you don't have any bad intentions, otherwise I will not recognize you as the leader. Ah. Kuroba flicked Nero's forehead, smiled and rubbed her head unscrupulously. As for the whole thing, he hasn't figured out the ins and outs yet. He quickly stepped forward and opened the space wormhole. However, when he thought about it, if Devil appeared in this world, he would not even have the chance to be single. But even the Devil has a hook. Boom. However, what came into view immediately was the shock that was rapidly dilating in the pupils. At the end, Nero had a hint of stubbornness on his face. As for Kuroba's so-called, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Lar nodded silently. Chapter 306. Resurrection of the first-generation Magic Emperor from 500 years ago. Looking at the open space wormhole, Kuroba quickly dived into it. Nero's expression was changing, but in the end he gritted his teeth and quickly followed. In her eyes, as long as the first-generation Magic Emperor can be resurrected, everything can be solved easily, outside Haji village. Above the huge devil's head, a figure fell first. B************** D. Bartley, if he dares to betray us, I will make him pay a heavy price. Raids roared with a twisted expression. Also, that damn brat, the leader of the Black Bull group, dares to tease me over and over again. If he is touched by me, I will definitely make his life worse than death. As he spoke, Raids angrily rushed towards the first-generation Horse Monkey King above Devil's head. He raised his hand like a knife and struck it directly in the face. Dang. A crisp collision sound, 833 suddenly sounded. Under the splash of sparks, there are also ice chips flying. The huge recoil caused severe pain in Raids' jaw. Turning around suddenly, he roared hysterically. Sally, Voltos, are you preventing me from venting my anger? I am so angry that I dare to kill the brat, the leader of the Black Bull group. How dare Mofe bully me even with a statue? The sound of rolling words echoed between heaven and earth. Raids' pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed back the words he spoke. It felt like an old duck holding his neck, making him mute. Advertisement: looking at it, 3 more figures suddenly appeared. Especially with his hands on the shoulders of Sally and Voltos, he has an easygoing young face. Raids quickly backhanded him and slapped himself on the cheek. "Bebg, Captain Kuroba. I am the one who talks too much, I should be beaten. Please don't let me die again. What I said just now is all nonsense. You have a lot, don't worry about it." More than 10 slaps fell in a row, causing Raid's skinny, bandaged cheeks to turn red all of a sudden. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, however, I saw that even Voltos, who was best at space magic, was captured. Escape, that's just a joke, as for the so-called toughness. But Bartley, the leader of Eye of the Midnight Sun, is not strong enough. Let alone him. Haha, Raids, you'd better stop acting in this crappy show. Kuroba smiled and patted the stiff-faced Voltos and Sally on the shoulders and said, "If I hadn't come here this time to resurrect the first-generation Magic Emperor, I wouldn't have the time and leisure to go to a place like this to visit the three of them. Of course, Raids, you should be glad that I arrived a step earlier. Otherwise, if the statue of the first-generation Magic Emperor had a broken arm or lost its head, I'm afraid someone would kill you if I didn't kill you. After all, I am still your savior, as the little fangirl of the first-generation Magic Emperor Prince Lamille. Nero's belief that has survived for 500 years is all directed towards resurrection. If you see the first-generation Magic Emperor who is physically disabled and strong-willed, I am afraid that he can really do anything." Advertisement? Resurrection of the first-generation Magic Emperor? The three Raids were stunned. Nero's face suddenly turned red. "It's a good thing that you can refute. At least your brows are no longer furrowed. Let's go. We met after 500 years. This is a happy event. Don't be sad. Now you still want to think about how to introduce your man to the first-generation Magic Emperor. The magic power overflowing from the Shadow Palace is changing. I'm sorry, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I'm unable to do it." The thoughts that were bothering her disappeared in an instant. Now Kuroba suddenly told him that the first-generation Magic Emperor, who had been dead for 500 years, could be resurrected. Unfortunately, Kuroba obviously didn't wait for her to come back to her senses. He reached down with his big hand and rubbed Nero's head unscrupulously. For a long time, outsiders have regarded household spirit magic as taboo. Kuroba threw the magic stones he had just collected back to Nero. "However, let me remind you, if you don't want your idol to be resurrected and see the four-leaf Clover Kingdom being taken over by devils, I advise you to take action quickly." Black. Captain Kuroba, your joke is not funny. In 500 years, not to mention the bones, even the cells have been rotted. You still want to resurrect the first-generation Magic Emperor. Such a thing, but even my forbidden corpse magic can't do it, let alone you. At this moment, Raids, who considered himself authoritative, couldn't help it. "What did you say about my man?" If it hadn't been for Kuroba's serious face, which didn't look fake at all, they would never have believed that someone would say such a thing after 500 years. However, in Raid's eyes, this is the last honor he holds on to. After Raids confirmed again and again that Kuroba had no intention of killing him, he finally couldn't help but bite the bullet and speak. Faced with this kind of thing of playing with dead people, he considers himself second, and no one dares to consider him first. Chapter 307 I resurrected you just to open the door. After Nero turned his head and glanced in the direction of the royal city, his nerves suddenly became tense. After glaring at Kuroba, he quickly turned around and walked towards the statue of the first Magic Emperor. Looking at the two people with serious faces, Raids and others were stunned. Is it not empty talk to resurrect the Magic Emperor from 500 years ago, Mofe? Raids, is there really a way in this world to resurrect people from 500 years ago? Walster was the first to lose his temper. The mad scientist on the side also looked at Raids. Feeling the looks from the two of them, Raids smiled bitterly.
"If we say that before that guy appeared, I can guarantee that there is absolutely no way in this world. But just because I have no way, it doesn't mean that the guy can't do it."
As a rare owner of corpse magic, Raids has always been proud of this and regards himself as an authoritative existence.
It's a pity that this time, when facing Kuroba, it deflated like a balloon. At least, even Lord Bartley, the leader of the white demonic eyes who they thought was superior, suffered in his hands one after another.
This alone is enough to show that his ability is beyond their ability to guess. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Nero. Nero didn't care about this, she was just thinking about meeting the first-generation Magic Emperor again. Thinking about what to say in the first sentence. The 7 magic stones were inlaid one by one with great care. When the 7th magic stone fell, huge magic power emerged from the 7 magic stones. Finally a line was formed. Boom! The colorful magic light soared into the sky and instantly penetrated the lead cloud accumulated in the void. Advertisement under the impact of the huge magic power, the 3 Raids flew away. Nero, who was close at hand, was also implicated. However, just as she was thrown a few steps forward, Kuroba stopped her with his hand. "Don't thank me yet, the first-generation Magic Emperor has appeared." Kuroba glanced at him and spoke calmly. Nero suddenly woke up, and soon saw the magic light pillar rising into the sky, and then stopped in an instant. An unusually familiar figure appeared in front of him. "Serena, I didn't expect that we would meet again, but I am very happy to see you bring someone here this time. Can you introduce me to something?" Gentle words give people a feeling of spring breeze. Nero's expression tightened, and he secretly clenched his fists, meeting each other after 500 years. He was able to meet the first-generation Magic Emperor who was kind to him. This undoubtedly confused Nero's mind. The most important thing is that Nero knows clearly that what the first-generation Magic Emperor has always been most worried about is whether she can become an independent schoolmate. Prince Lamille, this is my man. The words that came out of his mouth made Nero confused for a moment. No, it should be said that the people present, even the first-generation Magic Emperor, were stunned on the spot. This kind of answer is undoubtedly too rough for them, and it gives people the illusion of being caught off guard. Prince Lamille, Nero reacted suddenly and hurriedly wanted to explain. However, Kuroba on the side had already walked out, smiling and patting his chest with his backhand. Advertisement. The first-generation Magic Emperor. I am the Magic Knight of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, the leader of the Black Bull, and a devil hunter. As for Nero's statement about my man, I admit it. However, this time around the resurrection of the first-generation Magic Emperor, you should know what exactly happened. Please give me flowers, Nero suddenly became angry. He never thought that in his nervousness, he would actually say the joke that Kuroba was talking about. The most important thing is that now she doesn't even have a chance to explain. Leader of the Black Bull Group, the first-generation Magic Emperor was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, he is indeed a man who can attract Nero's attention. He is indeed unique. He can become the leader of the Magic Knights at such a young age. It seems that 500 years later, the kingdom of Four-Leaf Clover has become stronger, which makes me very happy. However, now is not the time for small talk. I feel that Devil's Seal has been loosened for the most part. It seems that the misunderstanding accumulated with the elves back then was still used by Devil. I hope I can still catch up, otherwise once the seal is completely lifted, I may not be able to seal it again with my current state. In the final battle 500 years ago, after Lamille killed Richter who had turned into a devil, he speculated that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Only then did he deliberately keep Nero as a backup to seal him. At the same time, he also sealed his will on this sculpture. Everything is for, in the coming years, if the devil comes back again. The only way is to pray for new power to appear in this era, which can seal the devil with him again. As for killing the devil, the first-generation Magic Emperor didn't dare to hope. After all, he couldn't do this even if he tried his best. Sorry, the first-generation Magic Emperor, this time I revived you just to open the door. Kuroba smiled warmly. As for killing the devil, that's my job. You can do your job just by watching the show. Chapter 309 You misunderstood his strength. A small sound echoed between heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Everyone present was stunned. This is the first-generation Magic Emperor. It is a legend that lasted 500 years ago and continues to this day. Now it's not just that I'm not being treated respectfully. As soon as he opened his mouth, he stood aside and asked to watch the show. If these words came from other people's mouths, Raids and others would definitely sneer at them. But when I think of the person in front of me, even the entire eye of the midnight sun feels deflated and has a headache. As soon as these thoughts of questioning emerged in their minds, they were annihilated in their hearts. The retorts that came to my lips were swallowed back into my stomach. After witnessing the methods of the boy in front of him, he faced the first-generation Magic Emperor who was resurrected 500 years ago. Which one is strong and which one is weak is really difficult to measure. Kuroba, Nero suddenly became anxious. The first-generation Magic Emperor on the side reached out to stop him first. Serena, please be patient. It seems that your little boyfriend is really ambitious. However, Captain Kuroba, I want to know how much you know about devils. Their terror is beyond the records of this country, so I hope that Captain Kuroba will not take it lightly. Regarding the young man in front of him, at first glance, he felt that the first-generation Magic Emperor was indeed a bit opaque. However, if we really look into it, we can't find out what we can't see through. Advertisement. The most important thing is that the first-generation Magic Emperor 500 years ago fought against the devil turned Richter and even risked his life. It's a pity that I don't even know what the devil is hiding in the dark. This made the first-generation Magic Emperor undoubtedly amplify the strength possessed by devil. First generation, thank you for your reminder. The time is almost up. Let's set off quickly. Kuroba did not explain more. Height determines everything. At least, in Kuroba's eyes, the first-generation Magic Emperor was very capable, but even Richter, who transformed into a devil, couldn't do it. Not to mention a real devil. If we really want to make a comparison, I am afraid that the current Magic Emperor Julius is enough to overwhelm him. Since his vision is different, Kuroba doesn't bother to waste his time explaining. Finral on the side, after looking around stiffly, realized that the resurrection of the first-generation Magic Emperor was indeed beyond his expectation. However, now that his immediate boss is Kuroba, he quickly executed the order. Along with Kuroba and Finral, they disappeared into the space wormhole. Nero hurriedly said, Prince Lamille, please don't misunderstand me. Misunderstand? The first-generation Magic Emperor was startled and said, Serena, are you telling me not to misunderstand your relationship with Captain Kuroba? Don't worry, I'm not a fool, of course I can tell. The first-generation Magic Emperor died 500 years ago, but he was a human spirit-like existence during his lifetime. Now that he is resurrected, it is no exception. No, Prince Lamille, what I mean is that you misunderstood his strength. According to the current Magic Emperor, Julius, Captain Kuroba is probably the strongest being in the entire Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Nero quickly explained. Advertisement. This time the Shadow Palace is opened and the first-generation Magic Emperor is resurrected. Nero clearly knows that with the current situation of the first-generation Magic Emperor, it will definitely be difficult to successfully solve the devil. Key members such as Bartley and Ray were the first to arrive at this place. The dark wave swept across the entire country like a hurricane. The expression of the first-generation Magic Emperor sank, and he grabbed Nero's shoulder, turned it into a golden light, and shot it straight into the space wormhole. Just opened the deepest seal hidden in the Shadow Palace. Damn, I hope I can still catch up. Richter's lost memory will also be reopened. The remaining Ladus and others quickly followed after a slight hesitation. Boom. This breath leaves and goes very quickly. The first-generation Magic Emperor was stunned for a moment, looking a little surprised. At the same time, in the deepest part of the Shadow Palace. When he thought of this, Bartley subconsciously clenched his fists and walked quickly towards the core of the seal. Follow the instructions of the voice belonging to Richter in his mind. However, before he could say anything more, an evil aura exploded like a frenzy in the direction of the royal city. Therefore, the only way is to let the first-generation Magic Emperor and Kuroba join forces to maximize the chance of winning. Is he stronger than Magic Emperor? But as someone who had personally fought against Devil 500 years ago, the first-generation Magic Emperor instantly understood that Devil's seal had still been shaken. Once that time comes, it will be the beginning of their elves' revenge on humans. Chapter 310. The clown turns out to be himself. Buzz. Weird magic power fluctuations flashed through the minds of Bartley and others, and their expressions suddenly changed dramatically. Bartley, have you all sensed it? Ray said hurriedly. The contact between the 38 tribesmen you sent to deal with that guy was interrupted at the same time. I'm afraid this is. You mean, they were killed by that arrogant person? Bartley clenched his fists and said with a slightly distorted expression. This is simply a fart. The level of magic power possessed by the 38 tribesmen is no longer comparable to what it was 500 years ago. When they gather together, the power they possess is enough to destroy the entire Wongi realm. What's more, I don't believe that there are people in this world who can wipe out 38 tribesmen at the same time in an instant. The awe-inspiring words are mixed with an undoubted flavor. Laia's expression changed one after another, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't say the next sentence. The elf, who was standing aside with a cold face, his eyes covered by his bangs, and silent from beginning to end, spoke first. Raya, what Bartley said is right. We elves are the beloved darlings of nature, and our magic power is much stronger than humans. Now that I have been reincarnated, my strength has reached a higher level. It is simply impossible to deal with 38 tribesmen at once. I think that this situation occurs because the Shadow Palace has cut off the connection between us. The first thing we should do now is to completely awaken Richter's memory as soon as possible. 17. Did you get the magic stone with Richter's magic power? Advertisement, as long as Richter wakes up and has his leadership, we are not afraid of anything at all. Yi Chang's words slightly broke the depression in the field. The distortion on Bartley's face finally softened a little, and he glanced at it before saying. Ronnie, you're right. But don't worry, although that guy hasn't fully awakened yet, it's not difficult to get the last magic stone back from him. What we have to do now is to wake up Richter completely. With him here, this world will become something for our elves. Bartley looked at Raya. This time, Raya, the head of the 3 demonic eyes, went to seize the last magic stone from Yuno. At least, in Bartley's eyes, the mission performed by Raya will have a higher success rate than Vetto, the others, and even himself. Raya came back to her senses and took out the pendant containing the last magic stone with her backhand. Looking at Bartley, who looked eager, a completely inappropriate thought flashed through her mind. Moreover, as soon as this idea emerged, it was like a curse with a lingering feeling. What's wrong, Raya? Why don't you give the magic stone to Bartley quickly? Ronnie urged coolly. Mofei, don't you hope Richter will be resurrected soon? Bartley on the side also frowned, showing confusion. Raya, what are you doing? As one of the 3 backbones of the White Magic Eye, and also the leader of the 3 Magic Eyes, Bartley's trust in Raya is far beyond that of ordinary elves. However, in the face of Raya's current hesitant attitude, I still feel like I can't figure it out. Advertisement. Raya looked gloomy, glanced at the altar, and said solemnly. Bartley, it's not that I don't want Richter to be completely resurrected, but don't forget that Kuroba of the Black Bull Group once said that there is a black hand behind us elves and humans. The mastermind? Bartley couldn't help being startled, and then roared angrily. Raya, unless you were kicked in the head by AJ S, who will believe that this kind of divisive talk is just human fear, we will resurrect Richter. Ronnie, you're right. Bartley looked back. Under such internal differences of opinion, the support of peers is undoubtedly the most powerful support. Unfortunately, the one who caught his eye first was a ferocious face. The sharp claws entwined with magic waves instantly penetrated Raya's abdomen. 693 hot blood splashed out, covering Bartley's face in an instant. The warm feeling made Bartley's expression stiffen. Haha, you were really verbose, and you really got kicked in the head by a stupid donkey. Ronnie smiled with a gloomy and twisted cheek, and slowly pulled out his blood-stained hand. Although that kid knew the clues, he underestimated the devil's power. I left you alive just to let you see with your own eyes what is the area of despair. As for unlocking Richter's memory, when my seal is opened, the scene from 500 years ago will be repeated. And Bartley, you are the stupidest chess piece and pusher. The unscrupulous and playful words seemed to be filled with magic sounds at this moment, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time without any way to dissipate. Seeing Ronnie completely changed before him, he didn't expect it at all, just as Kuroba said. The final clown turned out to be himself. Chapter 311. Devil comes to the world. No. It's impossible. I am the hope of the elves, I am the hero of the elves, and everything I do is for the elves. Bartley covered his cheeks and roared with a distorted expression. Haha, of course you are a hero. When I come to this world, you will be admired by my people. Ronnie laughed crookedly. He clenched the magic stone in his hand and walked quickly to the altar. Bah, Bartley, stop him quickly. Raya lay limply on the ground. Don't let him open the seal and let the devil come to this world, otherwise it will be a catastrophe. Disaster? Bartley was startled for a moment and roared urgently. No, it's impossible. I don't believe all this. I'm not doing it to completely revive everyone. I'm from the elf clan. If I want to open the seal myself, it's definitely not a devil. The magic of light creation, the sanction of holy light. Buzz. Golden light bloomed rapidly in the void. Dozens of lightsabers condensed out of thin air and shot towards Ronnie without any hesitation. I'm sorry, you just took action against me now, it's too late. Ronnie's mouth curved in a terrifying way. Word spirit magic, go back. Bang 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 bang. The golden light sword that was coming from all over the sky suddenly stopped 1 or 2 meters away from Ronnie. Advertisement the next moment, before Bartley could react, he burst out even faster and chased after Bartley. The violent scene left Bartley stunned. He never thought that the magic he trusted would turn against him at this moment. The speed was so fast that it was actually stronger than when I used it. Faced with the attack that appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, he was unable to react in time. Time restraint magic. Time stasis backquote. Buzz. The golden light bloomed instantly, and the magic of time gathered.
The dozens of incoming lightsabers were instantly restrained by the time light ball and stopped in midair. The violent scene caused Raya's expression to change dramatically as he fell to the ground. As he endured the pain, he soon saw 4 figures rushing out from the entrance behind him.
It's Magic Emperor Julius of the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom. I didn't expect him to follow me here. Bartley, be careful, Julius laughed dryly. Is this how you elves treat your savior? Don't forget us. We opened the door for you to enter the Shadow Palace, but I didn't expect that such a secret would be hidden here. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to open the seal.
However, Captain Kuroba said that the root of the enemy must be eradicated. Since the enemy is about to come out, let's let him come back and proceed according to Captain Kuroba's original plan.
Having said this, Julius looked at Bartley and said, Leader Bartley has met again. We will follow Captain Kuroba's arrangement, temporarily put down our prejudices, and join forces to fight against the devil. After all, the aura exuding now makes me regret it a bit. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded without warning. Advertisement along with the last magic stone, it was embedded in the center of the altar. A pillar of magic light as dark as ink, with a fierce and unparalleled posture, rises through the sky and the earth. The violent power surged around like a vast ocean. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it suddenly opened like 2 wings. Nozzle, Yami and other group leaders who followed Magic Emperor Julius also had a look of solemnity on their faces. However, now I can see and feel this terrifying magic power. A black, mummy-like cocoon quickly emerged from the altar. Haha, the seal has been completely unsealed. Dali Zhao, welcome back. You can no longer stop me from coming to this world. Let you try the terror of devil. Then I knew that all this was a luxury. As time goes by, everyone in this space feels inexplicably suffocated. A black magic shadow flew directly over Ronnie's head. All the muscles in his body were subconsciously tense to the extreme. Ronnie looked at the black cocoon in front of him and laughed ferociously. In their eyes, they thought that the team led by Magic Emperor Julius himself, coupled with the elite team leaders, could easily take down White Knight, Hawkeye and Devil. It can be said that the posture at this moment is like the self-protective posture shown by a ferocious beast when facing a powerful enemy. In the blink of an eye, he got into the altar, inside the black cocoon. A pale and ferocious face, as if rooted by tree roots, appeared before everyone's eyes. The huge cocoon finally changed, with cracks like spider webs spreading. The next battle will probably be a tough one. Dark, ink-like magic power emerged from the altar like a spring. Along with the black magic power, it disappeared before your eyes. Chapter 312 Let it come and go. Please subscribe. The dark magic spread like a tide, filling every corner of the Shadow Palace in an instant. It can be said that as long as you are in it, you can easily catch this aura filled with various negative emotions from any corner. It felt like a big invisible hand gripping people's hearts. Even outside the Shadow Palace, one can clearly feel the overflowing magic power. The first-generation Magic Emperor's face suddenly turned pale as he hurried to the Shadow Palace. Facing this wave, the evil power that suddenly emerged was obviously beyond what he had felt 500 years ago. Prince Lamille, is this the devil from 500 years ago? Nero's face stiffened. For 500 years, Nero has been waiting for Prince Lamille to be resurrected. In her eyes, as long as she sees the first-generation Magic Emperor again, she will be able to find a way to defeat the devil. However, now they feel the intensity of the devil's power that pervades the world, subverting their cognition. This devil's power is almost the same as it was 500 years ago, but its current intensity is far greater than what it could be 500 years ago. If we were to speculate and measure it, I'm afraid it would have increased by at least 3 or 4 times. 3 or 4 times? The faces of the people present changed drastically. Especially Nero. She was a witness to the battle 500 years ago, and she knew clearly that the first Magic Emperor paid the price with his life in order to fight against Richter, who had become a devil. Advertisement originally, with the experience of fighting for the first time this time, the first-generation Magic Emperor would have thought of an easier confrontation method to solve this devil. Unfortunately, the results he got now made Nero feel as if he was being poured head-on with a basin of cold water. First-generation Magic Emperor, are you kidding me? This joke is not funny. Raids on the side, his cheek muscles were twitching.
He just planned to take revenge on Bartley. Now that the goal of revenge has not been achieved, he encounters a stronger terrifying existence.
Given a choice, Raids would like to back down. Haha, this is not a joke, devil's strength is like playing tricks. Kuroba smiled and patted Raids on the shoulder. Now that we're all here, any more nonsense here will be in vain, so let's go in. As I said before, if you can't escape as soon as possible, I'm very good at wiping your butt. Having said this, Kuroba looked at Magic Emperor and said, the first-generation Magic Emperor, you now rely on the power of the Magic Stone to stay alive. In your current state, you should be able to open the Shadow Palace. Go in quickly now, and maybe we can join forces with Richter to fight for a chance of survival. Why?
The calm posture calmed down the tense nerves a little. The expression of the first-generation Magic Emperor changed slightly, and after taking another look at Kuroba, he said, Captain Kuroba, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. BEBD, the devil has become stronger this time, but I am no longer fighting alone like I was 500 years ago. Advertisement. With Richter and the current Magic Emperor, as well as many outstanding leaders of the Magic Knights, no matter how powerful the devil is, our four-leaf Clover Kingdom will definitely be able to win.
After saying these words, the grimoire in front of the first-generation Magic Emperor burst into dazzling light, and the next moment turned into a beam of light, hitting the entrance of the Shadow Palace. The dark cracks, filled with golden light, spread like spider webs in an instant. The devil's power that originally emerged surged out from this gap. Hurry in. If Devil finds out, he will probably use this opportunity to escape. Once he comes to this world and absorbs the magic here, Devil's strength will skyrocket. In this battle, we must hurry up before Devil really comes, completed before. Let's go. The first-generation Magic Emperor turned into a bolt and rushed straight into the Shadow Palace. Looking at the figure that suddenly disappeared at the entrance of the Shadow Palace, Nero's expression changed one after another, and he gritted his teeth and turned back. Captain Kuroba, I don't know what kind of medicine you are selling in your gourd, but if possible, if Prince Lamille fails, I hope you can come to the rescue. I'm just saying that in case, it's possible that Prince Lamille has the ability to defeat Devil. Facing this girl who insisted on trusting her idol in the end, her pretty face was filled with stubbornness that was rare. Kuroba smiled warmly, reached out and rubbed her hair. My daughter-in-law will go through fire and water without hesitation. Don't worry, it's just a devil. It's not like I haven't beaten him before in the Kingdom of Hearts, but I'll do it more thoroughly this time. I'll make sure it never comes back. Raids, come in with me. This is an order, but you have no right to refuse. Kuroba grabbed Raid's shoulders, and before he could react, he used his magic power to rush towards the entrance of the Shadow Palace. Chapter 313 Use your fists, don't use your mouth no. Raid screamed strangely, but it was too late. Due to Kuroba's brutal actions, he has already plunged into the Shadow Palace. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the Shadow Palace and activating the sign in conditions. Host, please stay at the entrance of the third floor of the Shadow Palace for 2 minutes. You cannot leave in the middle, otherwise the sign-in will fail. After the sign-in conditions are met, the host will receive system rewards. The system's long-awaited ethereal prompt sounded, and Kuroba smiled. After doing so many things, this moment that I have been waiting for has finally arrived. However, it may take a lot of time to find the third floor in the Shadow Palace. After all, according to Kuroba's memory, after entering the Shadow Palace, he will be randomly teleported to any area at the entrance. As for where it can be reached, even Kuroba can't tell. The messy thoughts dispersed in his mind, and Kuroba turned around and glanced behind him. Nero has long since disappeared, if Raids hadn't been grabbed by his shoulders and pulled with magic power. I'm afraid I don't know now that I went to that corner of the Shadow Palace. The dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed, and at the same time as the tyrannical space fluctuations surged, Kuroba took Raids and plunged into the space vortex that appeared out of thin air. The powerful space magic was surging, and after the dazzling light dissipated, Kuroba and Raids appeared in a broken hall. Facing these two sudden figures, the balance of the situation in the field was obviously broken. Haha, who I thought was so unfortunate to be teleported to this place turned out to be Captain Kuroba. Advertisement, it seems you were the unlucky one, but you Eye of the Midnight Sun. A loud female voice suddenly sounded. Kuroba couldn't help but smile, he didn't expect to meet such a big sister so soon. However, the person confronting her this time was obviously a familiar face. It's just that this time, whether it's Vetto or Fana, it's obviously the second reincarnation, and their faces have changed dramatically from before. At the same time, the intensity of the magic power emitted has obviously been greatly improved. No wonder he was able to stop Melia, the crazy lioness. Fana, Vetto, you elves dare to betray us and plan to kill us. If I didn't have an outstanding corpse spirit, I'm afraid your plot will succeed. Raids roared out in anger. The idea of Vetto and Fana was instantly attracted, the moment their eyes met. The harsh words that came to my lips were swallowed back into my stomach and I couldn't spit them out. It turns out it's Raids. It's really surprising that you're not dead. Hash plus hash equals Vetto was the first to smile ferociously. As humans, isn't it normal for us elves to kill us? Unfortunately, you have been resurrected again, which makes us very distressed, because when Richter wakes up completely, he will lead us to kill you and all humans and become the new master of this world. The awe-inspiring words came out, and there was no doubt between the words. Looking at Vetto with a crazy look on his face, Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and soon discovered the three magical realms that enveloped this space. Perhaps it was precisely because of the collision of these three magic realms that the magic of this space was sealed, so the devil's aura that was filled outside was not discovered. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Vetto, Fana, you elves are really crazy. You don't even know what is happening in the outside world. No wonder you look like a victim even if you become the devil's pawn. You are worthy of being a loser. You don't even know that all you did was help the devil break the seal. Raids bit the bullet and spoke again. It was obvious that he was planning to lose the battle. Devil? Vetto was startled at first, but Fana on the side had already taken the lead and shouted. Humans are indeed cunning people, and at this time, they plan to use their words to confuse us elves. Vetto, deal with them, and let's go meet Richter again. After the real resurrection, our strength will not be the same as before. You. Raids finished suddenly. Kuroba patted his shoulder and said. Okay, don't talk when you can use your fists. Please clarify for me the projected road signs of the Shadow Palace. I want to find the third floor. If you haven't figured it out for me before I deal with them, then you should be careful, devil. Raids looked stiff. At this moment, in his eyes, Kuroba is obviously more like a devil. However, in the face of this threat, the only thing Raids can do is to bite the bullet. Captain Kuroba, the news you brought is really shocking. It seems that Julius and the others are still a step late. Leona said with a grin. But when you take action, can you leave something fun for me? I want the beast soil over there. Chapter 314. This is too fast. You bastards, you humans dare to be so arrogant, I will definitely kill you. Vetto roared to his feet. The magic power dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy. It turned into a hurricane and rolled around. Feeling this huge magic power, Raids immediately shrank his neck and quickly took a few steps back, obviously timid. Leona on the side, with a fighting spirit on her face, spoke again. Captain Kuroba, look at how full the hatred level is, you probably won't refuse my little request. As a fighting maniac in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, he can encounter opponents like Bai's, 607, Demon Eye and the Three Demon Eyes, who can fight with ease. For Leona, it is a great joy. Haha, eldest sister, you are out of town, and I am in a hurry. I wish you could take over this guy. Kuroba laughed dryly and looked at Fana. Sister, you see, I am also on my way. In order to avoid hurting my temper, can you give way? No matter it was you before or you now, you can't stop me. If you insist on saying no, I will force you to do so. The low voice of the words gives people an unquestionable flavor. Looking at Kuroba's slightly childish face, these words only added an inexplicable domineering tone. You wanna die? Fana also roared. The magic power coming out of the body, like Vetto, has obviously increased several times compared to the first reincarnation. Facing this oppressive magic storm, even Leona couldn't help but lick her lips, showing a trace of solemnity, and the fighting spirit on her face became even more intense. Captain Kuroba, it seems that your negotiation has failed. The only thing you can do next is to show the real seal with your fist. Do you think it's about to start? Advertisement. Kuroba nodded. From the beginning, he never expected that this kind of conversation would be successful. Raids, have you found the location on the third floor? I don't want my people to be too useless, as this will be disliked by others. A chill ran down Raid's spine, especially when he met that scrutinizing gaze. He was really worried that Kuroba would become the hands-off shopkeeper and throw himself out as a shield. Okay, it's just a little bit better. I'll solve it before you win. As the owner of corpse magic, Raids also has the ability to detect and can instantly release a large number of corpses to project the layout of the Shadow Palace.
Solve it before I win. Kuroba smiled warmly, took out the staff sword with his backhand and said. Are you looking down on me? I can deal with this kind of opponent in an instant. Mad, I'm so crazy. At least, that's what Fana, Vetto and others think. Even Leona is no exception, and this thought came to her mind.
However, after witnessing Kuroba's methods with her own eyes, an inexplicable extravagant thought emerged in Leona's heart. Maybe, the young man in front of me can really do it. The messy thoughts flashed through my mind, and the moment everyone's eyes fell on Kuroba. Kuroba finally moved. The steps he took were like falling down. The next moment, people's pupils suddenly shrank. He's gone. Fana, be careful, advertisement. Vetto roared urgently. This space has obviously been covered by their magic field. Under this situation, they should be able to easily catch any changes, including the appearance of an extra bug in this space. The young man in front of him seemed to have disappeared out of thin air at that moment. By the time everyone reacted, Fana had turned into an ice sculpture, standing motionless on the ground. Vetto quickly turned back to look at Fana. The sound of the blade being sheathed instantly sounded. A slash mark covered with ice crystals spanned Fana's chest. A strange scene fell in Raid's eyes, causing him to swallow a mouthful of saliva and show an expression as if he had seen a ghost. However, in this scene, Vetto came to a conclusion based on the feedback from the magic field. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on the figure who appeared 10 meters behind Fana. This strange scene made even Fana look down at her chest with a look of horror on her face, showing an expression of disbelief. The most important thing is that as the chill spreads, the ice crystals formed on the wounds are undoubtedly spreading rapidly. This is ridiculously fast. The blood had no time to spill out before it was already frozen. Unfortunately, this glance made his pupils shrink to the extreme. Fana let out a scream, and the biting cold wind exploded like a wave, sweeping the entire world. Sorry, due to time constraints, you were cut off, 4.0 Jung. Fana, why don't you say anything? Hurry up and defend yourself. Ah, this feeling is very strange, but it is impossible to refute. Chapter 315 Finding a Way, to Win Boom. The biting cold wind surged like a tidal wave. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared 10 meters away behind Fana. There was also Fana who was chopped without warning and then completely frozen. All this, in their eyes, was simply too shocking. It was too late to even react. This is one of the 3 demonic eyes. After being reincarnated, its strength has doubled several times. Now facing Kuroba, it seems so childish. If it weren't for the biting cold wind, it would give people a deep, soul-like chill. I'm afraid I really think that the scene in front of me is a waste of dreams. No, it's impossible. This is all an illusion. Vetto woke up suddenly and roared angrily. Orc magic rage. Roar. With a roar like a beast, violent magic power exploded in Vetto's body like a tide. His hair grew like crazy, and his muscles swelled like a rock. He took a big step, and the ground suddenly cracked, turning into an afterimage and chasing after Kuroba. Just a few dozen meters, but approaching in the blink of an eye. You be ******** human race. You dare to use weird means to sneak attack Fana, you will die. As soon as Vetto appeared behind Kuroba, his fingers suddenly clenched, and under the agitation of the magic power all over his body, his right hand appeared with virtual tiger claws like millstones. If this blow were really taken, not to mention Kuroba's small arms and legs, I'm afraid even the steel plate could be hit with one blow. Kid, don't forget, your opponent is me. Advertisement. Leona took the lead and appeared in front of her. The blazing flames gathered on the fists, colliding together without any compromise. Boom. The air wave of the explosion rolled back, and with the huge impact released, Leona blocked Sustain's attack with force. It even knocked Vetto 3 or 4 meters away before he stopped. Vetto was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he encountered someone who could actually defeat him in a competition of strength. Sister, your style is as domineering as ever. Kuroba smiled and sheathed the staff sword in his hand. With this crazy uncrowned lioness taking action, Kuroba knew clearly that Vetto alone could no longer stop him. Raids, have you found it? Raids woke up suddenly, glanced at the magic sensing detector, and said hurriedly. We've found it. We happen to be on the 4th floor, and below is the 3rd floor. However, I felt a lot of very powerful magic power in the 1st floor, and there was also an evil aura in it. Black, Captain Kuroba, can you hurry up and get there? As he spoke, raids condensed the detected light pattern out of thin air. In addition, there are white light balls in each area, marking the number of people. However, what people care about the most is the bottom layer, except for 5 or 6 relatively bright white light groups. The entire space was filled with black magic power. That kind of momentum simply rolled over the white light balls in the same space. Seeing this scene, Vetto was stunned, especially with Fana's magical realm being dispersed. The devil's power, which was originally isolated and filled with all kinds of negative emotions, quickly penetrated into this space. No, it's not possible. Everything we do is to resurrect Richter and the elves and take revenge on you humans. Advertisement. Vetto suddenly woke up and roared with a distorted expression. It must be you, the human race, who specially set a trap and staged a show in order to interfere with the fighting spirit of our elves. I will never believe it. I will kill you and then go to the bottom to find out. The hysterical roar echoed throughout the world and could not be dispersed for a long time. Perhaps because of the violent fluctuations in emotions, the magic power that Vetto erupted increased again. A huge air wave formed and washed away in all directions. Kuroba didn't intend to explain more. He had to do it now and rush to the 2nd floor as soon as possible to sign in to the system. Now he is indeed confident of defeating Devil Zack Ryan. However, Kuroba had to put in a lot of effort to accomplish this process. But his intuition told Kuroba that as long as he got new rewards from the system, then everything will be as easy as picking something out of a bag.
Sister, I'll leave the affairs here to you. Is there no problem with that?
Kuroba looked back and said. Leona said with a grin. I never thought that Leona, would end up being worried about by a junior. Don't worry, I can still deal with this kind of stuff, but why are you going to the 3rd floor? For the young man in front of him, after witnessing many battles with his own eyes. Leona still only has one feeling. I can't figure it out at all. It is precisely because of this feeling that Leona firmly believes. As long as Kuroba intervenes in the battle with Devil, perhaps the chance of victory will be higher. Why go to the 3rd floor? Kuroba was startled for a moment, then said. Maybe it's to find a way to win. Chapter 316 Enemies on the 3rd floor. A sure way to win? Leona's expression was stagnant. She never expected that Kuroba would give such a reply.
However, Leona would never believe these words if they were spoken by someone else. However, facing this young man who was full of mystery,
Leona said with a grin, then I'm waiting for the good news of your triumphant return. Kuroba smiled and nodded, grabbed raids, chose the right direction, and rushed directly to the entrance to the 3rd floor. As for Fana, with the power of the underworld in her body, not only her body was frozen, but the most important thing was her soul. Under this premise, ordinary methods cannot unlock Fana's ice. Unless you have the flame that acts on your soul, everything is nonsense. You be asterisk 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 D, I will never let you escape, Vetto stormed out roaring. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Leona as soon as he started. I'm sorry, I told you that your opponent is me. Since that kid wants to find a way to win, I can't let you get in the way. The two collided, and this time they obviously didn't hold back at all. Whether it's looking for a way to contact the ice or delaying time for Kuroba, there is simply no room for compromise for both parties. Boom. The huge impact instantly blasted away the rubble blocking the passages on the third and fourth floors. The splash of gravel directly shattered the monsters filling this space. Advertisement. A slightly embarrassed figure rushed out of the pile of monsters first and landed at the entrance. Uncle, you seem a little embarrassed. Kuroba looked at this figure and couldn't help but smile. Uncle. Raid's cheek muscles twitched. No, Nozzle, who looked slightly embarrassed, was no exception. Look at this guy who dares to speak frivolously and take advantage of the three nobles. If it were anyone else, Nozzle would have already exploded and made him pay a sufficient price. Boy, shut up. Now is not the time to take advantage. If you are in such a leisurely mood, you might as well find a way to solve the immediate trouble first. Nozzle glanced coldly. As the leader of the Magic Knights, one of the three royal families, and the leader of the Silver-Winged Eagle, Raids was undoubtedly surprised that he proposed to join forces. This means that the enemy in front of us is not simple. Is it Captain Rill? No wonder my uncle has a headache. This painting magic is the nemesis of many magics. Kuroba took one look and saw that the entire space seemed to have turned into a hellish space, and he instantly deduced the identity of his opponent. No, shut up. I am not Rill. I am Rill, one of the great elves of the Saphira clan. Rill, whose face was covered with mysterious patterns, rushed out of the painting magic, and the drawing board and brush in his hand emitted large waves of magic power. This kind of pervasive intensity is obviously much stronger than the usual leader Rill of the watercolor magic deer. 500 years ago, I mastered graffiti magic. I never thought that after reincarnation, I would encounter a more suitable and powerful magic. This painting magic is indeed the most suitable method for me. Rill smiled playfully. Advertisement? Originally, I thought that only one prey could not satisfy my hunting heart. Now I see someone taking the initiative to bring it to my door. It is really exciting. Captain Kuroba, do you Mo-Fei think of a way to defeat Captain Rill? I'm afraid you might even break your teeth. I originally thought we could proceed quietly here, but now it seems we have to clear the place first. But this time it was obviously different. As he spoke, many hell monsters emerged from all around with the help of painting magic, and instantly locked onto Kuroba and Nozzle, blocking all their escape routes. The 1-minute time limit, if placed at any other time, would pass in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, winner is good. Magic Emperor Julius will not choose him as one of the forces to attack the Shadow Palace this time. Do you regard me as prey? The system concluded that the check-in time this time is 1 minute, and you cannot be disturbed in the middle. I just captured a powerful and evil magic. Has evil already arrived? Kuroba looked at Rill calmly. Nozzle spoke first. If you want to solve the problem smoothly, the best way is to solve the problem first. The current leader of Rill seems to be difficult, but that doesn't mean he can defeat me. The devil has indeed arrived, but I am here to find a way to win. As one of the three royal families, Nosair obviously has his own confidence. Kuroba smiled and walked out of the crowd. If that's the case, Commander Kuroba, you should go to help instead of wasting time here. Chapter 317. Then break it with one blow. Haha, do you mean you plan to deal with me first? Rill smiled nervously. It seems that I have really been underestimated. Stupid human being, the painting magic I have now is much stronger than before. What are you going to do to deal with me? Boom. The huge magic power exploded in Rill's body, forming a huge wind wave that rolled around. The hell monsters painted around him roared and rushed towards Kuroba under the pull of this huge magical power. The intensive offensive was simply a dark place. Nozzle's expression changed, and he was about to take action first. Kuroba has stood out from the crowd. He grabbed it in the air with his right hand, and an ancient blade fell into his hand. I'm sorry, I'll just burn away your painting magic. Rill was startled, then showed a 807 nervous smile.
You are really too naive. My painting magic can transform anything, not to mention fire, even water. I'm afraid your fire won't be able to burn.
Brush down, a little on the spice plate. As the paintbrush in Rill's hand swung out, it instantly turned into two tornadoes of water and fire, hitting Kuroba head-on. Faced with another surge in offensive power, the attack was already close at hand. Even Nozzle couldn't keep calm. If he hadn't seen Kuroba standing in front of him, if it had been someone else, he would never have risked his life to make fun of others. However, seeing the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils still made his nerves tense. Eager to see how Kuroba will respond, 30 meters. Advertisement 20 meters. 10 meters. Seeing that the distance was quickly shortened, the attack had already occupied the entire pupil. Beb. Kuroba finally moved. The ancient blade Ruovuo in his hand suddenly tightened, and a fiery storm exploded. Everything is reduced to ashes, and the blades are like fire. Boom. The fire is centered on Kuroba and spreads across the sky and the earth. Many of the incoming attacks suddenly stopped a few meters away from Kuroba. The next moment, it was like paper, being crushed to pieces by the blazing fire. The blazing high temperature made the whole world feel as if it had fallen into a volcano. The various hell monsters that were originally entrenched in this space and fabricated out of thin air with the help of painting magic, seemed to be unable to withstand this power and quickly twisted. It gives people a feeling of being melted at any time. In this strange scene, even Nozzle and Rill's expressions suddenly change. Although I had guessed early on that magic would have some restraint on painting magic. However, the scene before them subverted their perceptions. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that fire magic could exert such restraint on painting magic. No, it's not possible, this is impossible to happen. Rill was stunned, grabbed the brush with his backhand, and hurriedly drew one after another on the palette. The sea, tsunami, roaring waves, and waterfalls will drown everything for me. Hysterical roars resounded throughout the entire world. Advertisement as the brush in Rill's hand fell, anything related to water was materialized in the painting one after another. It can be said that Rill can easily become the leader of watercolor magic deer at a young age. The more reason is that he possesses almost unparalleled painting magic. As long as you can think of it, you can manifest it through painting. Even the various waters that were materialized by madness were completely unable to shake these strange flames. The palette in his hand was completely replaced by aqua blue, as the brush fell again and again. Seeing Rill, who was in a state of madness, completely desperate for his life, and crazily activating his magic power, Nozzle's nerves were tense to the extreme. Boom! Kuroba suddenly smiled, clenching Rear and Ruahuo with 5 fingers in his hand and said, "This kind of power is far beyond Rill's imagination. With this method, even if you copy the opponent's magic, there will be absolutely no problem. Is this the end of the world you're talking about? I want you, an arrogant person, to see the mirage of doom. It's impossible, this must be an illusion. I'm going to flood the whole world. Let's see how you deal with it." Even under the manifestation of a body, it started to steam suddenly, as if it could not withstand the high temperature and was evaporated quickly. Rill was stunned. He looked at the various types of water that had just emerged. Before launching an offensive, they were deformed due to the high temperature. Waves of water appeared all over the sky, filling every corner of the world, giving people the feeling of flooding. If this is your confidence, then break it with one blow. However, what he was most eager to see now was how Kuroba could resist the scene before him. He never imagined that Kuroba could drive a reincarnated spirit crazy with his words. However, now this almost heaven-defying method has been suppressed by the flames. Rill covered his cheek and roared with a distorted expression. Chapter 318. I'm really worried that there will be someone behind me suddenly. Break it with one knife? Rill was confused. The next moment, before he could react, Kuroba finally moved. A salamander condensed from the fire element appeared on Kuroba's body out of thin air. Letting out a loud dragon roar, he plunged into the flowing blade like fire. Rill and Nozzle didn't wait for their reactions. An even bigger heatwave exploded in Kuroba's body like a volcano. A blazing hurricane strikes like a frenzy. Throughout the space, the offensives rolling towards Kuroba from all directions were blocked as if they had hit an invisible barrier. The next moment, Kuroba's movements showed no signs of stagnation. The blade Ruavuo clenched in his hand suddenly swung out towards Rill from afar. Torch. The blazing flames exploded like a volcano erupting. Wherever the blade passed, the space seemed unable to withstand the release of this huge force. Wherever it passed, distortions appeared and spiderweb-like cracks spread out. At the same time, a fiery hurricane emerged, whether it's Nozzle or Rill. At this moment, only the entire world was left, and the sky was full of fire, filling the entire world. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded loudly, and the furious waves in the sky were like a mirror, being penetrated in an instant. As the endless fire rolled back, Rill was the first to be hit head-on by the fire wave. Facing this fatal blow from the god of death, when Rill woke up, the only thing he could do was to frantically activate the little magic power left in his body to lay down a series of shields in front of him. It's a pity that all these seemingly impenetrable defenses were torn to pieces in an instant like paper under the raging flames. Rill didn't wait for his reaction. Advertisement: the flames all over the sky have swallowed him up directly. Don't want. Boom. Explosions rolled out. The huge flame impact and the blazing high-temperature wind and waves instantly filled the entire space. Even the entire Shadow Palace was inevitably shaken by this blow. The heavy magic intensity that spread out shook everyone's nerves. No, it's not possible. We elves will never say that humans will never allow people like you to exist. Even if I die, I will kill him.
Rill, covered in tatters, rushed out of the explosion and roared with a distorted expression. The magic power, which had been exhausted long ago, was activated again in Rill's body. However, this time it is undoubtedly burning the soul. As one of the 10 members of Saphira, his strength may not be comparable to the 3 demonic eyes or even Bartley. However, after Rill thought he had acquired the magic of painting, his strength was definitely not much different from that of the 3 magic eyes. However, under this general premise, even his desperate blow was unable to block a single blow. This is enough to show that the young man in front of him is definitely a huge danger to the elves. Letting him stay would definitely be a huge stumbling block. The only way for the elves to win is to take him away from this world. Captain Kuroba, run away quickly and I will stop him. You're the key to this battle. Nozzle's face changed, and he drove the magic power in his body to the extreme without reservation. No need for this kind of thing. If one cut doesn't work, just 2 cuts. Please give me flowers. Kuroba smiled warmly and looked at Rill, who was being propped up like a balloon.
Advertisement: the flowing fireblade in his hand has long been replaced by the Wangshen staff and knife. The moment the blade fell into Kuroba's hand, the biting cold wind suddenly caused the temperature in the entire space to drop sharply. That throbbing feeling that penetrated deeply into the soul, even Ril's pupils suddenly shrank when he was self-destructing. Zero, this horse is riding too fast. Now he was really worried that someone was suddenly behind him. This was the first time he saw a wizard who could use ice and fire magic so smoothly. Ril looked down at his chest in confusion, as if the marks of a slash appeared out of thin air. Unfortunately, this thought just flashed through my mind. So fast that even the naked eye can't see clearly, the other party has already appeared behind him. Kuroba replied lightly, and the half-unsheathed Wangshen staff sword in his hand returned to its sheath with a clang. It's a pity that the original attitude of desperately planning to self-destruct has long since disappeared. Moreover, these two magical attributes, in the hands of the young man in front of him, are much stronger than ordinary people. Raids turned his head and glanced behind him with a pale expression. This kind of fear revealed in the soul made Ril unable to remain calm and wanted to squeeze the speed of self-destruction to the extreme. Again, another sword strike. Even the three demonic eyes can't dodge it, let alone him. Ril felt a chill running down his spine as an unexpected figure appeared behind him. Through the ice crystals, you can still see the disbelief on his face. As the ice crystal fragments spread, the next moment there was a bang, covering Ril's entire body. Quick. Sorry, you've been chopped. Chapter 319. Is this a wife? Captain Kuroba, you are really surprising. If you hadn't taken action, I'm afraid it would have taken a lot of effort for me to fight Commander Ril alone, and I might not be able to handle the next battle. Nozzle secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Ril, and said, but Captain Ril will be fine, right? Recalling the electric confrontation just now, Nozzle's original idea of competing with Kuroba disappeared in an instant. This kind of gap can no longer be described in words. Even Ril, the leader of the Magic Knights and fused with the power of elves, cannot withstand two attacks. The gap can no longer be described in words. Don't worry, the biggest effect of the knife just now is to freeze the reincarnated elf soul in Ril's body. He will recover after this farce ends. Kuroba patted Nozzle on the shoulder and explained. It can be said that as opponents, the biggest worry for Nozzle and others is how to deal with the host country where the reincarnated elves are hosted. After all, if during the fight, the original owner of the body accidentally burps. This is not worth the loss. That's good, otherwise I don't know how to explain to Lord Julius. Nozzle secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said. Just now there was a huge evil force coming from below. I'm afraid the devil came out. Should we rush there now? For this force, it suddenly appeared and belonged to the devil's power. Even Nozzle, who is a member of the royal family, is also developing slightly. It can be said that this opponent has exceeded his knowledge of magic. Originally, Nozzle also placed part of his hope on Magic Emperor Julius. However, after seeing Kuroba's methods with his own eyes, he faced this unknown devil. Advertisement intuition told Nozzle that the boy in front of him had a better chance of winning than Magic Emperor Julius. The devil has indeed been unblocked. Kuroba nodded. However, I can't rush there now. I still need some time to prepare here. You go ahead and buy me a few minutes. Maybe you can deal with the devil. It is not an invincible existence. Do you want to prepare? Nozzle was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what preparations Kuroba had to make at this juncture. However, there has always been no reason for what Kuroba has done. This process indeed caused a lot of misunderstandings and suspicions, but in the end, Kuroba was proven right. Therefore, Nozzle did not ask anything this time and nodded in agreement. Well, we will try our best to delay it. As for whether we can defeat the devil, I think your chance will be greater. Raids on the side nodded secretly in agreement. Faced with this preconceived rhetoric, Raids also agrees with this answer. Haha, uncle, if you say this, the Magic Emperor will be jealous if he hears it. Kuroba smiled and patted Nozzle on the shoulder. However, it's getting late. You hurry up and show off. Otherwise, if I go over, it will be over and you won't have a chance to show off. Uncle? Nozzle rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. It feels like I really admit this sentence. Advertisement. Seeing Nozel, who had chosen the correct entrance and disappeared on the third floor, Kuroba touched the tip of his nose helplessly. I won't really fall in love with a wife, right? Forget it, don't think about it so much, let's do business first. Raids was stunned and wanted to kick Kuroba in the butt. In his eyes, Kuroba's words were like taking advantage and acting like a good boy. Unfortunately, when he thought of Kuroba's methods and strength, the baby still didn't dare to do it, and could only stare at Kuroba without saying a word. He urgently wanted to know what the winning method was for Kuroba, who had gone all the way to the third floor. However, this thought flashed through my mind. He stared straight at his back, but showed no intention of moving. He just closed his eyes, as if falling asleep, without any reaction. With this posture, wouldn't it mean that he would fall asleep at a critical moment and just fall asleep? The strange scene made Raids nervous, and he was afraid of facing the devil. If there is no so-called hole card, he would not dare to gamble casually. 3.4 As time passed by, Raids couldn't help but move, planning to leave secretly. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host for arriving on the third floor of the Shadow Palace. Ding dong, the detection is correct. Should the host sign in immediately? The sign in time is 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes. The longer the sign in time is, the higher the reward from the system will be. The system's ethereal prompt finally sounded. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. As an adult, he likes to have all options, but the third level of sign-in is obviously more attractive. Now Kuroba's only hope is that Magic Emperor and others can last longer. Chapter 320. You were just released, 3 minutes? Kuroba took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly brightened. Facing the hierarchical sign-in in front of him, this undoubtedly aroused Kuroba's curiosity. I'm curious about what this special sign-in will reward. System, sign me in immediately. Ding-dang, host, please wait a moment. Ding-dong, the host has signed in at the correct place. The system is signing in. Please do not leave the sign-in place during the sign-in time, otherwise the sign-in will fail.
The ethereal system prompts echoed in my mind. Looking at the timing funnel that appeared out of thin air in the consciousness space, Kuroba did not stay any longer, temporarily exited, glanced at the frozen rill, and sat down on the ground.
Captain Kuroba, didn't you say that you want to find a way to win here? Raids was stunned. This was completely unscripted. You can breathe a sigh of relief even if you hang yourself, let alone fight the devil. Kuroba rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, the ship will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. This is a strategic consumption of the enemy's combat power. Just wait for me to slow down and then go over to clean up the mess. As for you, save those elves when you have the chance. After saying this, Kuroba casually took out the wine prepared by Vanessa and took 2 sips. That leisurely attitude undoubtedly confirmed what he said just now.
This master actually used Magic Emperor as cannon fodder. If this matter spreads, the entire 4-leaf Clover Kingdom may be in a state of shock. However, facing this master, Raids did not dare to refute him. He could only stand aside and wait for him to catch his breath.
Advertisement boom. In the lowest level of the Shadow Palace. The violent blast wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The golden light flying swords gathered together and erupted with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, shooting towards the dark and ugly figure emerging from the altar.
The speed is so fast and the power is so powerful that it makes people feel like they can arrive in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of all this, the devil standing on the altar had a terrifying arc at the corner of his mouth, and he waved the factor even more casually.
Reverse. The word, GN, was uttered, and the light sword that was shooting suddenly reversed its direction and shot straight towards Bartley, who had a distorted expression. The speed was so fast that it was undoubtedly faster than Bartley's angry blow just now. Even though he didn't react at all, the attack was already coming. Time restraint magic. Time stasis. Endless golden light bloomed, forming a huge light group in an instant, directly covering the incoming lightsaber in the void. Magic Emperor Julius walked out slowly and waved again. Time restraint magic. Time restoration. Boom. The lightsabers all over the sky collapsed and turned into golden dust all over the sky, as if they had never appeared before. Seeing the uninvited guest, Devil Zagrain, who had stepped in again, he showed a sadistic smile and glanced sideways at Magic Emperor Julius. The goblins are really useless. Even a so-called strong human being can't deal with them. I spent so much effort in vain to guide them on this road of no return. However, you are not so naive that you, a group of ants, can defeat the great devil alone, right? The evil and huge magic power exploded like a frenzy. Advertisement. The huge impact caused the entire space to shake.
A huge wind wave formed and rolled around. Feeling this terrifying magic power fluctuation, a trace of solemnity appeared on the faces of those present. However, what is more important is the fighting spirit. After all, everything that was going to happen today, as well as the enemies to be defeated, were all within their expectations.
Facing this evil and terrifying magic, they have already been mentally prepared. Being able to fight against this kind of existence definitely made me feel a little excited. Haha, Captain Kuroba has already mentioned your existence. We are gathered here today to deal with you.
Magic Emperor Julius smiled. It can be said that your arrival is not because your plan is more than 930 perfect, but because Captain Kuroba specially let you out.
According to Captain Kuroba, this should be regarded as asking you to put yourself in an urn and ask you to take the initiative to give up your life. I'm right. Jilling Devil Zagrain. The small voice seemed to be full of undoubted flavor at this moment. Not only Ray, but also Zagrain's expression gradually stiffened, revealing an expression of disbelief. After all, according to Zaglighty, the mastermind behind it has always been very hidden. Everything you do must be watertight. Now, someone suddenly revealed the truth. The so-called resurrection was actually released on his own initiative. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears, you would never believe that it was true. Even Bartley, who had a distorted expression on the side and was doubting his life, also looked bewildered and turned to look at Magic Emperor. Revealing a trace of inexplicable urgency, he desperately wanted to know if all this was true. Chapter 321. A large-scale scene of calling a deer a horse. Feeling the gazes from all around, especially from Bartley. The indifferent smile on Magic Emperor Julius's face became even bigger. He met Zagrain's gloomy gaze and said, if you really want to be serious, Chief Bartley is not your pawn. Instead, it brings out your hero. According to Captain Kuroba, only by releasing you and killing you can we avoid future troubles. It can be said that you are the target of our teasing, cute little devil. You. Zagrain's expression was distorted and he roared angrily. Damn humans, dare to distort the facts here. However, in the face of absolute strength, any words are useless. I'll let you try it. What is despair? Faced with Magic Emperor's firm words. Devil Zagrain obviously gave up his talk completely. His right hand moved towards Bartley from afar. Come over. Bartley's expression froze, and the air flowing around him seemed to become an invisible big hand at this moment, binding him instantly. After the words fell, his whole body was completely out of control and pulled straight towards Devil Zagrain. Bartley, no matter who is the pawn, the relationship between you and me is completely inseparable. 11. Obviously he is just a stupid elf who insists on calling himself a hero. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be resurrected. You have now resurrected the mastermind behind the annihilation of the elves. How can you still call yourself a hero when you say such a thing? Zagrain spoke coldly and teasingly. Advertisement. Every word fell on Bartley's ears, like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of his soul. Looking at Bartley, who had a confused look on his face, he gradually became distorted again. Zagrain knew that his goal had been achieved. Okay, do you want to find a rival? Let me show you what the fallen elves look like. This is a demon that no one can save. Fall. Zagrain suddenly opened his hands, and the dark devil's power surged out like a frenzy, pouring directly into Bartley's body.
As this devil's power washed away, Bartley's whole body began to twitch crazily.
It exuded pure magic power that represented light, and was quickly dyed black. Before anyone could react, dark and mysterious magic patterns quickly spread across Bartley's body. It can be said that as long as the magic power conversion in Bartley's body is completed, then he can get a chess piece equipped with fangs, giving him enough time to escape from this ghost place. It seems that Captain Kuroba is right. It is the best way for me to bring people here. 3 figures broke in without warning. Looking at the 2 leading figures, the people present were startled at first. After seeing Lemel's figure clearly, it was Magic Emperor Julius, and his expression changed. Is this the first-generation Magic Emperor Lemil? Fuegolian on the side spoke urgently first. Didn't he sacrifice himself 500 years ago while resisting the devil's invasion?
Why is it resurrected now? As one of the 3 major royal families, Fuegolian certainly knows this half of his ancestors very clearly. Advertisement. Faced with this being who was the strongest among the 4-leaf clover at that time when he established the title of Magic Emperor. As long as anyone is walking towards the location of the Magic Emperor, there is absolutely no doubt who the person in front of him is. Haha, it seems that Captain Kuroba has prepared too many methods, including the first-generation Magic Emperor and the leader of the elf clan. Richter's sealed memory was also unsealed. Devil Zagrain, you still want to refute Mo Fei? Isn't Captain Kuroba watching you to kill? It is precisely because of this reason that Bartley, who was caught in a rampage and became demonized, was suddenly purified of his negative emotions. Is this a large-scale scene where a deer is being treated like a horse? The real chess piece being teased is you, Bartley. Thank you so much this time for our elves to take revenge. If you hadn't played the role of a chess piece, we wouldn't have successfully deceived Devil Zagrain. Obviously I am not a chess piece, at least, the series of stumbling blocks gave him the illusion that it was difficult to move forward. Richter suddenly spoke. Zagrain was stunned. His words and actions now are exactly the same as those of a normal person 500 years ago, without any change. The only thing he can do now is to completely transform Bartley into a demon and become a pawn in his hands. It can be said that after the seal of Devil Zagrain was unlocked, the changes that happened one after another in front of him undoubtedly made Zagrain swallow the words that came to his lips, and his face became a little bitter. Even though he is a devil, there is a feeling that is unacceptable. Julius came back to his senses. Chapter 321. You are all movie kings, please subscribe. Master Richter, am I really a hero? Bartley spoke urgently. It felt like grabbing a life-saving straw. In his eyes, rather than letting himself believe that he is a chess piece, it is better to believe that he is a hero. After all, people like to deceive themselves. Yes, Bartley, you are a hero. It was Captain Kuroba and I who contacted us secretly and used you as a bait to make the devil emerge and take this opportunity to eradicate the evil. Otherwise, Captain Kuroba will not give the magic stone to you directly, right? Richter responded in a deep voice. That look was like bragging and not drafting. If Kuroba were here, he would definitely raise a finger and backhand a thumbs up. Richter is right. To deceive the enemy, of course you must first deceive yourself, so Bartley is the key to this plan and a hero. The first-generation Magic Emperor Lemil also smiled and echoed 583. Facing this sudden scene, he actually felt caught off guard. However, since he can make the word Spirit Devil Zagrain, he can completely cut off his wings. So for them, it can be considered a good thing. After all, one more comrade is better than one enemy. White lies are always just. You movie kings. Zagrain was shaking with rage. He felt that he had no way to refute these words of referring to a deer as a horse. The most important thing is that in the long years of hiding, he has never encountered the so-called plan mentioned by Lemil and Richter. Advertisement facing the scene where everyone was talking about it, he was speechless. Haha, Zagrain, if I want to blame you, it's because you chose the wrong era and became the enemy of Captain Kuroba. Lemil smiled warmly. Richter, please take Bartley down first. It's time for us to settle the grudges we had with it. As a former opponent, Lemil knew very well that the current Zagrain was much more powerful than the demonized Richter he encountered 500 years ago. What concerned Lemil the most was Zagrain's spiritual magic. It gave him the feeling that there was no solution. Lemil took a deep breath, and after many thoughts flashed through his mind, he sighed helplessly. At the critical moment, that guy is not here. If he is here, it may save me a headache. In this case, we can only fight with our best.
Regarding this inexplicable complaint, many people present silently nodded in agreement. Even Julius is no exception. At least, everything that happens now is as planned by Kuroba. However, facing the devil who was the source of the chaos in front of them, they were more planning to take action personally. Weigh the gap between the two sides. After all, the purpose of their gathering here is to protect the four-leaf clover kingdom.
It would probably be wrong to rely solely on Kuroba alone. Okay, what a bunch of stupid ants who dare to think of challenging me.
Zagrain's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Advertisement looking at Bartley, who turned to leave with a fanatical look on his face. It knew clearly that this string doll had been captured by Jonko Shuojin. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'm afraid you won't be able to brainwash and blacken it. Thunder Spear. Boom. Magic of light spear of judgment. At the same time, Lemuel and Richter had already taken the lead and appeared at the side of Devil Zagrain, the spirit.
Buzz. There was a flash of golden light, and the attacks coming from all over the sky were instantly locked directly in midair by the time sphere. For a time, the sound of wind and thunder was almost endless. Boom. Time restraint magic. Time stasis. The only way right now is to kill them first. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through Zagrain's mind, and the muscles in his arms suddenly tensed up and raised suddenly. However, Zagrain, who was under this blow, showed a ferocious smile. Sword magic open sky sword. Feeling the overwhelming feeling of destruction as soon as it was launched, Julius, who was standing in the crowd, took the lead to step out. The sword gang and the light gun were condensed out of thin air in an instant, and in a closed posture, they shot toward the word spirit devil Zagrain.
First generation magic emperor, let me block this place.
The moment the voice fell, violent lightning erupted like a volcano in front of Zagrain, and instantly turned into lightning spears filling the sky, shooting towards Lemuel and the others.
The lightning spears all over the sky were so densely packed that it gave people the feeling that they were pouring down like a violent storm. Chapter 323. How to crack the magic of words and spirits, please subscribe. Spread out. 3 simple words were uttered in the mouth of the speech spirit devil Zagrain. The attacks coming from the left and right seemed to be shrouded by invisible power, and they instantly dispersed across the sky and the earth. At the same time, Zagrain suddenly waved his right hand again. Iron guns. Boom. Spears all over the sky appeared out of thin air again. However, the number this time is obviously much higher than before. Judging by the naked eye alone, there are tens of thousands of them. Stupid ants, I want to see how you can block my attack. As a devil who controls the spirit of speech, every word I say will be the basis for controlling this world. Zagrain smiled ferociously and suddenly used his right hand. Tens of thousands of iron spears shot out like a violent storm. The sudden intensive offensive caused Julius's face to suddenly change drastically, and the magic power in his body burst out crazily without any reservation. I can't completely stop this attack, you should protect yourselves. Time restraint magic chronostasis. The dazzling golden light lit up one after another like a frenzy. Each time sphere bloomed rapidly at the same time. Thousands of iron guns were directly shrouded in an instant. However, in the face of the magic of words and spirits that can reach tens of thousands of iron spears with just one word, this method of resistance is obviously not enough. Without Julius's blocking, the iron gun obviously didn't stop at all and shot towards everyone in the field. Light magic light sword rainstorm. Bartley moved first, and his whole body felt as if he was vibrating. The grimoire in his hand burst out with dazzling light. Advertisement with the lightsabers appearing all over the sky, the number may not be able to compete with the tens of thousands of iron spears. But under the Magic Emperor's reduction, it was enough to withstand the remaining iron spears in front of him. Master Richter, please feel free to take action and leave the defense to me. Break it for me, Bartley roared again and again. Even Magic Emperor Julius couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that kind of excitement. This is simply the brainwashing effect of entering AMLM organization. It's too much effort, however, feeling the explosion storm that spread across the sky, Julius knew clearly which blow just now had a miraculous effect. Seeing the attack in front of them dissipate in an instant, Lemuel and Richter glanced at each other subconsciously. They knew clearly that ordinary probing attacks would have little effect against the speech spirit devil Zagrain. The only possibility to defeat it is to do your best to fight quickly. After all, neither Richter nor Lemuel can last long in their current state. Once the battle drags on and enters a protracted battle, compete with the devil for confidence. This is a sure defeat. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. The eyes that were locked on the word spirit devil, Zagrain, suddenly became sharper.
There was no trace of fancy, and the magic power dormant in the two people's bodies exploded like a frenzy. Light magic field of light lamp of Avio glory. Sword magic open a flash combo attacks.
Boom. The dazzling light exploded in the body of the first generation Magic Emperor Lemuel. Asterisk advertisement at the same time, it turned into light that reached the sky and spread out. Lemuel and Richter disappeared out of thin air like ghosts.
The moment he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the demon devil Zagrain.
The sword blades in the hands of the two men had erupted with dazzling magic power, and struck Zagrain's body at extremely fast speeds. Earth Shield. The speech spirit devil Zagrain roared loudly and stood up. Facing the cooperation between Lemuel and Richter, it was obviously panicked.
However, with the help of the shield that suddenly broke out of the ground, he got a chance to breathe, and the word spirit magic in his mouth came out again. Disperse. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the sword blades in Richter's and Lemuel's hands fell apart in an instant. At the same time, Zagrain's eyes suddenly locked on Richter and Lemuel.
Hold on. Bang bang bang. Tentacles formed by the devil's power shot out from Zagrain's body. In the blink of an eye, it quickly wrapped around Richter and Lemuel. Facing this sudden blow, the two people who were close at hand quickly retreated. At the same time, Bartley and Julius's attacks appeared in front of them first and intercepted them directly. Time restraint magic hyphenation point stop time. Light magic sword wall of punishment. Boom. As the airwave of the explosion rolled back in an instant, Richter and Lemuel quickly retreated. The two fell in front of the crowd again, looked at each other and said, "Word spirit magic is not invincible, I have found a way to break it." Chapter 324 The Wrath of the Elf Tribe, please subscribe. How to break the magic of speaking spirit. The expressions of the people present could not help but change slightly, and the scenes of the previous confrontation quickly flashed through their minds. As the pictures quickly passed through their minds, many people's eyes became brighter and brighter. Its speed. As long as the speed is faster than the reaction speed of the speech spirit devil Zagrain, it can be suppressed. Bartley's eyes lit up and he couldn't hold his breath for the first time. The large-scale scene of calling a deer a horse did make up for his weak mind a little, so as not to fall into demonization. But faced with devil Zagrain's bewitchment and use, if he said he didn't hate him in his heart, then the 610 office would be fake. Now it is rare to find the weakness of the word spirit devil Zagrain. How could he miss it? Everyone present was also clear about Bartley's thoughts.
However, this critical moment is not the time for comfort. After everyone took a casual glance, everyone's energy directly changed. Directly locked on the body of the speech spirit devil Zagrain. Arrogant ants, do you really think you can defeat me like this? Zagrain's expression was distorted, and he roared ferociously. As a devil who has always thought highly of himself, this was the first time that he was looked down upon by a human being who regarded him as an ant. In particular, his seamless plan directly caused them to mistake a deer for a horse, which undoubtedly made him unable to swallow. You ants, let me give you a try on my new magical power. The word spirit devil Zagrain drew out a grimoire full of black spots with his backhand. The evil power that had already penetrated the body suddenly surged like a dam bursting at this moment.
It formed a huge coercion and directly enveloped this space.
Before the Magic Emperor and others could react, grimoire, revealing the endless devil's power, erupted into a dazzling black light. The complicated and obscure spells were spit out directly from Zagrain's mouth. Advertisement. This is the spell of the devil. Lemuel's expression suddenly changed and he rushed out in a hurry.
A body of light magic, obviously used to its extreme. However, before Lemuel could get closer, Julius walked out first. Haha, first-generation Magic Emperor, don't worry, I won't disgrace you.
Now it's my show time too. Magic Realm time stagnation. Wherever the magic power passed, the air flowing all over the sky became stagnant for an instant. Even if it was the speech spirit devil Zagrain who was inside, the movements and spells in his hands also showed a slight stagnation.
Although, the speed of this time intervention is very short, not even tenths of a second.
However, in such a battle between strong men, all flaws will be infinitely magnified. After time had recovered, Devil Zagrain, the language spirit, had already seen Lemuel appearing in front of him. Magic of light shackles of God's judgment. Dazzling beams of light shot out like chains.
The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye he was tightly entangled with the body of the speech spirit devil Zagrain. At the same time, Lemuel shouted loudly, "Richter, the next step is up to you." "I know, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Richter appeared from behind Lemuel like a ghost. The magic sword he held in his hand erupted with dazzling golden light. The devil Zagrain, the spirit of speech, tries the greatest anger of our elves.
Advertisement. Sword magic sword of the demon hegemony. Buzz. A series of magical powers belonging to the elves alone exploded in this space.
It turned into a dazzling beam of light and plunged into Richter's body.
As soon as the knife fell, the entire space seemed unable to bear the huge release of magic power. Devil, go to hell. Wherever the blade passed, everything was torn apart like paper.
Facing this sudden blow, everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. Boom. There is nothing fancy about Richter. The scene just now seemed very complicated. However, when the real investigation begins, Julius takes action, and then Lemuel and Richter join forces to attack. Accompanying the breath is rising rapidly. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clasped the hilt of the sword, and struck it head-on against the body of the word spirit devil Zagrain. The time between before and after was only half a breath, 2.8.
The word spirit devil Zagrain, who was under attack, was directly smashed to pieces by this destructive force.
The explosive storm rolled back and rolled away like a frenzy. Boom. The huge impact force showed an overwhelming attitude. Under the harassment of time magic, the speech spirit devil Zagrain obviously had a reaction fault and could not react at all for a moment or 3. The only thing he could do was to watch the attack and fall head-on. The entire body was annihilated between heaven and earth like flying ashes. Chapter 325 Immortality, please subscribe. Boom. The dazzling golden light burst out like a frenzy. As the sword in Richter's hand fell, the word spirit devil Zagrain, who was in the midst of the attack, melted away quickly like winter snow encountering the spring sun. That ferocious body quickly collapsed and disintegrated inch by inch in full view of everyone. Before anyone could react, everything in front of them was captured by golden light. After 7 or 8 seconds, all the golden light that occupied the field of vision finally quickly faded away. When everyone came to their senses, all eyes turned and looked towards where the speaking spirit devil Zagrain was. The first thing that came into view was a sky full of pieces of meat minced by the boss sword. There is also an ugly and disgusting black heart, floating quietly in midair. Did we win? Did we defeat the devil? A series of questions subconsciously came out of Bartley's mouth. He was temporarily deceived by Richter and others using the word hero. However, when I think of the word spirit devil Zagrain, my heart turns dark, and I undoubtedly want to kill Zagrain urgently. Only then can he make up for the heroic flaw in his heart. However, as soon as this idea emerged in his mind, a familiar sadistic laughter suddenly sounded. As expected of the leader of the elf clan, the blow just now was indeed very powerful. The heart that was floating quietly in midair suddenly opened an ugly mouth. With a ferocious smile, he spoke again. Advertisement. If it was your heyday, the move just now might have killed me, but now I'm afraid it's all in vain.
By the way, this little trick can only work once. As for the second time, it won't be necessary.
Get well. The last 3 simple words came out. Originally only the heart of the word spirit devil Zagrain was left, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. A large number of granulations sprouted from his heart rapidly. Before anyone could react, the body fragments scattered around seemed to be pulled by invisible forces, quickly approaching the heart. In a short half-breath, the speech spirit devil Zagrain, who had withstood Richter's most powerful killing move and had only his heart left, quickly squirmed half of his body. This strange scene made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink. Is this immortality? Stop it quickly, we won't let him recover. Lemel's expression suddenly changed and he shouted hurriedly. Richter suddenly woke up, clenched the weapon with his backhand, and was about to take action again. However, his figure clearly staggered and he almost fell to the ground. If Lemille hadn't been quick-sighted and rescued him in time, he might have fallen to the ground long ago. Master Richter, what's wrong with you? Bartley hurried forward. Now Richter, but his hope of survival, if something goes wrong at this juncture. His title as a hero really doesn't have much use anymore. Haha, it seems that after 500 years, the result is the same, your limit is here. Shoot him. Advertisement. The spirit of speech, Devil Zagrain, burst into laughter first. As soon as the words fell, the invisible magic power rolled back, and black spears condensed in an instant. Along with the sound of breaking through the air, it turned into a torrential rain and shot towards Richter and Lemille. The short distance of 100 meters was approaching in the blink of an eye. Faced with this fierce and closing attack, even Magic Emperor Julius, who had just used the magic field, was unable to react for a moment. Dark Entanglement Dimensional Slash, Mercury Prison. Boom. The black slash flashed past. In an instant, the oncoming attack was crushed to pieces. At the same time, large amounts of mercury shot out in all directions, forming a wall in front of Lemille and Richter. The remaining iron spears fell on the wall of mercury with clatter like rain hitting banana trees. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Lemille and Richter quickly adjusted and quickly retreated. First generation Magic Emperor, are you okay? Julius hurriedly stepped forward and asked. I have witnessed with my own eyes the excellent after-sales service of Hooling Devil Zagrain. Julius knew clearly that the most likely way to win ahead on confrontation was to get help from Lemille and Richter. Otherwise, by himself, even the contemporary Magic Emperor has a low chance of winning. Don't worry, we can still support 1 or 2, but it's right. It's not the same as it was 500 years ago. Our bodies can't support such a high-intensity battle. Lemille let go of the hand supporting Richter and said, Richter and I only have 1 blow left. If we can't win next, I'm afraid we won't be of much use anymore. Chapter 326 Demonic Plants, please subscribe. The power of 1 blow? There were many people present, and their expressions could not help but change slightly. The strength of the first-generation Magic Emperor Lemille and Richter was obvious to all. Even if they join forces, they won't be able to kill Devil Zagrain, the spirit of speech. So what to do with the rest of the mess? However, now the arrow is on the string and has to be fired.
Faced with the squirming flesh buds, the only thing they could do was to give up and give in to the speech spirit Devil Zagrain, who had recovered again with the help of this slight chance of breathing.
Lemille, since this is the disaster we planted, let us deal with it ourselves. Richter took a breath, regained his footing, and looked at Lemille before saying. In this battle, we have to fight with everything we have. Boom. 2 powerful magic light pillars exploded in their bodies. Faced with this awareness of being completely willing to give up. The current fluctuations of magic power emitted by Lemille and Richter are undoubtedly the closest to their heyday. Feeling this terrifying magical pressure, Julius walked out of the crowd. This time, let me continue to protect the 2 seniors. As the current Magic Emperor, Julius's time magic may not be the strongest in combat effectiveness. But the auxiliary effect is enough to be called the strongest. Do it. Lemille and Richter looked at each other. There is no way they can last in this state, the only thing they can do is to make a quick decision. Sword Magic 1 Flash Combo. Light Magic Holy Light Speed Slash. Advertisement. Boom. The violent magic power was directly spread over the city.
The moment the words fell, the speed of the 2 people had already increased to the extreme.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the left and right of Devil Zagrain, the spirit of speech. The lightsaber and weapon held in his hand used their most swift and violent gestures to strike down at the word Spirit Devil Zagrain. Facing Zagrain, whose body has recovered 90%, they have to hurry up before he is completely recovered. Give effective attacks. Magic Realm, the shackles of time. The huge grimoire above Julius's head suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. In the face of this kind of combined attack, his most effective assistance is to let Zagrain have a fatal flaw. However, as soon as the realm created by the magic of time unfolded, Devil Zagrain, the word spirit who was still recovering his body, smiled ferociously. Haha, Magic Emperor Julius, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Move. Attack. Buzz, invisible magic is stirring. The magic of time originally enveloped Devil Zagrain, the spirit of speech. At this moment, the deviation occurred without warning. It shrouded Lamille and Richter, who appeared on the left and right to make a surprise attack. Originally, the two people who were still carrying out the raid just felt their bodies stiffen, and the attack in their hands obviously showed a slight stagnation. At this moment, they finally understood what the speech spirit Devil Zagrain was planning. He used Julius's time magic to trap Lamille and Richter. Faced with the changes in the expressions of the two of them, Devil Zagrain, the speech spirit who had already recovered 90%, quickly recovered. At the same time, the rusty and extremely worn-out grimoire flew out again and fell into its hands. Haha, it's too late for you to realize it now. Advertisement. Since you want to join forces to defeat me, let me separate you first. The word spirit Devil Zagrain smiled cruelly. The grimoire in his hand quickly opened. You try it. What is the magic of another world? A series of incomprehensible birdsongs came out of the mouth of the speech spirit Devil Zagrain. Before everyone could react, the huge evil and the devil's power filled with negative emotions exploded like a furious wave. Boom. The five-leaf clover grimoire in Zagrain's hand burst into dazzling black light. A dark crack was torn open directly. Countless strange demonic plants surged out quickly like a dam bursting. Rocks and other objects that come into contact melt directly and open as if they come into contact with molten lava. The people present felt a direct chill from the soles of their feet to their foreheads, Nords. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the first-generation Magic Emperor Lamille and Richter. You become nutrients for the plants in the demon world. The speech spirit Devil Zagrain laughed ferociously. The demonic plants all over the sky instantly turned into countless tentacles and rolled towards the two of them. Lamille and Richter, who were originally trapped in time magic, changed their expressions. Although the magic contained in it has been broken by Julius. However, for a moment or three, it was impossible to escape and retreat. The only thing he can do is to use the attack in his hand to the extreme. Holy Lightsaber Slash, Sword Magic 1 Flash Combo. Chapter 327 Things suddenly change, please subscribe. Boom. Two magic slashes came out vertically and horizontally. In the blink of an eye, a large area of demonic plants was torn apart. However, in the face of that overwhelming posture, this kind of attack obviously gives people a feeling of being stretched thin. The newly torn hole was instantly filled up again by the demonic plants that filled the sky. At the same time, the front wave driven by the back wave is like a tiger, rolling away in any corner of this space. The extremely violent gesture made everyone present retreat. We can no longer remain passive like this, tearing a hole with all our strength and launching a final assault. Lamille shouted urgently. As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately echoed by everyone. They knew clearly that at this juncture, the only way to break out of the predicament was to use offense instead of defense. The moment their eyes met each other, dozens of people reached a consensus in an instant.
Do it, Richter shouted loudly. The magic light pillars exploded suddenly.
He rushed straight towards the overwhelming demonic plants. For a time, the entire space was directly illuminated by colorful magical light. However, a sadistic smile appeared on the face of Devil Zagrain, the speech spirit who witnessed this scene. Stop struggling here and let me show you what despair is. Breed. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual power swept through the entire space like a frenzy. The demonic plants that were rolling over from the sky were stagnant at first. The black hole from which demonic plants gushed out expanded rapidly like a balloon. The next moment, it exploded like a dam bursting. Advertisement boom. Demonic plants filled the sky, gushing out like waterfalls. What was originally a stagnant situation was suddenly shattered, beep. Those attacks came from Julius and others. At this moment, he was directly suppressed by madness and quickly retreated. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Looking at the rapidly shrinking distance, Lucaire and Richter looked at each other again. Everyone, Richter and I have a way to use the last bit of magic power to protect you, so that you can temporarily avoid being swallowed by demonic plants. However, after performing this move, we will lose our final combat effectiveness, and then we will leave it to you. 500 years later, Lamille was resurrected by Nero with the help of the magic stone. However, for his body to be able to support it to this extent, it was obvious that he was performing beyond his level. It can be said that this last move completely squeezed out all the magic power of the goods in the warehouse. It was enough to push them to their limits. Julius and others on the side nodded silently. Originally, Devil Zagrain, the word spirit who was still controlling the plants in the demon world, laughed ferociously. Haha, I let you take advantage of a loophole once, and if I let you take advantage of it successfully a second time, it would be a real joke. Since this is the last resort, don't blame me and let you just stare.
Wake up. Tentacle snake. Roar. The roaring sound was like thunder.
The demonic plants that rolled up all over the sky bloomed with dazzling red light at this moment.
Countless tentacle-like vines instantly turned into a sea of demonic snakes. As if taking a stimulant, both speed and strength suddenly increased. A dilemma that has been suppressed to the extreme. Advertisement. At this moment, it was completely broken like glass.
The remaining few tens of meters were shortened in an instant. Faced with this attack, the pupils were rapidly enlarging with fangs and claws. Even Julius and others couldn't react for a moment. The only thing he could do was to watch it all. However, this idea just flashed through everyone's minds. A bone-chilling chill swept through the entire place without warning. Everyone just felt a chill running down their spines as the purple magic power swept through the entire place. Devil killing method. Absolute zero. Boom. Ice crystals flashed across the sky, and the entire space seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. It made people shiver involuntarily. The demonic plants that were attacking like an overwhelming force showed a slight stagnation. It was directly covered by purple ice crystals. That kind of spreading speed can be described as instantaneous. It surged out wildly, and the hole connecting the demonic plants was completely sealed by ice. The sadistic smile on Devil Zagrain's face, who was under the black hole, suddenly stiffened. Looking at the situation that suddenly changed in front of me. Completely stunned. What exactly happened? In his memory, there were very few methods in this world that could cause harm to demonic plants. Even light magic and dark magic can only tear a small hole. Not to mention magic with ordinary attributes. However, the frozen situation now presented in front of him piqued his understanding. Chapter 328 please come to an end. First, please subscribe. Boom. Endless ice swept across the entire place like a tide. The demonic plants that were originally raging and scattered were frozen in the blink of an eye. Even the speech spirit Devil Zagrain, who was among them, could not help but stiffen his face. The cold air that dispersed with the wind touched its skin. A heart-piercing sting swept through its whole body. This sudden feeling, like being burned by flames, immediately made Devil Zagrain, the spirit, scream out loud. Ah! What on earth is this? Why are the demonic plants I summoned frozen? This ice attribute magic should have no effect on it. And why does this cold air give me a burning feeling? A series of words came out from the mouth of the speech spirit Devil Zagrain. Faced with this scene that subverted his understanding, Zagrain has undoubtedly become 100,000 wise.
At least, all this is impossible to answer using common sense. I'm sorry, this is a devil-killing method, a method specifically used to deal with devils. It's my fault that you were frightened. A soft voice sounded without warning. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to the space vortex that was suddenly torn open. Looking at that thin figure, slowly walked out of it. It was Julius, who was the Magic Emperor, and his eyes couldn't help but light up.
Captain Kuroba, the general manager is waiting for you. However, judging from your appearance, you seem to be somewhat confident, so I'll leave the rest to you.
Looking at Julius, who immediately became the hands-off shopkeeper as soon as he opened his mouth. Advertisement. Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly. Master Julius, do you have a conscience when you do this? I rarely took a break, but I didn't expect that heroes not only want to save beauties, but also men. But this guy does look a bit ugly and feels like he deserves a beating.
I'm right, Devil Zagrain, the word spirit, you. The word spirit Devil Zagrain suddenly became angry. Looking at Kuroba, who suddenly appeared, isn't a condescending tone unique to him in this situation. The young man who suddenly appeared in front of him immediately reminded the spirit Devil Zagrain of someone. Are you the one they say is plotting against me?
The Yenling Devil Zagrain's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. It seems that you are still the confidence in their eyes.
However, I want to see how you can defeat me, crush it for me. The vomiting spiritual magic surged like invisible ripples. Wherever it passed, the purple ice cracked and cracks spread like spiderwebs. The next moment, the frozen demonic plants were shattered between heaven and earth. It's just that this is a surefire method. At this moment, it seemed a little powerless. It was supposed to be selected by the magic of the spirit, but at this moment, only 1/10 of the ice in the entire space was broken. Facing this sudden result, Devil Zagrain, the spirit, was undoubtedly confused. What's wrong? Can't you figure it out? This is a method to destroy devils. Of course, there is some suppression in dealing with devils. Kuroba smiled warmly. If you only have this means, then I'm sorry, please end it first. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Everything is reduced to ashes, and the fire flows like a blade. An extremely ancient blade appeared out of thin air in the hands of Kuroba. The moment his right hand clasped the handle of the knife, a huge heat wave detonated directly like a frenzy. The scabbard was instantly burned by the rising flames. The next moment, Kuroba didn't show any pretense and swung towards the word spirit Devil Zagrain. Torch. Boom. With one strike of the knife, monstrous flames rolled out like a furious wave. Wherever he passed along the way, whether it was purple ice crystals or frozen demonic plants, they were burned away in an instant. It made the entire space feel like falling into a volcano, burning so hard that the skin even hurt. Looking at it, it is a big move as soon as it is released, showing an overwhelming situation. Even Julius and others also activated their remaining magic power to the extreme. Magic skin was quickly formed on the body surface in order to isolate some of the effects of high temperature. However, in the face of this violent attack,
More eyes present were still locked on the battlefield. The short distance of 1,000 meters was just approaching in the blink of an eye. The speech spirit devil Zagrain, who was under attack, was obviously stunned. As a devil, it possesses huge magical power and can perform a wide range of tricks, which is absolutely normal. But the young man in front of him always used big moves whenever he made a move.
This is too shocking. What makes it feel most horrified is that the magic in front of it, which should not be able to harm it and has non-underworld attributes, actually brings a huge sense of danger.
Mo Fei, did you really come to the wrong place this time?
Chapter 329 Devil, are you ready to fight? Please subscribe.
Boom. The rewinding flames were like a raging wave, rolling towards Devil Zagrain, the spirit.
Feeling this heat that penetrated deep into the bone marrow, the sadistic smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Facing the overwhelming and crushing offensive, he roared urgently. Disperse. Buzz. The magic of words and spirits surged like invisible ripples. After the oncoming offensive, there was a slight stagnation. The next moment, they collapsed and dispersed. However, the scattered attacks were limited to 1/3 of the first half. The remaining blazing flames followed closely and attacked the spirit, 787, Devil Zagrain. Seeing this scene, Zagrain roared again. Let's go, let them all go. Roaring sounds came one after another. The flames that filled the sky and approached one after another were finally completely annihilated between heaven and earth under the influence of successive words of spirit magic. Along with it, the last ray of flame dissipated. The huge space became completely empty.
Whether it's solid ice or all demonic plants, at this moment, nothing remains.
It was as if the battle had returned to its starting point. However, when this scene fell in the eyes of Magic Emperor and others, they were stunned. After struggling hard, they managed to gain a slight advantage in the hands of the speaking spirit Devil Zagrain. When facing the demonic plants, they are even more helpless. However, now that Kuroba appears, he does more than just clear the field. Advertisement seeing the demon spirit Zagrain struggling to use magic, he looked a little embarrassed. Kuroba gave them the feeling that he had the upper hand temporarily. In this comparison, everyone's expressions were a little confused. Captain Kuroba is indeed a monster, he can even suppress the devil.
Fugolian couldn't help but sigh. Originally, I thought that by working together we could at least take advantage when dealing with the speech spirit Devil Zagrain, and thus find the weaknesses and eliminate the devil. Now it seems that we all think that we still have to rely on Captain Kuroba for this matter. Faced with these words, everyone in the audience smiled silently and nodded in agreement. Julius smiled, patted the dust on his body and said, since we don't need to do anything, we can pretend to be the audience. If I'm not wrong, Captain Kuroba has already thought of a way to defeat the word spirit Devil Zagrain. The probing offensive just now should be over. Testing the offensive. Fugolian and other leaders of the Magic Knights simply had the urge to vomit blood. The attack that seemed to be enough to push them to a dead end fell into Kuroba's hands. It turned out to be just a test offensive. This person is really incomparable, so I'm afraid I have to throw it away. Shut up, you bunch of ants. The speech spirit Devil Zagrain took the lead and roared. You didn't see just now that his offensive was also unable to break through my word spirit magic. I am still the one who has the upper hand. The so-called hopes you place on me are just bigger ants in my eyes. Let me show you my strongest means. Split Zagrain. Buzz. Advertisement. The magic of the word spirit is stirring, based on Zagrain. The ugly body quickly wriggled out a large number of granules. The split devil figures appeared quickly in front of everyone's eyes. 1, 2, 3. When the 10th one appeared, the division of the word spirit Devil Zagrain came to a standstill.
Seeing this sudden change of situation, the expressions of those present could not help but change slightly.
Lemuel and Richter are no exception. The word spirit Devil Zagrain just now has already made them miserable to deal with. 10 more have appeared now. This means that next Kuroba will face the magic of the spirit that is 10 times faster than the spell casting speed. Is this 10 times the pressure they faced just now? Faced with this sudden and huge change in the situation, everyone's eyes subconsciously turn to Kuroba. They are eager to know how the expressions of their hopes will change in this situation. Sorry, if this is your trump card, you will be destined to be eaten by my bigger ant. Kuroba glanced at it and said with a warm smile. In the fight just now, I discovered 3 fatal weaknesses of yours. Your 2.1 splitting method may be able to barely make up for 2, but the third one cannot be made up for by small tricks. Devil, are you ready to fight? Boom. The magic power dormant in Kuroba exploded like a volcano. The magic storm caused is like a category 12 hurricane. Kuroba, who has a sign in system, is blessed by the power of many dimensions. When all the power, with the help of the system, is transformed into magic power. Kuroba's magical power has already broken through the ceiling of this world. Even if it is a devil, it cannot be compared with it. Chapter 330. This is the second weakness. Please subscribe. Boom. The huge magic power, like Wang Yang, swept across the entire Shadow Palace.
The huge pressure gave people the feeling that the palace was almost bursting. Everyone in it, even the speech spirit Devil Zagrain, felt inexplicably suffocated. The look he looked at Kuroba was filled with disbelief. After all, this magical power is too abnormal, right?
No. It's impossible. The magical power of an ant actually exceeds mine. Is this a dream?
The spirit of speech, Devil Zagrain, couldn't help but muttered. In his eyes, he has always regarded himself as a superior race. Most of this sense of honor comes from that unique magical power. There is also special magic to control and super physical fitness. It is precisely because of this that the 14-word spirit devil Zagrain has a sense of superiority.
However, the huge magic power burst out by Kuroba has obviously overturned all this. Facing this force far exceeds the total amount of magic power of a devil. If we really want to argue who is the ant, the Yenling devil Zagrain, for a moment, there is really no way to refute it.
No, it's not possible. You are just an ant and cannot be compared with us devils at all. I want to see what else you see about us devils besides the magic of the underworld. Shoot him. The 10 figures immediately synchronized as soon as the speech spirit devil Zagrain opened his mouth.
The spears all over the sky condensed directly at the moment the words fell.
That dense posture almost gives people a numb feeling. As far as the eye can see, it is completely black, covering the entire sky visible to the naked eye. Even when Julius and others saw it, their faces became solemn. If it were them, they would face such attacks. Advertisement. They believe in themselves, and I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand one round of offensive. Is this your confidence? Kuroba suddenly spoke. With a flip of his right hand, the flowing fireblade disappeared out of thin air. Once again, it fell into Kuroba's hand, and it was a staff sword that had shrunk in a large circle. In full view of everyone, the moment he grabbed the scabbard with his left hand. Besides being obsessed with magic, this is your second weakness, hurry up. Buzz. The air shook, and the cold wind was biting. Compared with the cold wind that penetrated deep into the bone marrow before, this time the cold wind penetrated into the soul and stung the soul. It was a chill that came from the soul and was uncontrollable. However, what makes pupils shrink even more is, before the words left his mouth, Kuroba, who was standing on the same spot, had already appeared behind the spirit devil Zagrain. Spanning hundreds of meters in an instant, this speed doesn't even take the time to blink. You've been chopped. 4 simple words came out. The fear on the face of the speaking spirit devil Zagrain suddenly changed, and was replaced by pain in an instant. A frozen slash struck diagonally from the lower abdomen to the shoulder. Boom! 10 figures were instantly covered by ice. The word spirit devil Zagrain, who was in it, lost its buoyancy and plummeted downwards. The iron spears condensed all over the sky collapsed into sky and the earth when the spell was interrupted. Faced with such an almost teleporting speed, Rao watched the battle from a distance. Advertisement Lamille and Bartley, who possess light magic, also stiffened slightly. They ask themselves if the target of the attack is themselves. Whether it can be avoided is also unknown. No, it's not possible, it's absolutely impossible. Spread out. Hysterical roars came from the 10 devil figures.
The frozen ice exploded into pieces. The speech spirit devil Zagrain, who was imprisoned in it, escaped again. However, compared with the previous times, there were a few more crystal white spots on its dark body. This is an attack that goes deep into the soul. Its spiritual magic can obviously not completely dispel or neutralize it for a moment or 3. Feeling 137 this chill coming from the soul, the eyes of devil Zagrain, the word spirit, changed when he looked at Kuroba for the first time.
Getting a little hysterical. The scarlet blood quickly enlarged in the pupils, occupying the entire eye socket at the same time. 10 sharp howls resounded through the entire shadow palace like they were coming from hell. Chop him to pieces. Boom. 10 strands of spiritual magic power gathered together crazily and superimposed on everything. Behind the demon spirit devil Zagrain standing in the void, a black-white blade instantly formed and penetrated the entire shadow palace. The figure of 10,000 meters, at the moment it appeared, with a huge force, it struck Kuroba head-on. This blow was so powerful that even the space was completely distorted. It can be said that it is completely filled with the monstrous hatred of the word spirit devil Zagrain for Kuroba. He must use this blow to kill this hateful ant that is playing tricks on him. However, as soon as this idea emerged, the sight that caught his eye made devil Zagrain, the spirit, confused. Chapter 331 More like devil than devil, please subscribe. Boom. The 10,000-meter giant sword that held up the sky slashed down with the force of a giant sword. The powerful and sinking momentum caused a large number of ripples in the air in the space along the way. The huge black blade appeared in front of Kuroba in the blink of an eye. However, devil Zagrain, the spirit, did not wait for him to laugh out loud. Kuroba was under attack, but his demeanor suddenly changed. If we say that the moment before, he had always maintained a calm attitude. So now, he has a kind of arrogance that comes from the depths of his bones, giving people a kind of contempt that comes from the soul. Looking at the sky-raising giant sword with rapidly enlarging pupils. Arrogant words spewed out of his mouth. Is this your confidence? It seems that you are worse than an ant, little devil. Boom. The pitch-black giant sword struck Kuroba's shoulder hard with a majestic attitude. The huge impact was like a raging wave, and the strong wind turned into a hurricane, sweeping through the entire shadow palace in an instant. Facing this terrifying slash, everyone present was tense to the extreme. They clearly saw that Kuroba did not react at all to the attack just now. But in this life and death battle, Kuroba would be stunned. I'm afraid it's fake. Then there is probably only one possibility left. He was not even qualified to block this kind of attack. Boom. The dust in the sky is rolling back. A figure standing under the giant sword gradually became clearer. Advertisement. The 10,000-meter blade with cold light struck Kuroba's shoulder heavily.
It's a pity that the seemingly unstoppable offensive only broke a little flesh on Kuroba's shoulder at this moment.
Except for a trace of almost undetectable scarlet blood, it overflowed. More or left unscathed. It feels as if the blow just now was just the speech spirit devil Zagrain, simply acting. But is this really acting? Looking at Zagrain, his face was twisted with disbelief. It was obviously impossible, and he uttered an almost broken scream.
No, it's not possible. Nothing is impossible, it's just that you haven't encountered it before. Kuroba said word for word indifferently. In full view of everyone, he reached out with his right hand, and his 5 fingers were directly clasped on the giant sword blade. Boom. The 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, as if an endless power was released. The huge sword blade shattered like a mirror in response. When Kuroba took a step forward, large white heat waves emerged all over his body. The huge shadow palace suddenly felt like it had fallen into a furnace. This is the reward Kuroba received after completing the shadow palace sign in just now.
This is why Kuroba is confident that he can defeat the word spirit devil Zagrain, his strongest weapon at this stage. From the power of the sun controlled by Escanor, the sin of pride and the 7 deadly sins.
That is an existence beyond fire. It is the magic possessed by gods. The 10,000-meter giant sword was crushed to pieces in response.
It can be said that all this can no longer be described as shocking.
Advertisement. This heat wave makes people feel like they are in a furnace. It seems that Captain Kuroba has been hiding his true strength in dealing with devil. These days, we have all underestimated him. Fugolian said solemnly. No, it should be said that as a fire attribute mage, he is more aware of how terrifying Kuroba's method of affecting the entire Shadow Palace is now with his magic power alone. Captain Fugolian, I don't agree with your view. Yami Sukahiro held a cigarette in his mouth and sheathed his sword directly. We have always looked up to this kid, but he has exceeded our horizons time and time again. If you give him some more time, I'm afraid he will become the #1 person in the magic world, no exception. I think this kid looks more like a devil than a devil. Everyone present fell silent for a moment, even Fugolian was no exception. Compared to the arrogance he displayed, Devil was obviously confused. Someone even the devil is afraid of. Even they couldn't find any adjectives. No, it's impossible. You can't be better than me. I'm the superior devil Zagrain. It took me 500 years to come to this world, Dino Zhao. I'm the master of this world.
The word spirit devil Zagrain roared hysterically.
The violent magic was detonated once again. Demon-breaking spear. The dark devil's power gathered together crazily in Zagrain's hands, and instantly turned into an extremely ugly spear.
The next moment, with his face distorted, the spirit devil Zagrain let out a hysterical roar. The whole person, like a ghost, disappeared in place. Teleport. Bing. Zagrain appears in front of Kuroba. This speed has exceeded the range of movement and has reached the legendary level of teleportation. Chapter 332. The third weakness. The limitations of spiritual magic. Please subscribe. Whoosh. There was a sound in the air, and the word Spirit Devil Zagrain appeared in front of Kuroba. The demon-breaking spear in his hand stabbed Kuroba straight into the chest without any hesitation. Faced with such a close attack, there is almost no time left for people to react.
However, for the language Spirit Devil Zagrain, it was now eager to see the boy in front of it block or even dodge. Only in this way can it find some psychological comfort. He can also be afraid, and he can also be defeated. However, this idea just sprouted in my mind. The figure locked in the pupils of the speaking spirit devil Zagrain is still standing motionless like a rock. Let the black magic breaking gun hit him hard on the chest. Dang. There was a crisp sound of metal collision, and even sparks flew out. The force is so great that it is far beyond everyone's expectation. If it lands on the steel plate, it will definitely be penetrated, which makes people feel 633 shocking. However, when such a sharp thrust landed on Kuroba's body, it was like hitting an indestructible steel plate, completely motionless. Even though it was the word Spirit Devil Zagrain, his twisted cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Is this the devil? Really disappointing. Kuroba looked at the word Spirit Devil Zagrain indifferently, and clasped his left hand on the demon-breaking gun. The right hand suddenly grasped the void axe Rita. Boom. The huge axe, which looked like it was made of gold, fell directly into Kuroba's hands. The moment he took possession of it, a huge coercion, like an overwhelming mountain, rolled towards Ji-Ling Devil Zagrain. Faced with this sudden scene, the expression of Devil Zagrain, the language spirit, suddenly changed drastically, and he roared quickly. Advertisement. Teleport. Boom. As soon as the words came out, Rita, the divine axe in Kuroba's hand, had already slashed down diagonally. Phew. The sound of explosions in the air echoed between heaven and earth. The word Spirit Devil Zagrain appeared 100 meters away in an instant. Escaped. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but froze. The next moment, black blood spurted out diagonally on the body of the language spirit Devil Zagrain. Half of his body was split into two in full view of everyone. This is impossible. The speech spirit Devil Zagrain was startled for a moment, and the medical voice roared. Get well, heal me quickly, you all go and block him. The 9 clones that had been motionless suddenly reacted. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, Kuroba appeared in front of 10 Zagrain. Push the right hand flatly, without any fancy, just press it in the air.
Boom. The language spirit devil Zagrain just felt that his whole body seemed to be collided by an invisible mountain. In full view of everyone, he flew straight away. In the blink of an eye, he rushed straight to the main hall below.
6. The huge impact force directly crushed their bodies, and they were embedded BEFB in the rock formations. Before they could react, Kuroba was already following closely behind, appearing in the sky 100 meters away.
Advertisement, however, this time, there was a blazing fireball at Kuroba's feet, like a small sun. The high temperature emanating caused even the surrounding space to distort. Fuegolian and others who wanted to get closer felt their bodies tingling through the magic skin. As for the rocks and metals around them, they looked like they were melting. The sun without mercy. Boom. Kuroba kicked off his feet suddenly. The sun under your feet went straight downwards with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the sky. Feeling the heat that penetrated deep into his soul, Devil Zagrain, the language spirit, became completely crazy. Go away, go away. 10 clones, using the magic of the spirit at the same time, will undoubtedly bring Zagrain's strength to the extreme. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as breaking the limit. Faced with these multiple superimposed words and spirit's magic, even the exploding sun was finally annihilated in the world 7 or 8 meters away from Zagrain. Looking at this scene, the speech spirit devil Zagrain, with a distorted expression, finally showed a smile. He believed that as long as his word spirit magic could take effect, he would still be able to remain invincible.
However, as soon as this idea emerged, the indifferent words that fell in his ears were like the death call. The third weakness is that your word spirit magic has limitations.
I'm going to get serious next time. Rita the divine axe, liberation. Kuroba spoke indifferently with a look of contempt. Rita, the divine axe in her hand, was suddenly raised high and burst into dazzling golden light. The magic power that originally belonged to Kuroba rose rapidly like a volcano erupting at this moment. A blazing high temperature that cannot be described in words swept across the entire Shadow Palace. For Julius and others who were among them, the magic skin protecting their bodies was instantly broken through. The exposed skin directly burned and made a sizzling sound. Chapter 333. One word is as important as 10,000 words, please subscribe. Boom. The blazing magic power, like the vast sea, almost burst the entire Shadow Palace. The magic skin on Julius and others who were among them was torn to pieces in an instant. Feel this burning sting that goes deep into your bone marrow. They felt that both blood and water in their bodies were evaporating rapidly.
Their intuition tells them that if this situation is allowed to develop, in less than 10 seconds, they will be evaporated by this terrifying high temperature. Combined magic sword of evil spirits protection of light.
Lamille and Richter suddenly locked hands with each other. Before everyone could say a damn thing, the dazzling golden light shot out from the two of them and directly fell into the bodies of Julius and others. A body protecting golden light spread directly on their bodies.
This blazing heat that penetrated into the bone marrow was directly weakened by most of it. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, everyone unfolded their magic skins again.
With this double defense, they managed to recover. Is this really a pure magic influence? Why does it make people feel like they are in a death crisis? Jack stuck out his tongue, and for the first time, his eyes no longer had the urge to kill people with bloodlust. At least, his instinct told him to fight with this kind of person. Unless you are a fool, you will definitely die. However, before everyone could react, an exclamation suddenly sounded. Hurry up and look, Zagrain has split again, split it for me. The word spirit devil Zagrain roared hysterically. The skin on the 10 clones that were forcibly embedded on the rock floor cracked like a mirror.
Advertisement. At the same time, black blood splashed out. The intention is to condense more split bodies to use this to display more powerful word spirit magic. The magic power in front of him was so huge that it made people feel death. As a devil, Zagrain felt the feeling of death for the first time. At present, only this method can forcefully calm the uneasiness in its heart.
However, this idea just flashed through Zagrain's mind.
An indifferent and arrogant word suddenly sounded as if it was filled with magic sound. It gives people a sense of strength and hits the depths of their souls. Sorry, I am invincible now. I am the only one in heaven and on earth. There was a stagnation in the air. Kuroba's figure seemed to be infinitely magnified at this moment. It turned into a figure standing tall against the sky and the earth, carrying the scorching sun on its back. The 10 split speech spirits, Devil Zagrain, were at his feet, and a feeling of insignificance quickly emerged in his heart. Rita, the divine axe tightly clenched in her hand, has long since disappeared. Instead, there is a hand knife with 5 fingers merged. Holy Sword Escanor, one knife out. The entire space, and even the Shadow Palace, emitted a deafening roar. It was as if the entire world could not withstand this blow. The word spirit devil Zagrain, who was in the airlock, felt as if he was being crushed by the entire space at this moment. The feeling was as if he was going to be crushed to pieces.
Go away, leave them all, 10 roars roared hysterically. The feeling of urgency was as if even the vocal cords were about to be torn apart. Asking for flowers advertisement, however, between the lines, there's endless urgency. He desperately wanted to use the magic of words and spirits to resist the attack in front of him. It can be said that at this moment, the Enling Devil Zagrain has broken through his limits again and again. Looking at the right hand belonging to Kuroba that suddenly stopped in the void. And the huge sense of oppression falling from the sky stopped increasing. All this made Devil Yan Ling overjoyed. This kind of stagnation seemed to him to have found the root of confrontation. However, this idea came to his mind just now. Boom. The 10 clones exploded in response. The rolling airwaves rolled down, and the entire Shadow Palace was directly penetrated.
The attack was barely blocked by the magic of the spirit.
One word is as important as 10,000 words. Cut. Boom. Devil, you devil, I regret choosing this era to come. You have ruined 500 years of my hard work, you devil. Only the last sentence remained in the cracked mouth.
The entire body of the only remaining word spirit, Devil Zagrain, quickly turned into ashes-like form under this huge force. As Kuroba pressed down his right hand easily again, his balance was shattered like a mirror.
The hysterical roar was completely swallowed up by the explosion.
The impact of magic caused the huge palace to rapidly collapse inch by inch.
The heart hidden in the body was directly exposed. His words were hesitant, revealing his indifferent and arrogant murderous intent. The next moment, the words he spat out were like the straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 334 Request from Spade Kingdom. Boom. The violent blast of air exploded the entire Shadow Palace.
Seeing the majestic speech spirit Devil Zagrain, under the impact of endless power, it directly turned into fly ash and scattered in the world. Fugolian and the others, with their expressions ashen, couldn't help but think too much. With the blessing of Lemuel and Bartley's light magic, they quickly rushed towards the entrance.
As soon as they stepped out of the interdimensional dimension, the Shadow Kingdom behind them emitted a deafening explosion. Completely annihilated within the void space crack. Lord Julius, are you okay, Captain Kuroba? 663? Melia Leona was the first to step out. She was very interested in the battle that just happened. It can be said that the people gathered here are eager to know what Shangguan Ling Devil is doing. How will Kuroba respond? Here is the video of the battle just now. I have sealed it. It can be said that the situation is one-sided. Captain Kuroba is more like a devil than a devil. Magic Emperor Julius smiled and threw a recording crystal, fearing that the world would be in chaos, which instantly excited the people waiting there. In their eyes, there is nothing more exciting than watching a game in person. Most importantly, even Magic Emperor Julius gave the same comment just now. This is undoubtedly more urgent. Master Magic Emperor, is Captain Kuroba here? A voice suddenly sounded. Soon Yuno was seen in the crowd, and Asta walked out. As the first and second male protagonists of the original work, they originally had a large role. Advertisement. Unfortunately, the emergence of Kuroba undoubtedly reduced the two of them to passers-by.
However, with their talents, as long as they have enough time and practice, it is not difficult to reach the heights in the original work. Captain Kuroba, he should be out too. After Julius looked around, he quickly felt a spatial fluctuation. Immediately a familiar figure walked out. However, the huge magic power that surged out from the wormhole in space was like the weight of a mountain, causing the faces of everyone waiting in the venue to turn pale.
What's more, he couldn't bear the huge magic power and fell to the ground with a thud.
The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that this magic power quickly dissipated as the space wormhole closed. After losing this invisible sense of oppression, many people gasped greedily, feeling as if they were drowning.
Looking at Kuroba, there was a hint of disbelief. Haha, don't worry about it, this is Captain Kuroba's unconscious move, and it's not a threat to you. Magic Emperor Julius laughed loudly and took the lead in explaining. If I let you know that Captain Kuroba broke out and even the devil regretted coming, I don't know what your expression would be. Thinking back to the scene just now in the Shadow Palace, Kuroba crushed the voice spirit Devil Zagrain. Magic Emperor Julius was very emotional. This is something that even if they join forces, they can't kill it. When in front of Kuroba, he is like a child. It can be said that at this moment, Magic Emperor Julius understood why Kuroba called himself the devil-killing mentor. It was an existence that even Devil was afraid of when he saw it. Yuno's face suddenly turned livid. After a moment of relief, he mustered up the courage to grit his teeth and say, Advertisement, Captain Kuroba, although this request is a bit abrupt, I hope you can meet the person I will introduce next. He is from Spade Kingdom. Spade Kingdom? The expressions of the people present couldn't help but change. In their eyes, is Spade Kingdom already occupied by the dark trio headed by Dante? Faced with Yuno's sudden request to see him, Kuroba had already guessed it. Now, suddenly, a person from Spade Kingdom appears and asks for a meeting. This is a bit surprising, right? After all, he had only just learned about this matter. After all, the previous royal family had always maintained a peaceful attitude towards the rule of Spade Kingdom. Royal follower. Of course he hopes to find a neighbor who won't give him a headache. Master Magic Emperor, I am indeed a former member of Spade Kingdom, but I only just learned about this news. Kuroba dispersed Escanor's power. Now it was revealed by Kuroba. Yuno nodded and explained. Are you one of your royal followers? Kuroba, you mean Yuno is a member of the former royal family of Spades? 1.1 Julius was also surprised. It is also the policy to maintain harmonious coexistence with neighboring countries. However, let Ralph explain the details to you. Many people present could not help but look stunned, even Yuno was no exception. This time, Escanor's power was able to easily defeat the word Spirit Devil Zagrain, but it was the first success.
Is this Mofe the legendary man with the script?
It can be said that if Julius chooses. Chapter 335 New sign in location. Devil's Tree, please subscribe. Ralph? It is rumored that he is a confidant of the Spade royal family. I didn't expect that he is not dead yet. Julius looked a little surprised. Spade Kingdom is different from Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom.
They don't have the title Magic Emperor. However, there was a group of loyal ministers who were in theft. The three polarities of darkness are above the loyal ministers of the past.
If it weren't for this identity, they would be familiar with it and understand the operation of the entire kingdom. I am afraid that the entire Spade's royal family will not be wiped out in a short period of time.
Dear Lord Julius, I am very happy to meet you. Unfortunately, I cannot greet my king this time. A figure with a full beard walked out of the forest in the distance. After bowing respectfully to Julius, he turned his attention to Kuroba. On the way here, the rumors about the young man in front of me were even more exciting than Magic Emperor Julius. 14 However, looking at Kuroba's slightly youthful face, Ralph couldn't formulate a request for a moment. As a human being, Julius certainly saw the clues and said with a dry laugh.
Sir Ralph, it is our Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom that feels sorry.
As neighboring countries that are always on the lookout for help, Spade Kingdom has already fallen when we got the news. If we could have known about it in advance and provided support as soon as possible, I am afraid that Spade Kingdom would not have fallen into the hands of the Dark Tripolar.
However, Mr. Ralph, if you ask me to take action, maybe I really don't dare to take out the insurance policy and can help Spade Kingdom solve its dilemma. But if Captain Kuroba is willing to take action, his chances of winning will be much better than if we all go together. After saying this, Ralph couldn't help but be startled. Advertisement, he only thought about this doubt in his mind. Now that he was exposed in public, he couldn't stand it anymore. However, the leaders of the Magic Knights present were all people who had personally experienced the terrifying battle with the devil. Now regarding the evaluation of Magic Emperor Julius, he nodded silently. Does this mean from the side that the young man in front of him has really surpassed them as Magic Emperor Julius said? Chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind. Ralph hurriedly came to his senses and said, Sir Julius, Captain Kuroba, please forgive Ralph for his doubts just now. However, this time the stakes are high and I have to take responsibility for the righteous men of the former Spade Kingdom. 3 days ago, I received information that the Diamond Kingdom had been single-handedly destroyed by Zenon, who was a three-polar black man. General Bawi was directly destroyed by the group. I heard that Morris, the magician who controls the Diamond Kingdom behind the scenes, has been recruited. I'm worried that the Dark Tripolarity, with the help of Morris's magic technology, will become more powerful. By then, it will be even harder to defeat them. At this point, Ralph fell to his knees on the ground and said urgently. The Dark Tripolarity, after destroying the Diamond Kingdom, will definitely set its sights on the Kingdom of Hearts and the Kingdom of Four-Leaf Clover. Ralph shamelessly wanted to say that this is a desperate situation. I hope everyone can help us. Our guerrillas in Spade Kingdom are preparing to launch the final wave of raids. More than 10 years ago, Spade Kingdom was indeed destroyed by the Dark Tripolarity. However, the old ministers of the royal family finally turned into darkness and carried out guerrilla warfare in the Spade Kingdom. It has indeed suffered heavy losses in recent years, and many old ministers have died. Advertisement, it also delayed a lot of time. It's a pity that with the awakening of the Dark Three-Pole Devil's power, the effects they can create are very few. Now the Dark Tripolar has gained the power of Morris's magical technology. This undoubtedly makes them feel desperate. Strive to fight to the death with the three dark polarities before they completely master the power of magical technology. Even the Diamond Kingdom fell. Julius's face changed slightly, looking a little surprised. For a long time, the Diamond Kingdom led by Morris often invaded the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, giving even Magic Emperor Julius a headache. Now it was destroyed by Zenon single-handedly. This is enough to show that the current threat of Spade Kingdom cannot be underestimated. If the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom hadn't produced a Kuroba, I'm afraid they would have been overwhelmed. Ding dong, the check-in location has been refreshed. The host is asked to sign in at the Devil's Tree in Spade Kingdom within 3 days. After successfully signing in, you will receive a reward. The system's ethereal prompt sounded in Kuroba's mind. Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Originally, he did not intend to let go of the three polarity of darkness. However, I never expected that the system would refresh new check-in locations so quickly. Now it seems that even the system can't stand it. Just how to get to Devil's Tree to sign in. I'm afraid this requires a lot of research. Chapter 336. Do you need a plan to deal with them? Please subscribe. Lord Julius, this is Diamond Kingdom information. Ralph quickly handed the collected information to Julius. In order for the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom to help, the only way is to convince Julius, the Magic Emperor. He looked at the magic stone recording the ruined scene of the Diamond Kingdom in his hand. Julius turned his gaze and fell on Kuroba, who was thoughtful, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Captain Kuroba, what plans do you have, Mofei? When do you think it would be better for us to launch a general attack on Spade Kingdom? After witnessing with his own eyes, Kuroba toyed with the demon Zagrain in the midst of applause, and faced the means of rolling him head-on. Faced with the Dark Three-Pole Devils, Julius obviously had the idea that it would be better to find professionals, and directly became a hands-off shopkeeper. A look of shock flashed across Ralph's face. Looking at the majestic Magic Emperor Julius, the leader of the Magic Knights was actually assuming such a low profile. A ridiculous thought flashed through my mind. Are Mofei rumors true? The current youth leader of Black Bull has surpassed the contemporary Magic Emperor Julius? It can be said that this idea of speculation undoubtedly made Ralph look twice. If you can fight against the Dark Triple Polarity, you will have a better chance of winning. Why not do this? Have a rest and attack Spade Kingdom tomorrow. Kuroba regained his composure and replied calmly. As for dealing with them, do you need a plan? Advertisement? The small sound was like a magical sound at this moment, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time without any way to disperse. The people present were stunned for a moment. They had guessed that Kuroba would have many countermeasures against Spade Kingdom. However, I never expected that what I was waiting for was such a clean and neat countermeasure. Such an overbearing reply would come from someone else. Of course they don't want to believe it, but the Kuroba in front of him was the one who had killed Devil himself. At least, looking at the scene, no one is qualified to question it. Captain Kuroba, are you sure? Julius hesitated and spoke. However, he quickly patted his forehead and added with a smile. Look, I'm a pig-brained person. If even Captain Kuroba, who is the instructor of Devil's Destruction, can't fight against the three polarities of darkness, I'm afraid no one else can do it either. Since Captain Kuroba has decided to leave tomorrow, let's take a good rest tonight and have a decisive battle with the dark tripolarity. As you command, Lord Julius. All the magic knights and even the leader responded by beating their chests with their right hands. This gesture of giving one's heart is undoubtedly interpreting their feelings. As for Kuroba on the side, he didn't care about this swearing-in ceremony. Not to mention that the system requires him to sign in within 3 days. Just how to reach the Devil's Tree, complete system tasks, and sign in, Kuroba still needs a lot of preparations. With them going together, Kuroba can save a lot of time in cleaning up the mess. Advertisement on the other hand, inside Spade Kingdom. In the huge imperial city, 3 figures wearing black cloaks fell from the sky and sank directly into the specially made laboratory. Especially Vanica was almost wiped out by Kuroba. Feeling the huge magic power like a wild horse running wild, Vanica grabbed Zenon and said. Feeling the violent devil's power emerging from inside, Dante and Vanica's faces showed expressions of ecstasy.
Hurry up and open the space wormhole. I'm going to take revenge. At the same time, it connects its own devil power with the magic stone. The devil's power, which had been stagnant, suddenly exploded. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses stared at the precision instruments in front of him with a ferocious smile. Vanica directly stabbed a blood hole above her heart with her backhand, and stuffed the magic stone into it at will. Now with the help of Maurice's magic technology, the devil's power has been assimilated.
Haha, Zenon, do you feel it? This, Nuo Wang Jiao, huge power, with it I will definitely be able to take revenge. Master Dante, you are finally back. After my research, I have finally completely combined magic technology with the power of devil. As long as you integrate the magic stone into your body, you must break through the limits and exert 100% of devil's power. It is not difficult to assimilate the power. As he spoke, the man took out 3 goose egg-like magic stones with his backhand and handed them to Dante and the others. At this moment, Vanica felt as if chicken blood had been injected into her body, and all the cells in her body were excited to read. This means that their strength will become stronger and it will be easier to regain their position. A large amount of devil's power came out of the body to heal the wound. She is probably already burping now. Both of them suffered losses at the hands of Kuroba. If it wasn't a critical moment, Zenon and Dante would have saved her in time.